Li Mo traversed into the world of martial arts, binding himself to an investment system, and discovered that his childhood companion, Ying Bing, was destined to become the future Empress. Reborn, Ying Bing also possessed a system, and years later, the two engaged in a sweet yet playful rivalry. How will their hidden pasts and extraordinary fates unfold? Chapter 1. Is my childhood companion the future Empress? In the eastern wilderness, within the Ziyang Manor, under the bright blue sky, the thoroughfare bustled with the sounds of horse-drawn carriages. A procession of over 100 individuals, with a dozen carriages, hurried along the road at swift pace. A young man clad in silk garments lifted the carriage curtain, his pale face yearning for a breath of fresh air. Traveling in ancient times is truly a test of endurance, he coughed. As he pulled back the curtain, he was met with a cloud of dust that made him cough twice more. Young master, we still have 2 days' journey to Qingyuan sect, the coachman said with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously added, our carriage is indeed the most comfortable among those in the manor. Very well, Li Mo replied, letting out a soft sigh in his heart. Nothing could compare to the comfort of high-speed trains and airplanes. 2 days prior, he had unraveled the mystery of his birth and awakened the memories of his past life. In his previous existence, he had lived in a place known as Blue Star, a realm bustling with advanced modern technology. The DU, however, was a stark contrast. This was a world where martial arts were revered and strength belonged to the individual. Now at the tender age of 16, he had yet to fully enjoy the leisurely life of a prominent family in ancient times before his father thrust him into a carriage, sending him off. The Qingyuan sect, one of the 3 great sects of Ziyang Manor, to partake in the entrance examination. Martial arts. Li Mo gazed longingly at the 3 suns suspended in the sky. While traveling, I overheard a youth bound for Qingyuan sect remark that in this world of martial arts, beings like MYF either are merely stubborn bronze-level entities. It is said that the 3 suns in the sky are the transformed essences of 2 former emperors of the Great Yu dynasty. This is not mere myth. It is a history meticulously documented. An hour later, as dusk began to fall, the caravan protected by the escort agency gradually halted at the relay station. The moment Li Mo alighted from the carriage, the curtains of the following wagon were drawn back simultaneously. A young girl clad in indigo fabric emerged, her skin as delicate as white porcelain illuminated by the moonlight. In the bloom of her youth, her figure had begun to take on an exquisite elegance, nearly matching Li Mo's height. Days of travel had taken their toll, and while a trace of fragility marred her otherwise stunningly beautiful visage, she remained breathtakingly lovely. She appeared weary and frail, dressed simply, yet upon first glance, one could easily believe the phrase the 6 palaces powders lack color was not merely a descriptor. The name of the girl flashed through Li Mo's mind, Ying Bing. The Li and Ying families have been close companions for generations, their ties deepening since the time of their grandfathers. In their generation, the elders have even sought to unite the younger members through marriage, fostering even closer bonds. What would you like to eat? I can have the kitchen prepare something, Li Mo casually offered. However, the young girl paid him no mind, her ice-like gaze never once meeting his as she brushed past him into the relay station, leaving only a lingering fragrance in her wake. Missing has also faced misfortune at home, so no need to explain for her. It was I who was too reckless in the past, Li Mo replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. Alas, how did I become such a wayward child after switching to a different world? Born into a prosperous family and indulged by all, he often engaged in frivolous antics. For instance, he would secretly watch the maid bathe and hide firecrackers in the woodpile. A few years ago, a calamity befell the city, leading to the tragic demise of the entire Ying family, leaving only Ying Bing, their daughter, who was subsequently placed under the CA rivalry household. He frequently teased her, albeit with an underlying affection, much like a middle school boy who pulls the hair of a girl he likes in a bid for her attention. It is well known that those who conduct family rituals are seldom ordinary. As a fervent admirer of novels in his past life, Li Mo's mind wandered aimlessly. Here comes the soup. The cheerful innkeeper approached with a tray. Li Mo's lips twitched as he murmured, having lived 2 lives, one would expect some sort of extraordinary ability. Hello, you do have one. Who's speaking? Li Mo sprang up suddenly, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Young master? The steward looked bewildered, puzzled by the young master's peculiar behavior. It's nothing, just a bit of tinnitus. Furrowing his brow, just as he began to doubt his own senses, that voice resonated within him once more. Since you have sincerely inquired, this system has no choice but to make its appearance. Liamo, are you implying that had I not asked, you would have remained concealed for all eternity? Well, that is not the crux of the matter. What purpose do you serve, system? This system is an investment return system. The host may invest in any object, and the stronger the destiny of the investment object, the greater the rewards obtained. If the investment object achieves significant breakthroughs, additional rewards may also be granted. Liamo raised an eyebrow slightly. Any object? Can I invest in myself? The host has been bestowed with the Eye of Destiny. Please assess its investment value independently. So it is indeed feasible. As Liamo contemplated this, he suddenly felt an enigmatic presence in his mind. Something intangible and elusive, yet undeniably real. Although he could not comprehend the intricacies of this phenomenon, he discovered he could wield it. However, the information was perplexing and obscure, neither sound nor text. The Eye of Destiny? Liamo furrowed his brow. He could not decipher it. In the next moment, a panel appeared before him, seemingly undergoing a personalized modification. Name: Liamo. Age: 16. Constitution: none. Realm: mortal. Destiny: gray, innately deficient, plagued by misfortune. Evaluation: innate deficiency leading to frailty, unsuitable for martial pursuits. Aside from being handsome and having a good father, what else do you possess? What are you truly worth? Recent encounter. Came across this system. Liamo. It felt too real. Though somewhat impolite, he could not deny the absence of any investment value. There must be a few promising candidates from the county heading to Qing Yuan's sect. Liamo lost his appetite, raising his head, that a fleeting obscurity washed over as I glanced at my fellow townsfolk, who were resting and dining in the hall. Name: Hyong. Age: 16. Bone structure: none. Realm: Qi and blood realm. First pulse. Destiny: white reed-like figure. Evaluation: among the multitude, a mere reed, lacking in merit. Circumstances: born into a woodcutter's life, in debt to the neighbors, currently troubled by the need to repay. Name: Chun Xiaoyan. Age: 16. Bone structure: none. After observing a few individuals, most bore a white destiny, with only a handful possessing green. It was not until Liamo shifted his gaze to the corner that he beheld a glimmer of azure. Name: Wang Hu. Age: 16. Bone structure: tiger arm, leopard waist. Realm: Qi in blood realm, third pulse. Destiny: blue, some innate talent. Evaluation: possesses a modicum of talent. With diligent study and practice, he may achieve remarkable success in the future. However, he is narrow-minded, vengeful, and arrogant, prone to radical paths. Recent circumstances: his martial arts have hit a bottleneck, urgently seeking sparring for breakthrough. In summary, there appear to be no particularly worthy investments among them. The only one who seemed somewhat promising, Wang Hu, also harbored a conflict with myself. At that moment, esteemed guest, the chicken soup you ordered has been prepared with 10-year-old ginseng, as per your request. I shall take it up to the second floor. The inn attendant acknowledged with a nod, readying to carry the food box upstairs. Wait. Liamo felt a stir in his heart and called out to him, I can take it up myself. In the puzzled gaze of the waiter, Liamo took the food box and directed his gaze towards the room at the end of the second floor. What extraordinary destiny could she possess? Knock, knock. After a moment, a soft voice came from within. Come in. The young girl sat quietly by the window, moonlight streaming through the gauzy curtain, casting a silvery sheen upon her flowing hair and illuminating her eyes with a mysterious GL. Emma. Upon realizing that it was Liamo who entered, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. However, Liamo was too preoccupied to notice her expression, utterly rooted to the spot. Before him, the information about her materialized vividly. Name: Ying Bing. Age: 16. Constitution: Tane Moon Phoenix body. Realm: none. Destiny. At this juncture, the divine Eye of Destiny displayed a hint of hesitation, as if the weight of her karma was too immense, causing a momentary glitch. After several seconds, further details gradually emerged. Destiny, red, bearing the imperial bone, bound to the essence of profound ice, spirit of autumn waters, possessing the aspect of the phoenix. Evaluation, a life fraught with tribulations, yet always able to turn misfortune into fortune. Although her feathers have yet to unfurl, when the winds of change arise, she shouts. Yearly soar above the heavens and earth, a phoenix gracing the 6 realms and 8 desolations. Recent encounters. Before the ta'en moon phoenix body awakens, it outwardly manifests as a body of absolute silence, enduring the excruciating cold each day until she fully master. The power of the ta'en. Liamo? Well, what did I say? The colors have faded. It's directly calculated by the anomalies. According to the judgment of the divine eye of destiny, destinies range from low to high as follows: black, gray, white, cyan, blue, purple, and gold. Above gold, there lies the crimson destiny. Such a destiny cannot merely be defined by colors, for it is accompanied by various extraordinary phenomena. The esteemed founding emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, known for establishing the dominion over the 9 heavens and 10 realms, is distinctly recorded in historical texts as having been born when the sun and moon shared the sky, with the purple star in motion, and a divine tortoise bearing a monument to bestow his name. In contemplating this, one might regard it as a manifestation of celestial destiny. It is rather perplexing. Little he found himself ensnared in contemplation, questioning the very essence of life. Better drink the soup while it's hot. Snap! The door shut. How remarkable it is to return on this very day. Rebirth from the ashes, so this is what it signifies. Ying Bing picked up a piece of chicken and tossed it from the 2nd floor window into the backyard. The guard dog, a yellow hound, eagerly consumed it, exhibiting no peculiar behavior moments later. Just ordinary chicken soup? It is not out of spite. Aside from her closest kin, the distant loves and grudges have long since faded into mere wisps of memory. Yet, she recalls that Li Mo delighted in employing childish antics to tease her. Why has he taken the initiative to offer chicken soup today? Ding dong. At that moment, a clear and crisp sound echoed in her ears. Who goes there? Ying Bing narrowed her eyes in an instant. The voice seemed to disregard her alertness, resounding once more. System binding successful. To the victor belongs the spoils, and a vanquished shall eat dust. Are you prepared? Chapter 2. The Unparalleled Talent System. Punishment of the defeated in the adjacent room. Young Li gazed blankly at the ceiling. The good news was that his childhood friend possessed the grandeur of an emperor. The bad news was that their relationship was far from amicable, with him constantly making a fool of himself in her presence. Once he joined the Qingyuan sect, she would undoubtedly shine brilliantly. Images of the classic scene where the protagonist's talent was tested and the talent detection stone erupted in a spectacular explosion flooded Li Mo's mind. The minor antagonists who had bullied the protagonist would soon be trembling, waiting in line to face their comeuppance. At that moment, a notification chimed. Investment successful. 1 bowl of Laotian chicken soup. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward: 1 Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill. The Heavenly Spirit Restoration Pill, crafted with 6 intricate patterns, was a supreme elixir capable of replenishing innate deficiencies. An open jade box materialized on the table, revealing a crystalline pill shrouded in ethereal purple mist, radiant yet restrained. Limo's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression momentarily frozen, his breath caught for several seconds. This item, he had heard of it before. As a premature infant, he had been born before his mother had completed her term, having suffered shock during pregnancy. This led to his frail constitution. He learned to walk a year later than his peers and became the subject of gossip among the residents of the Li household and the neighborhood, who would often remark that the Li family produced a tiger father but a dog son, though his father never voiced his concerns. He was secretly anxious and sought various remedies, including the elusive quest for the so-called innate restoration pill. Unfortunately, such treasures were available in the market yet priceless. Even if the Li family exhausted half their fortune, they might only acquire a 2-pattern pill, if they could find one at all. Many illustrious families, deeply rooted in tradition, have long coveted this elixir, willing to pay a premium to cultivate their descendants. For who would not desire a slight advantage in innate talent before embarking on the path of martial arts? Thus, Li Mo had been in relentless pursuit, yet found nothing. Little did he anticipate that he would acquire it in such an unexpected manner. Moreover, it was a six-pattern pill. Even Li Mo, despite his ignorance, recognized its extraordinary value. Each additional pattern significantly multiplies the worth, and, as one ascends, the increase becomes exponential, making such treasures exceedingly rare. A six-pattern pill was something he had never even heard of, its rarity beyond imagination. It seems to lack flavor. Li Mo pondered as he smacked his lips. No matter how precious the item, it only becomes one's own once ingested. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, coursing down his throat and into his belly. In the next moment, he felt a warm current surge through his limbs and bones, akin to fish swimming freely, traversing through his skeletal and meridian pathways, his organs basking in its warmth. It was as though he had encountered a long-awaited rainfall after a prolonged drought, or that withered wood had miraculously blossomed anew. With a long exhale, Li Mo opened his eyes once more, his gaze ablaze with newfound vigor. It felt as if he had shed a monumental burden, and the world before him had been unveiled, shrouded by a delicate veil. With each breath, the air was imbued with a fragrant essence, and within him resided an inexhaustible energy. It was an imperfect analogy, but Li Mo felt as though he had transformed from a frail old man into one several decades younger in an instant. Should he return to martial training? He might not be a raw gem, but at the very least, he would be a flawless stone. The six-pattern pill lived up to its illustrious reputation. And all of this was merely exchanged for a bowl of chicken soup. Li Mo silently marveled at the extraordinary return on investment. Of course, the primary reason for such a remarkable outcome likely lay with the chosen investment itself. Ying Bing, as her name suggests, embodies an icy demeanor. Her personality can succinctly be described as a frigid entity. The task of easing relationships appears to be a long and arduous journey. Yet the pursuit of benefits must inevitably be undertaken. The red destiny, indeed, if one misses this opportunity, they may not encounter such an establishment for 8 lifetimes. House X Su, what can I do for you, young master? The housekeeper hurriedly entered. Li Mo lowered his voice and inquired, does Ying Bing have any particular culinary preferences? The housekeeper paused momentarily, contemplating. To my knowledge, she has none. Miss Bing possesses little appetite. Is there anything else she favors? Well, I am unsure. The housekeeper replied with a troubled expression. Young master, what schemes are you concocting today? You usually instruct the servants to deliberately put Miss Bing in a difficult position. Yet now you seem concerned about her preferences. Never mind. I appreciate your efforts. As Li Mo reflected, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Just as the housekeeper was about to depart, he suddenly recalled, young master. The master instructed that upon reaching the city at the foot of Qing Yuan's sect, you're to take Miss Bing for a medical consultation. He even allocated 200 taels of silver for the consultation fee. What do you think? Go ahead. And if the funds are insufficient, draw from my private reserves. Li Mo replied decisively with a wave of his hand. The prospect of exchanging money for rewards seemed exceedingly advantageous. We shall depart early tomorrow. You should rest now. Yes. The housekeeper scratched his head in agreement. The young master appeared to have undergone a transformation lately, showing not only increased courtesy towards him, but also a markedly improved attitude towards Miss Bing. Perhaps venturing out into the world has matured him. The following day, the first rays of dawn cascaded into the chamber, where the frost that had settled sparkled delicately. The maiden curled up on the bed, cradling her knees, resembling a slumbering sprite amidst the snow. Ying Bing was lost in a dream, a reverie of her past life. She had entered Qingyuan Mountain, initially diagnosed with a severed pulse. However, 6 months later, an extraordinary encounter allowed her to reopen her meridians. Subsequently, she unveiled her prodigious talents, leaving her peers far behind. By the age of 18, the master of Qingyuan had ceased to be her match. She ventured beyond the eastern wasteland, experiencing a world of boundless possibilities. The expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was immense. The hidden sects and their legacies ancient demon talents, the prodigies of dynasties, and even the reincarnation of ancient beings. Heroes emerged like mushrooms after rain. It was a resplendent era. Yet, amidst the tumultuous tides of fate, she remained the most radiant presence. She topped the rankings of the hidden dragon, the human list, the mysterious list, the earth list, and the heavenly list. Ultimately, she was counted among the 9 heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the martial emperor of the Yuqiao dynasty in Central Continent, known as the Phoenix of the Heavens. The 9 heavens signified the 9 most formidable individuals among the vast expanse of 9 heavens and 10 earths. Yet, above the 9 heavens lay a legendary pinnacle of existence. Ying Bing slowly opened her eyes, acutely aware that everything around her was a reminder that she had indeed returned to her former self. She even encountered elements that had never manifested in her previous life. Was it still present? Before her lay a series of enigmatic characters, visible solely to her, as if these symbols would persist eternally unless she made a choice. A system, in both her past and present. She had never witnessed such phenomena. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were infinitely vast, and she was far from omniscient. Perhaps this was a power she had never before encountered? Ying Bing cast her gaze downward for a moment, her thoughts stirring within her mind. Ding! Binding successful. Host Ying Bing. This system is the unparalleled genius system, dedicated to assisting the host in achieving an invincible path. Ying Bing's expression remained calm, showing little reaction. An invincible path? She had traversed it once before. Her ascent was, in truth, an invincible journey, resplendent like a hero among the stars, unrivaled in brilliance. In her previous life, even the emperor, you could only match her through extraordinary means. During her prime, one would likely need to delve into historical texts to find a worthy opponent. In this lifetime, she would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Upon completion of challenges, one may obtain the chance for ascension. At this moment, the system presented another message. Ying Bing's breath momentarily stilled. Ascension. This is a term rooted in legend. It is said that in every era, a unique immortal would emerge among the heavens and the earth, transcending the mortal realm and embodying true immortality. However, since the Yu dynasty established its dominion, the path to ascension has faded into myth, as if it were utterly severed. Shrouded in mystery, this has also been the greatest secret sought after by generations across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. With no path to immortality, she confidently chose the most arduous route, one that has only seen a scant few succeed throughout history. Yet in the end, she fell just short. This so-called system actually offers the chance for ascension. This system will encompass all pure genius warriors within a certain area and rank them, occurring once a month. Following the announcement of rankings, rewards will be distributed based on the host position. Current ranking range, Eastern Wilds. In Ying Bing's mind, an influx of memories surged forth in an instant. Not only were there the rules of the system, but also various restrictions. For instance, no external factors were permitted to interfere with the challenges, and revealing the existence of the system to induce the opponent to deliberately concede was strictly forbidden. Such regulations effectively closed off all avenues for deceit. However, the question of the ranking of prodigies arose. In her previous life, she was synonymous with genius and extraordinary talent across the realms. Now, armed with the memories of her past, as she retraced her path in martial arts, she would undoubtedly emerge even stronger than before. If what the system asserted was indeed true, it would significantly shorten her journey back to the pinnacle, perhaps even leading her to the realms of the unknown. Even if the claims were exaggerated, she stood to lose nothing. The punishment for defeat? In both her past and present lives, she had never tasted the bitterness of being bested. Central China has always been renowned for its exceptional talents. Yet after her departure, the younger generation was shrouded in shadow, almost dreading the mention of ice. Some ancient beings, seeking to diminish her spirit, disguised themselves and suppressed their own realms, posing as rising stars to challenge her, only to be compelled to reveal their true forms and ultimately face defeat. Prompt: would you like to activate the punishment mechanism? Activating it will yield greater rewards, but requires the defeated to fulfill the punishment to the top ranked after the rankings are announced. A desirable opportunity indeed. Without a doubt, Ying Bing's choice was clear. She would undoubtedly claim the top position. This punishment was virtually non-existent for her. This was not arrogance. It was merely a recognition of her capabilities. Why not maximize the rewards for what she could achieve? Punishment for defeat activated successfully. Ying Bing stepped through the door. It was early, not far away. A young man had just opened the door. Their eyes met, and Liemo broke into a smile, radiant as if bathed in spring sunshine. Compared to yesterday, the shadows on his face seemed to have dissipated, revealing a more charming and handsome visage. In the span of a single night, he appeared transformed into a bright and cheerful young man. He seemed to have changed somewhat from the distant memory she held of him. Chapter 3. Entering the city, cohabitation early in the morning, the inn buzzed with activity. Numerous young men and women from other families were present, some practicing their skills outdoors, while others indulged in hearty breakfasts. On the central table, various breakfast items were laid out. Liemo casually picked up a meat bun, his peripheral vision assessing the girl beside him. Before her lay only a bowl of plain rice porridge, as insipid as her delicate features. How could such a meager meal suffice for the morning? Liemo pushed a plate containing eggs toward her. Ying Bing remained silent, merely lifting her gaze to meet his. The girl appeared somewhat feeble, her lips devoid of color. Yet this sickly pallor added an air of fragility to her beauty. Anyone who encountered those captivating eyes would likely feel a twinge of unease. Liemo felt a pang of embarrassment. The things he had done in the past made him cringe even in his own thoughts. Offering an apology was the least he could do. For his previous transgressions, he expressed his regret, not expecting a few words to mend their rift. If she harbored resentment, then so be it. Ying Bing began to peel the eggshells, her voice light as she spoke. Liemo was momentarily taken aback. He detected no insincerity in her expression. Rather than forgiveness, it seemed to be indifference. Those past events appeared too trivial to weigh upon her heart. If she did not care, then there was no need for forgiveness. Liemo managed a bitter smile. He had indulged too much in novels, leading him to form assumptions. It must be said that Ying Bing's reaction aligns with the evaluation of the divine eye of destiny. Those who remain unperturbed by honor and disgrace often traverse further. Indeed, this holds true. Ying Bing's cheeks slightly moved, and she no longer bestowed any attention upon Liemo. She had witnessed countless grand spectacles and captivating moments. Apart from her family, the memories of her humble beginnings barely constituted a page in her life, long swept away to an unknown corner. In the distant recesses of her memory, Liemo possessed mediocre talent, barely managing to enter the Qingyuan sect. After languishing in the outer sect for a year, he was eliminated from a sect. By then, she had already become the most resplendent figure among her peers. Liemo seemed to have undergone some changes. Yet it was inconsequential. His name would likely be absent from the ranking list in the Eastern Wilderness domain in the future. They might not even qualify as fleeting passers-by in each other's lives. She never allowed herself to be distracted by those who bore no relevance. Across from her, Limacaus et in gestura momentarily pausa. Investment successful, investment. 1 egg, 1 bowl of plain porridge. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. Reward, 1,000 taels of silver notes. 1,000 taels of silver notes. Issued by the Hungtong Money House, universally accepted in major banks. Liemo felt an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. How wonderful it would be if she could indulge in more food. With 3 meals a day, she could amass a fortune for herself. Tonight, a midnight snack was a must. 2 days later, a magnificent city emerged in the distance, resembling a colossal beast lying beneath the heavens. Ziyang Prefecture, one of the 12 prefectures of the Eastern Wilderness, encompasses 9 counties and 36 districts. It is said that prior to the establishment of the Great Yu Dynasty, this area served as the ancient capital of a preceding era, a place where remarkable individuals thrived amidst a period of unparalleled prosperity. However, a cataclysmic onslaught of monstrous beasts ravaged the Eastern Wilderness for centuries, dimming its once glorious brilliance into mere remnants of the past. It was not until the ascension of the martial emperor, who pacified the heavens and earth, that a new chapter began, rewarding loyal subjects with titles and lands. The founding patriarch of Qingyuan Mountain, heralded for his valor, was bestowed the title of Xiang. After millennia of governance, the region gradually regained its vitality, flourishing once more. The city of Xiang Prefecture, rebuilt atop the ruins of ancient relics, is a testament to its extraordinary heritage. Beyond its formidable gates lies the renowned Qingyuan mountain range, a mere 50 miles away. Here we stand. Is this indeed the city of the prefecture? Its grandeur is overwhelming, and beneath the towering gates, I feel as insignificant as an ant. The bustling atmosphere is palpable, a central hub of activity teeming with life. Recently, Qingyuan sect has announced its recruitment of disciples, attracting throngs of people. The thoroughfare is inundated with caravans, and the grand entrance resembles a dam bursting with water, the clamor of carts and horses ringing in the air. From a distance, many gaze longingly at Qingyuan Mountain. The Great Yu dynasty, founded on martial prowess, governs the realm through its sections. Above the skies of Xiang Prefecture, a single cloud signifies the presence of Qingyuan sect. Young aspirants from various counties and districts are already brimming with excitement, their voices echoing in jubilant shouts. Those passing by show no signs of surprise, clearly accustomed to such fervor. Indeed, the atmosphere is nothing short of extraordinary. Liu cannot help but reflect. Having witnessed various international metropolises in his previous life, he finds it difficult to suppress the awe that stirs within him upon arriving here. In contrast to the towering edifices of steel and concrete, the magnificent ancient city adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters is undeniably more spectacular. A metropolis capable of accommodating 5 million souls and an ancient city of the same capacity are realms so distinct that they cannot be compared. As the carriage approached, the sentinels clad in armor, their silver attire shimmering under the sunlight, stood sentinel like iron towers. The steward promptly presented an iron plate and paid the toll for entry. Thus, the carriage was permitted to enter the city, as if stepping into an entirely different world. Liu gazed at everything with wide-eyed wonder. Akin to a rustic bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, his pockets had swelled considerably over the past few days, thanks to the sumptuous meals provided by the young Maiden of Ice, which had indeed cost him a fortune exceeding 10,000 taels in silver, and even 1,000 taels in gold. However, upon entering this land, where every inch is precious, Liu felt his financial bravado diminish. Young master, we have arrived in Xiang City, which is certainly not the same as the county, the steward gently reminded as he urged the carriage forward. Given that they would not be staying long, Liu smiled. The fact that his father insisted on having the steward, who had watched him grow up, accompany him on this journey indicated how much of a concern he had been in the past. This was a precaution against any unpredictable behavior that might invite trouble. Indeed, you speak wisely, the steward responded with a sigh of relief, acknowledging the young master's change in demeanor. As the carriage traversed the vermilion-painted bridge and passed over the densely clustered vessels below, it became evident that not only was the city larger, but the residents also bore a markedly different countenance. Many were adorned in exquisite silks and satins, and one could observe an array of opulent carriages. For instance, the carriage approaching from the opposite direction was drawn by 4 horses, their bodies a striking crimson, resembling scales. The carriage was several times larger than the one Liu had traveled in, adorned with gold and jade, exuding an air of ancient elegance. Cousin, suddenly, a voice called out from behind. It was Wang Hu, his face beaming with joy as he dismounted and hurried to the front of the carriage. A young man descended from the vehicle, tall and clad in a white brocade robe. His long arms and sturdy legs conveyed a sense of strength, moving with a grace reminiscent of a dragon or tiger. At his waist hung a badge inscribed with 2 striking characters, Inner Gate. The Inner Gate of Qingyuan sect. The crowd's gaze toward Wang Hu suddenly shifted to one of caution. Despite the number of companions, those who could enter the outer gate were few, let alone the inner gate. The distinction between the inner and outer gates, though subtle, was as vast as the difference between clouds and mud. An inner gate disciple could command respect even from a county magistrate. Xiao Hu, I reckon you are almost there, the young man said, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before lingering on Liemo for a moment. "You are newcomers, likely unsure of where to settle. I am acquainted with the owner of a guest house. Let us go there." With a graceful smile, he mounted the carriage. My cousin, Wang Hao in his 30s, was already an inner gate disciple. Following him would surely bring no misfortune. Wang Hu lifted his chin, an expression of pride washing over his face, as if it were he who had entered the inner gate. Naturally, the crowd showered him with compliments. In this unfamiliar place, being accompanied by an inner gate disciple from Fulong Valley would alleviate many troubles. What is he looking at? Liemo was momentarily taken aback before realizing that the young man's attention was not on him, but rather on the cool and distant girl beside him. Indeed, even in the capital city, Ying Bing's breathtaking beauty remained undiminished. Dressed modestly, she rendered the elaborately adorned women of the grand city pale in comparison. In recent days, the relationship between the two individuals has seemingly progressed, no longer strangers in the vast tapestry of existence. As thoughts swirled within, a splendid tavern emerged by the canal. A 7-story edifice exuding opulence, epitomizing the essence of this ancient city. The sharp-eyed waiter, upon spotting Wang Hao, promptly summoned the manager. With utmost respect, the manager presented tea and engaged in conversation with Wang Hao, while the others around felt a twinge of discomfort. Having observed the surroundings, it was evident that even the most ordinary room here commanded a price of 20 taels of silver, with the more luxurious accommodations even steeper. Particularly as the Qingyuan sect was about to open its gates, attracting a surge of guests and inflating prices further. 100 taels for a superior room? Liemo cast a glance and proceeded directly to the counter. There was no need to be frugal with such funds. 2 superior rooms, please. 1 for me and 1 for Ying Bing. The steward and the accompanying entourage had just settled their luggage and were already returning to the escort agency. "I apologize, esteemed guest, but we have very few rooms left. Those who came together can only have 1. The gentleman at the counter expressed regretfully. "That is acceptable." Liemo pondered for a moment before nodding. "The Qingmei room on the 2nd floor, please secure it." As he completed the payment and the counter attendant was about to hand over the sandalwood room tag, they heard Wang Hu's mocking voice. "Let those who have arrangements enjoy their stay. 100 taels in Ziyang Prefecture hardly signifies wealth. Here, money may not be as effective as one might hope." Liemo raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling that this individual was the son of the head of the Liuhe gang in the county. His father held the position of county constable, overseeing law and order. With one being a rat and the other a cat, it was only natural that the two scions held mutual disdain for one another. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Hao returned to the anxious group of young men and women, feigning a semblance of regret as he said, "There are only 13 rooms left. Since you're all fellow townsfolk, my cousin, you might as well make do." "No problem, we can squeeze in," they replied gratefully. "Thank you, Brother Wang. You truly are a kind-hearted person." The group expressed their joy with repeated thanks. Liemo could not help but chuckle silently. How could one express an apology while standing with hands clasped behind his back and chin raised? In a man's heart, there are 3 predominant thoughts. First, how to appear impressive. Second, that girl is exceptionally beautiful. Third, that girl is exceptionally beautiful, and one must find a way to impress her. As expected, Wang Hao then turned his gaze to Ying Bing, saying, "This young lady, though the rooms are scarce. I happen to have a private chamber here that is rarely occupied and remains fairly clean. If you don't mind, would you consider staying there?" His tone exuded confidence. This tactic was not new to him. It worked like a charm on girls from small towns. Did you not see the envy and jealousy in the eyes of the nearby country girls? Very few could resist the goodwill of someone with a higher status who could potentially influence their future. "No rooms available?" Ying Bing glanced towards the innkeeper. Indeed, the innkeeper felt a chill run down his back, wiping the sweat from his brow and nodding vigorously, just as Wang Hao was about to say something with a smile. His expression froze on his face. The young lady took the wooden room sign from in front of Liemo and headed straight upstairs to the plum blossom room. With a resounding thud, the wooden door closed. Sighing, Liemo glanced at Wang Hao, whose face was a canvas of fluctuating colors, and instinctively found it amusing. Though he could not bring himself to laugh. Looking for entertainment? gaze into the mirror. Shaking his head, he ascended to the second floor. Chapter 4. Biur Yang Bil. Special critical rebate. In the room, Liamo finished packing his belongings, stood up, and stretched lazily while propping open the window. The river breeze wafted in, revealing the ethereal Qingyan mountain shrouded in mist across the way, with its scattered structures faintly visible, resembling a silent giant overlooking the city below. The scenery above must surely be even more splendid, Li Imo murmured to himself. Having traversed through time, how could he resign himself to being an ordinary person? Yet, given his current situation, he feared that even the entrance ceremony would not see him go as far as Wang Hu. With the physique of a tiger or a leopard, he possessed exceptional innate talent among his peers. New disciples were categorized based on their abilities into inner and outer disciples, and even true disciples, employing a system of elimination for the least capable. Clearly, those with a favorable starting point encountered stronger fates, resulting in greater returns on their investments. Not to mention, if he were relegated to the outer sect, he would undoubtedly never see Ying Bing again. By the way, his father mentioned a familiar physician in the city, renowned for his medical skills. Liamo turned around and softly suggested, "Why don't we pay him a visit today? At the tea table." "No need," Ying Bing replied, shaking her head while sipping her hot tea. Liamo, feeling helpless, responded, "A visit could alleviate your symptoms." Ying Bing remained silent, lifting her gaze from the teacup, the swirling steam failing to conceal the depth in her eyes. She looked at Liamo, as if seeking some revelation from his expression. "Since my father has provided the funds, I must report back to him. The Sanyang Medical Hall is not far. We would reach it after traversing just 2 streets. Liamo deliberately furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sanyang Medical Hall?" Ying Bing gently sipped her tea, seemingly savoring the sound of those words. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded, "Very well." As dusk descended, the city of Xiang was ablaze with lights, with flower boats and lanterns adorning the riverside. The broad streets bustled with elegantly attired nobles, alongside strangers easily distinguishable by their appearance. The Qingyuan sect was recruiting disciples once every 3 years, further enhancing the city's vibrancy beyond its usual charm. Among the most lively areas was Jinwan Street, renowned for its wares, including medicinal herbs, weapons, and steeds, all favored by martial practitioners. "Please convey my request to the esteemed master of the Sanyang Medical Hall." Liamo retrieved a letter pen by his father from his sleeve. Upon seeing the name of the intended recipient, the young apprentice's demeanor shifted to one of respect. "Kindly wait a moment. Our master has stepped out for a consultation and should return shortly." "Thank you." Liamo and Ying Bing settled into the hall to await the master's return. Moments later, footsteps echoed through the chamber, and a middle-aged man entered, appearing travel-worn in his patched burlap robe. His features were gaunt, with a long beard cascading to his chest, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Master." The young apprentice produced the unopened letter and presented it. The middle-aged man skimmed the contents, a smile gradually brightening his face. "This child, DeLong, is quite thoughtful to remember this old man." A subtle flicker of Ying Bing's brow betrayed her curiosity. Liamo sensed something amiss. The man seemed only slightly older than his father. Why, then, did he speak with such an air of antiquity? The apprentice proudly declared, "My master is 96 years young." 96? Liamo gasped. It is often said that studying medicine ages one prematurely. How could there be someone who seems to grow younger with each lesson? Had he perhaps mastered some profound technique or secrets of longevity? Indeed, this world cannot be measured by ordinary standards. It is merely a trivial matter. "Your father mentioned that this young lady is the one to seek treatment. Please come forward." The man in the coarse robe gestured. As Ying Bing took her seat across from him, he deftly flicked a golden thread, wrapping it around her slender, pale fingers. Liamo observed with keen interest. Noticing his concern, the young apothecary reassured him, "Do not worry. In this vast world, the ailments my master cannot cure are exceedingly rare." The man in the coarse robe smiled slightly at this remark, evidently pleased. However, a moment later, he gasped softly, his brow furrowing. The golden thread trembled, and a trace of frost appeared, swiftly spreading from Ying Bing's fingertips along the thread. With a startled reaction, the man in the coarse robe broke the thread, exhaling a breath of trepidation. How formidable! What do you think? Liemo inquired, taking a deep breath. The man in the coarse robe's brow nearly twisted into a knot. After a moment of deep contemplation, he shook his head, saying, "Inconceivable, utterly inconceivable. By all accounts, you should not have survived to this day." Having practiced medicine for 80 years, he had encountered countless perplexing ailments. Yet to witness such a domineering chill emanating from an individual was unprecedented. "Young lady, you must have been diagnosed with a fatal condition, correct?" "Yes," Ying Bing nodded. The man in the coarse robe pondered for a moment before continuing slowly. "I can only speculate that this may not be a fatal condition, but rather a unique physical constitution. As for the specifics, I must consult ancient texts. If it is not an illness, there is nothing to treat. I can only prescribe some medicine to alleviate the suffering." Ying Bing was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. To perceive this layer, it is evident that the opponent's medical prowess is quite esteemed within the Purple Sun Mansion. Including herself, she later ventured to the central divine continent, where she unearthed answers from a time-honored, concealed sect. The Tying Moon Phoenix Body. The ancient tome chronicles 10 extraordinary physiques, which the author has designated as the 10 supreme bodies. Among these, 9, including the Tying Moon Phoenix Body, have vanished into obscurity, existing solely in legend and speculation. The only verifiable one is the true dragon body of the great Yu's martial emperor, capable of suppressing the nation and bearing the fortunes of myriad realms. This is the pure yang pill I have concocted. It should prove effective. Priced at 200 taels of silver. The middle-aged man in the hemp robe produced a porcelain vial. "That is not exorbitant." Liemo nodded, preparing to retrieve the currency. However, the middle-aged man in the hemp robe leisurely raised a finger. "1 pill. Limon tak. Could you refrain from being so breathless in your speech?" The young apprentice wiped his drool and quickly added, "That is already a price of desperation. Had it not been for the master feeling embarrassed today, it wouldn't he have." The middle-aged man in the hemp robe shot him a glare, causing the apprentice to awkwardly fall silent. "Not expensive, not expensive. I shall take 100 pills, thank you." Liemo, as if performing a magic trick, slapped a stack of banknotes onto the table, along with several ingots of gold. The apprentice, the middle-aged man in the hemp robe. Ying Bing raised her elegantly arched brows. In the clinic, a pin drop could be heard. The thick stack of banknotes, upon a cursory glance, amounted to over 10,000 taels, and the few ingots of gold were even more valuable, precious indeed. Although gold circulates less in the market, it still possesses a standard value, far exceeding market price when exchanged for silver. What a surprise! It adds up to nearly 20,000 taels. Even in the precious land of Xiang's capital, it would suffice to purchase an opulent mansion. "I have some private savings." Liemo smiled shyly. "That should be enough, right? 100 pills. Are you coming here to stock up, intending to take them home for meals?" "Just 1 bottle. 12 pills." The middle-aged man in a coarse robe twitched the corner of his mouth, pushing the bottle forward. "That seems acceptable." Liemo nodded reluctantly, clasped his hands in a salute, and departed with Ying Bing. Observing their figures fade into the night, the middle-aged man stroked his chin, filled with doubt. Didn't they say these two little ones had a strained relationship? Why then do they seem so anxious about spending money? He picked up the frost-covered golden thread from the ground, his expression contemplative. If it truly pertains to a certain constitution, this child's innate talent is likely beyond imagination. "Master, a message has arrived from the sect." The young medicine boy returned, cradling a hawk, removing the bamboo tube it held in its beak and offering it some jerky. The letter was boldly inscribed, "To Elder Lu, personally from Jing." After reading the letter, he smacked his lips, glancing towards the back courtyard. "Let's return to the sect and bring the alchemy furnace." "Understood." The delicately carved medicine boy nodded, dashed to the back courtyard, exerting himself with a determined hey. The hefty copper furnace, adorned with dragon and tiger motifs, spun as it was hoisted onto his frail shoulders. Meanwhile, the bustling night market was winding down with fewer pedestrians, leaving only the flickering streetlights that had yet to extinguish. The vibrant atmosphere of the market faded, and the stars above began to twinkle. What a pity! I've heard that the night market in Xiang boasts an abundance of delicacies. I must arrive earlier next time. Holding 2 skewers of the exquisite willow leaf grilled fish. A delightful bite reveals its succulent flavor, devoid of any fishy taste. Even the bones are tender. Would you care to try? Liamo offered the fish over his shoulder. Ying Bing, with her gaze unwavering, observed the youth whose lips bore remnants of grease. A wave of curiosity welled up within her. In her rebirth, she had anticipated everything to unfold according to her expectations. Yet, he appeared to be an exception. Why was that? For the first time, Ying Bing took the initiative to inquire. Li Mo, in a cheerful mood, grinned widely. If the hard approach doesn't work, then I must resort to the soft one. What if you're like a docile donkey, moved to the point of embracing me? As his words fell, an awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere. Unsatisfied with his response, Ying Bing's gaze remained tranquil, clearly dismissing his jest as mere noise. Indeed, one could not expect a frozen entity to possess a sense of humor. It's settled then. You have endured quite a bit of hardship under my watch. Consider this a form of compensation or investment. It's merely a sum of over 2,000 taels of silver, and once I join the Qingyuan sect, it will be but a trifling amount. Li Mo waved his hand dismissively, embodying a carefree demeanor. Strength aside, it was certain he could never fall into poverty. Ying Bing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Where did he derive such confidence? In her previous life, Li Mo had merely entered the outer sect, and that was a struggle in itself. His innate talent could be described as rather mediocre. Yet, the youth remained blissfully unaware, seemingly lost in dreams of imminent grandeur. The night breeze rustled, casting flickering shadows that danced across the boy's spirited face, illuminating and dimming his exuberance. Suddenly, Ying Bing was taken aback. From the depths of her repressed memories, a distant and unfamiliar figure flickered into view. Once, she stood before an elder of the Qingyuan sect, bowing with unwavering resolve amidst the countless gazes that watched her. She pledged to unlock her meridians within 6 months. Where did that confidence originate from? This sentiment I have borne. Her melodious voice had just faded. Investment successful. 12 pure yang pills of the 3 patterns. Investment successful. Your words have transformed the recipient's mindset. This investment has successfully altered the life path of the investment target. The feedback reward will be substantial. Congratulations, host. You have received a special feedback. Transforming one's mindset? Li Mo was perplexed. He had not uttered anything particularly profound. The chosen one is indeed the chosen one, capable of such insights. Special feedback. A reward that promises a critical hit. It certainly heralds a significant outcome. Would you care for some grilled fish? It is quite fragrant. No, thank you. Ah, here comes the little flying fish. Chapter 5. The Primordial Celestial Body. The grand ceremony of entry in the midst of the green plum trees. The youthful couple, acquainted for many years, found themselves sharing a room for the first time. The canopy of the large bed was drawn down by delicate hands, concealing the girl's figure. Once again, she had turned into an ice sculpture. Li Mo withdrew his gaze, lying on the soft couch, wrapped in a blanket. No matter how one looked at it, she did not seem like someone who could be swayed by a mere few words. Oh well, who could fathom what thoughts occupied her mind? Is it possible that investments need not always be material? Li Mo pondered, glancing at the reward he had just received. Primordial Celestial Body. The celestial form has undergone transformation through the tumultuous mortal realm, encompassing numerous mysteries, thus originating from the primordial. Shall be claimed? The reward is rather straightforward, consisting of merely 4 characters. However, this word feels rather incongruous, prompting Li Mo to raise an eyebrow. The atmosphere seems entirely out of place. After all, this is evidently a world of martial arts. Could it merely be an adjective, intended to elevate the system's sophistication and grandeur? Regardless, it does sound appealing. With a mere thought, he accepted the reward. In an instant, a thunderous sound, audible only to him, erupted near his ear. It was as if a clap of thunder had torn through the clouds in his mind, plunging him into chaos. He could scarcely perceive his own existence. Within the tumult of confusion, it felt as if a tempest raged, the very fabric of reality unfurling with an array of colors and sounds. Liam could neither see nor hear clearly. In that fleeting moment, he felt both insignificant as dust and infinitely majestic, a presence that seemed to transcend existence itself, yet was omnipresent. Time lost all meaning as Li Mo succumbed to unconsciousness. Not far away, on the bed, the satin drapes gradually succumbed to a frost, appearing as though they would shatter at a mere touch. A young girl curled her long legs, her lips pale, and her eyelashes dusted with snow. Even her breath carried an ancient chill. She seemed ensnared in an abyss of frigid desolation. Yet she had long since grown accustomed to it. Devoid of any pain or fear, her demeanor tranquil. Ying Bing understood that this torment would cease once she mastered the power of the teasing. But first, she must open her meridians. The pure yang pill. Jing was widely regarded as the foremost alchemist within the realm of Ziyang. Ying Bing pinched the pill and swallowed it. A gentle warmth surged from her dantian, gradually coursing through her meridians. Completing the meridian opening before the initiation ceremony was certainly feasible. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Ying Bing lifted the frost-hardened drapes and gazed toward the soft couch. The young man lay peacefully, softly snoring, seemingly lost in a deep slumber. Was he unperturbed? The following morning, Liam opened his eyes upon the soft couch. His gaze profound, as if harboring a myriad of stars, tranquil and clear like a mountain spring. On the surface, he appeared unchanged, yet even when standing still, he exuded an aura that harmonized seamlessly with nature. Name, Liam. Age, 16. Constitution, Xianpin celestial body, realm, Nave. Evaluation, possesses a celestial body. Fate shrouded in chaos. Future remains uncertain. Recent encounter, resolved tensions with childhood friend, finally surpassing the status of strangers. Liam had once believed that his fate would blossom into hues of purple or even gold. To his surprise, it had manifested as two conspicuous question marks. Change was undoubtedly present, yet the specifics eluded him, leaving him momentarily perplexed. After contemplation, he decided not to dwell on it. The system's investment returns, particularly those derived from the icy entity beside him, had never disappointed him thus far. He had yet to embark on the path of martial arts cultivation and could only savor the unfolding journey. As Liam reached for the kettle to brew some tea, he discovered that the water had frozen solid. The source of this peculiarity lay in the icy figure on his bed. An astonishing chill radiated from it, yet he felt no discomfort. At least, it seemed he had become impervious to seasonal extremes. Surely, he need not fear being expelled from the initiation ceremony. He should at least be able to enter the inner sect, he mused, feeling a surge of contentment. With nothing pressing to attend to and no means to cultivate, he found himself at ease. He resolved to venture onto the streets, hoping to encounter a suitable investment opportunity. 2 days swiftly passed. Since obtaining the pure yang pill, Ying Bing had remained sequestered in his chamber, neglecting both food and water. Liam, however, remained unperturbed, endowed with extraordinary fortune. It was unlikely that he would succumb to starvation. Presumably, it was a result of his constitution, so it was best not to interfere. Consequently, the chill between the green plums lingered for an extended period, and the furnishings within had likely fallen into disrepair. Liam had to part with 500 taels of silver to settle the matter. During these 2 days, Liam encountered various investment candidates, most of whom were rather ordinary, with few exhibiting exceptional qualities. The recent encounters were bizarre and peculiar, such as a student from a private academy lamenting poor grades and seeking a wealthy patroness, or an individual with excessive wealth yearning for the experience of poverty. There was even a burly man with a desire to don women's clothing. In such circumstances, Liam found himself unable to assist with his investments. Of course, the majority were still rational individuals. Even the legs of a mosquito yield some sustenance. Thus, he received numerous returns, albeit most were peculiar rather than beneficial for martial arts training. Items such as calligraphy, toys, ingredients, fine wines, and even a maiden's undergarment. This broad net approach yielded rather meager rewards. On the morning of the 3rd day, He reflected that quality surpassed quantity. Henceforth, unless in extraordinary circumstances, he would refrain from investing in anything white or gray. Liamo pushed open the door to his room and was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure, deftly arranging her flowing tresses before the mirror. "Are you ready?" he inquired, much improved since before. Ying Bing's porcelain-like visage appeared to have taken on a slight flush. She had successfully opened her meridians. This achievement signified not only the end of her previous state of stagnation, but also the resurgence of her concealed talents. This transformation was undoubtedly linked to that vial of pure yang elixir. "Come and have breakfast," Liamo remarked with a smile. Ying Bing gently lifted her bowl and whispered, "Thank you." "What?" Liamo paused, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Bing, did you just say thank you?" He was taken aback. "I didn't quite catch that." "What did you say?" Ying Bing, however, fell silent and began sipping her congee. As the dawn broke, the two finished their breakfast and descended together. Today marked the founding day of the Qingyuan sect. When their carriage had traversed several dozen miles, it became immobile due to the overwhelming throng of people congesting the main road. They had no choice but to disembark and proceed on foot. A scene that stirred something within Li Mo. Surrounding them were youths, reminiscent of students heading to the playground for morning exercises. After walking for roughly the duration of half a stick of incense, they finally glimpsed the mountain gate of Qingyuan sect ahead, along with numerous disciples clad in a variety of garments. Before the disciples sat 7 stewards at a grand table. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the morning bell resonated thrice. The foundation is the first hurdle in martial practice. If one's physique is lacking, progress in martial arts will be laborious, and no amount of effort will suffice. For those with insufficient foundation, it would be wise not to squander their time and to depart. A stout elder, his face flushed like crimson, spoke with a voice as thunderous as a storm, echoing through the air. Yet no one chose to leave. Everyone present had either come with confidence or would not shed tears until faced with the finality of death. They had reached the mountain gate after all. They had come, and now they would stay. The stout, elderly man, upon witnessing the scene, gestured with his hand and said, "Then let us form an orderly line. One by one, please approach for the bone examination." As his words fell, countless youths, under the guidance of the disciples of Qingyuan's sect, instinctively queued for their assessments. The attendants seemed to possess a unique technique, lightly tapping the shoulders of the examinees, allowing them to discern the nature of their innate qualities. "Wu Ping, level C, you may proceed. He Haikua, level D, you too. Qian Ning Ning, level." The innate qualities were categorized by Qingyuan sect into 4 grades: A, B, C, and D. Anyone with a C grade or higher was deemed eligible to enter the sect. Many factors contribute to one's innate talent. An innate quality is merely one of them. Possessing a C grade indicates one holds the ticket to the martial path. Even so, among 10 individuals, only 1 or 2 might surpass the C grade, meaning the first round would likely eliminate 80% of the participants. As for those above the A grade, they were all classified as A upper. While this classification may not be entirely precise, the vast majority of those with a celestial destiny above the blue level successfully passed. Liamo stood in line, his divine perception continually active. "Young lady, please step forward," beckoned the elderly woman ahead. Ying Bing emerged from the crowd, instantly attracting countless gazes, for her beauty was simply captivating. Standing there with an air of ethereal coolness, silence enveloped her, rendering her impossible to overlook. Liamo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Based on his experience with novels, 2 possibilities arose if all proceeded as expected. She was either an extraordinary prodigy or a complete failure. Bearing immense fortune, she could never be an ordinary individual. Indeed, as anticipated, the elderly woman's brow furrowed immediately. She appeared considerably more solemn, her energy concentrated in her lower abdomen, her robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, seemingly prepared to summon her internal strength to assess her opponent's innate qualities. This commotion drew the attention of onlookers, even piquing the curiosity of several other elders. Testing for superior innate qualities typically did not warrant such theatrics. In the next moment, The voice of the elder matron resonated throughout the assembly. Ying Bing, grade A. Her tone was a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Those with grade A aptitude were exceedingly rare in the annals of Qingyuan's sex history. Just moments ago, Morong Xiao, renowned as the Qilin child of Xiang Mansion, barely qualified as grade B. Yet, he had been lauded as the most talented individual of the decade. Li Mo observed silently, realizing the truth of the matter. Under the scrutiny of diverse gazes, Ying Bing became the focal point of the gathering. Remarkably, the young lady displayed neither sorrow nor joy, for she understood that this accolade held little significance. Her status as grade was merely a reflection of the sex limitations, as the highest rank attainable within Qingyuan's sect was only grade A. Unfazed by praise or scorn, her composure was indeed commendable. "I look forward to your performance on the heavenly steps," the stout elder remarked in admiration. The assessment of innate qualities merely served to eliminate those unqualified for martial training. The true test of talent lay in the second trial, the heavenly stone steps. While innate qualities are not the entirety of one's talent, it was evident that with her grade A foundation, this young girl could not perform poorly in the second trial. The initiation ceremony had only just begun, and the frontrunner was likely already emerging. Ying Bing nodded, positioning herself among the successful candidates. The earlier pride of the young men and women who had passed the first trial dissipated without a trace as they contemplated their aspirations for entering the inner sect. Yet, Ying Bing stood assured in her true inheritance. Chapter 6, Grade C upon the High Platform. Truly extraordinary, perhaps a sight I have never encountered in my lifetime. Shui Jing remains donned his patchwork robe, twirling his long beard as his eyes glimmer with intrigue. He is not surprised by Ying Bing's formidable physique. "Is this the exceptional talent you spoke of, the one encountered on the descent?" Not far away, a languid voice emerges. A woman, adorned in palace attire, her cheeks flushed, reclines languidly in a chair. It is she, though I wonder how far she could ascend the celestial stone steps. Shui Jing casts a glance at her, his eyes betraying a sense of helplessness. "This girl, I find her appealing." The woman in palace garments boldly takes a sip of wine. The elders exchange glances, remarking, "Are you certain it is not her striking beauty that captivates you? She does not seem suited for the martial arts of your lineage." Shui Jing responds with exasperation. "Why would she not be suitable?" The palace-clad woman raises an eyebrow. "What do you mean by suitable? You have trained yourself to be as fiery as a furnace, and yet she appears entirely unfit to be your disciple." A voice, somewhat cold and firm, interjects, "Han He, do you wish to engage in a duel?" The palace-clad woman clenches her fists, clearly eager for a challenge. Elder Han He instinctively takes a half-step back, letting out a wary snort. "Let's all calm down." The voice is imbued with authority. Only upon the leader's utterance does the palace-clad woman, still unsated, lift her gourd of wine and take a few more hearty swigs. The elders exchange glances, pondering, could it be that the leader harbors an interest in that young girl? Unbeknownst to them, another incense stick's worth of time has passed. In the interim, no fewer than 500 individuals have undergone the bone assessment. At last, it is Li Mo's turn. An elderly woman grips his shoulder, and he immediately feels a surge of energy coursing through him, ready to circulate along his meridians. However, this surge of energy dissipated swiftly. The elderly woman across the way furrowed her brow for the second time. Inner vitality can invigorate a person's internal organs, even extending to the meridians and bones. The stronger the foundation, the more intense the response to such stimulation. Yet, this youth's physique exhibited no reaction whatsoever. As if that were not enough, her own inner vitality seemed to vanish into thin air, akin to a cow sinking into the sea. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing the boy standing before her, she might have mistaken him for a mere stone. After a brief moment of hesitation, the old woman took out her pen and recorded his name. "Li Mo, grade B, you may proceed." "Thank you." Li Mo had anticipated this, offering a courteous nod to the elderly lady as he passed through the mountain gate with an air of nonchalance. Alas, a grade B, father would surely be displeased. "When that time comes, you must speak on my behalf," Your words carry weight with him. Liamo chuckled heartily, nudging the girl beside him with his shoulder. Ying Bing appeared somewhat surprised. Grade B aptitude, not differing much from her recollections. Yet, he seemed unfazed by it. Liamo remained unperturbed, his demeanor cheerful. Fate accounts for 30%, while 70% relies on hard work. Many individuals cannot even enter the mountain gate. I consider myself fortunate. There was one more thought he refrained from voicing. Why fret? I have a backup. Ying Bing regarded the youth's carefree attitude, sensing authenticity in it. Well then, after all, his bottle of pure yang elixir would assist in opening her meridians ahead of time, saving her 6 months of effort. Such temperament was worthy of a slight boost. How far he could go would depend on his own endeavors. At that moment, not far away, an attendance announcement once again captured everyone's attention. Wang Hu, with the strength of a tiger and the agility of a leopard, grade B. The crowd erupted into a clamor. Aside from the two exceptional geniuses, Wang Hu has already proven to be exceptionally gifted. To say he is 1 in a million would not be an exaggeration. Relishing the compliments from those around him, he smiled with a haughty self-satisfaction and cast a glance towards the crowd. What are you staring at? Liamo fell into contemplation. At that moment, a figure appeared before the mountain gate. A shape reminiscent of a tiger and leopard, a middle-aged man, as sturdy as an iron tower, reached out and grasped Wang Hu's shoulder. Startled, Wang Hu looked up, only to see his cousin emerge from among the disciples, giving him a knowing glance. Indeed, it was a tiger's arm and a leopard's waist. The iron tower of a man smiled approvingly. Master, this is my cousin, Wang Hao said, bowing respectfully. Very good, very good. He is even more suited to practice the thunderous tiger-leopard fist of a certain school than you. His laughter resonated loudly, causing discomfort to the ears of those present. Futu, wait until he enters the inner sect before you take on disciples. The short, stout elder frowned as he reminded him. Futu? Wang Hu was momentarily taken aback, then filled with exhilaration. This was a formidable inner sect steward, had it not been for the limited positions available for elders. He would have long since been in charge of Peak. Hee, I'm well aware of the rules. Futu replied nonchalantly, clasping his hands. At his cousin's urging, Wang Hu hastily paid his respects. Greetings, master. You may ascend the celestial stone steps first. Futu did not correct this form of address. After Futu departed, Wang Hu held his head even higher, almost as if he had the word arrogant emblazoned on his forehead. Passing through the mountain gate, he approached confidently and cupped his fists. Missing, we shall be fellow disciples from now on. He was met with a complete disregard. Such talent could only be considered tolerable in a small place like Xiang Prefecture. In Ying Bing's eyes, there exists no fundamental distinction between Wang Hu's second-rate status and Liamo's third-rate standing. Both are akin to stubborn rocks. Why then, should one be deemed more polished than the other? Wang Hu stood there, his complexion flushed with indignation. He could only cast another glance at Liamo, remarking with a sardonic chuckle, Ah, we hail from the same hometown. How could I possibly forget you amidst my rise to prominence? Yet, alas, there's a difference between the inner and outer sects. My descent here may not be so simple. Moreover, who knows, in due time, I may even attain true discipleship. His smile was laced with malice. Having secured the backing of an inner sect steward, the young and arrogant Wang, who felt his ego swell to dizzying heights. A group of youths from Ning'an County bore expressions of frustration, yet were unable to voice their grievances. Wang, who had always been domineering back in the county, and now, with his ascension, he seemed to soar even higher. They had initially held a poor opinion of Liamo, but in comparison to Wang Hu, the former began to appear somewhat endearing. Indeed, Liamo's divine sight had never faltered. Ever since Wang Hu's bone testing, the originally azure fate had begun to reveal a trace of blackness. Just moments ago, when he was flaunting his power, the darkness deepened further, and even the evaluation shifted to obstinate and self-willed, oblivious to being treated as a mere experiment by the inner sect steward with a bleak future ahead. Liamo preferred not to waste energy on trifling matters, nor to engage in disputes with someone who scarcely resembled the living. He chose to ignore the provocations. Wang Hu found himself choked with indignation, a surge of inexplicable rage rising within him. However, The stout elder nearby seemed to have taken notice of the situation. He withdrew his gaze from Li Mo and Ying Bing, a cold smile forming in his heart. Time is on my side. After all, there exists an immense chasm between the outer sect and the inner disciples. They are unlikely to converge. Chapter 7. Ascending the summit, 3 suns hung high in the sky, illuminating the clear expanse. The bone-measuring segment had concluded, yet the atmosphere remained lively, with many uninitiated individuals lingering to witness the spectacle. Before the initiated disciples lay 2 paths leading to the pinnacle of Qingyuan Mountain. One path was the usual route taken by the disciples, while the other, overgrown with wild grasses, exuded an air of antiquity. This was the renowned ascending stairway to heaven. It is said that this stairway was an extraordinary treasure acquired by the founder of the Qingyuan sect, albeit incomplete, suspected to be a relic from an ancient sect designed to test the disciples. Those who ascend 10 steps may enter the outer sect. Ascending 50 steps grants entry to the inner sect. Reaching 80 steps designates one as a true disciple. A short, stout elder stood before the ascending stairway, speaking in a resonant voice. What if one were to reach the summit? Someone confidently inquired. Who else but Wang Hu? The elder's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had answered this question many times before. The founder once said, "Those who reach the summit shall be the true disciples of the Qingyuan sect." However, throughout the history of the sect, countless prodigies have attempted this feat, yet only 2 or 3 have succeeded. These were all individuals of exceptional aptitude. One should not aim too high, but rather focus on achieving a greater height. He paused momentarily, as those words were directed towards the majority. This year, is there not a remarkably talented young girl? Questioned one elder. Surely, those who are robust, and even those who have trained in martial arts earlier hold an advantage? Another voice chimed in. The stout elder, with unwavering patience, proclaimed, "Do not fret. The stone steps will suppress your vital energy." After enlightening the crowd, he waved his hand grandly, declaring, "You have 1 hour. Let us commence." As his words echoed, a disciple inserted a thick incense stick into the bronze censer, marking the beginning of their time. Yet, everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to take the initiative. Among this timid assembly, Wang Hu boldly declared, "I shall go first." He ascended the stone steps with a determination that seemed to disregard all familial ties. In an instant, he sensed that the fervor of his internal energy had diminished, no longer granting him extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, he strode forward with pride. 10 steps, 20 steps. By the time he reached the 30th step, his body began to tremble. Concurrently, a faint roar of a tiger resonated within him, resisting the overwhelming pressure, sustaining him as he traversed the 50th step. Gasps of astonishment escaped the lips of onlookers. They had entered the inner sanctum. With a pioneer having tested the waters, others hastened to follow, driven by the burning incense that marked the passage of time that could have been spent ascending another step. The pace of ascent varied among the climbers, yet none bore a countenance of ease. The pressure from all directions intensified with each upward stride, rendering it almost suffocating. There was Lin Jiang, advancing at a remarkable speed, but Morong Xiao surpassed him. Their effortless ascent drew whispers of awe. However, such murmurs were few. The majority were resolutely focused, their minds set on the climb. Then, as Ying Bing stepped onto the steps, all attention naturally gravitated towards her. After all, curiosity loomed large. How far could this ethereal maiden, renowned for her exceptional talent, ascend? The complete stone steps served to test one's character. Sensing a faint pressure, Ying Bing shook her head slightly. Furthermore, these celestial stone steps are exceedingly ancient. It is likely that, with the passage of time, they will lose their efficacy. The figure resembling a frozen lotus ascended higher and higher. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, as if she were traversing flat ground. The height hardly impeded her. She swiftly left the others far behind. Everyone was at a loss. This was not merely a matter of reaching the summit. It was evidently an endeavor to set a record for the ascent time. Her talents, it seemed, were unparalleled among the illustrious lineage of the Qingyuan sect. Ying Bing continued her ascent, soon arriving at the 54th step. Wang Hu noticed an abrupt silence behind him. Turning around, he was struck by an icy chill. The girl's gaze resembled snow under frost, as if she were a cold moon gazing down upon the world from the clouds. In that moment, he instinctively averted his eyes and stepped aside. All eyes were upon her. Liu, with an inexplicable sense of awe, reflected that some individuals are cold on the outside, yet warm within, while others exhibit the opposite. Encountering someone like the Ice Maiden, externally frosty yet internally domineering, was a first for him. With this thought, he too began to move. Concealing one's strengths? Such a notion was non-existent. The higher one climbed, the greater their status within the sect, and the easier it became to connect with those of exceptional fate. He had yet to fully glean the potential of the Ice Maiden. Moreover, he was curious to discover how far he could ascend himself. Having assessed himself as mediocre, he was left in the dark about his true capabilities. What level would a celestial body attain in the martial world? He awaited an answer, feeling rather anxious. As he stepped forward, he thought, wasn't this merely an ordinary stone step? Liu tilted his head and stepped onto the three-tiered platform. The character of a young girl, Ying Bing, truly captivates me. Observing her, she resembles a snowstorm in full force, her eyes sparkling like stars. Her exaggerated movements accentuated her already alluring figure. Could these two little ones possibly come together? Jing stroked his long beard, lost in thought. In a letter he had received, his former disciple, who happens to be Liu's father, expressed a desire for Ying Bing to become his future daughter-in-law. Yet it seems this potential granddaughter-in-law may not be very promising. With such mediocre roots, she hardly seems destined for greatness. Suddenly, Jing spotted a figure dashing down a mountain path with remarkable speed. Master, please allow me to take charge of that young lady. I assure you I can teach her well. The girl in the palace attire drunkenly thumped her chest in assurance. The higher-ups could hardly bear to watch and chimed in. You must be joking. Out of 24 hours, you sleep for 6 and spend the other 6 inebriated. Junior sister Shangwu, spare the girl. And don't lead a fine talent astray. No, absolutely not. Even if you beat me to death, I shall not agree. The elders were stirred with thoughts of taking on disciples. However, they all unanimously resolved that whoever taught her, it could not be under the tutelage of Elder Shangwu from a 9th peak. Just then, a melodious phoenix cry echoed through the heavens. There stood Ying Bing at the pinnacle of the celestial stone steps. Crows, magpies, wild geese, and eagles, an endless array of birds descended from every direction, obediently swirling around her. Countless onlookers stood in place, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. However, the high-ranking members of the Qingyuan sect observed with keen perception from their vantage point. Behind Ying Bing, they seemed to glimpse a moon-white avian creature, its plumage radiant, embodying an air of nobility and mystery. The usually reticent leader of the Qingyuan sect suddenly rose, realization dawning upon him. This woman could manifest the forms of myriad birds, gather the divine phoenix, and reveal the grandeur of the moon. Shangwan Wensong's gaze was intense. Those on the celestial staircase could not perceive the extraordinary phenomenon. Yet, they heard the resounding call that echoed through the heavens and beheld the spectacle of 100 birds encircling her. Wang was in disbelief. The ethereal figure, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, stood merely 40 paces away. Just as his mind was filled with unabashed desire to possess, preparing to advance further, he heard footsteps behind him. Li Montauk, how did he ascend here? Surely, he must have employed some trickery to deceive his way up the celestial staircase. He dares to stand beside her? Get away from me. Wang, whose eyes were bloodshot, his expression darkening. Struggling against the mounting pressure, he intended to seize Liu by the collar and hurl him down. Liu, however, regarded his adversary's movements as sluggish as a tortoise. Even in this predicament, why could he not remain calm? Liu had no interest in the drama of face-slapping. The rules never stated that one could not act on the staircase. Oh, what did you say? I said, bang. With a swift motion, Liu executed a kick. There exists a kind of pain that is agonizing merely to witness. The young man, upon seeing this scene, felt a chill run down his spine. Wang, whose face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to stand, especially on the stone steps, where the pressure was immense. The sounds of his anguished cries and frantic writhing gradually faded away. "Get out of the way!" someone shouted in warning, and fortunately, everyone managed to dodge in time, avoiding being struck by Wang, who tumbled like a rolling gourd. Silence ensued. Li Mo shrugged and continued his ascent. A steward had glanced at him earlier, but had not uttered a word. It seemed that Wang, who was indeed correct. There were no rules against attacking others on the celestial stone steps. However, since they were not in a competitive relationship, expending energy to repulse others was ultimately self-destructive as well. Thus, no one had ever resorted to such tactics. That young man smiled radiantly. His methods were indeed ruthless. But wait, that is not the crux of the matter. Wasn't he of the C-grade qualification? Suddenly, someone voiced their thoughts, prompting the others to realize the anomaly. Indeed, how had he ascended beyond the 51st level? No, it was already the 80th. His leisurely demeanor seemed effortlessly graceful. While the crowd was astonished and envious of Ying Bing's performance, their reaction to Li Mo was one of sheer bewilderment. "You dare call this C-grade? Steve Hung. Surely you must have misjudged this young man's innate potential." An elderly, stout man exclaimed with uncertainty. The elderly woman who had just assessed Li Mo's bones changed her expression, whispering, "Perhaps it is my old age that clouds my vision." Upon hearing this, the higher-ups fell into contemplation. The discerning deacon, with his keen insight and extensive experience, would never err even in the delicate art of bone reading. In mere moments, the solitary figure atop the peak transformed into two. A flicker of unusual emotion danced in Ying Bing's eyes. Ascending to the summit? To her, it posed no formidable challenge. Even upon encountering the pristine, celestial stone steps, she had witnessed countless individuals reach the pinnacle. Yet, none among them was him. As a gentle breeze caressed the air, Li Mo's robe billowed gracefully, and with a smile. He remarked, "What a coincidence you two are here." Gazing down at the diminutive mountains below, a sense of magnanimity surged within him. It was indeed a splendid moment. Yet a solitary crow, oblivious to the beauty, audaciously landed atop the young man's head. Chapter 8. Is his anomaly himself? The first purple destiny. He has also reached the summit? Were it not for the precarious nature of my own stance, I might have doubted the integrity of the celestial stone steps. Yet he ascended without incident. Why did he not create any extraordinary commotion? Regardless, his ascent appeared effortless, his innate talent undoubtedly exceeding the third rank. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Just moments ago, Ying Bing had drawn a multitude of birds to pay homage, creating quite the spectacle. However, when Li Mo ascended, there were no peculiar disturbances. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. He must have cheated. Wang, who tumbled down the steps, disoriented and bruised. Upon witnessing that shameless scoundrel claim the summit, his rage intensified, shrouding his vision in darkness. He felt as though his back teeth might shatter from the pressure, yearning to rush forth and drag Li Mo down. Alas, he could scarcely stand. "Cousin, this wretched lad is treacherous and cunning. He is unworthy of being a disciple of Qingyuan's sect." Silence. The elders shall make the final judgment. Wang Hao, feeling a sense of embarrassment, promptly interrupted his cousin's indiscreet remarks. The manner in which that young man judged the situation was a matter reserved for the higher echelons. It was not their place to question the integrity of the entrance ceremony. Nonetheless, Wang Hao surmised that Li Mo must have employed alternative means. Records within the sect reveal that the fifth-generation master of Qingyuan's sect was likened to a torrent cascading from the Milky Way, while the 16th-generation master stirred the rejuvenation of a myriad of trees in springtime. Even the current leader, Shang Wen-song, commanded countless swords to tremble and bow before him. All who reached the pinnacle exuded an extraordinary presence. In stark contrast to the ascending crowd, the esteemed elders seated in the observation platform fell into a contemplative silence. Each among them possessed the ability to perceive the unseen, being at least at the realm of observing spirit. Thus, in their eyes, the youth adorned with a crow atop his head exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon. Behind him loomed a figure turned away from the world. Though seemingly unremarkable, That silhouette bore an ineffable depth. A fisherman by the riverside, a scholar reading by candlelight, a general stepping into the imperial court. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, that figure transformed. Yet, when one regained their focus, it reverted to the image of the elegantly clad young man. Was it the shadow of Liemo? Did he reflect his true self upon the celestial staircase? This was utterly bewildering. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes mirroring incredulity and astonishment. Never had they anticipated such an occurrence. However, one thing was beyond dispute. This youth was indeed extraordinary. Having ascended 100 steps, he could rightfully be deemed a true disciple. What say you, esteemed colleagues? Shui Jing, maintaining his composure, discreetly released his grip, discarding the beard he had inadvertently torn asunder. Indeed, I concur that careful observation is warranted. However, both individuals have ascended the 100 steps. Elder Hanha set down his teacup, hesitatingly remarking, "The ancestral teachings state that those who reach the summit are candidates for the position of sect leader and are to be nurtured as future heirs of Qingyuan Mountain. Can a sect truly accommodate two heirs? Historically, such a situation has never occurred. It is unprecedented within a century for two individuals to simultaneously reach the pinnacle." In that moment, the elders turned their gaze toward the sect master. Sovereign Wensong remained silent for a brief interval before stating, "Ying Bing is the true disciple of the sect leader, while Liemo is a direct disciple." The elders found no surprise in this revelation. One reflected the essence of an ordinary person, while the other mirrored nobility and mystery, akin to a moonlit phoenix. The latter evidently possessed greater potential. A long, resonant bell tolled throughout the mountains as the incense in the immense bronze censer burned away. An hour had elapsed. As time concluded, the young individuals who had been climbing on the platform gradually relaxed their efforts. Some were elated, some remained composed, while others harbored feelings of discontent. Yet, the outcome had been settled. In truth, only a scant 700 or 800 individuals would truly enter Qingyuan sect. The elders from the various peaks also descended from the high platform. Sovereign Wensong stepped forward, and the tumultuous crowd fell into silence. Those entering the outer sect shall proceed to the outer court affairs hall to obtain their tokens and miscellaneous items. Those entering the inner sect may choose a peak to join. Each peak serves distinct functions, emphasizing different aspects of martial arts. You have 3 days to familiarize yourselves with these options. Regardless of whether you join the inner or outer sect, do not become complacent, for you are still young, and the universe remains uncertain. The voice of the sect master possesses an innate ability to instill awe. Liemo glanced among the elders and was momentarily taken aback. Shui Jing winked at him. How curious it was for Liemo to ponder how a mere barefoot doctor from a medical clinic could possibly present something as extraordinary as the pure yang pill. "Ying Bing shall be my true disciple and enter under my tutelage," declared Shangwan Wensong once more. Those present, though forewarned, could hardly suppress their astonishment. The sect master of Qingyuan's sect, Shangwan Wensong, was taking on a disciple. Ascending the celestial stone steps was akin to rising to greatness. Just moments ago, they had all participated in the initiation ceremony, and now they found themselves in realms of stark contrast, such as the unpredictability of life. Li Montauk, Lin Jiang, and Mu Rongxiao likewise bore the potential of true disciples. Yet, were there any elders willing to take on disciples? True disciples, after all, are as scarce as precious gems. Each elder is permitted to accept no more than 5 true disciples. "Alas, my roster is already full," lamented one elder. "Lin Jiang, with your mantis leg, magpie shoulder, and green serpent spine, I am adept with long weapons. Would you care to follow me? Ah, this lad Mu Rongxiao is remarkable indeed, possessing the bloodline of auspicious beasts, a splendid prospect." Lin Jiang was swiftly taken in by an elder, while Mu Rongxiao attracted the attention of 3 elders who vied for him, ultimately becoming a disciple of Elder Han He. As for these 2, Li Emo scrutinized them closely. Name: Lin Jiang. Age: 16. Root bone: mantis leg, green serpent spine, magpie shoulder. Realm: Blood Chi realm. For meridians: destiny. Blue. Evaluation: This individual possesses commendable talent, yet is overly eager for quick success. Excessive rigidity may lead to downfall. Should he awaken in time, he may yet ascend to greater heights. Recent encounter. Having just become a true disciple of the Qingyuan sect, I seek a weapon of superior quality. Name, Morong Shao. Age, 16. Constitution, body of the singing flood dragon. Realm, Blood Chi realm, 5 meridians. Destiny blue. Evaluation. His father is a man of great character, while his mother is a transforming dragon, possessing a benevolent nature, yet heavily influenced by her own bloodline. If the strengths of both can be combined, his future is boundless. If their flaws intertwine, it may lead to calamity. Recent encounter. For a long time, he has suppressed his innate instincts, hoping to quell the bloodthirst that lies deep within his bones. His Li Macau Zhenli Inalat Asharp, but is he not endowed with the bloodline of a divine beast? His father is of the human race, and his mother is a dragon? Murong Xiao's father must be a formidable figure. Even Su Xian would have to offer him tea. He silently noted the whereabouts of the two. And what of me? Li Mo returned to his senses, noticing the elder's gazes, which bore expressions of difficulty. This child possesses remarkable talent. Yet how should he be guided? This conundrum echoed in the minds of the elders. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall fell into silence. Suddenly, a languid voice shattered the stillness. Young one, hic. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Li Mo cast his gaze in that direction and beheld a woman in imperial attire, standing with her hands on her hips, striving to adopt a serious demeanor. Her features were resplendent and majestic, and the loose robes could not conceal her astonishing figure. Standing there, she resembled a peony in full bloom, exuding a natural elegance. Without much hesitation, Li Mo performed a respectful bow. Jing was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected revelation about the disciple of the merchant dancer. Just as he was about to speak, he was met with a threatening glance from Wu, who clenched her delicate, elongated fingers. Well, serving under her tutelage is indeed a splendid opportunity. You shall be the sole heir of the 9th peak henceforth. Jing acquiesced without hesitation, swiftly altering his demeanor. Greetings, master. Li Mo stepped forward to pay his respects, puzzled by the sympathetic glances cast upon him by the elders. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he employed his divine eye of destiny to glean more information. Name, Wu. Age, 27. Constitution, Southern Ming fire lotus body. Realm, Inner Scene, 7th heaven. Destiny, purple. Evaluation, the youngest elder of the Qingyuan sect. While one may question her character, her prowess is beyond reproach, stemming from an extraordinary lineage. Recent circumstances, lacking funds for wine, she contemplates how to extract silver from the elders of other peaks, harboring a keen interest in the sect leader's direct disciple, Ying Bing. The Montauk Pundit. No wonder the higher-ups regard her with such peculiar expressions. It seems Wu may not be the most suitable master. Moreover, it appears I was not chosen for my exceptional talents, but rather due to her interest in Ying Bing. Such assessments have left me questioning the true value of the purple destiny. After all, it is my first encounter with this hue. He mused that even if he failed to acquire knowledge, some form of return on investment was inevitable. With that thought, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. From now on, you shall be under my protection. When outside, simply invoke my name. Wu playfully clapped him on the shoulder, seemingly re-evaluating his potential. Li Mo inhaled sharply, taken aback by the formidable strength exhibited. Not far away, Ying Bing, who had already become a disciple, gazed at the elegantly dressed woman and the youth who wore an expression of helplessness. So, he has entered the fold of the Wu sect. Ying Bing subtly nodded. If Li Mo could truly grasp some of the authentic skills of Wu, he might carve out a place among his peers in the Ziyang prefecture. However, in the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, he would hardly be considered a prodigy and would certainly not ascend the ranks of the system. With 4 true disciples emerging from this cohort, our Qingyuan sect is destined for greatness. Come, let us proceed with the admission formalities. The short, portly elder beamed as he addressed the group. Chapter 9. Li Mo. I fear my status is but a facade, living with the ice behemoth. The entrance ceremony concluded with two prodigies ascending the heavenly stone steps, an unprecedented event since the establishment of the Qingyuan sect. News of this achievement spread like wildfire throughout the sect. At the peak of Qingyuan Mountain, within the Internal Affairs Hall, the atmosphere was abuzz. This year, we have welcomed 4 true disciples. It is said that the elder has not taken on any apprentices for 50 years. Could it be that in his moment of stillness, he has contemplated the need for an heir? You were not present at the scene. That girl was as beautiful as a celestial being. Ahem, but that is not the main point. What truly astounded was her ability to reach the pinnacle in mere moments. She is nothing short of a prodigy. Was there not another who reached the summit? Ah, that individual has become a disciple under Elder Shang Wu. The inner disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall, sipping tea, were engrossed in lively discussion. Upon hearing that one had become a disciple of the 9th peak, they all recoiled slightly, their expressions peculiar, with a hint of pity glimmering in their eyes. This child is doomed. Alas, had it not been for his concurrent admission with that young lady, he might have been nurtured as a potential successor. His natural talent is exceptional, yet fate has not been kind to him, someone lamented. The other inner disciples nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with this sentiment. Just as they were conversing, they suddenly placed their teacups down and stood upright, respectfully exclaiming, "Greetings." Elder Qian, the stout, elder figure nodded in acknowledgement. I have brought a few newly initiated disciples to collect their items. Additionally, let us dispense the monthly stipend in advance, in accordance with the established standards of each peak. This portly elder, known as Qian Bufan, serves as the elder of internal affairs within the Qingyuan sect, holding one of the highest positions among the elders due to his oversight of internal matters, which also encompasses financial affairs. This is merely a personal favor extended, primarily due to Ying Bing. Liamo contemplated, yet he bowed to Qian Bufan, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, elder." "Ah, there is no need for thanks," Qian Bufan replied, turning slightly to avoid the formality of the gesture. Liamo was perplexed, but he soon comprehended the reason. The items for the newly initiated disciples were swiftly distributed. 2 sets of finely crafted cloud-patterned robes and a waist pendant forged from red copper, standard issue from the sect. The monthly stipends were more particular. Murong Xiao, residing at the Divine Weapon Peak, received 500 taels of silver and 100 forge hammer, along with 2 vials of jade bone pills. Lin Yi, settled at the auspicious peak, was allocated 300 taels of silver and 2 vials of tranquility pills. Disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall presented 2 trays. He then turned his gaze towards Ying Bing, his expression transforming into one of deep reverence. "Ying Bing, upon entering the peak of Qingyuan, you shall receive a monthly stipend of 1,000 taels of silver, a first-rate cold iron sword, 2 bottles of pure yang elixir, and 10 stalks of pulse washing herb." The Internal Affairs disciple rattled off a lengthy list. The other disciples present could not help but display expressions of envy. Such treatment reserved for the direct disciples of the sect was simply mouth-watering. Yet there was more. The disciple continued. "The sect leader has decreed that you may select another villa as your residence, exclusively for your use at your discretion. A personal villa." This privilege was typically reserved for the stewards, and only those who had rendered significant contributions to the sect could attain it. Aside from providing an excellent environment for martial cultivation, it also served as a symbol of status. "Qiu Shui Pavilion," Ying Bing declared without hesitation. "Ah, splendid. I shall record this for you right away." The Internal Affairs disciple momentarily paused, then nodded. "What about me?" Liamo queried, pointing at himself, fearing he had been overlooked. "You, junior disciple, hail from Chuanyu Peak. For your peak, we have prepared." The Internal Affairs disciple produced a thick ledger and handed it over. Could it be a manual of divine skills or something of that nature? "This volume seems excessive," Liamo mused as he opened it, only to find it filled with entries that read, "Year 162 of Jingtai, Chuanyu Peak advanced 3,000 taels of silver. Year 162 of Jingtai, Chuanyu Peak advanced 10 jars of apricot blossom wine. Year 164 of Jingtai dismantled the beast cages at Rare Beast Peak, resulting in the escape of various exotic beasts. with losses totaling 52 creatures. The pages were densely packed with a plethora of bills and promissory notes. Liu Mo was left speechless. A plethora of question marks appeared above Xiao Li's head. Did I take the wrong thing? No, indeed. Elder Qian Bufan sighed and spoke. The resources for the true disciples of each peak are provided independently by the respective peaks, not distributed uniformly by the sect. Chuanyu Peak has not extended any resources to the true disciples. Moreover, Master Shangwu's niece has even drawn many supplies in advance from the Internal Affairs Hall. When you have a moment, you should take this bill over and have her settle the famine that has accrued. Is this thick volume all bills? The corner of Xiao Li's mouth twitched. So others are enjoying benefits while I am burdened with debt? Qian Bufan nodded, offering a friendly reminder. By the way, there should be no accommodation for you at Chuanyu Peak. It will be wise to make arrangements early and construct a thatched hut for yourself. As for materials, you can request them from the Internal Affairs Hall. A thatched hut? Liu Mo fell in a deep thought. He never imagined that after joining the Qingyuan sect and becoming a true disciple, he would find himself in such a destitute situation. I must be a false disciple. To stay at my place. Suddenly, Ying Bing spoke, her lips parting slightly. Liu Mo's sturdy frame shook, and he turned in a daze, unable to discern any change in her icy demeanor. Is this still the Bing Tua I know? The environment at Xiaoshui Pavilion is excellent. You two might as well play the part of celestial lovers. Qian Bufan rubbed his belly, a hint of a maternal smile gracing his face. It seems Elder Qian is quite the romantic. Elder Qian, you are overthinking it. Liu Mo shook his head. Huh, you two little ones aren't a couple? Old Qian was momentarily taken aback. It is said that the two have been childhood friends, both entering the Qingyuan sect together as true disciples. Today, Ying Bing specifically requested that Li Mo stay at her place, which implies a certain intimacy. In this day and age, it is rare for individuals to share a room without deeper ties. Just as Liu Mo was about to speak, Ying Bing's voice resonated nearby. No. Her tone was casual, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. You misunderstand. Liu Mo quickly gestured, attempting to clarify. After that, a profound silence enveloped them, creating an oddly tense atmosphere within the hall. Qian Bufan, an older figure who often indulges in gossip, chuckled awkwardly, chewing his words as if expressing a hint of disappointment. Liu Mo let out a bitter smile, diverting his gaze from Ying Bing. Is the icy beauty truly captivating? To describe her as a paragon of beauty would not be an exaggeration. However, she is exceedingly cold, both in demeanor and disposition. With this thought, Liu Mo couldn't help but sigh. His feelings for this childhood friend, the frosty maiden, leaned more towards pity than admiration. In his recollection, she was not always this way. Her demeanor changed following a family tragedy. If the roles were reversed, Liu Mo knew he could not maintain an optimistic and gentle spirit either. Across from him, Ying Bing subtly shook her head. The world is indifferent, and the path of martial arts is arduous. In her previous life, countless talented individuals pursued her. Yet she understood that only by severing all emotional ties and dedicating herself entirely to the pursuit of martial mastery could she ascend to the pinnacle of her craft. In this life, she continues to uphold her unwavering resolve towards the path. The Qiaoshui Pavilion, nestled not far from the Junyu Peak, rests against the mountains and rivers, offering a picturesque view. The attic stands 3 stories high, accompanied by a separate courtyard, where a crystal-clear spring flows gracefully, exuding an air of rustic elegance while maintaining a natural beauty that distinguishes it from the surrounding attics. At this moment, the grand entrance of Autumn Water Pavilion swings open. 2 figures step inside, one following closely behind the other, with the youth carrying various bundles. Liu Mo finds himself quite pleased with his new living environment, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Previously, Ying Bing had taken refuge in the Li residence, living under someone else's roof. Now the roles have reversed. Turning back, he notices Ying Bing gazing thoughtfully at the courtyard, which seems to have been uninhabited for quite some time. We should tidy up a bit, Liu Mo remarks as he surveys the surroundings. He wanders about, but fails to locate any cleaning tools. Suddenly, Ying Bing speaks up. The broom is beneath the stone bench at Huapu. Liu Mo bends down and indeed uncovers a broom. Please boil some hot water, she naturally suggests, tying her dark hair into a neat bundle, seamlessly assuming the role of the mistress of Autumn Water Pavilion. It appears as though she has been here for ages. Her movements, while sweeping, exuding a calmness befitting one accustomed to such a position. Well, it seems I have become the diligent little maid, Li Mo smirks, offering a mock salute. At your service, my superior. Although he is well aware of Ying Bing's nature, a flicker of resentment stirs within him. As a male with a strong sense of pride, this feeling is perhaps quite normal. The steaming hot water is ready, and Li Mo pours it into a grand redwood tub. Congratulations, host, for successfully investing in a tub of bathing water, aiding the investment subject in cleansing their body. Investment feedback received, 1 gold bar. The gold bar returned by the system is impressively weighty. Li Mo fell into a contemplative silence for a moment before calling out to the yard. Is 1 bucket of bath water insufficient? I shall prepare some more. As night fell and the new day dawned, Li Mo awoke, as usual. Casting a glance at the frozen figure next door, he made his way to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Recently, his extensive investments had yielded a plethora of peculiar rewards, among which were various foods that could be consumed hot. When the sun had fully risen, Li Mo emerged with a tray of soybean milk and steamed buns, finding the icy figure already seated. Her lips remained devoid of color, and her complexion was as pale as snow, aptly described as breathtakingly beautiful. Not long after breakfast, a robust voice resonated from outside. Is Master Ying Bing present? Please open the door. An elderly man sat atop an elegantly crafted horse-drawn carriage, its eaves intricately carved with auspicious creatures, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. I am the carriage driver for the sect leader, he said with a beaming smile. By the sect leader's command, I am here to escort you up the mountain, for there are many structures atop Qingyuan Peak, and I fear you may struggle to find your way. The sect leader's carriage, Li Mo mused. No wonder it appeared so grand. Truly, this was the treatment befitting a true disciple. He was concerned he would have to ascend the mountain on foot. Thank you, Ying Bing nodded, and upon boarding the carriage, she lifted the curtain to say, Li Mo, please prepare a few jars of fine wine in advance at Qingyuan Peak. With that, the carriage disappeared into the distance. Chapter 10. The Heart Ignites the Lotus. Unity of heaven and man at the summit of Qingyuan Peak. It seemed Elder Qian had no intention of allowing my humble master to settle her debts. Rather, it served as a reminder for her to refrain from borrowing further. Li Mo gazed at the furnishings atop the peak, his lips twitching slightly. A modest wooden cabin stood there, accompanied by remnants of crumbling walls. It appeared desolate. Had one not known it was within the Qingyuan sect, one might have assumed this place had recently suffered an assault by ferocious beasts. Master, Li Mo called out twice, but received no response, prompting him to push open the wooden door. The air was thick with the scent of liquor. There upon the bed lay a woman wrapped in a blanket, sprawled in an undignified manner, with a trace of crystal-clear drool at the corner of her mouth. Master? The woman grunted lazily, turning over to continue her slumber. Left with no other choice, Li Mo leaned closer to her ear and whispered, Elder Qian has come to collect the debt. The effect was immediate. Shang Wu shot upright, yet upon seeing Li Mo before her, her bleary eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. Who are you? I am your disciple. Li Mo replied with exasperation. Disciple. Oh, right, I remember now. Shang Wu scratched her head, seemingly recalling the moment, her apricot eyes still clouded with drowsiness. What do you want from me? Awakened, yet not entirely so, Li Mo paused for a moment before stating, after my initiation, shouldn't you teach me something? That sounds quite reasonable. Shang Wu's shoulders were exposed, seemingly oblivious to how indecorous her current posture appeared. Rising from the bed, her palace attire hung loosely, revealing one shoulder, and she stood slightly taller than Li Mo. I was thinking of teaching you something yesterday. When I'm not drinking, my memory tends to falter, she remarked, a hint of frustration knitting her brows. As soon as the words fell from her lips, a pop resonated, signaling the sound of a wine cork being released. Shang Wu's nostrils flared slightly, immediately recalling with great enthusiasm. Green Ant Brew? It is a specialty from the Shirley Po Winery, requiring 5 years of cellar aging. And it appears amber in hue. Only then is it deemed exquisite. A 10-year vintage is even rarer. Where did you procure such a treasure? She seized the wine jar from her unfortunate disciple and indulged in a hearty drink, the liquid cascading down her chest, accentuating her remarkable curves. Your memory is indeed commendable. Liamo could hardly bear to look. Shan Wu wiped her mouth and remarked, It just occurred to me that I made a wager with the old ghost Han he yesterday. How could I tolerate the audacity of someone claiming I wouldn't teach my disciples? Li Montauk replied. What they said doesn't seem entirely unfounded. Regardless of who one takes as a master, it's unlikely one would receive a ledger in return. Just because he has taken Morong Xiao as a disciple, he dares to flaunt his prowess. How absurd. Thus, I challenged him to a bet. At the next Jiufeng Martial Arts Conference, if the disciples of Chuanyu Peak rank higher, he will assist me in settling the accounts of the interior hall. And if you lose? As my disciple, shouldn't you possess a modicum of confidence? With that, Shan Wu turned and rummaged through a chest, retrieving a tome. With unwavering confidence, she declared, This is my unique secret technique. Within today, I shall initiate you into its mysteries. Liamo took the tome and discerned the name of the technique. The method of the lotus born from fire. It sounded quite formidable. Moreover, even the system acknowledged Shan Wu's extraordinary prowess. Indeed, all these accounts must have been accrued through her own merit. Having accrued such a considerable debt to the inner palace, Elder Qian could only delicately suggest that she refrain from borrowing further, which speaks volumes about the situation. With a sense of calm, Liamo opened the tome. After perusing its contents, he inquired, Master, there were some aspects I failed to comprehend. Snore. Master? Liamo lifted his gaze, only to discover that his carefree and oblivious master had fallen asleep once again, the wine jar mysteriously emptied. She was thoroughly intoxicated, unable to be roused even with the most vigorous of attempts. Sister, could you possibly act a bit more sensibly? As Liamo lamented in exasperation, he received a notification. Investment successful. Investment. A jar of 10-year green ant brew. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host reward. 10-year martial arts insight. 10-year martial arts insight can be applied to any martial art, enhancing the host proficiency by a decade. 10-year martial arts insight? The realms of martial arts are categorized into 6 stages. Entry, initial mastery, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and transcendence. Even among the most mundane and unremarkable martial arts, those who achieve perfection are exceedingly rare, let alone reaching transcendence. For instance, my father, Li Dalong, has practiced the wind-catching palm for nearly 20 years and has barely attained major accomplishment. Of course, this also pertains to individual comprehension. Without claiming to possess extraordinary insight, I consider myself somewhat astute. Liamo decided to step outside and sit on the ground, contemplating as he infused the 10-year martial arts insight entirely into the lotus blooming from the Heartfire technique. 10-year martial arts insight successfully infused. In the first year, you meticulously pondered every phrase of the Fire Heart Lotus technique and embarked on your experimental journey, successfully entering the threshold of practice. By the 3rd year, you appeared to have gained insights, discovering the essence of this technique and advancing to a stage of initial proficiency. By the 9th year, your mastery of the Fire Heart Lotus technique became increasingly adept, reaching a minor achievement. However, in the 10th year, you sensed a bottleneck, realizing that your accumulation of experience was still insufficient. In an instant, countless images surged through Liamo's mind. It felt as though he had truly devoted a decade to the Fire Heart Lotus technique, having cultivated it to a minor achievement. The sensation of sudden enlightenment elevated Liamo to a realm of euphoric transcendence. Eagerly, he commenced his first session of cultivation. A warmth began to rise within his dantian, and the surrounding flora swayed as if moved by an unseen force. For his inaugural practice, achieving the opening of meridians would be deemed a success. Liamo calmed his spirit within the room. Meanwhile, the intoxicated revelry of the dancers turned to a sudden frown from Zue Xian. She muttered, Unity of heaven and man? Who possesses such extraordinary fortune? Simultaneously, at the peak of Qing Yuan, in the training hall, several elders stood by, each reflecting the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Their bewilderment stemmed from the sight of a young girl seated nearby, her heart directed towards the heavens. At that moment, these elders, collectively aged 500 years, found themselves questioning their existence, pondering whether they had squandered their youth in vain. Has someone truly entered the fold in just a day? Jing murmured in disbelief. To be precise, it was merely a quarter of an hour. As Qian Bufan reminded him, he was filled with a myriad of emotions and turned to inquire. Han He, you two have practiced the Frost Point seeking origin technique. How long did it take you back in the day? Han He's lips twitched, and after a prolonged pause, he replied, 1 month. At that time, Han He was still quite young, a mere youth newly initiated into the Qingyuan sect. He distinctly recalled that it took him a month to grasp the fundamentals of the technique, and upon successfully opening his meridians, his master had joyfully dubbed him a genius. Compared to the young girl before him, as the elders spoke, their exhaled breath instantly crystallized into ice. Indeed, talents emerge in every generation. Our Qingyuan sect is on the verge of a great flourishing, Jing solemnly remarked. His perception was exceedingly acute. When Ying Bing practiced, it was as if boundless Tying energy surged within her, ceaselessly flowing. Even though she was the master of this force, it was inevitable that she would sustain some injury. Consuming yang-based herbs or elixirs could alleviate this to some extent. It appeared that the pure yang pill he had sold to Li Mo a few days ago had assisted this young girl in opening her meridians. A soft sound echoed. The cold wind seemed to whirl around Ying Bing as its epicenter. She had indeed opened a meridian. Han He's eyes widened in astonishment. He distinctly sensed that the first principal meridian within Ying Bing had become unimpeded. If this were the case, could she not achieve the opening of all 12 meridians in just a few days? This statement held truth only in part. Ying Bing could indeed accomplish the opening of all 12 meridians within a few days, but what she aimed to open extended far beyond just 12. The elders of the Qingyuan sect, after all, were confined by their limited horizons. The human body resembles a concealed treasure, possessing far more than merely 12 principal meridians. Of course, for an ordinary martial artist with a mere understanding of the flow of qi and blood, even if aware of their existence, the ability to connect them remains an insurmountable challenge, requiring an exquisite degree of control and skill. However, for her, this is not a daunting task. Ying Bing aspires to connect the 24 meridians, establishing a grand cycle within her body. When she subsequently enters the realm of inner breath, her strength will multiply tenfold. Such a prodigy makes our efforts seem superfluous. Jing wore a wry smile. The sect leader, burdened with numerous responsibilities, had specifically dispatched the 3 of them to mentor Ying Bing, providing guidance and clarification while avoiding the pitfalls of singular instruction due to habitual errors. But now, it is no longer necessary. Observing Ying Bing's practice, they felt as if every fiber of their being was riddled with mistakes. This is entrusted to you. I shall visit Chunyu Peak, he declared. What purpose do you have there? It is ill-fated. The elder Han, he scoffed at the mention of the place. Do you truly trust Shang Wu to teach her disciples? Jing tugged at his attire. Qian Bufan inhaled deeply. Shitty, you should hurry. I fear it may be too late. Chapter 11. Opening the meridians, Sister Wu stands correctly, a figure flickered amidst the mountains. As Jing recalled his apprentice, currently under Shang Wu's tutelage to open her meridians, a shiver coursed through him. Delaying his visit would render the situation far graver than merely leading a student astray. It might require providing emergency aid to his apprentice. This was no exaggeration. Sister Shang Wu had once contemplated taking on disciples, and given her remarkable youth and attainment of inner vision, it was assumed that even her typically unreliable demeanor would not hinder her ability to instruct a student. Everyone tacitly accepted this notion. Little did they know, on the very first day, that unfortunate soul would succumb to madness. Subsequently, Shang Wu seemed to lose interest in accepting apprentices, perhaps recognizing that he was not cut out to be a teacher. Regrettably, the young Liemo, despite his remarkable talent, exuded an air of elusiveness that left others at a loss as to how to mentor him. The other elders were equally perplexed, and their own discipleship slots had already reached capacity. Otherwise, with a gift that could rival Ying Bing's ascent to greatness, how could he find himself ensnared in a den of darkness? Xuejing no longer harbored hopes that Liemo would achieve mastery with the same swiftness as Ying Bing. He merely wished for his safety and well-being. With a deep sigh, Xuejing felt a gust of wind beneath his feet, as if he had melded into the refreshing breeze, his speed becoming a blur to the naked eye. In mere moments, he bore his medicine chest and ascended the Chuanyu Peak. Yet, before he could reach the summit, the concern etched on his face morphed into bewilderment. Something was amiss. Was someone harnessing the primal energies of heaven and earth for cultivation? This symbiotic state, known as the unity of man and nature, is the elusive dream of all martial practitioners. Typically, one must rely on sustenance or elixirs to acquire the energy necessary for refining their vital essence. However, neither food nor elixirs can be consumed endlessly. Under rare circumstances, a martial artist might achieve this harmonious state, akin to an external realm where one's microcosm resonates with a macrocosm, amplifying their energy absorption by 100-fold or more, with no adverse effects and unexpected benefits. Surely, Shang Wu should have been resting at this hour. Why was he cultivating and in such an extraordinary state? Xuejing quickened his pace once more. Upon reaching the summit, he beheld Liemo seated serenely before a wooden cabin, as if he had seamlessly merged with nature itself. Countless pores upon his body seemed to have opened, continuously exchanging breaths with the external world. It was as if his being had intertwined with the cosmos, in relation to the heavens and the earth. He resembled a diminutive depression, drawing forth the purest essence of the universe from all directions, as if striving to fill this hollow. A faint sensation hinted that within his dantian, a lotus seed had been sown, fervently absorbing the primordial energy, aspiring to take root, sprout, and eventually blossom. With a soft hiss, before Xuejing could fully comprehend, another sound emerged. Had he just opened a meridian and subsequently unlocked a main channel? Xuejing's mouth fell agape, his long beard billowing in the wind, as he succumbed to a state of astonishment. Not only had he successfully opened a meridian, but within a single day, he had also forcefully traversed a principal channel. Remarkably, he had mastered the Fire Heart Lotus technique without any guidance, and had entered a state of unity with the cosmos. Xuejing found himself questioning his very existence, unable to articulate his emotions. Elder Xue, when did you arrive? Liemo, sensing movement in his ears, opened his eyes. You. Do not get distracted by conversation. The unity of man and nature is a rare encounter. Xuejing exclaimed, his anger flaring. Unity of man and nature? Liemo paused, bewildered, and replied, but I really need to go to the restroom. Old Xue felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Was this truly the time for such matters? He was currently in the realm of internal scenery. The unity of man and nature was akin to an advanced experience of external scenery, a treasure that was both rare and precious. Were this opportunity to befall him, he could enhance his grasp and ascend to even greater heights. This young man is utterly oblivious to the preciousness of what he possesses, squandering it recklessly. Oh, very well. Liemo could not comprehend why old Zhang seemed suddenly perturbed. Just moments ago, he had complained about the glaring sun and had relocated his practice to the shade of a tree. Yet, he continued to cultivate with remarkable speed. Could it be that others do not practice in such a manner? Perhaps it is the advantage conferred by the Xianbin celestial body. This thought intrigued Liemo. The Lotus Heart method states that by opening the 12 meridians and planting 12 lotus seeds, one achieves mastery, reaching perfection within the realm of vital essence. However, why does it seem to him that there is more to it? He sensed that the 12 main meridians were far from his limits. His body felt akin to a bottomless pit. The connection between the first and second meridians barely scratched the surface. Nevertheless, he decided to take it one step at a time. Fundamentals are crucial. One must strive for perfection. Liemo closed his eyes, once more entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, Jing forcefully kicked open a nearby wooden door, only to find Shang Wu still lost in a deep slumber. His forehead twitched in exasperation. He retrieved a revitalizing incense from the medicine chest and waved it under her nose. Achoo! Shang Wu sneezed, her elegant visage contorting into a frown. Having been disturbed from her peaceful dreams twice, she clenched her fists. Upon realizing it was the ever-reliable Jing from the sect, she impatiently remarked, "Old Shui, you had better have a good reason for this. Your disciple is out there in a state of harmony with the heavens, and you still manage to sleep? How can you possibly sleep?" Jing retorted with irritation. "You drank too much, I drank too much." Shang Wu tilted her head, momentarily believing that old Shui was spinning tales. "Why not go outside and see for yourself?" Jing remarked, growing weary of further debate, and stepped out the door. Shang Wu's gaze momentarily clouded, and she scratched her head, peering outside. Upon her first glance, she stood at attention. "Congratulations, host, for demonstrating the unity of heaven and man, which has enlightened Jing. Congratulations, host, for demonstrating the unity of heaven and man, which has enlightened Shang Wu. Calculating rewards. Investment return. Ice and fire wine, 3 vials. Investment return. 20 years of martial arts insight. Ice and fire wine. Consuming it fortifies the body through the duality of ice and fire, a sacred elixir for enhancing physical strength. What? I can earn rewards just by practicing? Li Mo mused, finding the rewards to be almost serendipitous. Ice and fire wine. He resolved to refrain from sampling it for the time being. Given his brief acquaintance with his master, he surmised that if the wine were to be unveiled, it would surely vanish in an instant. Furthermore, he was still uncertain about refining his physical form. The ice and fire wine seemed to be an ideal solution. After approximately 2 hours of practice, he found himself unable to remain still. Contrary to the descriptions in the martial arts manual, he felt no muscle soreness or fatigue. However, his bladder was indeed quite uncomfortable. With this thought, Li Mo ceased his request to the heavens, brushed off his garments, and rose to his feet. That peculiar state dissipated at once. His first sight was Jing, lost in thought, who then turned with a face full of sentiment. "Old man, I owe you a favor." At their age, entrenched in their limitations, it was exceedingly difficult to progress further. Observing the unity of heaven and man proved to be immensely beneficial for him. Shui Laoyan spoke with gravity, often mentioning you at home. Li Mo, ever compliant, clasped his hands in greeting. His father, Li Dalong, was once a disciple of Jing. At that time, Jing had not yet assumed the role of elder. Ha ha ha. Fortunate that he still remembers this old man. Jing, stroking his long beard, sighed. Ah, Dalong, that child, is indeed a pity. Had he not encountered misfortune, he ought to be an intersect steward by now. Old Shui's appearance seemed to match that of Li's father. Yet Li Mo knew that when his father first entered the sect, Jing already bore this middle-aged visage. His true age, perhaps, was not far from 96. Li Mo timely interjected, "Each person has their destiny. Father often says that to preserve one's life, it entirely depends on the intervention of Elder Shui. If it were not for the chance encounter with my mother while father was returning home injured, I would not exist. This is akin to losing something in the east and gaining it in the mulberry fields." Young Li had a way of charming his elders. Dalong is indeed fortunate. Jing regarded Li Mo with increasing warmth in his gaze. This lad was nothing like the mischievous child described in Li Dalong's letters. Perhaps it is true that a father is often more stringent with his son. The atmosphere between the old and the young was just right. Suddenly, Li Mo caught a whiff of alcohol, and his neck tightened, feeling a wave of suffocation. Shang Wu, wrapping his arm around his soul-beloved disciple's neck, assertively proclaimed his claim. Hey, this is my disciple. You old man, don't even think about poaching. I would like to poach. But how could I possibly have any vacancies in my ranks?" Jing retorted, somewhat exasperated. Observing the boisterous Shang Wu, he felt a slight headache. His grandson was a promising talent. He hoped Shang Wu would not lead him astray. Mastery of the arts may be a trivial matter, yet a good child must not acquire those vile habits. Xiao Mo, should you wish to authenticate your martial skills or seek a sparring partner, consider visiting the training hall at the foot of the mountain. Shang Wuxing squinted for a moment before nodding in agreement. Acquiring some rudimentary techniques at the training hall would suffice. Liu Mo replied, "Sister, you are simply too lazy to teach, aren't you?" Nevertheless, equipped with the fundamental principles, he indeed prepared to learn some martial techniques. Visiting the training hall would also allow him to scout for potential investment opportunities. It was, after all, a commendable destination. Chapter 12. The Outer Sect Training Hall. The training hall. The martial arts instruction for the day had concluded. On the stone-paved ground, the Outer Sect disciples engaged in their respective training, perspiration cascading down their brows. Among them was Wang Hu. The achievement of ascending the heavenly stone steps is not measured by the highest level one has reached, but rather by the final level attained. He had endured excruciating pain to climb, yet ultimately found himself relegated to the Outer Sect. And all of that was the doing of one individual. He must have employed some trickery to deceive the ascension of the heavenly stone steps. One day, I shall expose his true nature. Thud, thud. He struck the sandbag with fervor, as if it were someone he loathed. It was the only way he could vent his frustrations. After all, Liu Mo was a true disciple. Even his cousin, Wang Hao, could not lay a hand on him. Junior brother Wang, your cousin has cultivated the Six Harmonies fist to a commendable degree. The meridians are open, and there is no need for me to instruct further, remarked a blue-robed Outer Sect steward, raising an eyebrow. Little who had displayed a modicum of talent for martial arts from a young age. Having merely practiced haphazardly under the guidance of his uncle, Wang Hao wore a smile on his face, yet a trace of coldness flickered at the corners of his mouth. Like Shaoqin, he was supposed to be an inner sect disciple. The steward shook his head and directed his gaze toward a youth amidst the crowd. This young man, of unremarkable appearance and clad in a short garment, exuded a sense of unwavering determination. He was diligently practicing his skills, his body drenched in sweat. Brother, your words are misinformed. Tiger's innate talent is incomparable to that of the Waste, Wang Hao remarked with a hint of derision in his eyes. He entered the inner sect alongside me. Yet with each passing day, he seems to regress further, his vitality nearly diminished to that of a novice. As the two conversed, a figure suddenly emerged from the sunlight, streaming through the doorway. Clad in a robe adorned with cloud patterns, the young man bore a sunny and amiable smile. Wang Hao raised an eyebrow. Li Montauk. Upon seeing that familiar face, Wang Hu struck the sandbag with a forceful punch, causing it to burst. The practitioners who had been training halted their movements, their expressions filled with confusion. Isn't he a true disciple? Why has he come to the Outer Sect's martial arts hall? Junior brother Li, I am Yi Hongfeng. What brings you here? Inquired the blue-robed steward, rising with courtesy. Liu Mo cleared his throat and replied, Brother, I come to learn some foundational martial arts techniques. Yi Hongfeng, taken aback, exclaimed, a true disciple coming to the Outer Sect's martial arts hall to study the basics? Surely, you yist. Are the elders aware of this? Ah, my master has gone to rest, and it was Elder Shui who sent me here. Li Himo nodded affirmatively. Your master, Elder Shangwu? Yi Hongfeng recalled the enchanting elder in the fiery red palace attire, and his understanding was instantly illuminated. That makes sense. The expressions of the crowd in the training hall varied significantly. Some reveled in misfortune, others expressed pity, while a few bore an air of defiance. The esteemed true disciples had inexplicably descended to the external sect to practice martial arts, indicating a lack of regard indeed. The elders each possessed their own true disciples. And with Ying Bing currently basking in acclaim, many had begun to proclaim her as the next head of Qing Yuan's sect, naturally drawing the elders' attention towards her. Liu Mo found himself under the tutelage of a master who harbored disdain for him, rendering his neglect rather comprehensible. Amidst the throng, a young man named Shaoqin, wiping away sweat, could not suppress a sigh of empathy. Was a situation not akin to that? True disciples were not prohibited from attending the external sect's training hall, as no such regulations existed. It merely happened that the foundational lessons in boxing had been completed. If one wished to continue learning, they must consult the inner sect brothers who taught the techniques. Yi Hongfeng was responsible for guiding the external disciples in opening their meridians and refining their vital energy. The inner sect brother responsible for imparting the boxing techniques following his gaze, Liu spotted Wang Hao, who was leisurely sipping tea. Without lifting his head, Wang Hao's tone was rather unfriendly. The training hall has its own rules. I only train external disciples for 1 hour each day. Since you have arrived late, no exceptions can be made. He then feigned surprise, raising his head. Li Shidi, are you not a true disciple? If you insist on disrupting the rules, I shall have no choice but to provide you with special treatment. Such words were quite insidious. Should he express a desire to learn, it would indeed imply a breach of protocol and an exception to the established order. Initially, everyone felt that there was no harm in teaching once more. However, upon uttering such words, a sense of injustice emerged. Cousin, how remarkable it is to be a direct disciple. Upon entering the outer sect, one must adhere to the established rules. Wang Hu playfully joined in, acting as the comic relief. Although he had not formally become a disciple, he was, for all intents and purposes, nearly a disciple of the floating pagoda's steward. In terms of status, he was not intimidated by Liu, the disregarded true disciple. He Hongfeng, too, fell silent, content to oversee the martial arts hall, preferring to avoid entanglement in the conflicts of others. Enough, enough! Are you two performing a skit? Liu raised his hand, gesturing for them to quiet down, and addressed He Hongfeng. May I observe others practicing from the side? That, of course, is permissible. Excellent. With a nod, Liu stepped into the martial arts hall, surveying his surroundings. It seemed he was practicing quite well. Fixing his gaze, Liu approached the corner where Xiaoqin was situated. TSK. These two have come together. Wang Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Hu nearly burst into laughter. Watching others practice does not equate to mastery. Who do you think you are? Moreover, instead of seeking a skilled mentor, he had approached the notoriously inept disciple of the outer sect. Senior brother, would it be convenient for me to observe your training? Liu inquired, first bowing in respect. Xiaoqin, if you wish to watch, you may. However, I cannot guarantee you will learn anything. Xiaoqin replied sullenly. Liu smiled warmly. Senior brother Xiao, please continue your own practice. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Xiaoqin's expression was complicated. This young man, as a true disciple, did not flaunt his status. On the contrary, he treated an outer sect disciple with respect. Having endured numerous disdainful glances, he seldom experienced the respect of others. In a fleeting moment, he felt a sense of camaraderie born from shared struggles. Junior brother, this is the Six Harmonies Fist. I will begin from the basics, so please pay close attention. After speaking, Xiaoqin deliberately slowed his pace. Chapter 13, New Investment Target, This Cursed Sense of Security. The Six Harmonies Fist emphasizes the unity of breath and intent, reaching all corners of the world, drawing strength from the earth upon mastery. One's gaze aligns with one's hands. Xiaoqin meticulously demonstrated the martial techniques, while simultaneously elucidating the principles of martial arts, presenting the concepts in a manner that was both profound and accessible. As Liu observed, curiosity began to stir within him. This senior brother exhibited impressive proficiency in the Six Harmonies Fist, far surpassing the level of an outer disciple. Before long, Liu had absorbed a general understanding. How shall I address you, senior brother? Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin halted his movements. Xiao. Liu's imagination wandered, as the surname seemed to inscribe the words extraordinary upon his face. He couldn't help but activate his innate perception, scrutinizing the individual before him. Name, Xiaoqin. Age, Hitan, root bone. Realm, initial stage of vitality. Fate, purple evaluation. Though possessing an ordinary root bone, his comprehension is exceptional and his character resilient. Outwardly a rough stone, yet within lies exquisite jade. He is destined for greatness, achieving remarkable success in due time. Recent encounters holds the ancient seven-star jade, a treasure of antiquity that requires the absorption of substantial vitality to activate, resulting in Xiaoqin's realm plummeting from the vitality stage of 10 meridians. Upon reading this, Liu was momentarily stunned. To think that senior brother Xiaoqin possessed a purple fate. Liu truly did not anticipate this revelation. After all, the individual in question is merely an outer sect disciple, seemingly devoid of any extraordinary traits. Were it not for his exceptional martial arts skills and the attention garnered by his surname, he would have been overlooked entirely. Henceforth, it would be prudent to gather investment prospects based on their surnames, first targeting those with the surname Xiao or Yi. This situation subtly reveals a truth. Possessing a remarkable destiny does not guarantee a smooth life. One may encounter various hardships and tribulations. If one navigates through these challenges independently, their destiny may indeed strengthen. Conversely, failing to do so could result in a diminished or even extinguished fate. As Li Mo's thoughts surged, Xiao Qin suddenly furrowed his brow. Glancing at Wang Hu, who was not far off, "Junior brother Li Mo, if you have a conflict with Wang Hu, it would be wise to depart early." "Oh, what brings this about?" Li Montauk inquired, perplexed. "There exists a rule in the sect's martial arts hall," Xiao Qin explained, "where disciples may challenge one another to spar, and the challenge party cannot refuse." Xiao Qin's expression darkened. "Is this not a dangerous rule? What if someone gets injured?" Li Mo raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implication that Wang Hu might intentionally seek him out for a sparring match. With a senior disciple overseeing the proceedings, severe consequences were unlikely. At most, one might sustain minor injuries and endure some hardship. Xiao Qin shook his head, letting out a sigh. His tone suggested he had not been spared from such grievances in the past. Li Mo pondered this. While the rule had its rationale, it was not entirely unfathomable. The sect does not require a cadre of mere theorists, rather than suffer losses or even peril in the outside world. It is preferable to engage in a preparatory course among one's peers. Thus, fostering martial competition becomes comprehensible, provided that no one is grievously harmed or killed. If you wish to learn martial arts, you may come to find me tomorrow. For now, you should return home. There is no need to fear. Li Mo maintained a light-hearted smile, seemingly unconcerned about the matter at hand. Xiao Qin furrowed his brows, pondering whether Li Shidi, perhaps, was overly confident in his true teachings, believing that Wang Hu would not dare to make a genuine move. At that moment, not far away, Wang Hu called out, "You, come here and spar with me." He rolled up his sleeves and pushed a certain outer disciple forward. The disciple gritted his teeth and prepared to face him. However, it was merely the first day of learning, and he had only just managed to grasp the basics. His punches, lacking in form, were hardly distinguishable from a novice's flailing. "Have you not eaten?" Wang Hu mocked, effortlessly deflecting the disciple's punch and delivering a swift kick to the back of his knee, shattering his already tenuous stance. With a thud, the outer disciple lost his balance and fell to the ground. On the stage, He Hongfeng frowned. Sparring should not devolve into humiliation. Yet Wang Hu's technique was evidently superior, clearly intended to belittle his opponent. However, upon glancing at Wang Hao, he ultimately chose to remain silent. "You, are you dissatisfied? If you are, let us continue." I concede. If you are weak, then practice more. Now be gone." Wang Hu cracked his neck, the sound of popping bones echoing through the air, before turning to address the nearby disciples. "Ah, I nearly forgot about this esteemed true disciple. Come, let me see where your true prowess lies." With an imposing demeanor, he strode forward, pushing aside several outer disciples who dared to obstruct his path. Li Mo observed the menacing demeanor of Wang Hu, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. After all, he possessed the ability to apply his profound martial insights to the Six Harmonies fist at any moment. How many years would it take? Could he not invest 20 years into it without fear of inadvertently causing fatal harm? Just then, a chilling branch sliced through the air with a swift hiss. Wang Hu's countenance changed dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to evade the impending danger. However, he was too late, and the branch grazed his neck, causing blood to spurt forth instantly. What appeared to be a mere branch was, in fact, akin to a razor-sharp sword. The onlookers swallowed hard, feeling an ominous chill, and turned their gazes toward the entrance. There stood Ying Bing, her expression as frigid as frost and her demeanor calm. It was evident that the previous strike had originated from her. With a mere flick of her wrist, she had hurled a branch with such force that it left Wang Hu gravely injured. Li Mo thought to himself, what is this unsettling sense of security? She intends to kill me. Wang Hu's face turned pale, his voice trembling with fear. Wang Hao, shaken, gazed at the stunning figure before him, a flicker of possessiveness crossing his eyes. On her first day, she had already mastered an exceptional sword technique to a level of initial proficiency. Her talent was extraordinary, her comprehension remarkable, her beauty unparalleled, and her personality was equally captivating. Yet, Wang Hu continued to wail pitifully. He solemnly questioned Ying Bing as fellow disciples. How can you resort to such lethal measures? You must provide me with an explanation. Yet his words fell on deaf ears. What brings you here? Die Montag in Kviet. Somewhat taken aback. I was passing by on my way to the scripture pavilion. Ying Bing replied, her brows briefly furrowing before relaxing in understanding. She had come to comprehend why Li Mo was present in the martial arts hall. Have you opened your meridians? Indeed, unlike you, she has mastered the art of swordsmanship. Li Mo, filled with curiosity, could not help but feel astonished. That sword strike was undoubtedly not a mere novice's skill. It was evident that the Ice Princess had opened at least one main meridian. Goodness, the power of the Red Destiny is truly formidable. It rivals one's own extraordinary abilities. As they returned to the Autumn Water Pavilion, Ying Bing spoke with a slight parting of her crimson lips. Without waiting for Li Mo's response, she turned and gracefully strode towards the door. Observing the bewildered Xiao Qin, Li Mo felt no rush. After all, the individual was not going anywhere. Investing tomorrow would yield the same results. The two conversed unconcernedly, as if the world around them had faded away. Not far off, Wang Hao's expression darkened, threatening to become a stormy sea. Ying Bing, you nearly killed my cousin just now. Even if you are a true disciple, such recklessness cannot be tolerated. Ying Bing paused, seemingly irritated by the incessant buzzing of this nuisance. With a slight tilt of her head, her voice as cold and sharp as falling jade, resonated, I never merely almost kill. With that, she exited the door, leaving behind a trail of outer disciples who dared not meet her gaze. Li Mo thought to himself, indeed, how apt that is. Wang Hao found himself momentarily speechless, his dark countenance shifting through various shades of disbelief. The undeniable authority in her words instilled a sense of reluctant respect within him. What do you think, brother He? He Hongfeng chimed in with a grin. Ying Bing has not violated any rules, and your cousin, though vociferous, hardly appears gravely injured. Besides, he himself declared his intention to challenge a true disciple. Wasn't that what he sought? Even if Ying Shimi dismantles the martial arts hall, I must still lend my support. Stop howling. The people have left. Wang Hao felt inexplicably downcast and kicked Wang Hu in the rear. Only then did Wang Hu realize that he had merely sustained a superficial cut on his neck. Though it appeared alarming, it was of little consequence. Yet, he had truly felt a moment of separation between life and death, brushing against the grim reaper. Li Mo, you coward, relying on a woman for protection. Should you dare return to the martial arts hall, I shall make you regret it. She cannot guard you every day. Wang Hu shouted furiously at the outside. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Qin in the corner, shaking his head and stifling laughter. How dare you, a useless wretch, laugh at me? Wasn't it you who taught Li Mo to practice his punches just now? Wang Hu erupted in anger. If you are so skilled at teaching, come, let me seek your guidance as well. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes, standing ready. He certainly did not possess the same fortune as junior brother Li, and could only rely on himself. Chapter 14. Hot Pot, Ying Bing's dream inside the carriage. This seemingly modest carriage concealed a world of wonders. To speak solely of its beams, they were crafted from fragrant golden wood, intricately carved with patterns of Taotai. Sturdy and incorruptible, exuding a unique aroma. It was the martial arts world's equivalent of a Volkswagen Phaeton, and sitting within, one could scarcely feel the slightest jolt. Truly befitting the chariot of the sect leader. Old senior, what is the cost of this carriage? Li Mo inquired, somewhat reserved, yet unable to suppress his astonishment. It was akin to a country bumpkin entering the mansion of a wealthy family, filled with curiosity, yet hesitant to touch anything. I am but a humble servant, surnamed Ba. You may simply call me Old Ba, young master. The old coachman chuckled. If this carriage were valued in gold, it would likely amount to several tens of thousands of taels, a gift from the proprietor of Heisheng Trading Company. Liu, who fancied himself somewhat affluent, felt the sting of poverty. Several tens of thousands, all in gold. Even if crafted entirely from gold, it wouldn't cost that much. Sensing his bewilderment, the old man continued with a grin. This carriage is forged from cold iron, impervious even to the divine realm. No wonder I cannot afford it, Liu realized, patting his withered purse. His dream of acquiring a similar mode of transport had been dashed. At the tea table, Ying Bing sat serenely, sipping her tea with an air of nonchalance, so effortlessly that one might think she was the true owner of the carriage. No, Liu even felt as though she were deigning to associate with him. Wasn't Bing Tuo previously a punching bag at the Li residence? He couldn't help but muse. What does it mean to bear the bones of an emperor? Upon returning to Qiushui Pavilion, Ying Bing casually picked up a withered branch and began practicing her swordplay, testing the limits of her current abilities. At the kitchen door, Liu inquired, "What would you like to eat today?" Naturally, Qingyuan's sect had a dining hall. However, with every meal, he could earn rewards from Bing Tuo, making him quite pleased to cook. "All is well. I have no particular cravings, so you needn't exert yourself," Ying Bing replied without turning her head. "That's only because you haven't encountered truly exquisite cuisine. I'm not boasting. If I were to cook seriously, there would be no other like it under heaven," Liu declared confidently. Within the realm of white investment feedback, there exists an array of seasonings that are quite rare in this world. Among them is a hot pot base that he has long desired. Ying Bing remained silent, her level of concentration seemingly unwavering. Liu inwardly sighs. After all, one is not a machine. Ignoring the fundamental human needs for an extended period can lead to a troubled mindset. Is Sister Ying Bing present? At that moment, shouts can be heard from outside. Upon stepping out, Liu is greeted by an outer sect steward who arrives bearing numerous large and small packages filled with various exotic beast meats. These delicacies, when consumed, possess remarkable benefits for nourishing one's vitality and blood, treats that are typically unattainable in the outside world. This privilege is a testament to the teachings of the sect leader. The steward explains that these two varieties are raised at the rare beast peak, the iron bone ox and the azure scale fish, along with the rock sheep. Imagine the delight of preparing a hot pot with such ingredients. Liu finds himself salivating at the thought. Half an hour later, the courtyard is filled with the rich aroma of spices. Liu sits before the stove, gently swishing the paper-thin slices of iron bone beef. It is exquisite. The fusion of exotic beast meat from this world with the hot pot base from Blue Star is simply unforgettable. To give a try, he urges, placing a piece of fish into Ying Bing's bowl. The girl's lips glisten with a layer of crimson oil, appearing all the more enticing. "Is it delicious?" he inquires. "It's acceptable," she replies, her pace with the chopsticks noticeably quickening. Liu observes this change with amusement, saying, "Then do indulge further. The beast meat is beneficial for martial practice as well. After all, it is only natural for one to enjoy the pleasures of life." Steam rises in gentle curls, obscuring the girl's delicate features amidst the warmth of the cooking fire. Her cheeks quivered, uncertain if she had heard anything. On the third floor, within the confines of a room, a message appeared. "Congratulations, host. Investment, a portion of exotic beast hot pot. Reward received, 1 mystic crystal." The mystic crystal, it encapsulates the purest essence of vitality found in the universe, suitable for alchemical concoctions, weapon forging, or powering various tools, with boundless applications. This hot pot was indeed a remarkable bargain. In Liu's palm materialized a pearlescent crystal, rhomboid in shape, shimmering with specks of fluorescence. The aura emanating from it was familiar. It was the very vitality he absorbed during his cultivation. However, the quantity of vital essence contained within this mystic crystal was immensely substantial, far beyond what he could accumulate through his own efforts in a reasonable time frame. Its immediate utility to him was minimal, yet its rarity rendered it priceless. One alone commanded an astronomical value. The ascent of the celestial stone steps was contingent upon such treasures. He resolved to partake in exotic beast meat daily, ensuring that the ice behemoth was well fed. Stowing the mystic crystal away, he solidified his determination. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did senior brother, Shao Qin, not possess an ancient seven-star jade? The jade required vital essence to activate, which had caused Shao Qin's cultivation to regress continuously. This mystic crystal could very well alleviate his predicament. Since it was of no use to him, he could invest it in Shao Qin. Li Mo had also discerned certain patterns in investments. The level of destiny served as the foundation for rewards. Furthermore, the greater the assistance provided to the investment target, the more substantial the rewards would be, augmenting the initial destiny. Shao Qin possessed a purple destiny, ensuring that the feedback reward would undoubtedly surpass that of a single mystic crystal. As for the Six Harmonies Fist, there was no need for further study. With 20 years of martial arts insights, one can grasp the essence of the discipline. Having learned from previous experiences, Li Mo refrained from exhausting his martial comprehension in one go. After 5 years of diligent practice, he successfully infused his understanding into his technique. Through a year of training, he mastered the Six Harmonies Fist, enabling him to employ it effectively against adversaries, achieving a state of initial proficiency. By the 4th year, the Six Harmonies Fist became an integral part of his movements, seamlessly woven into his daily actions, transcending mere techniques. In the 5th year, he reached a minor accomplishment in his practice. Familiar sensations resurfaced, yet this achievement felt insufficient. During the 1st year, his relentless training led him to a vague awareness of a higher realm of martial arts. In the 3rd year, a spark of inspiration illuminated a promising direction, prompting him to validate and refine his skills. By the 4th year, he attained mastery of the Six Harmonies Fist. In the 5th year, fresh insights emerged, though they lacked clarity. As the familiar sensations flowed through him, Li Mo clenched his fist, feeling an exhilarating urge to demonstrate his abilities. He set up a stance within his room and began to practice the fist techniques, executing each movement with the ferocity he had cultivated, indistinguishable from his previous training. With a resounding crack, Li Mo channeled his strength from the ground up, unleashing a powerful strike. The force of his punch tore through the fabric of his sleeve, scattering it into fragments. Even with such power, he realized he had yet to fully harness the potential of the Six Harmonies Fist. The journey of cultivation continues. He sat cross-legged, quietly cultivating the lotus heart of fire. With a single stroke, Ying Bing unleashed 9 blossoms of swordplay. The seeking flower sword technique was known to her from a previous life. Yet today, she earnestly observed Elder Han's meticulous demonstration. After all, this was a secret tradition of the sect. If she were to claim proficiency, it would require elaborate explanation. At present, she could at most perform a single sword strike that sought 9 flowers. In her prime, she could effortlessly summon a rain of flowers, all transformed from her sword energy. With the addition of the power of the teasing, freezing the vast lake would be a mere trifle. Yet now, her cultivation level remained insufficient. As Ying Bing sheathed her sword and stood poised to intensify her training, her delicate brows furrowed at the sounds emanating from next door. Was he drawing upon the essence of heaven and earth during his practice? This did not seem to be a technique typical of Shangwu. It resembled more of a unique constitution. Ying Bing felt a flicker of surprise. She was well aware of various methods that directly borrowed the energies of heaven and earth to enhance one's own capabilities. However, such techniques could only be wielded beyond the level of external scenery, without the connection between the internal and external realms. A martial artist could not simply demand energy from the heavens. This could only imply that it stemmed from Li Mo's exceptional physique, such as the source flow martial body, the eternal verdant wood body, or the limitless celestial body. Ying Bing fell into contemplation, recalling many prodigies she had encountered. Among them, some possessed talents remarkable enough to leave a lasting impression. Which category would Li Mo belong to? Or perhaps he was of a type she had yet to encounter? After a brief moment, Ying Bing withdrew her thoughts, harboring merely a curiosity about the profound transformation Li Mo had undergone. What truly constitutes one's essence is of little consequence. If she remains unaware, it signifies a lack of strength, as she is yet to ascend the esteemed rankings of the celestial pavilions, 9 heavens and 10 earths. Should she recall those who have previously fallen to her, what difference would it make? In any case, they cannot compare to the unparalleled 10 absolute body. After 2 continuous hours of practice, an icy aura began to emanate from her once more. Just as she settled on her bed, the door creaked open slightly, revealing Liam, who entered with a copper basin, peeking his head in. Ying Bing, the beast meat needs refrigeration. I've placed it in your room. The Ice Block brand refrigerator has received nothing but praise from those who have used it. Ying Bing observed as he set the covered basin of beast meat in the corner before leaving, conveniently extinguishing the light as he departed. In times past, she would have certainly hurled the copper basin away and glared at Liam with an icy stare, warning him never to enter her room uninvited or to leave items behind. But today, the delectable memories of the hot pot lingered tantalizingly on her palate, refusing to fade away. If the meat spoiled, she would be unable to savor it, would she not? She drew the bed curtain closed. The penetrating chill within the room spread, enveloping her in silence, and she gradually drifted into slumber. The visage of the young girl in sleep was slightly furrowed, yet not due to the torment of extreme cold. She found herself dreaming, revisiting the scenes of her esteemed status as the Phoenix of Heaven, presiding over the Gue Palace. Master of the palace, I am aware that the disciples of the Gue Palace must not indulge in matters of the heart. Therefore, I beseech you to take action and render me devoid of all my martial prowess. Master, I have traversed the rivers and lakes, encountering a noble companion. The palace master. Ha ha ha. Ying Bing, it appears you are utterly oblivious to the essence of love. How pitiful you are. A myriad of chaotic images flickered before her, and her brow furrowed ever deeper. Chapter 15. The Ultimate Martial Body. Did he not just learn to fight yesterday? The following day, as dawn broke, at the martial arts hall, Xiao Qin limped in, his complexion pale and his breath shallow, clearly bearing the marks of injury. Xiao Qin dares to show up today. After suffering such a severe beating yesterday, surely he has not yet recovered. Alas, in the past, with a single hand, he could have sent Wang Hu sprawling. What has become of him? If this continues for another 6 months, he will surely be expelled from Qingyuan's sect. A few disciples whispered among themselves, their tone tinged with sympathy. Upon seeing the brothers Wang Hu and Wang Hao enter, they immediately fell silent. You worthless fool! Dare you come today? Excellent. I relish the stubborn ones who refuse to shed tears until they see the coffin. Wang Hu chuckled with interest, cracking his knuckles. Bang! Xiao Qin, dragging his injured body, practiced his punches methodically, ignoring Wang Hu's taunts. Junior brotherly, did you not come today? It seems he heeded my advice. Alas, I have my own reasons for being here. 6 months more, and I shall be expelled from the sect. As my vitality wanes time and again, I can only place my hopes upon my martial arts. Senior brother Xiao, are you injured? Hearing the voice, Xiao Qin instinctively turned his head. Upon seeing the newcomer, there was a moment of surprise. Li Montak, the crowd was equally taken aback. Did he truly dare to show up? Just yesterday, Wang Hu had proclaimed that if Li Mo dared to come again, he would seek a sparring match with him. Wang Hu had begun his martial arts training long ago. Although Li Mo had the potential to be a true disciple due to his exceptional talent, he lacked any foundational training in martial arts, having only recently begun his journey into the martial world. Could it be that he felt his status as a true disciple would be diminished if he were intimidated by an outer sect disciple? Yet, should he be utterly defeated, the embarrassment would be far greater. Ah, it appears you believe I am too timid to seek guidance from a true disciple. Wang Hu squinted, shifting his focus entirely onto Liam, and his demeanor turned perilously intense. Toward Xiao Qin, he maintained a more mocking attitude, but with Liam, his animosity was palpable. He glanced up at his cousin. Do not engage in any unruly behavior. Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. Naturally, Wang Hu grinned widely, implying that within the bounds of propriety, one could act as they pleased. He Hongfeng furrowed his brow. Why couldn't Wang Hu just settle down? These two brothers had entered the sect late. Had they not witnessed the formidable prowess of Elder Shangwu? However, since no rules were being broken, he refrained from comment. Everyone, stop lingering. Practice your punches. The outer sect disciples began their respective training, while Wang Hao instructed the newly arrived outer sect disciples in the Six Harmonies fist. Observing his movements, there was an effortless grace to them, indicating years of dedication to the art. Yet, the minds of those in the martial arts hall were not entirely focused on their practice at that moment. Trouble might well brew soon. You shouldn't have come, Xiao Qin said, her expression grave, her brows knitted tightly together. Did you not get beaten up yesterday? Yet here you are today, remarked Li Mo with an unconcerned smile. Xiao Qin sighed. I have my own compelling reasons for being here. So do I. Xiao Qin was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Indeed, though their acquaintance was brief, it was evident that Li Mo was affable, unlike those who were overly competitive and insistent on proving themselves. Xiao Shixiang, please accept this. Consider it a token of gratitude for imparting your skills yesterday. Li Mo presented a jade box. The Six Harmonies fist is not an extraordinary martial art, but, As Xiao Qin spoke, he had not fully opened the box when his pupils dilated in shock. He recognized its contents. Xianjing, let's keep this matter discreet. It is enough that we are aware. Li Mo gestured to his lips, signaling for silence. Li Shidi, I cannot accept this, he exclaimed. Moreover, such a treasure enhances any martial practice. You ought to retain it for yourself. Xiao Qin swiftly closed the box, lowering his voice. My physique is unique. It is of no use to me. Li Mo's smile bore a hint of sincerity. He had distinctly observed a flicker of desire in Xiao Qin's eyes. Yet Xiao Qin had restrained himself. Not only did he decline the offer, but he also cautioned against underestimating the value of Xianjing. Old Xiao is quite agreeable. That is out of the question. It is far too precious. Xiao Qin remained resolute in his refusal. If you feel undeserving, let be alone. You may return it when the opportunity arises. As my first friend in this new endeavor, to refuse would be rather disrespectful. Li Mo directly placed the box in his hands. Friend, Xiao Qin stood there, holding the box, momentarily stunned. In the past, during his time at Qingyuan sect, he had friends too, but that was when his talent still shone brightly. Once he shed the halo of genius and was relegated from the inner sect to the outer sect, those so-called friends, far from offering assistance in times of need, would consider it a favor not to add to his misfortune. Yet, junior brother Li had only trained with him in martial arts for a single day. This mysterious crystal might very well alter the course of his destiny. For in that fleeting moment, the jade pendant on his chest reacted with great intensity. Take it, Brother Xiao. Your circumstances warrant it, Li Mo urged once more. After a brief struggle, he resolved, this kindness today shall never be forgotten. Xiao Qin did not express his gratitude with lengthy words, nor inquire why Li Mo believed he would be capable of repaying this favor in the future. Instead, he met Li Mo's gaze with unwavering conviction and clasped his fist tightly. All was understood without the need for further words. In the future, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance, Li Mo remarked, patting him on the shoulder. Observing the determination in his eyes, it was evident that this fellow would likely risk everything for him without a moment's hesitation. A purple destiny indeed. His master was also of the purple destiny and now stood as the youngest elder in Qingyuan sect. This investment not only promised the friendship of a future powerhouse, but also assured systemic rewards. Truly a triple win. He had already won twice. It felt as delightful as tasting the spiciness of peppercorns on a cold winter's day. It is often said that more friends lead to more paths. If I continue to invest in this manner, when they eventually rise, shall I not become the most esteemed person in the entire DU? Limacaus tuts bandaret. Conjuring images of classic narratives. The true disciple of Qingyuan sect returns home to find his father residing in a doghouse. At a single command, 100,000 formidable warriors descend from the skies. Henceforth, please refer to me as Li, the possessor of the fruit of prestige, Mo. The scene was too exquisite. And there were rewards. Although Xiao Qin wished to continue training Li Mo in the Six Harmonies fist, young Li politely declined with a shake of his head, opting instead to sit aside, sipping tea while perusing investment feedback. Congratulations, host, successful investment. 1 Xianjing. Investment feedback. Extreme soldier's body, ultimate skill. Harness the sharpness of weaponry to slay, refining oneself to attain an invincible physique. Upon mastery, all weapons shall submit, and while possessing unmatched physical prowess, any weapon wielded will amplify its might. The comprehensive martial arts flooded Li Mo's mind, and he instantly memorized it. With closed eyes, he diligently absorbed the memories. This was astonishingly a method of horizontal training. Moreover, it could enhance one's mastery over weaponry. This technique required the essence of weaponry's lethal energy to temper one's self. Li Montak Pundit, extreme soldier's body, just the name alone exudes a chilling aura. Yet, this is by no means a sinister path. Rather, it is an extraordinarily pure and exquisite method of horizontal cultivation. It is perilous and exceedingly difficult to master. However, the rewards upon achieving mastery far outweigh the inherent dangers. Li Mo resolved. To practice, in the world of martial arts, one must endure hardships. No matter how formidable the armor, it cannot surpass the strength of the self. For the sake of his own safety, he must cultivate this skill. Is there a place within the sect where the essence of weaponry's lethal energy is strong? Unbeknownst to him, the martial arts hall has ceased imparting its teachings. The time for free practice signifies that one may freely engage in sparring. Li Zhenchuan, it appears you are without the protection of a woman today. Wang Hu sneered. His fists clenched audibly. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a ravenous desire to consume the youth before him. He Hongfeng sensed something amiss. Just as he attempted to rise and intervene, Wang Hao restrained his hand. Wang Shidi, should anything truly occur, we cannot bear the responsibility, He Hongfeng stated gravely. Wang Hao squinted, a cold smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, my cousin knows his limits. Besides, he is merely at the blood-chi realm, should any issues arise. You can intervene at any moment. Within the bounds of rules, you need not concern yourself. Very well. He Hongfeng hesitated for a moment, contemplating the situation. His inner force had reached the great circulation realm. With careful attention, a practitioner at the blood-chi realm would pose no significant threat under his watchful gaze. Wang Hu. Xiao Qin stepped forward, boldly approaching Wang Hu. It seemed he intended to initiate the sparring session. Old Xiao is indeed serious. Yet, someone was quicker than him. Xiao Qin barely heard the rush of wind beside him. Wang Hu only perceived a dark figure rapidly enlarging in his vision. It was a fist. Bang! The external disciples present had not yet registered the event. As realization dawned, a dull thud echoed through the air. Wang Hu staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. The astonishment on his face had yet to fade. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. The pain in his ribs rendered him breathless. It felt as though his bones had cracked. You are far too weak. Engaging with you offers little to learn. Li Montag spoke softly, his expression still adorned with a faint smile. Beside him, Xiao Qin was rendered speechless. The Six Harmonies fist? This cannot be right. Junior brother Li had only just begun learning the martial art yesterday. Moreover, he had only recently started his training. How could he possess such immense strength? Chapter 16. The unification of the Six Harmonies. The fierce beauty of the master. The vast training hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon witnessing this scene, the outer disciples thought they must still be dreaming. Li Mo had clearly only just learned the technique. Yet today he had triumphed over Wang Hu, the dominant figure of the training hall, defeating him with a single punch that left him unable to rise. Could this truly be described as the work of a novice? Is it customary for true disciples to perform so astonishingly? On the Grandmaster's chair, He Hongfeng's gaze shifted. He had touched upon the threshold of the observational realm and could discern that Li Mo had merely opened one main meridian. While his progress was undeniably swift, it was not this that astonished him the most. Wang Hu was at the blood-chi realm with 3 meridians. To win against 3 meridians with a single meridian was a feat of overwhelming superiority, certainly aided by Wang Hu's underestimation of his opponent. However, it also indicated that Li Mo's mastery of the fist technique far surpassed that of Wang Hu. He had just witnessed it clearly. That punch was at least a minor accomplishment of the Six Harmonies fist. Wang Haoding quickly approached Wang Hu, channeling internal energy to help him regulate his blood flow. His expression had darkened to an extreme. If Li Mo, the true disciple, disdained to spar with the outer disciples, then let him engage with me instead. Wang Hao. This is against the rules. He Hongfeng set down his teacup, cursing inwardly. How dare a practitioner of the internal energy realm, with several years of experience, seek a spar with someone from the blood chi realm? Has he no shame? The other outer disciples, overhearing this, could no longer contain themselves. When Wang Hu bullied us, we never saw you speak up, so it seems only he is permitted to win. Is that it? I do not require internal energy. It suffices to suppress my realm to that of a novice in the chi and blood stage. Seeking guidance from the inner sect disciples is, after all, within the bounds of propriety, even if it reaches my master. Wang Hao shows no inclination to spare him any regard. He Hongfeng's expression darkens further. Are we to be suppressed by mere floating pagodas? The disparity between an inner sect steward and an outer sect steward is far greater than that between inner and outer disciples. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, and he sneers. Very well, as long as you have no regrets. Junior Brotherly, what do you say? If you wish to avoid battle, that is acceptable. Wang Hao dismisses him, directing a piercing gaze towards Li Imo. Li Imo squints slightly. Since we are to suppress ourselves to the same realm, it is worth a try. Moreover, during his recent combat, an inexplicable surge of battle intent arose within him, and as time progresses, this fervor has only intensified, akin to a wildfire spreading ever more vigorously. Thus, in his first true confrontation, he felt no hesitation and fully manifested all that he had learned. Could this be due to the Xianpin celestial body? I beseech your teachings, Li Imo softly uttered. The crowd is taken aback. Junior Brother Li has indeed accepted the challenge. He has only been practicing martial arts for a mere 2 days. While sparring with other inner sect members might be one thing, Wang Hao, though appearing affable, is, in truth, a cunning individual. As he speaks, Imo turns again. Brother Xiao, please step aside. Where's old Xiao? He notices that he is now alone. Xiao Qin has vanished without a trace. How strange. Old Xiao does not strike one as the sort to flee at the first sign of trouble. Ha! You assist others in gaining prominence, yet they flee. Wang Hao, fearing that his opponent might refuse to engage, clasped his hands behind his back, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let me allow you the first strike, lest others accuse me of bullying the weak. Just as the words left his lips, the wind from a fist bore down upon him. Confronted by a troublemaker, Li Mo showed no inclination for politeness. His back arched like a bow, his fists striking like hammers. He aimed for the vital point 3 inches below his opponent's ribcage and launched his attack. Sensing the fierce wind of the punch, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, undeterred by the aggressive onslaught. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Although Wang Hao felt a numbing shock in his arm, he did not retreat. Confident in his combat experience, he initiated a counterattack. However, he was unprepared for Li Mo's seasoned prowess. Li Mo disregarded the thrust aimed at his chest, instead advancing with resolve, his arm descending like a steel whip upon his opponent's shoulder. The momentum of his punches was unyielding, requiring no respite. Had he mastered the minor form of the 6 harmonies fist? Wang Hao's heart raced, yet he could not retract his own strike. He, too, had summoned his full strength. His punch reaching the pinnacle of the initial stage of qi and blood, executed flawlessly. The minor form of the 6 harmonies fist was within his grasp. Moreover, Wang Hao snorted, retracting his shoulder. Li Mo's forceful punch landed on his opponent's shoulder, only to encounter an unseen force that prevented it from descending fully. In turn, he was forced back a few steps by a punch to his chest. Internal energy? Li Mo exhaled a breath of frustration, recognizing that his opponent had feigned a release of force, instead utilizing internal energy. Yet, he chose not to voice this revelation. Rather, his combat fervor intensified. Again, Wang Hao was astonished by the resilience of the young man, a cold smile growing within him. Ultimately, it was a lack of experience that rendered the boy predictable, relying on the same 3 moves. As the battle progressed, his tactics were laid bare. He resorted to the same strike as before. If one failed to achieve success the first time, repeating it only led to futility and potential counteraction. In the next moment, his pupils constricted. The boy's fist. With a resounding crack, Li Mo's powerful punch shattered the fragile veil of internal energy, striking firmly against Wang Hao's shoulder. He staggered backward, his complexion shifting from pale to ashen, his vision dimming. The six harmonies had been unified. Had he reached mastery? He Hong Song, unable to maintain his grip on the teacup, spilled the exquisite pre-rain Long Jing all over himself, yet remained oblivious, his expression vacant. The six harmonies fist was indeed foundational. But that did not imply simplicity. Rather, the more fundamental the technique, the harder it was to master, with every slight advancement requiring extensive honing. Is this a mere human? Wang Hao was caught off guard and suffered a significant setback. Yet, instead of conceding, he trembled with rage, clearly incensed. Wang Hao, what do you intend to do? Before He Hong Song could finish his sentence, Wang Hao charged forward, a shadowy energy emanating from his palm, aimed directly at Li Mo's dantian. He Hong Song, whose realm surpassed that of Wang Hao, hurried to intervene. However, his assistance proved unnecessary. Boom! Wang Hao was flung backward like a cannonball, under the overwhelming force. The bones in his body creaked ominously, crashing into the wall and creating a substantial hole. He Hong Song's hair stood on end as he turned stiffly. Elder Shang, Master, Brother Xiao. Li Mo was momentarily taken aback, only to turn around and spot two figures at the entrance. Who else could it be but Shang Wu and Xiao Qin? However, Xiao Qin, the robust adult male, was currently being hoisted by someone, his complexion ashen. Master, what brings you here? I came because this young man claims you were bullied at the martial arts hall. Shang Wu narrowed her eyes. At that moment, she exuded none of her usual languid demeanor, resembling a mother tiger whose territory had been encroached upon. Li Mo understood immediately. No wonder old Xiao had disappeared initially. He must have known that Wang Hao was not someone to be trifled with and went straight to Chunyu Peak to seek assistance. Clever of you, old Xiao. Cough, cough. Li Shidi, you flatter me, Xiao Qin said as he was lowered, still somewhat unsteady on his feet, his stomach churning. It was indeed a hardship for him, being dragged through the air by someone at the inner scene level despite his energy blood realm status. Master, you've beaten him to this extent. Is everything all right? Li Mo averted his gaze. Not far off, Wang Hao had been unceremoniously smashed into the wall, resembling a painting hanging askew, his bones likely shattered in countless places. He was frothing at the mouth, with more exhalation than inhalation. He was likely to be left in a severely incapacitated state, if not dead. There is certainly a problem. Shang Wu crossed her arms, narrowing her apricot-shaped eyes. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on those I protect must have someone backing them. What was that person's name again? I am Yi Hong Feng. He Hong Feng stammered, wiping cold sweat from his brow, his legs trembling. Damn it. That scoundrel Wang, how wouldn't he listen to reason? It's unfortunate that I entered the sect late. Of all people, why provoke her? The senior disciples are well aware that in the Qingyuan sect, it is preferable to offend the sect master than to provoke the ninth elder. Go to the divine weapon peak and summon Futu. If he does not appear within 15 minutes, I shall pay him a visit myself. Shang Wu languidly reclined in the grand chair. Me? I shall go at once. He dashed out as if a ferocious beast were in pursuit. Li Mo was left bewildered. He feared that if the younger ones were to clash with the elders, it would escalate into a greater turmoil, resulting in his master facing accountability. However, Shang Wu's demeanor suggested an intention to summon the elders for a confrontation. Xiao Qin cleared his throat softly and whispered, I have heard that the divine weapon peak was once quite lofty, only slightly shorter than the Qingyuan main peak. Li Mo paused, glancing out the window. The divine weapon peak appeared to be the shortest among the mountains, as if a significant portion had been gnawed away. Xiao Qin continued. Later, a conflict arose between Elder Han He and Elder Shang Wu, leading to the summit being obliterated by Elder Shang Wu. Li Montauk exclaimed, Ah! He looked again at the vast chasm atop the mountain, resembling a bite taken out by a ferocious beast. Turning back, he saw his delicate and enchanting master leisurely sipping tea with her legs crossed, a slight smile gracing her lips as if she had recalled something delightful. Precious disciple, come here. Are you uninjured? Shang Wu beckoned with a radiant smile. Li Mo approached, yet before he could express his gratitude, he heard Shang Wu say, when Futu arrives, we must give him a good scolding. Do you have confidence in this? A scolding? Li Mo felt a flush of embarrassment. No wonder his master had arrived so promptly. Chapter 17. Is extortion also considered investment? At the godly weapon peak within the Forging Institute, the coexistence of searing heat and icy chill resonated with the rhythmic clang of iron being shaped. He Hongfeng rushed in, flustered, declaring, "Futu, you must hurry. Elder Shangwu has stated that if you are not seen within a quarter of an hour, he will come here himself." As the words fell, a group of robust, bare-chested men in the Forging Institute broke into a cold sweat, seemingly haunted by unpleasant memories. They turned in unison to glance at the towering figure of the iron tower nearby. Futu's face twitched in alarm, and he inadvertently dropped his forging hammer to the ground. What on earth had transpired? Elder Hanhai slammed his hand on the table, rising in indignation. "How dare you summon the steward of godly weapon peak at your whim? Threatening to come here? Do you think my godly weapon peak lacks defenders?" The muscular men lowered their heads, pretending to be preoccupied. Futu, you go ahead." One of them murmured. "Yes, Elder," Futu replied, his expression shifting as he exited the Forging Institute. Elder Hanhai then inquired, "He's steward. What exactly is going on?" He Hongfeng recounted the recent events, explaining how Futu's disciple had engaged in a sparring match with a newly initiated true disciple. Elder Hanhai's fury escalated at the thought. How could an elder disciple stoop to such disgraceful conduct? If they're going to do it, then let them. But now, with Shangwu, that troublemaker, he'll surely stir up chaos. And you mentioned that Li Mo forced Wang Hao to use his inner breath? Indeed, Wang Hao had been secretly utilizing it before, albeit only a fraction. After suffering a setback in mastering the Six Harmonies fist, he became rather agitated. "This matter does not concern you." Hani twirled a strand of his grizzled beard, his eyes flickering with intensity. Mastering the Six Harmonies fist, achieving the opening of the meridians in a single day. Based solely on these two accomplishments, young Li Mo, although perhaps not quite on par with Ying Bing, is certainly not far behind. The stone steps to ascend to heaven have proven to be infallible. That lad's physique may indeed be reflected in his martial arts prowess, which is why his progress is so astonishing. Such a promising talent has unfortunately fallen under the tutelage of Shangwu. It is acceptable if he merely learns the art. However, should he adopt the madwoman's notorious flaws? Just the thought of it gives Han He a headache. In the martial arts hall, as Pu Tuo stepped inside, he was met with the sight of his disciple ensnared within the wall, in a state of uncertainty, while Shangwu sat regally in the seat of honor, sipping tea. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury. "Elder Shang, might I inquire as to your intent in causing my disciple such harm?" Shangwu raised an eyebrow, her voice booming even louder than his. He was the one who struck first. As she spoke, she lifted Li Mo's arm, pointing at the bruises adorning his palm. "Had I not arrived in time, my extraordinarily gifted disciple would have been snuffed out by yours." Li Mo coughed lightly, attempting to retract his hand, but to no avail. "No, Master, this bruise on my hand was inflicted while defending myself," he protested. "Had I delayed any longer, I fear I would have vanished entirely." With a gesture, Pu Tuo summoned Wang Hao, extracting him from the wall. After administering a healing potion, he turned back. "It was merely a friendly spar. Elder Shangwu, you are being excessive. Wang Hao has a duty to instruct new disciples in martial arts, perhaps only imparting the techniques of combat. Sparring? If he employs his internal energy, is that also considered guidance?" As Elder Shangwu spoke, she slammed her teacup down, her face flushed with anger. "Xiao Montak, what are the rules of our Qingyuan sect state? Those who harm their fellow disciples may be executed on the spot." Li Montak timely interjected. "Useless. What good are you?" Futu shot an irate glance at the unconscious Wang Hao. To bully a disciple who has just entered the sect for a day and still resort to internal energy? Now, with the label of harming a fellow disciple placed upon you, you'll have to swallow your broken teeth. In his fury, he discreetly glanced at the youth beside Elder Shangwu. He knew precisely Wang Hao's capabilities. Without using internal energy, he could not subdue his opponent. "Then, thank you, Elder Shangwu, for your guidance of my disciple. I take my leave." Futu lifted Wang Hao and intended to exit. Yet, after taking but a few steps, he found himself ensnared by a powerful aura, the hairs on his neck standing on end. "You from the Divine Weapon Peak still owe me an explanation." Elder Shangwu spat tea leaves in her cup, her face marred with disdain. "Bring me 10,000 pounds of cold iron, 1,000 pounds of red gold, and 10 pounds of iron essence. If even a single ounce is missing, you shall not pass through this door." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. This was equivalent to the production of divine weapon peak for a decade. Even Elder Han Hua might not be able to provide such a sum. It was evident that the veins on Futu's forehead bulged. Such an exorbitant demand. "Shangwu, do not push your luck. And if I do..." A wave of scorching heat enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it almost impossible to breathe. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, yet in a moment of daze, Li Mo perceived a lotus flower ablaze with fiery brilliance emanating from his beautiful master, seemingly eternal and unquenchable. The elder, Futu, found his momentum faltering. While he could be certain that others would not dare to act within the sect, the tempestuous nature of Shang Wu meant even the sect leader would yield to her whims. Li Mo, feeling fortunate and inspired, sought to mediate. "Elder Futu, you are merely the steward of the divine weapon peak. If it comes to such demands, I truly cannot fulfill them. As for myself, I have not been harmed. Why not? Request a lesser compensation." Shang Wu scoffed coldly. "While your reasoning holds merit, disciple, what compensation would you find satisfactory?" With a light cough, Li Mo replied, "Items for writing." He swiftly picked up a brush and began to inscribe a list. In no time, he had drafted a compilation. Futu glanced at it. The majority consisted of exquisite wines favored by Shang Wu, along with a collection of assorted precious items. Although it would require a significant expenditure, it was far more reasonable than the previous demands. One could simply collect it from the divine weapon peak. Observing the harmonious exchange between master and disciple, Futu's expression fluctuated, ultimately resigning to an unvoiced grievance. Had it been this straightforward from the beginning. In an instant, Shang Wu's imposing aura dissipated. Once Futu had departed with a dismissive snort, she beamed with joy, suddenly enveloping her cherished disciple in a warm embrace, burying his head against her bosom. If Li Mo were to describe Shang Wu's figure at that moment, he would deem it breathtaking. "Truly, you are my disciple, already possessing a fraction of my prowess. Master, might you share a portion with me?" Li Mo bashfully requested a share of the spoils. Shang Wu immediately became alert, observing that the gaze directed at his treasured apprentice no longer resembled that of a caring companion. 1% is yours, and 90% is mine," he declared, gesturing with his elegant fingers. Li Mo, with a hint of helplessness, replied, "Actually, I merely wish for some exotic beast meat to roast and savor." "Roasting meat?" Shang Wu's eyes brightened with curiosity. "You can cook?" "Of course. When it comes to culinary skills, I am unparalleled in the Ziyang manner. None dare contest that claim." With modern condiments at his disposal, he brimmed with confidence. Just as he finished speaking, he felt himself being lifted. Suddenly, the surroundings began to blur and rapidly receded. Just as Li Mo felt he might lose his composure, the ground beneath his feet finally solidified. "Where am I?" Hearing the sound of iron striking iron, young Li Mo gazed around in confusion. Before him lay a vast cavern, within which a faint glimmer of cold light could be discerned. On either side of the cave, two rivers flowed, one fiercely hot and the other chillingly cold, each directing its waters into the courtyard beyond. A group of blacksmiths toiled diligently in this space. This is the Divine Edge Cave, which has existed since the founding of our Qingyuan sect. Shang Wu, in a jovial mood, took pleasure in explaining to his novice apprentice. Inside, there lies a collection of scrap metal. I once dispatched an assassin from the Drizzle Tower, and his sword was cast in there. According to Elder Hanha, it is said that weapons cultivate sharpness through the essence of battle. Essence of battle? Li Mo's heart stirred with intrigue. Is this divine blade, cave, not an excellent place for honing one's martial prowess? Those are not mere scraps of metal. You must not disrespect the ancestors of the divine blade peak. Elder Han, he stood with his arms crossed, a frown etched across his face. Shang Wu chose not to engage in idle conversation, extending a hand. "Where are the items?" "Futu." As soon as the words left his mouth, Futu appeared, dragging a cart behind him. Li Mo speculated that this Futu must be a steward at the divine blade peak, hence the swift preparation of the items. Everything was as his master had instructed him to gather. It seemed to have been meticulously planned, selecting only what could be readily procured. Shangwu narrowed her enchanting almond-shaped eyes, grinning like a fox that had successfully pilfered a treat. Elder Han He, it is rare for you to be so accommodating. Very well, let this matter be forgotten. Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, assisting Shang Wu as an accomplice, and completing an act of extortion. Investment feedback: 3 jars of ice fire wine. Investment feedback: 2 bottles of 6-pattern calming pills. Investment feedback: 10 pounds of iron essence. Calming pills, possessing the ability to focus the mind and soothe the spirit, capable of suppressing distracting thoughts to some extent. Each pill can sustain its effects for 2 hours, with a maximum of 1 pill consumed per day. Excessive intake may lead to dulled emotions and a loss of humanity. Iron essence, from 10,000 pounds of iron. A mere ounce of essence, a small addition to ordinary weapons, can render them capable of severing hair, an essential material for forging divine weapons. Young Li was quite pleased. He had not anticipated that aiding his master in a scheme would be classified as an investment. What a windfall! This may not be the most rewarding occasion he had experienced, but it was certainly the most bountiful. The value of the reward has far surpassed the total amount painstakingly acquired by the master. How could I possibly allow myself to be outdone? I hope that when you, Shang Wu, ultimately lose, you won't resort to any underhanded tactics. Elder Han He let out a cold snort. He was referring to the wager between the two regarding their disciples. The stakes of this bet are worth far more than mere material wealth. In fact, they cannot even be measured in gold and silver. Thus, I shall grant you an opportunity to lose. Shang Wu grinned and gave a thumbs up before turning it downwards. Lian Mo pondered. Where does the master derive his confidence? If memory served me correctly, Murong Xiao possesses the physique of a Ming Jiao and is heralded as a once-in-a-decade genius from Ziyang Manor. If it weren't for Ying Bing, Murong Xiao would undoubtedly be the foremost disciple of this cohort. Elder Han He's unwavering confidence likely stems from the half-demon bloodline. The hallmark of a half-demon is an exceptionally high starting point. My disciple, though modest in capability, has reached the 5th meridian of Qi blood cultivation and has already ascended to the 2nd level of the Divine Peak Cave. How embarrassing! He has surpassed me, if only slightly, in comparison to my own youth. Elder Han He took a sip of tea with a casual demeanor. Shang Wu was unexpectedly taken aback. He has only reached the 5th meridian of Qi blood, and yet you allow him to practice in the Divine Peak Cave? A hint of a mysterious smile appeared on Hana's lips. I have my own plans and need not trouble you with them. My disciple, endowed with a half-demon physique and a bloodline renowned for physical prowess, the dragon, has trained under my guidance in comprehensive exercises to fully exploit his strengths. Now, he can lift a colossal stone weighing thousands of pounds through sheer physicality. Who knows how far Li Mo may journey in the future? But what of it? The Nine Peaks Conference is just around the corner. In the short term, it is impossible for him to surpass Murong Xiao. It's merely the next Divine Blade Cave. Shang Wu smirked, ultimately refraining from voicing, my disciple could do it too. The weapons within the cave are instruments of slaughter. Individually, they may not seem formidable. Yet when systematically combined, they possess the ability to inflict harm from afar. Furthermore, some of these weapons have claimed countless lives and radiate an astonishing aura of lethality, enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Entering the cave represents a dual trial for both body and mind. Even she could not reach the deepest level of the Divine Blade Cave. Elder Han He, I wonder if outsiders can enter this Divine Blade Cave? Elder Han He paused in his tea drinking. Shang Wu discreetly signaled her foolish disciple. Silly disciple, we don't necessarily have to compete for every bit of pride. Elder Han's gaze swept over. Of course, entry is permitted, but I advise you to think twice. Aside from Murong Xiao, all the disciples within possess inner breath mastery or above. The former is due to an inherently strong physique, while the latter can utilize their inner breath for protection. I will first test the waters from the periphery. If it proves futile, I shall not force my hand. Li Mo's eyes gleamed with determination, addressing both of them. Elder Han silently shook his head. No wonder he has just entered the martial arts hall and already find himself in conflict with others. Having made a slight advancement in martial arts, he is oblivious to the vastness of the world, eager to contend with everyone. This temperament may serve him well to learn through hardship. You may enter, but your safety is your own responsibility. Should trouble arise, do not implicate me. Thank you. Liemo clasped his hands in gratitude before turning to his master. As Shangwu squinted his almond-shaped eyes and pondered for a moment, he produced a small bell from his bosom. If you find yourself overwhelmed, simply shake it vigorously twice. This is a heartlink bell. When one bell is shaken with force, the other will resonate. As long as you're not separated by a great distance, it will prove effective. Although Elder Shang appeared boisterous, he harbored a deep concern for his treasured disciple. Thank you, Master, Liemo replied, accepting the bell before making his way to the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave. Chapter 18. The Divine Edge Cave. The murderous intent within. Before the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave, an array of weapons could be seen displayed inside, some gleaming with a cold light, while others bore the marks of rust. The sight alone invoked a sense of danger, causing one's nerves to tense. Numerous martial artists traversed the area, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. Among them were blacksmiths and inner disciples from other peaks, their intentions for entering the Divine Edge Cave shrouded in mystery. A steward of the inner sect sat nearby, documenting the comings and goings of individuals. Upon lifting his gaze, he paused momentarily, taken aback by the youthfulness of the boy before him. Cultivating the body tempering technique requires at most 2 hours, Liemo stated confidently. The steward, momentarily flabbergasted, waved his hand dismissively. What are you doing here, causing a ruckus? Off you go. With his discerning eye, he quickly assessed that Liemo had only recently entered the Bloodchi realm. Elder Hanha has already granted permission, Liemo replied, undeterred by the steward's demeanor. The steward's expression turned to one of uncertainty. Which peak do you belong to? He inquired. Junyu Peak, Liemo responded. Where did the disciples of Junyu Peak come from? As the internal affairs steward pondered, a sudden recollection struck him. This year, Elder Shangwu indeed took on a true disciple, one of remarkable talent. It appears that this individual ascended the stone steps of ascension alongside that esteemed master Ying Bing. What was their name again? For a moment, he found himself at a loss. Please record this for me, he instructed Liemo, who promptly took out a recording device. After the information was noted, the steward nodded, his demeanor becoming more amiable as he began to elaborate. If you wish to practice, remember to act within your limits. The first level contains sharp instruments, many of which have never tasted blood. As for the second level, those are truly lethal weapons. I once slayed a notorious bandit, and his blade resides there. Since this individual is a true disciple, they may have some backing. For instance, the new true disciple taken in by Elder Han, he possesses an astonishing physique and has already ventured down to the second level. He seemed eager to share further insights. And what about the third level? Liemo inquired with curiosity. Young man, do not aim too high. The third level houses renowned artifacts, and such treasures possess their own spirits. Unless one has reached the realm of divine observation, it would be unwise to tread there, the steward cautioned, shaking his head emphatically. I understand, Liemo replied, retrieving his recording device, bowing slightly before stepping into the cave. Instantly, the sensation of being watched intensified. The first level was bustling with people, some of whom recognized him. Li Montak, oh, it truly is that famed true disciple. What brings him here? To practice? Hiss. The delicate skin and tender flesh seemed to lack any foundational training. He had yet to reach the realm of internal breath and had no need to rely on the refining of internal energy through metal and iron. Did he? The crowd was baffled. However, Liemo clearly had no intention of elucidating matters to the others. He proceeded forward, unperturbed, taking 50 steps. Gasp! He found himself unable to continue. Li Montak exhaled deeply. At this point, his skin began to sting. By his own effort, even the first 50 steps had pushed him to his limits. To advance further would result in irreversible injury. The comprehension of martial arts remained for another decade. First, he would delve into mastery of the extreme soldier body. Liemo steeled himself, and a thought crossed his mind. 10 years of martial arts comprehension successfully infused. In the first year, you have thoroughly studied the extreme soldier body, learning how to wield the sharp essence of weaponry to refine your own being. In the third year, through diligent practice, you discovered that with proper control, it is entirely possible to refine not only your exterior, but also your internal organs. By the fifth year, you have become proficient in the extreme soldier body. In the 10th year, your control is exquisite. You can resonate with various weapons, having cultivated it to the point of affecting your meridians. Comprehension complete. You have attained a profound mastery of the extreme soldier body. In an instant, enlightenment dawned upon him. Li Mo immediately sensed a new realm of existence. If the pervasive essence of weaponry were likened to water, he had previously been akin to a waterfowl unacquainted with its depths. As the waters deepened, even in calmness, he would surely drown. Mastering the extreme soldier body to such a degree transformed him into a master of the tides, impervious to harm unless faced with tumultuous waves. Refining the body, Li Mo settled into a meditative posture, legs crossed. Surrounded by the sharp essence of his martial prowess, he drew it into his very being. This piercing energy, though perilous, under his masterful guidance, inflicted no harm upon him. Rather, it sculpted and tempered his physique. A jade must be carved to become a vessel of worth. Is he truly engaged in training? How long do you suppose he can endure? I wager no more than the span of a single incense stick. An incense stick? To last a mere 100 breaths would indeed be remarkable. Do none of you practice your arts? Why concern ourselves with others? I am but a blacksmith, thank you. Observing Li Mo, who appeared as if in deep meditation, some began to murmur among themselves. Others placed bets on how long this disciple of Li could sustain himself here. However, the wager had yet to be established when, unexpectedly, Li Mo rose to his feet. Goodness, it hasn't even been 30 breaths yet. This cannot be. I've secured my bet. Ha. Thank you, Li, for helping me earn some silver. Wait, he isn't retracing his steps. It was only upon hearing this exclamation that the crowd regained their senses. Indeed, this disciple of Li did not turn back, but rather pressed forward into the depths. Before long, he was on the brink of descending to the second level. What madness is this? Is he courting death? No, he appears to be unscathed. How astonishing. He has truly ventured to the second level. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. The youth moved with agility, passing through the portal at the end of the first level, his figure swiftly vanishing at the staircase's conclusion. This was not anticipated when they opened the betting. How shall they reckon this? It must be noted that many of those at the inner breath stage barely lingered, even at the first level. Why does Li Mo stroll through his own backyard, as if it were an ordinary affair? The sharpness of the weapons suggests that their lethal intent cannot solely emanate from the blades housed within the divine blade cave. Could it be that there lies something deeper within the cave's lower levels? Lima causan sa suplaklua, while others might remain oblivious. Perhaps due to his Xianpin celestial body, he possessed an acute sensitivity to such energies. Were he to become a blacksmith, he would undoubtedly thrive in that environment. With this thought, his curiosity to delve deeper intensified. Upon descending to the second level, he found a significant reduction in the array of weapons. Yet the presence of various arms remained, each bearing signs of past conflicts. Some bore evident scars, having evidently endured fierce battles. A wave of heaviness washed over his mind, resulting in a moment of disorientation. It felt as though a chill seeped into his very core, a harbinger of slaughter. Limakau ratrieva a king shimpi, placing one beneath his tongue, and the unsettling sensation gradually dissipated. After a brief moment of reflection, he felt capable of proceeding further. He continued onward, traversing another 100 steps. Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure, a young man clad in a white garment adorned with cloud patterns, crowned with a purple golden tiara. Upon closer inspection, the skin around his neck revealed faint, scale-like patterns. His delicate features contorted, betraying an expression of struggle. Morong Shao? The name surfaced in Li Mo's mind. Thus, he employed his heavenly destiny divine eye to scrutinize the figure. Name, Morong Shao. Age, 16. Constitution, Ming Jiao body. Realm, Qi in blood realm, 5 meridians. Destiny, blue with a hint of black. The assessment, His father is a man of integrity, while his mother is a transformed dragon, possessing a benevolent disposition yet greatly influenced by her own lineage. Should they harmonize their strengths, his prospects would be boundless. However, if they were to amalgamate their shortcomings, calamity would surely ensue. Recent encounters. He is affected by murderous intent, leading to a resurgence of his demonic nature. If he does not extricate himself promptly, a drastic change in temperament is imminent. Murderous intent has taken root within him. The last time I observed Murong Zhao's destiny, it was tinged with blue and purple. Now it has shifted to a dark hue. This indicates that the true essence of this half-demon is at a critical juncture between life and death. A single thought can lead one to paradise or plunge them into hell. Chapter 19. Murong Zhao's past, and student Li's initial training. His name is Murong Zhao, who grew up under the care of his grandfather. He was not always regarded as a prodigy. From a young age, he bore scale-like markings on his skin, which made him a frequent target of bullying by other children. Each time he returned from his studies, covered in dirt and shame, his grandfather would admonish him for his excessive kindness and timidity, noting that he would not even retaliate when attacked. Yet he alone understood that during those moments of violence, what terrified him was not the fear of defeat, but rather a longing voice deep within him that whispered, hunger. Thus, he refrained from striking back, fearing that should blood be shed, he would be unable to restrain his insatiable hunger. As the years passed, that deep-seated desire gradually waned, yet he maintained his vegetarian lifestyle. Murong Zhao believed he had become indistinguishable from ordinary people until today. He has now ascended to the second level of the Divine Blade Cave. You are a dragon, a born great demon, yet you abstain from consuming blood? Cease this self-denial. Embrace your true self, and you shall never again be subjected to the tyranny of the weak. The innate nature that has been suppressed for years has never truly vanished. Like a steadily accumulating pile of hay, once ignited, the flames become uncontrollable. Just as Murong Zhao felt his consciousness fading and scales nearly covering his cheeks, in the next moment, someone pried open his mouth and stuffed something inside. It was round and plump. Before he could discern what it was, it rolled down his throat. Miraculously, his mind swiftly regained clarity. As Murong Zhao opened his eyes in bewilderment, he beheld a youth of similar stature before him, strikingly handsome with a sunlit smile, holding a porcelain vial that exuded a fragrance of elixir, instantly refreshing his spirit. He recognized him as the young man who had also been accepted as a true disciple during the initiation ceremony. You're finally all right, Li Mo sighed in relief. That was close. In this second level, there are few people, and I was closest to you. Had you succumbed to the murderous intent, I would have likely been your first target. Thank you, Murong Zhao murmured in gratitude. Even he understood that it was this youth who had saved him. The substance he had just ingested must have been a precious elixir. Otherwise, such an effect would not have been possible. Thank you, Brother Li, for your timely assistance. I was momentarily careless and fell prey to the murderous intent. Perhaps it is not merely that. Murong Zhao's expression stiffened as he looked up. He sensed that the other's smiling eyes had seen right through him. In fact, I have encountered this in an ancient text, which mentioned that a half-demon's body is often influenced by its bloodline. The higher the rank of one's bloodline, the deeper its influence. If left unchecked, it may lead to the resurgence of demonic traits. Your bloodline must belong to the likes of a dragon. Just now, I noticed horns sprouting from your head. Before Li Mo could finish his sentence, Murong Zhao's expression shifted several times. Ultimately, his countenance darkened, as if he had made a momentous decision. Step by step, he approached slowly. Li Mo, feeling a twinge of wariness, took 2 steps back. Could it be that Murong Zhao was grappling with a troubled mind and intended to silence him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Murong Zhao abruptly knelt down, doing so with such force that the bluestone bricks beneath him cracked. I implore you, do not disclose this to anyone else. Li Montauk was momentarily speechless. The divine eyes of fate had deemed him inherently virtuous. Indeed, he appeared quite benevolent. He even pondered that if he were to whisper in Murong Zhao's ear, surely, you do not wish for others to learn of your half-demon nature. he might find that any demand he made would be readily accepted. After all, Elder Han, he was also aware of your half-demon physique, was he not? Suppressing his mischievous thoughts, Li Mo remained perplexed. Murong Xiao sighed bitterly. You are aware that the Purple Sun Mansion refers to me as the Qilin child. This is, in truth, a fabrication spun by my grandfather. Through Murong Xiao's explanation, Li Mo finally grasped the matter at hand. The Ming Jiao is a harbinger of calamity. Its emergence heralds a tempest of bloodshed. Years ago, Murong Xiao's father brought home a woman, Murong Xiao's mother. The two were wed shortly thereafter, yet it was only when she became pregnant that the patriarch of the Murong family has just realized that his son is a formidable individual, even more impressive than Su Xian. Numerous events transpired in the interim, yet ultimately, Murong Xiao was born safely. Aware that the half-demon lineage could not be concealed, the patriarch opted not to hide it any longer, instead allowing rumors to circulate within the city. Over time, the people of Ziyang Prefecture came to believe that Murong Xiao possessed a trace of the bloodline of the Water Qilin, a creature of auspiciousness. Consequently, he became known as the Qilin child. Upon hearing this, Li Mo was profoundly astonished. Your entire family is quite formidable. Rest assured, I shall keep this a secret. However, even if I remain silent, you will inevitably reveal your true nature in due course. Sighing deeply after a prolonged silence, Murong Xiao understood this all too well. Even if he passed this trial today, what of the future? As a martial artist, he could not possibly remain a paragon of virtue throughout his life. At that moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, what was that elixir you gave me earlier, brotherly? Ah, that is called the Qingxin pill, Li Mo replied, handing him the vial. The Qingxin pill? I have consumed it before, but it did not yield such effects. Murong Xiao poured out a single pill, examining it closely, only for his expression to dim once more. Indeed, it was the Qingxin pill, but it was of the 6th tier. Even the simplest healing elixirs of such caliber are rare treasures, their value far exceeding that of the elixir itself. No wonder it was so effective. Even though the Murong family holds considerable influence in Ziyang Prefecture, such treasures are still elusive. For even if produced, alchemists typically refrain from trading them. Having said that, I shall take my leave now, as I must return to my training. At that moment, Li Mo waved his hand. Brother Li, your elixir. You may keep it for yourself. A man's worth is measured by his deeds, and I have not received this grand gift in vain. Regarding the matter of bloodlines, I shall peruse that ancient tome once more. Perhaps it holds a solution. Murong Xiao, clutching the porcelain vial, knelt there in a daze. He, too, had been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth. And this was the first time in his life he felt constrained by poverty. Is this real, brother? 6 pattern elixirs? And not just one, but an entire bottle. He was utterly oblivious to the true value of such a treasure, for in the hands of those in need, it was indeed priceless. A twinge of regret suddenly pierced Murong's heart. Having knelt, he ought to have offered a few more bows of gratitude. Murong Xiao contemplated pursuing him, at least to express his thanks. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted. He realized that the path Li Mo had taken seemed inaccessible to him. Brotherly, Li Montauk, his voice echoed through the cavern. With the strength of his own flesh, he could only ascend to the midsection of the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier of the Divine Weapon Cave? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. No, Brotherly has just rescued me. I cannot allow him to encounter danger. If I cannot reach the 3rd tier, I must seek the aid of my master. With that, Murong Xiao quickly rose to his feet and dashed towards the entrance of the Divine Weapon Cave, while the oblivious Li Mo remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. As he walked, he noticed a message from the system. You have an investment feedback awaiting collection. Would you like to collect it? No. Li Mo stepped into the 3rd level, fully engrossed in his surroundings. Raising his eyes, he observed various weapons scattered across the mountain wall. Each of these weapons had once been wielded by masters of the inner realms. Gazing upon them felt akin to glimpsing the past of their illustrious owners. Witnessing them pierce the bodies of adversaries, brandished in fierce combat. Likewise, the sharp, lethal aura they exuded was magnified manifold. This level might still harbor others, though not within Li Mo's line of sight. It was time to halt. Continuing further, even with his extreme battle body, danger would loom. Liu Mo found a slab of blue stone to sit upon. He first retrieved a gourd and took a few hearty swigs. The ice-fire wine upon entry resembled a serene mountain spring, refreshing and cool. Yet once it settled in his stomach, it ignited, heating every vein, fascia, and even bone to an intense warmth. Let the journey commence. Li Mo exhaled the fragrant breath of the wine, crushed a cleansing heart pill, and swallowed it. He began to cultivate. As the extreme battle body activated, the sharp, lethal aura washed over him. Pain, beads of sweat trickled from Li Mo's forehead as he gritted his teeth in perseverance. He felt his muscles being honed like stubborn stones, gradually revealing their inner luminescence, becoming increasingly resilient. The potency of the ice-fire wine served as a lubricant, elevating the refining process while simultaneously promoting muscle reorganization. Sweat soaked his garments, and white smoke billowed from the crown of his head. Student Xiao Li intuitively realized the profound agony inherent in the practice of horizontal training. Nevertheless, having embarked on this arduous journey, he tentatively began to incorporate the meridians into his regimen of cultivation. At that very moment, as Li Mo engaged in his training, the weapons embedded in the stone wall seemed to resonate, vibrating incessantly. In Chapter 20, Elder Han He, plagued by existential doubts, inquired whether he had come to procure goods from his location. Simultaneously, within the confines of Shenbing Peak, he casually probed, "What horizontal training techniques have you imparted to Li Mo?" Even though he held the conviction that Murong Xiao could never face defeat, he understood that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for triumph in battle. Yet, the subsequent words of Shangwu nearly caused Han He to spew his tea. Horizontal training techniques? I have not taught him any. Not taught. Han He was taken aback. After all, Li Mo had only opened his meridians yesterday. How could he have found the time to learn such techniques? Shangwu propped his chin on his hand, yawning in boredom. Han He's aged face twitched in disbelief. You are unaware of what techniques your disciple is practicing, yet you dare to send him into the Shinfeng cave? He had assumed that Shangwu had prepared some contingency plan to ensure victory in their wager. Moreover, concerning Li Mo, he could not help but wonder if he had foolishly begun practicing some inferior martial art, akin to ironcloth shirt. At that moment, Murong Xiao rushed into the courtyard, his back drenched in sweat, not from fatigue, but from urgency. Master, something terrible has happened. What is it? Were you not engaged in your cultivation? Han He frowned, glancing at his disciple. He had always believed that Murong Xiao possessed a tranquil demeanor, which had allowed him to confidently permit his descent into the second level of the Shinfeng cave. Why then did he appear so flustered and pale? The divine edge cave lies right beneath his very eyes. What calamity could possibly occur? Brother Li has already entered the third layer. Master, please hasten to rescue him. Murong Xiao exclaimed with urgency, his anxious demeanor akin to one whose father had fallen into a river. Brother Li? Which Brother Li? Han He momentarily faltered in comprehension. It is Li Mo, the direct disciple of Elder Shangwu. Han He exclaimed. Li Montauk, he has ventured into the third layer? Shangwu gasped. The third layer is where the renowned weapons are stored. The lethal aura of former weapon masters, combined with the inherent sharpness of the divine edge cave, is beyond the endurance of someone in the blood-chi realm. The blacksmiths in the courtyard collectively inhaled sharply, having dealt with weaponry for years. Many dare not linger in the third layer for long. A blood-chi realm cultivator descending there would surely meet their demise. But wait, how did he manage to descend? Han He abruptly rose, filled with uncertainty. To reach the third layer, one must inevitably traverse the second. An inexperienced martial artist, new to the blood-chi realm and devoid of any body refinement experience, would hardly be able to reach even the second layer. Yet, looking at Murong Xiao's expression, it was evident he was not feigning. The disciple knows not. Murong Xiao shook his head. Perhaps he possesses a unique treasure, allowing him to shield himself from the sharp aura. After a moment of contemplation, Han He considered this possibility. Surely, nothing untoward would happen. Shangwu, suddenly alert, hesitantly retrieved the heart-melding bell from her bosom. The bell had not chimed once before. Han He, with a grave tone, remarked in the third layer, "Your disciple may very well have lost his senses the moment he descended, overtaken by the killing intent, with a rare treasure in hand, perhaps for a brief moment. All would seem well." Yet, as the words fell from her lips, a crimson shadow surged forth like a shooting star, swiftly darting away, leaving behind only a large crater in the spot she once occupied. Or was it that just zipped past? The inner gate steward at the entrance rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Who are you? Register. Do you not recognize who I am?" "Oh, it's you." Han He, carrying his belongings, followed closely behind. If a true disciple were to perish within the cave, even if he were an elder, he would bear the responsibility. "Shang Wu, do not collapse my divine edge cave," he shouted from behind. This was understandable. There had once been a novice disciple who, having inadvertently wandered into the third level of the divine edge cave, had his mind affected. The speed within was astonishingly swift, surpassing even the speed of light. Indeed, it was remarkably fast. Shang Wu showed no intention of concealing her aura, her searing energy waves even overshadowing the sharpness of weaponry. Consequently, many trembling martial artists filled the first and second levels of the divine edge cave. In no time at all, Shang Wu reached the entrance to the third level. However, she suddenly halted her steps. Shang Wu's tense expression gradually relaxed, transforming into a look of bewilderment. "Shang Wu, my disciple has indeed saved your disciple's life this time. How do you intend to repay this favor?" Elder Han He, with his hands clasped behind his back, descended. Yet, before he could finish his thought, his words were caught in his throat. The elder, who had presided over the divine weapon peak for 2 decades, stood frozen in place at the sight before him. Previously, he had thought that he had finally put the madwoman Shang Wu in his debt, believing she would no longer dare to come to his divine weapon peak to take advantage of him. Little did he expect to witness this unforgettable scene. There sat a youth upon the azure stone, surrounded by dozens of weapons, each radiating an aura of submission and obedience. Without exception, they were all renowned artifacts. Every disciple who entered the inner sect had the privilege to select a weapon from the divine blade cave, and with a stroke of luck, they might become the recognized master of a renowned piece. Of course, most would ultimately find themselves relegated to choosing weapons from the first or second tiers. For ordinary disciples, to gain recognition from even one renowned artifact was a monumental fortune. It is worth noting that even the elders from various peaks often wielded nothing more than such artifacts. To acquire the recognition of dozens of renowned weapons all at once, Han He would sooner believe that his own seasoned eyes were deceiving him. With a gulp, Han He swallowed hard. "I knew it. This lad is no fool." Shang Wu let out a soft hum, returning to her languid demeanor. Han He was left speechless. Who had nearly caused him harm mere moments ago. At this juncture, he could not afford to argue with Shang Wu and instead focused intently on the youth encircled by the famed weapons, struggling to suppress a burgeoning existential doubt despite his extensive experiences. The young man was indeed cultivating. Furthermore, the dozens of renowned artifacts drew near him, creating an atmosphere of lethal intent that seemed to revolve around his very being. Even those in the realm of divine perception would do well to consider their stance carefully. Yet, he remained utterly unscathed. Han He himself was a master craftsman, possessing an unparalleled acuity for weaponry. However, the more he comprehended, the more he understood the arduousness this posed for those in the realm of chi and blood. By the way, old Han He, is it not a custom in your divine edge cave that once one gains the acknowledgement of a renowned weapon, one may take it away? Shang Wu wiped her mouth, her apricot eyes gleaming with excitement. She did not possess a renowned weapon, of course, for she had something far superior. But this could amount to dozens. If she leisurely strolled about the third level with her prized disciple, there might be even more. Han He, are you here to restock? You must be mistaken. Each disciple is allowed to take only one weapon from the divine edge cave. It was not always this way. Times have changed. The effects of the tranquil heart pill were beginning to wane. Li Mo ceased his meditative practices, opening his eyes to gaze into the distant, chilling radiance. Just as he had pushed the extreme weapon-killing body to its pinnacle, he felt an inexplicable resonance. This faint sensation was indeed present, albeit nearly imperceptible. Deep within the Divine Edge cave, something was calling to him. Ahem, Liamo, you may select one of these renowned weapons to take with you. The voice of Elder Han, he echoed from behind. Startled, Liamo regained his composure and noticed the two individuals behind him. Elder Han, he wore an expression of resignation, while his master looked on, drooling at the array of weapons surrounding him. How did they arrive here? Thank you, Elder Han, but I do not intend to select a weapon at this moment. Liamo replied with a respectful bow. Old Father's greatest passion lies in the collection of various weapons, often expressing his dreams of possessing a renowned artifact. He is well aware of the rarity of such treasures. However, the crux of the matter is that he has yet to master the art of weaponry. It would be imprudent to simply select a prized weapon without the corresponding martial skills. Indeed, my disciple, there is no need for haste. As Shangwu spoke, a smile adorned his face as he turned back, chuckling. Once you are able to descend to the 4th level of the Divine Edge cave, we shall take our time in selecting. Elder Han, his eyelids twitched violently. The 4th level houses the essence of the Divine Weapon Peak's most treasured secrets. Let's first ensure our descent. It is merely a matter of time. Observing the vexation of the irksome old man, Shangwu triumphantly patted his disciple on the shoulder. This gesture revealed an unexpected change. Xiaomo, why have you become so rigid? Can you guess why I have come to the Divine Edge cave? Liamo pondered whether to voice his thoughts. Indeed, the extreme weapon body technique is incredibly effective. At the very least, a slap from my master no longer causes me pain. Preliminary estimates suggest that his physical strength has increased by at least 30%. And this is merely the first day of training. It will only grow stronger. Once his physical prowess is sufficiently developed, he shall venture deeper. The connection I sense should not reside in the 4th level, but rather in the depths beyond. Liamo retracted his gaze. Chapter 21. Shao Qin's grandfather. The fire sparrow feather. At the cave entrance, that individual Li Jun has entered the 3rd level of the Divine Edge cave. How on earth did he manage to get in? It is hopeless. A few years ago, a novice inadvertently stumbled into the 3rd layer when rescued. He was a mere shell of himself, battered and bruised, and his mind had suffered greatly. Even after treatment, he emerged as a drooling specter. Hiss! I hope he hasn't met his end atop our peak. After all, he was a disciple of Shangwu. Suddenly, I recalled that I had yet to hang the clothes at home. I must return. The entrance was bustling with activity. Many disciples were no longer forging iron, engrossed in fervent discussions. If a true disciple were to encounter misfortune at the Divine Edge cave, it would surely be a sensational scandal for the Qingyuan sect. Murong Xiao paced back and forth, anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Brother Li is such a good person. I sincerely hope nothing has happened to him. As he muttered to himself, a sudden spark of energy surged within him. Why is everyone gathered here? Attend to your own affairs. Han strode ahead, reprimanding the inner disciples gossiping idly. Shangwu and Liamo emerged from behind him. Young Li still wore that familiar smile. Brother Li, are you well? Do you still recognize me? How many fingers do I have? Murong Xiao hastened to Liamo, wiggling his fingers. 5. Don't you have just 5 fingers? Liamo seemed to think this was some sort of riddle. What is 5 plus 5? 10. After this brief intellectual exercise, Murong Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, his face glowing with satisfaction. You haven't turned into a fool. This is truly wonderful. Liamo replied. Thank you. Before they could exchange more words, Shangwu had already hoisted Liamo onto the carriage, and they departed. In a splendid mood, Shangwu playfully struck the colt's rear with a whip as the carriage gradually receded into the distance. Take care, Brother Li, he called out. Murong Xiao waved at Liamo, prompting a stir of curiosity within Han He. He wondered how his disciple had become acquainted with Liamo and appeared to share a significant bond. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The upcoming Jiufeng martial arts competition was devoid of personal sentiments, and the outcome would ultimately determine their standings. Regardless of Li Mo's exceptional talents, he had merely entered the bloodchi realm, a stark contrast to Murong Xiao's established mastery. However, the future remained uncertain. Shower in just over 10 days. The new disciples will partake in the sect's trials. During this time, You shall diligently train under my guidance every afternoon. Yes, master. As night enveloped the tranquil Qingyu Mountains, silence reigned supreme. In the courtyard where the outer disciples resided, a single house still radiated light. Shao Qin grasped a mysterious crystal, and his cultivation had astonishingly restored to the ninth pulse of the blood qi realm. The once substantial crystal had nearly transformed into a grayish-white hue. This was certainly not solely due to his efforts. I have regained the 10th pulse of the blood qi realm. Upon reopening his eyes, a flicker of joy briefly crossed Shao Qin's resolute features. Yet, as he gazed at the crystal in his hand, now entirely gray and indistinguishable from an ordinary stone, perplexity creased his brow. Had he consumed the entire crystal? That should be beyond my capabilities. You indeed are incapable, but it is due to my influence. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in his ear. Who are you? The name of the esteemed one is indeed of ancient origin. 10 minutes later, Shao Qin sat there, filled with both astonishment and bewilderment. It turned out that the reason for his decline in realm was due to the jade pendant upon his chest. To be precise, it was the venerable elder within the pendant who referred to himself as the Thousand Forms Martial Sovereign. If the elder's words were to be believed, then during his prime, he was far more powerful than the leader of the Qingyuan sect. Moreover, he claimed that he could become Shao Qin's mentor, provided that Shao Qin would assist him in reconstructing his physical form once he regained his strength. It seemed that the seven-star ancient pendant had not chosen poorly. The fact that he persevered in the martial path for so long without yielding had awakened the elder. The aged voice carried a tone of approval, expressing great satisfaction with Shao Qin's tenacity and potential. Thus, it was only fitting to present you with a token of apprenticeship, lest you harbor any resentment in your heart. As the words fell, the seven-star ancient pendant suddenly radiated a glow, as if revealing a small opening. From within emerged a silken pouch. Inside this pouch lay a feather from a flame sparrow. Although it contained only a trace of the true phoenix's bloodline, after numerous refinements, it remained exceedingly rare. When worn, it would repel all evils and nurture the physical body, proving to be of immeasurable utility. Holding the pouch, Shao Qin felt a wave of warmth envelop him. However, he spoke candidly. If relying solely on myself, I cannot ascertain how long it would take to revive my master. The main reason lies with junior brother Li, who gifted me a mysterious crystal. Mysterious crystal? The ancient voice momentarily faltered, then quickly recognized the crystal that Shao Qin had completely absorbed. In the desolate expanse of the eastern wasteland, the existence of profound crystals ought to be exceedingly rare and precious. How could he possibly part with such a treasure? Indeed, junior brother Li is a person of high moral integrity. Master, I wish to express my gratitude by gifting him this phoenix feather pouch. With a piercing gaze, Shao Qin remarked, now that he has this venerable elder by his side, he is unlikely to encounter significant danger. However, this is ultimately a gift from the master. It would be inappropriate to pass it on without consent. It is commendable that you harbor such intentions. In the future, when you achieve success, you may also uplift him. The elder known as the Thousand Forms Martial Sovereign did not intervene. Rather, he welcomed the notion of Shao Qin being a grateful individual, as it would enhance the likelihood of him helping restore the elder's corporeal form in the future. Moreover, the casual bestowal of the profound crystal indicates that the giver possesses certain influence within the eastern wasteland. To uplift junior brother Li? A bitter smile crossed Shao Qin's face as he shook his head, stating, he is a true inheritor, whereas I am merely an outer disciple. He has personally witnessed the extraordinary talent of junior brother Li. Mastering the six harmonies fist in a single day transcends the mere label of genius. It is nothing short of monstrous. As a true inheritor, his future shines brilliantly, yet even that culminates in becoming an elder. The Clear Abyss sect is but a small faction within the Eastern Wasteland. The aged voice paused for a moment before earnestly continuing, in a not-so-distant future. You shall depart from this place and shine brightly in a broader world. As my disciple, do not underestimate yourself. Always remember your master's teachings. Shao Qin nodded with a hint of hesitation. Your lack of confidence reflects not only upon yourself, but also upon me. Very well. Tomorrow I shall meet your esteemed junior. Li, to discern the extent of his extraordinary talents. Aware of Xiao Qin's thoughts, the esteemed master of many forms couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. Yet, he swiftly redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. The heart technique you practice does not quite suit you. Listen attentively. I shall impart to you a profound method of transformation. Thank you, master. Xiao invigorated himself. Moments later, the master of many forms fell into silence, seemingly returning to the slumber within his jade pendant. He tucked the scroll into his bosom and diligently began to practice the newly learned heart technique. Chapter 22. Ying Bing's Dilemma, the Inheritance at Autumn Water Pavilion. At this moment, the fragrant aroma of cumin and oil wafted through the small courtyard. Barbecued meat, 5 taels of silver for a skewer, exquisite in appearance and worth every penny. Here, my dear, you are a beauty. I shall offer you a skewer. Li Mo retrieved a carbon stove used in winter as a grill, skewering the exquisite beast meat from the rare beast peak, sizzling with delectable juices. As he grilled the meat, he playfully called out to attract customers. My dear disciple, were you once a chef? Shangwu took a bite. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with delight. She had tasted barbecued meat before, but why was it so exquisitely delicious when prepared by her disciple? The unique fragrance combined with the rich char of the meat was simply divine. Li Mo chuckled and picked up a few more skewers. Ah, another beauty. This blackhorn sheep meat nourishes the yin and replenishes blood. I present it to you. It is indeed delectable. Ying Bing took a gentle bite, savoring the flavors thoughtfully. The ice block offered a commendable evaluation, indicating that the flavor was indeed delightful. Oh. Shangwu, who relished spicy food, continued to exhale fervently. Even Ying Bing, who typically favored a light diet, remarkably indulged in the feast, oblivious to the quantity she consumed while grilling and eating simultaneously. Little Bing, you truly understand the essence of respecting one's teachers. Thus, this skewer of grilled fish is meant for me. But you're not my master. You have eaten so much, a little girl should be cautious, or she might gain weight. I am in my growing years. Oh dear, you spend every day with Li Mo. Perhaps he could prepare some for you next time. Shangwu crossed her arms, pouting in frustration, despite her coaxing and cunning. She could not procure even a single skewer of grilled fish from the young girl, which left her quite vexed. Ying Bing, savoring the grilled fish, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her smile unhidden. Memories from the past flickered in her mind, in the nebulous recollections of the eastern wilderness. Only a few significant individuals left a lasting impression on her. Among them was Shangwu. When the Qingyuan sect fell, had it not been for Shangwu, she might not have survived the ordeal at Xiang Mansion. Regrettably, shaking her head, Ying Bing dispelled her distracting thoughts. In this lifetime, the tragedies of the past shall never repeat. Good meat naturally deserves fine wine. Li Mo joined the table for the meal, holding a bottle of wine encased in jade-hued porcelain. Upon uncorking it, a spicy yet refreshing aroma wafted into the air. As the liquid was poured, it distinctly separated into red and blue hues within the cup. What kind of wine is this? It is so fragrant. Shangwu delicately twitched her nose, inhaling the fragrant aroma, instantly invigorated, her almond-shaped eyes widening ever so slightly. Ice fire wine, Li Mo said with a smile as he placed a wine bowl before her. As he spoke, he poured another cup, which he offered to Ying Bing. Ying Bing raised an eyebrow, reminiscent of a crescent moon, and examined the cup closely, her mirror-like eyes reflecting the dual-colored liquid, a sight truly enchanting. This exquisite beverage originated from the Jade Spring Island in the Northern Sea, where spring flows, perpetually oscillating between warmth and chill, possessing miraculous properties that refine the body. The island is home to a renowned winemaking family that specializes in crafting this unique wine. Hence its name, Ice Fire Wine. Although this family is known for its winemaking, it stands as a formidable entity, rivaling even the esteemed Qingyuan sect. Each year, they present hundreds of exquisite wines as tributes to the Gui Palace, among which is this Ice Fire Wine. It was no longer of use to her, typically reserved for bestowing upon promising disciples. Why, Li Mo, do you possess such a wine? My dear disciple, where did you procure this? After sipping the ice-fire wine, Shang Wu's cheeks flushed a vivid red, her voice soft and gentle for the first time, her almond eyes fluttering like ripples on water. Liamo leaned back, astonished. It was hard to conceive that this delicate woman could possess the strength to shatter mountains with a single punch. He had stumbled upon a hidden locale and managed to procure only a few jars. Young Li, with a curious expression, exclaimed, "Oh, you have encountered such fortunes. No wonder you emerged unscathed from the third level of the Divine Edge Cave." Shang Wu found no fault in his words, while Ying Bing took a sip, her understanding deepening. A conjecture began to form in her mind. It seemed Li Mo had likely acquired a legacy from some hidden source. Relying on the relic of the ancestral heritage, he managed to transform his physical constitution. The ice-fire wine, also a remnant of this legacy, was utilized by the inheritors to refine their bodies. Perhaps it was during those few days in the Xiang city when he opened his meridians? Nevertheless, it was a significant turning point for him, as he now had the opportunity to inherit Shang Wu's mantle and become an elder of the Qingyuan sect. This marked a substantial alteration in his fate. With a dismissive pout, Shang Wu finished her drink in one gulp. There were still a few casks of ice-fire wine remaining. If her master fancied it, she might as well take one along. "No need, you should keep it. This wine is beneficial for body refinement, and I have no further use for it. Then I shall descend the mountain soon and bring a few fine bottles of wine for my master," Liamo replied, somewhat surprised, as he took a sip from the cup. However, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. He recalled that he had not poured wine for himself. Thus the drink he just consumed was from Ying Bing's cup. "Little Bing, what is wrong with you?" Shang Wu tilted her head, noticing that Ying Bing seemed momentarily dazed. "It's nothing," Ying Bing replied, her brow furrowed slightly as she gently shook her head. "Oh, then you must drink more. This wine is highly beneficial for your blood and qi cultivation." As she spoke, Shang Wu retrieved a small gourd from her waist and took a couple of hearty swigs. Liamo cleared his throat, offering her a new cup and filling it to the brim. Ying Bing sipped the wine, and for a fleeting moment, the tranquil lake of her heart seemed to ripple with an elusive disturbance. This was the peculiarity that piqued her curiosity. Those who have pursued her include individuals of unparalleled talent and exceptional intellect, some with formidable backgrounds. Even before ascending to the rank of one among the 9 heavens, the celestial among them once expressed admiration for her. Yet, she remained impervious to such advances, hardly entertaining even a fleeting thought. Over time, the world has come to perceive the Empress, who dwells in the palace of the, as a being devoid of emotions and desires. In truth, she is unwavering in her pursuit of martial arts. The mundane world dulls the spirit of heroes. Love and affection merely serve as obstacles. However, just moments ago, an unfamiliar sensation arose within her, and to her surprise, she did not reject it. Perhaps it was due to the influence of the ice and fire tavern. Ying Bing consumed the ice and fire wine without savoring its exquisite flavor. At my current level, I cannot afford to disregard the effects of intoxication. Regaining her focus, she silently guided the remnants of the wine's potency to circulate within her body. During this time, she resolved to diligently practice her skills. In due course, the sect would hold trials for newly initiated disciples. She must not bring shame upon her master. After speaking, Shang Wu yawned. "Trials?" Liamo appeared bewildered. Shang Wu wiped the glistening wine residue from the corner of her mouth, explaining, "It involves placing you in the Qingshan Mountains to gather herbs and slay some exotic beasts. For those at the blood qi stage, it poses a certain challenge. Some 9th-grade monsters can be quite formidable. At that time, you and Little Bing can support each other." Liamo nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. It was a familiar trope often found in novels. Liamo, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Master, Ying Bing is a disciple of the sect leader. Her treatment is far superior to mine. She hardly needs to look out for me." It is said that the master took him an out of interest in Ying Bing, addressing her as Little Bing shortly after their first encounter. Ying Bing did not seem to mind, and their rapport suggested a familiarity that belied their brief acquaintance. "Who says I do not care for you?" exclaimed Shang Wu, sniffing delicately and producing a small booklet. "Here, take this to practice. It is a moderate-level martial art, perfectly suited for your current abilities, far superior to the Six Harmonies Fist. The booklet bore the title, The Blazing Sword Technique. Do not be deceived by its classification as merely a moderate-level martial art. Many sects would consider it a prized possession to safeguard. Numerous smaller sects still regard lower-tier or even substandard martial arts as treasures. "Thank you, Master," she replied. "Oomph, you were just lamenting my attention," Shang Wu retorted, waving her hand as she departed with her small gourd from the autumn water pavilion. At the table, Ying Bing set down her goblet, her thoughts returning to tranquility. In the sex trials, there were tasks she must undertake that no one could assist her with. She sought to acquire a legacy. While she was unaware of the origins of a legacy obtained by Li Mo, she knew it would pale in comparison to what she was about to receive. After all, no formidable warrior would leave their legacy in the barren eastern wilderness. The legacy she was destined to unlock was of a different nature. It was not left behind by mere mortals. Chapter 23. The Stubborn Stone and the Celestial Book Seal. Opening a new lineage inside the room, Li Mo soaked his feet while reviewing the returns on today's investments. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully invested in a portion of ice fire wine and a serving of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment return, 1 jar of 100 flowers dew balm. Investment return, 1 luminous pearl. The 100 flower dew ointment is a superior healing salve, crafted from the first drop of dew collected from a myriad of extraordinary flowers and herbs, embodying an exceptional vitality that remarkably aids in the treatment of external injuries. The eternal pearl, sourced from a northern sea, shines perpetually and is an indispensable treasure for the abodes of the enlightened. This reward must surely belong to my esteemed master. In Li Mo's palm appeared a plump orb, the size of a fist, radiating a gentle glow. He recognized this object. He had seen a similar eternal pearl at the auction platform of the Hungtong Trading Company in the Xiang city. By mere observation of its luster and hue, it was evidently inferior to the one he now possessed, yet it remained quite valuable. However, its utility paled in comparison to that of the 100-flower dew ointment. Li Mo applied a small amount to his skin. The cool sensation instantly began to mend the minor wounds incurred from refining his physique in the Divine Sharp Cave during the day. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in a portion of ice fire liquor and a serving of roasted exotic beast meat. Investment feedback, 20 years of martial arts insight. Investment feedback, 1 Xianjing. Ah, the fragrance of ice blocks is indeed delightful, Li Mo mused. A mere invitation for her to partake in some wine yields 20 years of martial arts enlightenment. Such a boon is never excessive, regardless of the years amassed. Clearly, under the circumstances where his master displayed a marked preference for wine and meat, the rewards extracted from Ying Bing were notably more substantial. This is a testament to the formidable power of the Red Destiny. In pursuit of rewards, one must cling tightly to the jade legs of the ice block. Is it merely a leg? No. It is a glaringly radiant money tree. The host has another reward awaiting collection. Would you like to claim it? Li Mo recalled this. During the day, he rescued Murong Xiao. This must signify a profound shift in his destiny, does it not? What treasures might emerge from this? Little Li harbored a flicker of anticipation, and with a mere thought, he received his reward. Congratulations, host. By investing in a vial of heart-calming elixir, you have successfully saved Murong Xiao, preventing him from falling into darkness. Investment reward, 1 imprint of the Stony Tome. Imprint of the Stony Tome. When affixed to any martial art, it allows for its derivation and refinement, thereby elevating its grade. With the potential to enhance a martial art to the superior tier. Refining martial arts? Li Mo was momentarily taken aback, nearly dropping the luminous pearl. In the next instant, a small seal, roughly the size of a thumb, materialized in his left hand. The seal bore a copper hue, distinct from the yellow or bronze he had previously encountered, with tadpole-like inscriptions adorning its 4 sides, exuding an air of ancient elegance. If there exists a stone version of the tome imprint, could there not also be copper, silver, and gold variants? Li Montak Pundut. The highest level of what he currently practiced should be the extreme soldier's body, categorized as a supreme skill, while the Heart of Fire Lotus technique was a superior martial art. Beyond supreme skills lies divine prowess. Should he acquire silver or gold versions of the tome imprint in the future, he could also elevate the martial arts he had mastered. Enhancing existing martial arts would certainly prove more convenient than switching to other techniques. He resolved to address that when the time came. Liu Mo then retrieved the blazing sword technique that his master had just bestowed upon him. Aside from this intermediate sword technique, he had no other martial arts available for upgrade. He gently pressed the tome imprint onto the page. Suddenly, the tadpole script above emitted a faint glow, all diving into the tome, swimming amidst the characters. Some characters were rearranged by the little tadpoles, while others were consumed, only to be regurgitated as new words. Liu Mo observed this phenomenon with a sense of wonder. After approximately 5 minutes, the tadpole script completely lost its luminescence and vanished entirely. The swordsmanship recorded within the tome transformed into Fire Crane Thousand Feather Sword. He had gained 20 years of martial comprehension. Even if combined with the other 2 martial arts, it would not guarantee a breakthrough from great success to perfection. Best to first learn the sword technique. Young Li rubbed his hands together, reasoning with himself. Well, truth be told, he simply yearned to master the sword technique. Who would he wish to be a dashing swordsman, riding the winds and questioning the moon? Strength aside, charm is a lifelong pursuit. With aspirations in his heart, Liu Mo poured all his martial comprehension in a Fire Crane Thousand Feather. 20 years of martial insight successfully infused. In the first year, your enthusiasm flourished, and you earnestly began your studies of Fire Crane Thousand Feather Sword, successfully grasping the basics. By the 5th year, your ardor for swordsmanship remained unabated. The practice proceeded smoothly, and you ultimately reached a preliminary proficiency. In the 8th year, you encountered a bottleneck, experiencing a prolonged stagnation in progress, which led to self-doubt. By the 20th year, through persistent contemplation, you finally distilled your swordsmanship insights, achieving a modest level of success. Liu Mo opened his eyes. In that instant, the vivid memories of 20 years of relentless practice, undeterred by the seasons, came alive in his mind. He gazed out a branch beyond the window. No, this is undoubtedly an extraordinary divine sword. He snapped off a branch and, filled with exhilaration, began to wield it. The branch in his hand whispered softly, resonating with a faint, ethereal melody of the wind. The Liao Yuan sword technique inherently emphasizes explosive power. The perfected Fire Crane Thousand Feathers has inherited this virtue and elevated it to new heights. Each strike against an adversary leaves behind a residue of energy within them, manifesting as crimson marks upon their skin, akin to burning crane feathers. When the energy accumulates to its utmost limit, it can erupt in a singular, powerful burst. At a minor accomplishment, one can stack the energy up to 9 layers. Upon reaching the inner breath stage, the energy can be transformed into inner vitality. Discarding the branch, riddled with cracks, classmate Li felt quite satisfied. Once he calmed his thoughts, he couldn't help but ponder. 20 years to achieve a minor accomplishment? Is it due to the complexity of martial skills compared to mental techniques or horizontal training, or is it that he lacks inherent talent for swordsmanship? In the future, should he acquire other martial techniques, he may infuse them with insights into martial arts, and then he shall see. Liu Mo retracted his thoughts, seated himself upon the ground, and commenced his practice of the mental technique. The speed of opening the meridians must be accelerated. This mysterious and profound celestial body of mine seems to possess more primary meridians, suggesting a longer path in the realm of vitality compared to others. Buzzing, a peculiar resonance between heaven and earth ensued. Liu Mo once again entered a state of unity with the cosmos, as the purest essence of the universe flowed into his body like water. His consciousness gradually descended, delving into his inner self. This introspection did not require deliberate practice. After achieving great mastery of the Fireheart Lotus technique, it became a natural ability. Of course, for others, it likely necessitates reaching the inner breath stage to master it proficiently. In the realm of ordinary vitality, one can only rely on diet, practice, and the relentless honing of one's own life force, subsequently attempting to forcefully channel it into the meridians. However, Through the art of introspection, Li Mo is not only able to refine his vitality with primordial energy, but he can also envelop it, precisely directing it into the meridians. To illustrate, the former resembles a bucket of water splashed indiscriminately, while the latter is akin to a well-placed pipe, delivering the flow with precision and efficiency. Thus, the process of Li Mo activating his meridians can only be described as the water flows naturally into the channel. There are no so-called bottlenecks, nor is there any possibility of injury. Although it may appear straightforward, achieving this is the result of various factors converging: the Xianpin immortal body, the mastery of profound techniques, and the augmented strength of the meridians through the extreme soldier body, all of which are indispensable. Alas, the pace is rather slow. It is estimated that he will only be able to fully open the Yang vessel by midnight. Die Montag seit Invotli. This thought could only remain unuttered, for to voice it would invite ridicule. Within the sect, even the outer disciples are elite individuals selected from various regions, each generation striving to enter the inner sanctum. The prerequisite is to open all 12 primary meridians and attain the inner breath realm within 3 years. Ultimately, however, only 1 in 10 achieves entrance into the inner sanctum. And yet, one dares to complain about the pace. Unbeknownst to him, the night deepened. The moon, which is more than 10 times larger than that of Blue Star, cast a silvery luminescence over the Qingyuan Mountains. Within the chamber, the fluctuations of cosmic energy gradually subsided. The Yang vessel was now open. Die Montag gauset abfahrt. As the moon perfectly aligned itself above. Perhaps it took 3 hours? Were this knowledge to reach others, they might think him possessed. Yet within Li Mo, the newly opened meridian brimmed with a formidable surge of vitality. Certainly, this was within Li Mo's expectations. What truly astonished him was the quantity of meridians within his body. Should I possess 36 primary meridians? Li Mo felt a blend of surprise and joy. For martial practitioners, the primary meridians serve as a metaphorical engine, implying that the vital energy he could harness in the future would be thrice that of an ordinary practitioner. The disparity in combat prowess would be even more pronounced. With merely 10 days until the sect trial, he wondered if any unforeseen events might arise. It is worth noting that Ying Bing's assessment explicitly stated that her fate was fraught with misfortune. Therefore, should no accidents occur, it was likely that something unexpected would transpire in her life. If she were to encounter an unforeseen circumstance, he, residing under the same roof, would likely be unable to evade being drawn into the fray. A sense of urgency began to swell within Li Mo. He yearned to break through. The accumulated vital energy should suffice to open another meridian, he murmured to himself. After a brief visit to the restroom and a sip of water, he settled back down. The energy of heaven and earth began to fluctuate once more. Curiously, as long as he engaged in cultivation, he seemed to feel no fatigue or weariness whatsoever. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the conversion rate between vital energy and blood essence, it would not be impossible to cultivate for 12 hours daily. In the adjacent room, many items within Ying Bing's quarters had already succumbed to frost. She never lit candles, for during her practice, candles were deemed unworthy of illumination. In the Gue Palace, the entire edifice relied on lighting crafted from the fat of merfolk, forming exquisite jade crystal lamps. 2 meridians were still insufficiently swift. Ying Bing lowered her gaze, contemplating briefly. The place of inheritance she intended to reach required at least 8 meridians in the realm of vital energy. In other words, during these past 10 days, she must at least master the 6 channels. Suddenly, Ying Bing seemed to recall that this particular session of the sect trial was far from tranquil. At that time, she had not yet succeeded in opening her channels. She was not a participant, but had heard some rumors. It was said that a small number of disciples had gone missing during this trial. Indeed, they were not dead, but rather unaccounted for, with neither sight nor sound of them. What transpired among them remains a mystery. The stronger one becomes, the greater the assurance one possesses. I must acquire one of the life souls of the 9-colored phoenix. Ying Bing's icy blue eyes flickered slightly. In her previous life, by a stroke of fortune, she had entered a secret realm that was born of one of the 9 souls of the 9-colored phoenix, known as the Soul of Dawn. It was through this that she revealed her innate talent and altered her destiny. Throughout her subsequent life, this legacy remained inextricably linked to her. Later, whether through fortuitous encounters or by various means, she gathered all 9 souls of the 9-colored phoenix, which became one of her crucial supports on the path to invincibility. It can be said that among the significant opportunities in her life, the 9-colored phoenix ranks among the top 3. The sacred art she created, the 9-colored mysterious phoenix scripture, also required the possession of all 9 souls for its practice. Is Li Mo still cultivating? He certainly possesses a degree of perseverance. It is rather peculiar. Just the thought of Li Mo being next door once made her heart, like a frozen lake, now stirred a ripple within her. She did not despise this feeling, yet loathed the influence it had on her. Even more unsettling was her confusion regarding the origin of this emotion. Could it be that I still owe him a personal favor? After pondering for a moment, Ying Bing made her decision. As he embarked on his journey to the land of heritage, he resolved to bring along Li Mo. The myriad opportunities within could easily alter the fate of an ordinary person. Perhaps it would allow him to escape the confines of the Ziyang residence and even venture into the Easter desolation. Should he catch a glimpse of the true marvels of the heavens and the earth, even if it were but a fraction, it would render his life worthwhile. Chapter 24. A Return Gift. The astonishment of the 1,000-form martial sovereign the following morning. Li Mo awoke with a refreshing vigor. Despite having slept for merely 2 hours, he felt invigorated and full of energy. The previous night, he had practiced until late, resulting in the near completion of a 3rd meridian, only a hair's breadth away from being fully opened. Not to mention, his strength had significantly increased compared to before. A conclusion he reached when he inadvertently snapped a chopstick while preparing breakfast. Is Bing Tuo still training? Quite ambitious, indeed. No wonder she is regarded as the chosen one. Li Mo placed the breakfast in the steamer. A mere spark would suffice to warm it up, showcasing his attention to detail. Joking aside, was this truly breakfast for Bing Tuo? It was a lavish investment of pure gold. Moreover, given her status as the chosen one, there was a good chance she might surprise him with something extraordinary. Details determine success or failure. I am a veritable genius in investment, he mused with self-satisfaction. As for his finances, he need not elaborate. In the system space alone, he possessed 5,000 taels of gold, along with a variety of precious and rare items, potential resources for the future. A true successful investor understands that even a mosquito's leg is meat. Thus, Li Mo contemplated heading to the Divine Edge Cave in the morning to practice the extreme martial body. He believes that a robust physique is equally significant as one's realm of understanding. Although young Li is determined to become a swordsman, who says that a sword sage cannot don armor. Furthermore, the enhancement of combat prowess is intricately linked to weaponry. Once he acquires a fine sword, his swordsmanship will undoubtedly manifest greater might. As Li Mo stepped outside, he had not ventured far when he encountered a familiar figure, Xiaoqin. Though still clad in the gray robe of an outer disciple, his demeanor had markedly improved, exuding a sense of renewed vigor and confidence. His aura was considerably more formidable than before. Junior brother Li, Xiaoqin evidently had been waiting at the entrance of the Autumn Water Pavilion for some time. Upon seeing Li Mo emerge, he greeted him with a hearty smile. Thanks to you, I have regained my vitality and re-entered the Bloodchi realm. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao. Li Mo replied, genuinely pleased by the news. It was heartening to see that Xiaoqin could avoid the pitfalls of time and soon return to the light. All thanks to your mystic crystal, Xiaoqin responded earnestly. Without it, I fear I would have languished for much longer. This is a profound grace. Restoration is what matters. At this rate, you shall soon rejoin the inner sect, Li Mo praised without a hint of doubt. It was evident that Xiaoqin had activated the 7 stars ancient pendant. However, he pondered what it contained, whether it held a legacy, a powerful inheritance, or perhaps even a formidable being. Regardless, he surmised that Xiaoqin's future achievements would be remarkable. Just as he was contemplating this, an inexplicable sensation stirred within Li Mo. Is someone spying on him? Li Mo's thoughts swiftly shifted, and he naturally deduced the answer. Could it be the grandfather of Xiao Qin? The camaraderie of a junior brother delivering timely assistance left him a loss for how to repay the kindness. Recently, he had experienced some peculiar encounters and received a protective charm from an esteemed elder. Xiao Qin retrieved a golden pouch from his sleeve. Its design unmistakably not of this era, crafted from material far superior to ordinary gold threads, emanating a tranquil and gentle warmth even from a distance. The only flaw was that the pouch was strung together with a coarse hemp rope. Inside lay a feather, a remnant from a powerful mythical beast, capable of warding off malevolence and nurturing the physical form. Such a remarkable item would indeed be beneficial for Brother Xiao, wouldn't it? Liu Mo had a good inkling of who the elder Xiao referred to. It seemed he had indeed encountered the grandfather. No wonder he could produce such a precious talisman. For him, its utility was somewhat diminished. Please, junior brother, do not decline, urged Xiao Qin, sensing his hesitation. Liu Mo understood, but did not reveal it on his face. With a smile, he accepted the pouch. Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Protective treasures are always welcome in abundance. Currently, as he trained his extreme combat body, his physical defenses would undoubtedly become formidable. In short, his material defenses would be exceptionally high. However, against those magical damages, that might not hold true. The pouch perfectly compensated for this shortcoming, at least alleviating concerns of being ambushed by various underhanded tactics. A single investment yielding multiple returns. It was a splendid arrangement. The junior brother could share in its benefits. Xiao Qin let out a sigh of relief, accompanied by a smile. He had feared that his junior, Li Shidi, might decline the offer. Junior brother, I shall take my leave now. I have some trivial matters to attend to, he said, waving his hand. The master was currently in a weakened state and urgently required medicinal herbs and treasures to restore his vitality. He needed to devise a plan to seek them out. Although he was aware that such items were costly, it was prudent to first inquire where they might be procured. Safe travels, senior brother, Li Mo nodded, fastening the pouch securely, immediately feeling a surge of warmth. A sudden noise emanated from behind him. Ying Bing had opened the window for ventilation. The ice that had formed on the window pane shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering into pieces. As Xiao Qin descended the mountain, his steps felt significantly lighter. However, before he had walked for long, the voice of Qianxing Wuzuan echoed in his mind. Such talent, such talent. It is truly unparalleled throughout history. The tone was filled with profound astonishment, even tinged with disbelief. This was a figure who had previously dismissed the Lord of Xiang as merely an ant, and it was evident that he was somewhat beside himself. Master? Xiao Qin paused, slightly taken aback, instinctively asking, Are you saying that junior brother Li possesses formidable talent? No, it is not him. It is that little girl. The elder's voice seemed to reflect his own tumultuous emotions. The girl? Xiao Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. You must be referring to junior sister Ying Bing. I have heard that she and junior brother Li are childhood companions, having grown up together and both being true disciples. In the future, they are likely to progress together, perhaps even achieving a remarkable tale. Old Xiao displayed a hint of a maternal smile, tinged with envy. Progressing together? The Thousand Forms martial sovereign let out a deep sigh and remarked, Disciple, you are utterly unaware of the weight she carries. Individuals like her are born in response to the times. Your junior brother Li possesses innate talents that, in a small place like the Xiang Prefecture, render him exceptional. Yet this excellence is confined solely to Xiang. That young girl may very well shine brilliantly across the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future. I never anticipated that after my demise, I would be fortunate enough to witness such a being at this nascent stage. Xiao Qin was perplexed. Just yesterday, the teacher radiated an air of superiority, so this abrupt change in demeanor felt rather abrupt. However, Master, you advised me not to belittle myself yesterday. Indeed, if you could attain the heights I once reached, you might have the privilege of witnessing her soar through the 9 heavens, the Thousand Forms martial sovereign mused. It seemed that merely being a witness to such greatness was a profoundly honorable experience. He gifted Xiao Qin the fiery feather he had previously bestowed upon Liu Mo. a token from one of his cherished confidants. Were it not for their familiarity, he might not have been able to perceive it so clearly. Xiao Qin felt somewhat dazed. He had never ventured beyond the Xiang prefecture, let alone the eastern wasteland or the realms beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had no true understanding of what that concept entailed. The esteemed Qinxing Wuzuan remarked, to the Xiang mansion, the Qingyuan sect looms as a colossal entity. However, within the expanse of the eastern wilderness, it holds little significance. What I can offer you is merely the opportunity to broaden your horizons and perceive the vastness of the world. That young girl may, in the future, carve out a place for herself in the legends of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The disparity between you will become apparent in due time. The elder's voice paused momentarily before he continued. When one person ascends, even the lowly rise alongside them. Since Li Mo shares a childhood bond with Ying Bing, his future achievements will undoubtedly be formidable, perhaps even rivaling your own. Thus, I encourage you to cultivate this relationship. Subtly, the attitude of Qinxing Wuzuan shifted from mentorship to the notion of fostering connections, a transformation seemingly inspired by Ying Bing. I find a kindred spirit in junior brother Li. He is my first true friend. Xiao Qin smiled, radiating a sense of ease. Since we are friends, why ponder excessively? Your disposition is commendable. I hope you can preserve this initial intention. He chuckled. The elder, too, was somewhat uplifted by his laughter, yet soon his voice grew faint, as if the act of speaking had drained his vigor. I hope to discover some wondrous artifact today that may benefit my soul. With renewed determination, Xiao Qin quickened his pace down a mountain. Chapter 25. The Journey of the Homecoming Seeker. The insight of accumulation on the path from Qiushui Pavilion to Divine Weapon Mountain. After walking for the span of an incense stick, the mountain gate came into view. At that moment, an unexpectedly long line had formed before the gate, where an outer sect steward was seated, greeting arrivals and bidding farewells, with a pile of identification tokens stacked before him, marking the legacy of Li Zhen. Upon encountering Li Mo, the elderly woman graciously offered a bow. Though a true disciple holds no actual power within the sect, their status undoubtedly surpasses that of the outer sect stewards. This old woman seemed somewhat familiar to Li Mo. She had previously assessed his fortune through bone reading, determining his aptitude as of the 3rd tier. Surrounding outer sect disciples gazed enviously at the white cloud-patterned robe adorning him. Yet none hesitated to hand over their waist tokens to the old woman, shouldering their bags as they departed the mountain gate. What could this signify? Li Mo pondered with curiosity. Surely, it was not yet time for the outer disciples to withdraw. Why were so many queuing to surrender their tokens? Seemingly intent on leaving the Qingyuan sect, the impending sect trial loomed, aptly named a trial for its inherent dangers. The old woman extended her left hand, revealing only 3 fingers. Now it became clear. Li Mo contemplated briefly and grasped her implication. Not everyone possesses the confidence to contend for a place in the inner sect. To remain, one must partake in the sect trials. Should one sustain a disability without gaining entrance to the inner sect, survival would become a formidable challenge. Perishing during the trials was not an impossibility. Many who entered the sect never aspired to join the inner ranks. The old woman shook her head, placing the recently collected tokens aside. For numerous individuals, acquiring skills in the outer sect, returning to their hometown to establish a martial arts school, or becoming a constable represented an admirable future. Li Mo couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. The martial path resembles a turbulent river. Most individuals are not even akin to the fish that swim against the current, but rather mere grains of sand swept along by the water's flow. Had it not been for the divine fate guiding him, his future would likely have been rather bleak. He might have returned to the county, where under his father's arrangement, he would have settled for the position of a city guard captain. Just as he intended to depart, an inexplicable force compelled him to utilize the ever-activated Eye of Destiny, surveying the crowd before him. Instantly, a multitude of information regarding the individuals emerged before his eyes. Name, Wu Bing. Age, 19. Constitution, none. Realm, 3 veins of vitality. Fate, white. Evaluation, Bing's martial arts achievements are rather unsatisfactory. Recent encounter, recently received news that the third husband of widow Wang from the village has passed away, preparing to return home in pursuit of love. Gazing around, he observed that the majority of the external disciples who had voluntarily left the Qingyuan sect possessed fates of either white or gray, indicating little to no investment value. Take, for instance, this individual named Wu Bing. What reward could possibly be gained from aiding him in pursuing widow Wang? At worst, a few copper coins. At best, perhaps a peculiar item, such as widow Wang's undergarment. Of course, exceptions do exist. Name, Lu Hui, age, 19, constitution, none. Realm, 3 veins of vitality, fate, black. Evaluation, a perennial victim of misfortune. Recent encounter, on his way home, fell victim to a scam, attempted to be a hero in rescuing a damsel, only to be betrayed and stabbed in the back. Ultimately discarded into the river to feed the fish. After perusing this, Liemo let out a soft sigh. At least he still retained his life. He prided himself on his inability to remain indifferent to the affairs of the world. Even for those who are indifferent, if there are no deep-seated grievances, one would not wish to see another perish in obscurity. Liu Hui. Is it Li Zhenchuan? Lu Hui was momentarily taken aback, pointing at himself, seemingly unable to fathom that this illustrious figure, Li Zhenchuan, was uttering his name. He racked his brain, unable to discern any connection between them. May I inquire, Li Zhenchuan, what is it that you require? As you return to your hometown, will you be passing through Qinghe County? Liemo stepped forward to ask. Not really. Liu Hui replied, utterly perplexed. Qinghe County? That is not merely out of the way. It is akin to a detour to my grandmother's house. He initially considered taking the waterways home, flowing downstream, but to reach Qinghe County, he would be compelled to travel overland. However, an even more bewildering occurrence transpired. Liemo unexpectedly produced a small gold bar, roughly the size of a thumb, from his sleeve. And now? It is on the way. Lu Hui, not lacking in wits, quickly realized that Li Zhenchuan indeed had a task for him in Qinghe County. That small gold bar seemed to weigh around 4 or 5 taels, enough to procure a residence upon his return. Well, if it is on the way, then so be it. Please convey a message to the county magistrate, Li Dalong of Qinghe County. Please proceed, Zhenchuan. Moments later, Lu Hui, clutching the gold bar, departed with great joy. Above him, the dark fate that once loomed transformed into a brilliant white. His recent experiences had evolved, detouring home, fortuitously encountering the head of the Yangwei escort agency, and becoming an escort himself. Meanwhile, a melodic voice echoed in Limeau's ears. Congratulations to the host. The investment has succeeded, saving a life. Investment return. 2 years of martial arts insight. Although Lu Hui is not a person of destiny, merely an ordinary individual among the masses, he still bestowed upon Liemo 2 years of profound martial arts enlightenment, which can be considered a delightful surprise. A faint smile graced Limeau's lips. He had not overthought the matter. Such invaluable insights into martial arts are never too abundant, and even a little is essential. After all, accumulation leads to abundance. Thus, Liemo proceeded with the same method. 5 minutes later, congratulations to the host. The investment has succeeded, saving a life. Investment return, 2 years of martial arts insight. 10 minutes later, congratulations to the host. The investment has succeeded, saving a life. Investment return, 2 years of martial arts insight. Half an hour later, congratulations to the host. The investment has succeeded, saving a life. Investment return, 2 years of martial arts insight. Indeed, the world is not entirely peaceful. Calamities and misfortunes abound, and there are numerous unexpected encounters on the journey home. Some individuals faced ferocious tigers, believing that their newly learned 6 harmonies fist could withstand such ferocity, only to become a meal due to their failed attempts. Others encountered unscrupulous establishments and were turned into human dumplings. In summary, these experiences enlightened Liemo on why his father had spent lavishly to hire guard from a convoy when they traveled to Ziyang City. These unfortunate souls also yielded significant rewards for Liemo, accumulating 8 years of martial arts insight. If he were to receive an additional 20 or 30 years of such enlightenment, he might very well elevate a particular martial art to its pinnacle. Before the sect's trials, individuals would continually depart from a sect. Every day presents an opportunity to observe and engage in investment activities. Li Mo's spirits were elevated, with merely 13 days remaining until the sect trial. Despite the dwindling number of those who departed from a sect, the insights gained over the past 70 to 80 years in martial arts were still attainable, sufficient to elevate several of his martial skills to a higher echelon. Li Mo surveyed the crowd once more. There were no longer any young individuals marked by destiny's shadows. Satisfied, he set forth towards the divine weapon peak. However, it mattered not. He could return tomorrow. He had just inquired, and the disciples returning from the sect would gather the mountain gate in the morning. After all, he intended to visit the divine weapon peak daily, passing this spot each time. Chapter 26. The Young Master of Rare Beast Peak. The fourth level of Divine Edge Cave time flowed onward. 10 days later, the youth entered the Divine Edge Cave. The cold light within the cave reflected in his eyes, momentarily gleaming with intensity. Yet, the benign smile adorning his face led one to believe that the earlier brilliance was but a figment of imagination. Li Zhan has arrived, came a voice. Junior brother Morong inquired about you this morning. TSK. Practicing body refinement daily, Junior Brother Li, you must possess a unique physique akin to Junior Brother Morong. In recent days, the disciples of Divine Weapon Peak had grown familiar with Li Mo, for he carried no airs and treated everyone with an amiable warmth. The previous occasion, when someone was injured, had it not been for Li Zhan's timely provision of healing ointment, that inner sect disciple's hand would have met a grim fate. Thus, in merely 10 days, outsiders might easily mistake Li Mo for the true disciple of Divine Weapon Peak. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Li Mo traversed the corridor and entered the second level of the Divine Edge Cave. He did not exert the full power of his body, yet he felt no discomfort. Name, Li Mo. Age, 16. Physique, Shimp in immortal body. Realm, Qi in blood realm. 8 meridians, destiny. Evaluation, possessing an immortal physique, his fate remains obscured, and the future is shrouded in uncertainty. Recent encounter. In the Divine Edge Cave, he has tempered his body to the pinnacle of mortal weaponry. With further effort, he could attain the level of a superior weapon. If his physical form could attain the resilience of a superior weapon, he could venture into the fourth layer. If that proves unfeasible, he might seek to achieve perfection in the extreme weapon slaughter body through martial comprehension. In 10 days, he had accumulated 76 years of martial insights. To say perfection is within reach is an understatement. Dedicating all of it to the extreme weapon slaughter body could potentially elevate it to the transformative realm. However, for the moment, such a step is unnecessary. The essence of training lies in the practice. To make progress, one must undergo the gradual refinement of oneself over time. Otherwise, even the strongest theory amounts to nothing but theory. Unlike swordsmanship, where each advancement brings additional power. As he stepped into the third layer, Li Mo reached the end and consumed a clear heart pill before settling into a meditative position. At the entrance of the Divine Edge Cave, the inner gate steward, sensing an approaching presence, spoke without raising his head. In Huacheng, the newcomer calmly stated his name. The inner gate steward was taken aback and hastily rose. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, slender in build, seemingly struggling to fit into his cloud-patterned white robe. His features were strikingly handsome, yet his pallor suggested a certain frailty. The dark mole on his brow lent an air of solemnity to his demeanor. Certainly, the demeanor of the inner sect steward is not solely attributed to the true transmission identity of Yin Huacheng. The current master of the Rare Beast Peak also bears the surname Yin. It appears that it has been quite some time since we last encountered the true transmission of Yin. How have you been, Master Yin? I appreciate your concern. Yin Huacheng replied coolly, lacking even the slightest interest in granting this inner sect steward any additional regard. Nevertheless, upon receiving the waste token, the steward promptly began to record the details. May I inquire, true transmission of Yin, regarding your purpose for entering the Divine Edge Cave? To refine the body and procure weapons. Yin Huacheng, true transmission of Rare Beast Peak. entering the Divine Edge Cave, refining the body, procuring weapons. After completing the recording, Ying Huaqing retrieved the waste token and stepped into the Divine Edge Cave. True transmission of Ying? Has he not been absent for quite a while? He must have recently emerged from his retreat. Could it be that he has already condensed his internal energy and entered the realm of observation? This is difficult to say. If the true transmission of Ying intends to refine his body, he would presumably head to the third level. Would that not bring him into contact with the true transmission of Li? The individuals on the first level of the Divine Edge Cave began to whisper among themselves. However, before they could exchange more than a few words, their murmurs ceased abruptly. For not far away, Ying Huaqing had already turned around, his gaze sweeping over the disciples of the Divine Weapon Peak. Strangely, under his scrutiny, everyone felt as though they were being observed by a formidable beast. Ying Huaqing narrowed his eyes and inquired, "When did a true transmission of Li appear within our sect?" It was during this year's entrance ceremony. They have just joined our Qingyuan sect. Someone replied, and in the next moment, a chill ran down their spine. Ying Huaqing's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot, only to reappear right before him, his gaze seemingly transforming into that of slitted pupils. A newly initiated disciple, entering the third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Are you jesting with me? And no. How could I dare? The inner disciple swallowed hard, fully aware that Li Zhenchuan's daily visits were always like this. On the first day, he had frightened Elder Han, he is searching for him, only to find that he was completely unscathed. Those around nodded in agreement. Ying Huaqing, still skeptical, felt a flicker of anger in his eyes. After standing still for a few seconds, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Only then did the crowd feel the suffocating pressure in their chests dissipate, collectively exhaling in relief. Once his figure had completely vanished, someone quietly spat on the ground. This Ying Zhenchuan surely must have lost his mind dealing with the beasts on the Rare Beast Peak. Be careful what you say. If he reaches the divine observation realm, he might hear you. Li Zhenchuan is far better. He even treats us to drinks. That is hardly commendable. As he walked through the second level of the Divine Edge Cave, Ying Huaqing's mood was indeed exceedingly grim. He had sacrificed unimaginable efforts to attain this physique, ultimately managing to enter the third level of body refinement. Now, however, someone had the audacity to claim that a mere novice disciple could achieve this. Was this not a mockery of all his sacrifices? Murong Xiao might have half-demon blood, but where did Li Zhenchuan suddenly emerge from? Could he also be harboring some form of demonic lineage? With a firm step, Ying Huaqing entered the third level. His flesh suddenly began to twist in irregular spasms, his emaciated form expanding rapidly as if filled with air. Tiny, dense fuzz emerged on the surface of his skin, and his arms instantaneously elongated. He had grown stronger, yet all over his body, faint traces of beastly characteristics manifested, rendering the sight exceedingly bizarre. My beast blood refinement is merely a few forms away. At that time, it shall undoubtedly be an unparalleled art. Ying Huaqing chuckled softly, feeling an inexhaustible surge of power as he strode forward. The sharp intent directed at him was entirely thwarted by the iron-like feathers that adorned him. 10 minutes later, he abruptly halted. Not far ahead, he spotted a youth seated cross-legged, surrounded by dozens, even hundreds of diverse weapons, all exquisite artifacts. This was likely half of the renowned weapons within the third level of the Divine Edge Cave. Ying Huaqing's eyes instantly filled with blood, his slit pupils widening in astonishment. Sensing the tremors of the ground, Liemo opened his eyes and glanced back. To his surprise, he was taken aback by what he saw. What manner of creature was that? Surely, it could not be human. No one had mentioned that there were monsters within the Divine Edge Cave. Regardless, my physical form is comparable to a lethal weapon. It is time to venture into the fourth level. Liemo hesitated for merely 3 1/3 seconds before rising to his feet. Seizing the moment while the creature remained unresponsive, he dusted off his trousers and, without a glance at the surrounding exquisite weapons, stepped into the fourth level. As he departed, the weapons seamlessly returned to their original positions, the distinction between them clear and defined. Crack! Within Ying Huaqing's heart, It felt as though something had shattered. It was his fragile aspiration. He had painstakingly sought to acquire a renowned artifact, yet it seemed the world couldn't be bothered to glance in his direction. Despite undergoing countless trials in his quest for physical refinement, even transforming into a grotesque being, he still dared not approach the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave. Meanwhile, someone who had merely entered the sect found their starting point to be the very pinnacle he yearned for but could not attain. The son of the Peak Master. Born with a silver spoon, Yin Huacheng felt his composure begin to unravel. Why? Why was I not chosen? What given the right? The flesh upon his body began to writhe once more, hinting at a loss of control. In a fit of rage, Yin Huacheng lashed out, venting his frustration. However, he was surrounded by revered artifacts. The sentience of these artifacts was not merely a saying. Chapter 27. The Qishao Sword, Blood Refinement of Beasts. Was that truly a monster? Liamo pondered, only to feel something amiss. The Divine Edge Cave lay within the Qingyuan sect, guarded by inner disciples at the entrance. How could a monster possibly enter? Perhaps it was merely an unusually unattractive senior brother. Liamo chose not to dwell on the matter further. His steps had already brought him to the ground of the fourth level. The sharp, menacing aura that surged forth enveloped him. And even with his initial successes in physical cultivation, he felt an overwhelming pressure. The sensation was akin to that of a peak mortal weapon delivering a subtle sting. The sheer intensity of the released aura was terrifying. It was far more potent than that of the third level, by at least tenfold. Die Montag inhalet gently, feeling a tingling sensation ripple through his internal organs. Fortunately, he had trained both his organs and meridians together. Otherwise, he feared he would struggle to endure this moment. What kind of weapons are nurtured on this level? Liamo raised his gaze and beheld the vastness of the fourth tier, where one half was encrusted with frost while the other blazed with an intense heat that distorted the air. It is worth noting that this scene unfolded within a cave, rendering it quite extraordinary. The remaining weapons were notably diminished, with only 9 stone pedestals remaining, each adorned with a singular weapon. Upon the first pedestal lay a long sword, resplendently crimson and crystalline. As Liamo approached, he noticed inscriptions before the pedestal, crafted by the inaugural master of Divine Weapon Peak, Zhu Zichong. Inspired by the sight of twin suns soaring in the sky, and modeled after the 5th entry of the Jiuzhou Divine Weapon list, the Fankong Sword. This weapon is forged as a profound weapon and named Qishao. This was the first line of inscription upon the pedestal. A profound weapon. Weapons are categorized into ordinary, sharp, and renowned types. The renowned type ascends to the realm of the 5th tier profound weapon. As for what lies beyond profound weapons, Liamo was at a loss, having never even heard of them. However, according to the inscriptions, if this profound weapon is merely a replica, its original, the Fankong Sword, must be even more formidable. The Jiuzhou Divine Weapon List, the inaugural master of Divine Weapon Peak. Liamo's heart stirred with astonishment. To his knowledge, it now took an extensive duration for the Divine Weapon Peak to produce even a renowned weapon. Yet in the past, it was capable of forging profound weapons? Did this imply that when this sword was crafted, the Diyu dynasty had only recently unified the realm? Further inscriptions beckoned Liamo to continue reading. Qingyuan sect's 4th master of Qianyu Peak, Qin Xiaoming, has today claimed the sword. Qingyuan sect's 6th master of Qianyu Peak, Luo Rulong, respectfully requests the Qishao sword. The 13th master of the Falling Sunset Peak, Yu Hong of the Qingyuan sect, has reached an extraordinary level in the fierce sun sword technique. He requests the Red Cloud sword. As time progresses, the interval between the peak masters seeking the sword grows longer. Liamo cannot help but reflect deeply. This indicates that the number of individuals qualified to wield this mystical weapon within the Qingyuan sect is dwindling. Moreover, it appears that this sword has been lost for a time. The 33rd master of the group, Jade Peak, Shang Wu, killed a top-tier assassin from the Drizzle Tower and retrieved the Red Cloud sword. Liamo scanned the 9 stone platforms, noting the evident chronological order. However, the recorded content was largely similar to the first. 3 of the platforms were empty, leaving one to ponder whether they were lost or in the possession of a high-ranking sect member. He began to comprehend the significance of the place. The items displayed here are all mystical weapons forged by the various generations of the divine arms peak. As long as one can gain the weapon's acknowledgement, they may become its master. Should one lose the ability to wield the mystical weapon, it must be returned. How does one become a weapon master? It would be disingenuous for Student Lee to claim he is not envious. A mystical weapon. He dreams of possessing a handsome longsword. On this stone platform, there lie only two swords, one named Frosty Heaven and the other the Red Cloud. Suddenly, the sound of a sword's resonance fills the air, as if the Red Cloud sword, embedded in the stone platform, senses Li Mo's proximity and begins to tremble. In the next moment, Li Mo's vision blurs, and a swordsman, standing with a sword on his back, materializes not far away. The swordsman's face remains obscured, and he wears the simplest of garments. Yet an aura of sharpness emanates from him. Though the figure does not speak, Li Mo seems to grasp his intent to draw the sword. Draw the sword? Li Mo retrieved the Qing Gang's sword, which had been feedback to him from the confines of the system space. This marked his inaugural practice of swordsmanship in combat, and he felt a flutter of excitement within. With my recently mastered superior sword technique, would I be afraid of you? 10 minutes later, Li Mo instinctively clutched his chest, suddenly opening his eyes wide. Just moments ago, in a daze, he had felt as if a sword had pierced through his chest. Although he had not sustained any actual injury, a searing phantom pain lingered. His fledgling sword technique had failed to withstand even 5 strikes. The Qishao sword fell silent once more, enveloped in stillness. It appeared that one must refine a superior martial art to its pinnacle to become a true master of weapons. Regaining his composure, Li Mo gazed at the inscriptions left upon the stone platform. After a brief moment of hesitation, he shook his head and sat down to cultivate his physical body. As one progresses further in martial arts, the challenges multiply exponentially. 76 years of martial comprehension were insufficient to elevate the fire crane thousand feathers technique to its zenith. Perhaps after a century, he could attempt it. With this thought, he cast his gaze towards a nearby stone wall. On the first day of entering the Divine Edge cave, he had sensed something beckoning him. Yet, the path ahead clearly ended. Must he shatter this stone wall? At the entrance of the Divine Edge cave, a hush fell over the crowd. The once proud Yin Huacheng emerged from the cave in a rather disheveled state. His eyes were filled with a brooding rage, his cloud-patterned garments shredded into tatters, and his body was marred with bloodstains. Though he bore no severe injuries, as those renowned artifacts had acted of their own accord, his resilient physique had merely sustained superficial wounds. Yet, what eludes his comprehension is the unwavering aversion all exquisite beings harbor towards him. While they flock to a newly initiated disciple with fervor, it is akin to a long-admired goddess turning her affections towards a stranger recently met. How infuriating! It is evident that I am not sufficiently formidable. Yin Huacheng clenched his fists tightly and made his way to the rear of the divine weapon peak. From a distance, he could discern someone awaiting him. The figure was tall and robust. It was Fu Tuo. What troubles you? Fu Tuo inquired, noting the disheveled state of Yin Huacheng, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Where is the vessel I requested? Yin Huacheng, hands clasped behind his back, refrained from addressing his question. His name is Wang Hu. He possesses the strength of a tiger and the agility of a leopard, and the beast has already been nurtured. A smirk of derision crept onto Fu Tuo's lips. He even expressed his gratitude towards me. Very well, Yin Huacheng replied with a glint of determination in his eyes. Aware of Yin Huacheng's nature, Fu Tuo continued, patience is essential. You cannot hasten the cooking of hot tofu. Adhere to the established protocol and await the sex trials before taking action. I am fully aware of my own measures. Yin Huacheng replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. After a brief pause, he added, recently, a group of outer disciples will be departing the sect to return home. Will you not spare even them? Fu Tuo scrutinized Yin Huacheng's expression intently. Those who have benefited from Qing Yuan sect do not find it so easy to return home in glory. Those useless ones can serve their purpose for me. It would indeed be their fortune. The blood refinement of beasts, no wonder it is a forbidden technique. Overindulgence can lead to complications. Fu Tuo chuckled inwardly. though he feigned hesitation on his visage. Do not forget who guaranteed your entry into Qingyuan's sect. Yin Huaqing's tone bore a hint of threat. Futu had no intention of refusing. After a reluctant display, he nodded slightly. All right, I shall ponder a solution. Just as Futu was about to depart, he heard Yin Huaqing's inquiry from behind. What of that new disciple surnamed Li? What's his background? He is the sole scion of Chuanyu Peak. Futu squinted with a semblance of a smile. You would do well to refrain from fixating on him. Should you provoke Shangwu, even the Peak Master Yin cannot ensure your safety. Chuanyu Peak. Liamo Yin Huaqing murmured to himself, seemingly committing the name to memory. The fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave. Only the elders of various peaks, or those who have mastered the transcendent state, may enter to confront the mysterious weapon directly. That young man undoubtedly possesses extraordinary treasures. Yes, it must be due to his rare artifacts. The fury within Yin Huaqing dissipated, replaced by an intense fervor. Chapter 28. The cataclysmic star Hammer Young Li remained blissfully unaware that he had attracted someone's attention. In the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave, the air crackled with the sharpness of weaponry, and the fierce winds howled, echoing like wails of spirits within the cavern. Those unrefined in body and lacking special techniques would likely find themselves obliterated in an instant by the cutting gales. Yet the youth stood resolute. Through his tattered garments, one could glimpse the faint glimmer of his skin, akin to a treasure radiating light. Inhale, exhale. Liamo, whose physical form was undergoing a breakthrough, resembled a weapon in the midst of meticulous honing. Under the refinement of sharpness, the rust gradually faded, revealing its brilliance. Most disciples of the Clear Abyss sect wield mundane weapons, while only a select few from the inner sect possess a formidable blade. Some acquired theirs in the Divine Edge Cave, while others procured them from external sources. Now, Liamo's physical form was aligning itself with that of a sharp weapon. Suddenly, the dissipated aura became markedly more piercing. The radiant light enveloping Liamo intensified, reaching a critical threshold. He abruptly opened his eyes, and the fierce gleam within them flickered intensely. With a gentle exhale, a breath of turbid air erupted forth, creating a small indentation in the opposing cliff face. The expelled breath, akin to a lethal arrow, would likely incapacitate or severely injure anyone at the initial stage of qi and blood if struck. Liamo rose, utterly unconcerned about his tattered garments, feeling the surge of power as he clenched his fist. Picking up a piece of azure stone, he exerted a slight pressure and, silently, the stone dust slipped through his fingers. His physique rivaled that of a sharp weapon. Not to mention, even a ninth-grade extraordinary beast would struggle to breach my defenses, and an eighth-grade one would likely find it exceedingly difficult. Liamo scattered the stone dust in his palm, examining it under the faint light, increasingly satisfied. It hasn't altered my skin tone. In fact, it appears to have become fairer as if polished. Grateful, he offered a sincere bow to the 6 profound weapons, including the Qishao sword. A low hum emanated from the profound weapons, seemingly in response. Subsequently, Liamo approached the end of the 4th level of the Divine Edge Cave. Holding a luminous pearl in his left hand, he tapped the stone wall with his right index finger, producing a sound that was crisp and resonant. Hollow. Liamo raised an eyebrow. With the luminous aura of the night pearl illuminating his path, he discerned that the stone wall before him bore a subtle hue distinct from the surrounding cavernous walls, suggesting a more recent human construction. After a moment of contemplation, Liamo unleashed a punch with the ferocity of a dragon, channeling the formidable power of his 8 meridians and the might of his almost weapon-like physique. The tremendous force resulted in the stone wall collapsing with a resounding crash. Indeed, a path was revealed. Liamo's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, before he could savor his triumph, a fierce wind howled, as if a multitude of sharp arrows were hurtling towards him. The overwhelming aura of impending doom coalescing into a palpable presence. Startled, Liamo swiftly activated his extreme martial body, straining to keep his eyes open. Before him lay a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single person, from which emanated a strong, dual-hued glow of red and blue. Within the cavern, Roughly the size of a basketball court, two pools were present, one resembling molten lava, and the other, a chilling frost, both flowing outward from the cave. At the convergence of these two pools, a dark hammer stood silently, its presence bifurcating the fiery and icy waters. With a thunderous roar, the mere vibration of the hammer seemed to resonate throughout the entire divine weapon peak. Upon a fleeting glance, Li Mo felt as though his mind had exploded with visions. In a daze, he beheld a burly man with a thick beard, wielding the hammer as he struck a sword blank upon an anvil, sparks flying in all directions. Was it Qi Xiao? Tian Shuang? These two mystical weapons were forged by this very hammer? As this thought crossed his mind, the scene shifted once more. He witnessed the hammer still grasped by the bearded man, crashing down upon the head of a colossal dragon, akin to a small mountain, which exploded upon impact, leaving only its horns intact. He also witnessed the hammer later wielded by other formidable warriors, crushing various foes. With a single blow, it reduced an entire mountain to dust. A deafening rumble echoed, and he sensed a tremor. It seemed as though an earthquake had truly struck. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Mo realized that what he had experienced was no mere illusion. The entire divine weapon peak was genuinely quaking. He hurriedly fled, and as he ran, an inexplicable voice resonated within him. It was not human speech, yet he comprehended its meaning. I await you. Was it that very hammer? At the divine weapon peak, in the Forging Institute, a plume of white smoke arose. He removed his outer garment, despite his aged visage. His upper body was sinewy and formidable. He retrieved the completed weapon, a three-pronged dagger with a blade that appeared to devour light, glinting ominously. Master, you have forged yet another remarkable weapon, Murong Xiao remarked, his expression filled with admiration. Recently, he had been diligently practicing the cloak hammer under He's guidance. Remarkable weapons. Once, the elders of the divine weapon peak produced many true craftsmen, capable of forging profound weapons. He sipped his tea, gently caressing the newly crafted three-pronged spear. You too shall surely achieve that in the future. I am growing old. It may be difficult for me in this lifetime. He sighed, shaking his head, then gazing earnestly at Murong Xiao. You possess the physique of a half-demon, if you diligently train. Perhaps you may one day have the fortune to wield the Panjia meteor hammer. Before he could finish, a thunderous rumble shook the earth, eliciting gasps of alarm. Sprang to his feet, his brow furrowing deeply. He seemed to have recalled something, and his figure suddenly shot forward. In an instant, the silhouette of the cold crane appeared at the entrance of the Divine Edge cave. The ground trembled. Run, flee swiftly. Those still within the cave began to dash outside, wishing they had been born with two more legs. Li Mo followed suit, emerging in tattered clothing, resembling a wild man. Murong Xiao approached, and upon seeing Li Mo's ragged attire, hurried to inspect him. Brotherly, what happened to you? It's merely a mishap during training that tore my clothes. Li Mo replied, though his heart was in turmoil. The commotion today was undoubtedly caused by him. The elders have arrived. What could have transpired? Murong Xiao suddenly remarked. Following his gaze, Li Mo noticed 9 figures standing at the mouth of the cave. The masters have come. Li Mo recognized the gravity of the situation. The disturbance at the Divine Edge cave must be attributed to that hammer. What caliber of weapon could it possibly be? Brother Li, would you like to accompany me to change into another outfit? Yes, that would be good. After the two departed, at the entrance of the Divine Edge cave, the cold crane inquired tentatively, could it be? Elder Qian Bufan nodded. Indeed, it is the Panjua meteor hammer. You do not seem to fit the image of a master craftsman. What is truly happening? A middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Elder Yin Hua, spoke up. He was none other than the elder of the precious beast peak, Yin Hua Xian. Shang Wu, with half-open eyes, chuckled lightly. Old fellows do tend to have their tempers. As soon as the words were spoken, the other 8 cast furious glances in her direction. Let out a cold snort and remarked, Shang Wu, do not recklessly discuss the ancestral treasures of my divine weapon peak. The name divine weapon peak is derived from the possession of a true divine weapon, the Panjia meteor hammer. This hammer existed in the Divine Edge cave long before the establishment of the Qingyuan sect. Throughout the years, only those elders who have reached the level of a master craftsman are permitted to summon it for the forging of profound artifacts. It is merely to be used, not to be controlled. The only individuals aware of this matter are the sect leader and the peak elders of each lineage. There is no need for further discussion. Let us proceed and take a look. Jing stroked his long beard thoughtfully. The elders exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. The journey was silent, and before long, they arrived at the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave, the designated place for the profound artifacts. Upon seeing the enormous cavity, their pupils involuntarily constricted. This cavity appeared to have been forcefully breached, lacking any signs of internal energy or intentional design. Who could have done this? The elders exchanged perplexed looks, each reflecting the confusion in the other's eyes. Clearly, none among them had opened this cavity. Just as they were enveloped in uncertainty, they noticed a peculiar expression on Elder Han He's face. They then turned their gaze toward the bottom of the Divine Edge Cave, where ice and fire converged. Shang Wu raised an eyebrow and smiled. Han He, it seems this ancient relic of a hammer has chosen its master. The others gasped in unison, realizing the gravity of the revelation. A divine weapon. Han He's face twitched, and he stood there, dazed as if stripped of his very essence. Who had it chosen as its master? Qian Bufan endeavored to compose himself, yet no one responded. This was indeed intriguing. The divine weapon acknowledged its master, yet remained in place. Yin Hua's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could it be that one cannot wield it? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable that a divine weapon would recognize someone incapable of handling it as its master. Han He trembled uncontrollably, his voice hoarse. For a moment, silence enveloped the scene. After a while, Han He broke the stillness. I shall investigate this matter. Should I uncover any leads, I will report to the sect leader and engage in discussions with fellow elders. Should we seal this cave? Well, after the sect's trials, the newly advanced disciples, particularly those from the inner sect, will come to the Divine Blade cave to select their weapons. I believe it is unnecessary. Indeed, the new disciples are unlikely to venture here. After a brief discussion, the elders from various peaks exited the Divine Blade cave one by one, leaving only Elder Han, he standing, his silhouette cast against the wall by the interplay of ice and fire. After a long pause, he sighed deeply, his expression forlorn. Do you truly resign yourself to being merely a forging hammer? Chapter 29. Learning the Sword. Preparing to journey to the place of inheritance in the Autumn Water Pavilion, night fell, bringing a slight chill. Tonight, only 3 modest dishes graced the table, not crafted by Liemo, but rather procured from the dining hall. Ying Bing held her bowl, her cheeks subtly moving. After consuming merely half a bowl, she set down her chopsticks. The meal was, quite frankly, insipid. Ying Bing had never been one to fuss over her meals, as long as they were clean and filling. That sufficed. To her, dining was merely a necessity for her current body, nothing more. Her appetite, like her other desires, was rather insipid. Indeed, before experiencing the delights of hot pot and barbecued meat, it was as such. I could have endured the darkness had I never glimpsed the light. This aphorism is equally applicable to the realm of gastronomy. Now, as she gazes upon these commonplace dishes, a sense of emptiness stirs within Ying Bing. Her peripheral vision subtly catches a glimpse of the youth across the table. He mechanically pushes the food around his plate, his expression rife with existential doubt. Classmate Li's mood is undeniably complex. The celestial hammer of the falling star, the divine weapon. At that time, Murong Xiao had quietly informed him of the potential stirrings of the divine weapon beneath the cave of Divine Edge. Limo's expression was nothing short of captivating. Having achieved a modicum of skill in swordplay, the Red Sky sword seemed indifferent to him. Yet he had undeniably never trained in hammer techniques. And yet the divine hammer seemed to possess an undeniable affinity for him. To claim that Hammer was the father of the Red Sky sword would not be an exaggeration. Was it possible that he was entirely unsuited for swordsmanship and rather inclined towards hammer techniques? In his mind's eye, an image materialized of himself, exuding a devilish charm, wielding the hammer to shatter his enemies' skulls. No, impossible, utterly impossible. Liemo abruptly set down his chopsticks, dispelling the vivid imagery from his mind. He found little desire to continue his meal, and with a defiant spirit, he seized his long sword and ventured into the courtyard. With the Qing steel sword in hand, he embarked on his first personal practice of swordsmanship. The blade shimmered with grace, exuding an invigorating energy. At such a tender age, achieving a threshold of proficiency in a superior sword technique would compel any elder who witnessed it to exclaim in admiration, a genius of the sword path. 10 days to attain minor mastery. Indeed, he possessed a modicum of talent for swordplay. Ying Bing found herself somewhat impressed. Yet she was acutely aware that she was still far from being a true swordsmanship prodigy. Even without the experience and perspective from her previous life, she managed to master an exceptional sword technique to a minor success in merely half an hour. However, in the realm of swordsmanship, there existed individuals whose prowess was far more terrifying. With an innate sword heart and sword bone, they could innovate upon any sword technique with just a glance. By the age of 10, they were capable of creating their own supreme-level sword art, and by 20, they had perfected divine-level techniques. Such beings were not mere figments of imagination. One had left a profound impression on Ying Bing as a defeated foe. Moreover, the young princess of De Yu was born as a sword embryo, destined for swordsmanship, and when it came to talent in this field, she was unparalleled in the contemporary world, truly formidable. If Li Mo were to comprehend her thoughts, he would likely find himself in bitter amusement. Those acquainted with their own circumstances understand their realities best. The years he dedicated to sword practice surpassed his own age, and he could now only consider himself marginally competent. His true talent appeared to rely solely on his defensive skills, leaving him with an unsettling sense of stagnation, devoid of any glimpse of breakthrough. As he practiced, Li Mo reluctantly confronted a harsh truth. What he engaged in could hardly be termed sword training. It was more akin to a dance with the sword. As he made no discernible progress, he was at a loss regarding the direction in which to strive. One need not fear hard work, but rather the absence of a clear path toward it. Was it possible that he truly lacked the qualities to be a swordsman? The sword technique he practiced emphasized restraint before unleashing power. Suddenly, a familiar, melodious voice echoed in his ears. Before Li Mo could fully comprehend the situation, a slender and graceful hand had already seized the azure steel sword from his grasp. The longer one could accumulate energy, the more formidable the eventual explosion of power would be. With a disdainful scoff, one must wield the sword as delicately as one would embroider, mastering every ounce of one's strength. The greater your control, the more formidable your accumulated power becomes. Beneath the moonlight, the enchanting figure dances with her sword, embodying a grace that is untouched by the mundane. Her focus and seriousness resonate with a harmonious aesthetic, reminiscent of an ice lotus blooming slowly in the tranquil waters of a secluded mountain pond, having weathered the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Li Mo found himself momentarily entranced, yet soon felt a flicker of confusion. It was evident that she had not practiced the fire crane thousand feathers, had she? Was her assertion valid? 2 decades of martial insights culminate in success. Little he chose to take a small risk. After all, the sex trial was imminent, and enhancing his swordsmanship would undoubtedly prove advantageous. In the first year, under Ying Bing's guidance, you discovered the correct approach to practicing the fire crane thousand feathers. By the 5th year, through diligent practice, you mastered the control of your sword, successfully retaining 17 feathers without release. In the 7th year, the further you advanced, the more challenging control became, requiring immense effort for even the slightest progress. You toiled for 2 years without any improvement. By the 13th year, through relentless perseverance, you finally integrated the techniques into your instinct, able to retain 24 feathers. By the 20th year, you successfully left 30 feathers upon the wooden dummy for the first time. The fire crane thousand feather sword technique has reached its zenith. Li Montauk. An influx of fluid swordsmanship experience surged into his mind, yet he felt no joy within. Indeed, Ice Lump's guidance had proven accurate. One thing was certain: she had not practiced this sword technique. She had merely observed him execute it once. Then, can one truly guide oneself? Though reluctant to use such a descriptor, Liamo could not deny that his heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. A series of muffled thuds echoed. The young woman sheathed her sword and turned, revealing dozens of feathered marks on the bamboo behind her, which erupted into resplendent ice blossoms. Yet, she did not glance back and merely inquired softly, "Have you learned?" "Li Montauk." "I have." It was evident that the icy figure held no intention of mockery. She genuinely wished to impart her knowledge and sincerely believed that he could make progress with just a single demonstration. Suddenly, Liamo recalled a past life when he had approached a top student for assistance with a math problem. Without lifting their gaze, they swiftly penned 4 different solutions, each exceeding the curriculum's boundaries. Then, with earnestness, they asked, "Do you understand? Shall we go through it again?" The sword was tossed back to him. Liamo's emotions were complex as he accepted the sword and began to practice. In Ying Bing's slightly lowered gaze, the image of the somewhat awkward young man was reflected, and a hint of satisfaction graced her features. Not bad. If she could teach him, then he was not entirely foolish. He had the potential to be a worthy swordsman. Did I practice correctly? Liamo turned around, only to find the space behind him empty. The window on the second floor had closed once more, a thin layer of ice quickly forming upon it. It seemed she had returned to her training. How many meridians had the icy figure open now? Le Montauk pondered briefly. He had initially believed that he was progressing rapidly within the realm of chi and blood. Even with a red destiny, he thought it unlikely that anyone could surpass him. However, the recent events served as a reminder for him to remain humble and vigilant. The young scholar tucked away his fleeting sense of pride and returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged upon the bed, the fiery feathered pouch upon her chest emanated a steady warmth. Lotus Heart Method, activate. Tonight, she would attempt to open the 9th meridian. Unbeknownst to her, as the moon hung high in the sky, she succeeded in achieving the 9th meridian. Ying Bing opened her eyes, the ice crystals upon her eyelashes glimmering faintly. It had been merely half a month since she began this journey, and she had already consolidated her 9 meridians. In her previous life, it had taken her a full 3 months to achieve the same. The speed of her ascension and cultivation had accelerated several-fold. Yet her combat prowess had increased by more than 10-fold. Now, she could wield perfected sword techniques with her current form. Her combat experience, unmatched even in the Ziyang Prefecture, made her the undisputed champion across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Furthermore, she bore the power of the Teasing, although she could not yet control it. Even a mere wisp of its aura would serve as a formidable trump card. In the upcoming sect trials, she felt fully prepared to face any uncertainties. Should she acquire one of the 9 spirits of the 9-colored primordial phoenix, she would attain perfection in the realm of vitality. And then there was that mysterious system. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ying Bing's gaze. Undoubtedly, she would ascend to the pinnacle of the system's rankings. At that time, she would receive rewards from the system, further enhancing her strength. When it came to the realm of vitality, she dared to proclaim her unmatched superiority throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, both past and present. As time flowed, day turned to night. The diligent classmate, Xiao Li, had risen early, bustling about in the kitchen. Following her guidance from the previous day, today's breakfast would be a sumptuous affair. It was said that breaking through to the 9th meridian with the Lotus Heart Method had greatly improved her control over the flames. Liamo was stirring the vegetables, lost in thought. Indeed, he had successfully opened the 9th meridian last night. It was said that the later meridians were increasingly difficult to unlock. Yet he had never encountered any semblance of a bottleneck. Each breakthrough felt as natural as water flowing. After preparing breakfast and having a light meal, he proceeded, as usual, to the mountain gate, ready to harvest insights into martial arts. Li Zhenchuan back again today? The same elderly woman was attending to the disciples wishing to withdraw from the sect. Liamo's daily visits had caused her considerable anxiety. You don't wish to withdraw like the outer disciples, do you? Just passing time, I see. Liamo greeted her with a smile, but in the next moment, his expression froze. He had just activated the divine Eye of Destiny. Name, Jiangyu. Age, 19. Root Bone Realm, Chi Blood Realm. 4th Meridian, Destiny. Black. Evaluation, ordinary among the masses, lacking distinction. Recent encounter. While returning home, encountered cultists of the demon-calling sect, implanted with beast seeds, and perished from the siphoning of their essence. Name, dawn and age, etin, root bone, realm, chi blood realm, second meridian destiny, black. Evaluation, ordinary among the masses, lacking distinction. Recent encounter. While returning home, encountered cultists of the demon-calling sect, implanted with beast seeds, and perished from the siphoning of their essence. These two individuals were not isolated cases. As Li Mo surveyed the scene, he noticed a sea of black destinies above the heads of every disciple returning home. Each person here was destined to die. Moreover, even the manner of death bears an uncanny resemblance. The demon summoning sect? Li Mo furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly positioned himself before the group of disciples. Esteemed brothers, please hold on a moment. I have deposited a vast sum of 100,000 taels of silver at the Fenghua Tower. However, since my entrance into the Qingyuan sect, I have resolved to devote myself solely to the martial arts, contemplating that it may go unused. Since you all intend to return home, why not indulge in a few days of revelry and help me expend that silver, thereby extinguishing my lingering desires? 10 minutes later, Li Mo found himself with a plethora of investment returns waiting to be claimed. His accumulated martial insights totaled 110 years, alongside an assortment of miscellaneous items. Indeed, those returning disciples had been cleverly coaxed into the Fenghua Tower. The Fenghua Tower stands as the most vibrant establishment in Ziyang City, a renowned place of entertainment where dignitaries frequently come and go, with the cheapest overnight stay costing no less than 30 taels of silver. Naturally, it is also a secure location. Upon learning that a trip to Fenghua Tower for feasting and merriment would incur no expenses, the crowd was elated. Such a fortuitous opportunity, they were almost ready to call Li Mo their benefactor. Observing their exuberant demeanor, it seemed they could hardly bear to leave without enjoying a few days of unrestrained fun. The demon summoning sect, it appeared, was not one of the three esteemed sects of Ziyang. It seemed to be anything but a reputable faction. Li Mo withdrew his gaze and proceeded toward the divine weapon peak. This world is not exactly governed by the rule of law. Overthinking is futile. The true imperative lies in one's own ascendance to power. In the blink of an eye, 3 days later, at Xiushui Pavilion, it appeared that a maximum of merely 10 veins was attainable. Li Mo rose to his feet, gently massaging his thighs that had grown numb from sitting for an entire evening. He opened a nearby bundle, revealing 2 garments, one in a deep black hue and the other in a rich indigo, both exquisitely crafted from fine Songjiang silk. Young Li immediately recognized these creations as the handiwork of his mother. Within the bundle lay a letter from home. My dear son, I write to you as if we were face to face. Have you and little Binger both become true disciples of the Qingyuan sect? How wonderful! My son, you truly excel. The handwriting was somewhat hasty, suggesting that his father had been overwhelmed with emotion while penning these words, causing his grip to falter. Li Mo could not help but chuckle softly as he continued reading. Now that you have attained true discipleship and commenced your martial training, it is time for you to mature. You must temper your reckless nature and refrain from your former mischief. A man must establish his career after starting a family. It is high time you consider a suitable match. Treat little Binger with a special kindness. You have known each other since childhood, and now that you both share the path of true discipleship in the Qingyuan sect, this is a divine fate bestowed upon you. Those who dwell near the water's edge will reap the first fruits of the harvest. May you awaken to this opportunity and seize it wisely. It is evident that his father was somewhat anxious, as he concluded with a heavy hand, almost wishing for a chubby little grandson by next year. Li Mo mused, who understands family pressures. In his previous life, he had been urged into marriage at the tender age of 26 until it ultimately led to his demise. Now, at the age of 16, he found himself once again facing the specter of marriage. However, in the realm of Dayu, it was quite common for men to wed at this age. Was this truly his dilemma? Li Mo felt a slight headache coming on. It was hard to envision Binger as a virtuous wife and mother. Setting aside all else, the mere thought of the two of them sharing a bed at night sent a shiver down young Li's spine. It seems I must disappoint my father. Liamo shook his head and changed his clothes. In just half a month, the youth in the mirror had acquired a more three-dimensional visage, exuding a radiant charm. His once frail physique had now transformed into a sculpted form, a quintessential embodiment of the adage that clothes can conceal one's figure, yet reveal a muscular silhouette when disrobed. Clad in the attire meticulously sewn by his mother, anyone who beheld him would undoubtedly exclaim, "What a dashing young man!" If only one could overlook the embroidered, water-splashing mandarin ducks on his garments. Ying Bing, mother has crafted you a new outfit. Liamo held his clothes and knocked on the adjacent door. The recent plum rain season had rendered the air humid, causing the door to freeze. Resonating with a sharp sound upon his knock, "Leave it at the door," came a voice clearer than ice itself. Liamo nodded and proceeded to prepare breakfast. Before long, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Instinctively, Liamo turned around, and the bun in his mouth slipped silently away. Ying Bing, with her delicate features slightly downcast, shimmered in the morning light, her dark hair tied in a high ponytail swaying gently behind her. The fitted clothing accentuated her graceful figure, and her legs, longer than life itself, were further emphasized by the sheer black fabric that outlined their contours. Black stockings? Realizing this, Liamo deduced that it must be a material known as dark cloud silk, lightweight yet resilient, capable of withstanding both cold and heat. Moreover, it was quite costly. Such protective gear far surpassed the price of weaponry. The inventor of this marvel truly was a genius. "I will await you at Wangyue Cliff for an hour. Do your utmost to arrive," Ying Bing suddenly announced. "Wangyue Cliff? Why?" Liamo was perplexed by her abrupt statement. Clearly, the icy maiden had no intention of elucidating her reasoning. Curiosity piqued within him. He activated his divine vision. Name, Ying Bing. Age, 16. Constitution, Tying Moon Phoenix body. Realm, Chi Blood Realm, 10 Meridians, Destiny. Red, bearing the Imperial Bone, with Xian Bing as her fate. Qiu Shui as her spirit, and the semblance of the Phoenix of Heaven. Evaluation, a destiny fraught with tribulations, yet she invariably transforms misfortune into fortune. Though her feathers are yet unformed, when the winds and clouds shift, she shall surely soar high across the heavens and the earth, the phoenix gracing all realms. Recent encounter, participating in the sex trial, intending to venture to the 9-colored Origin Phoenix heritage site to obtain one of the 9 souls of the Origin Phoenix, Xiafo, while preparing to bring along a burden as a gesture of goodwill. Chapter 30. The trial commences, encountering the demon summoning sect from a carriage. I gazed into the distance and could already discern the Beast Peak. The Beast Peak is the final summit of the Qingyuan mountain range, closest to the wilderness. Ahead lay a vast expanse, where the inner and outer disciples were distinctly separated. Yet, without exception, they were all new disciples who had yet to participate in the sex trial. As the carriage belonging to the sect master came to a halt, it instantly became the focal point of the crowd. Is that the true successor, Ying Bing? Hiss. This junior sister is exceptionally striking. Lower your voice. I heard from Elder Qian Bufon's true disciple that she has already reached the 8 meridians in the Qi blood realm, and as a result, she was bestowed a set of dark cloud inner armor. How long has she been in the sect? 8 meridians? What a prodigy. Surely, no one could achieve the position of champion in the sex trial in their first year. That would be utterly astonishing. Who is that beside her? It's Li Jinchuan, who entered the sect alongside her. I know, Li Jinchuan is a truly good person. Hearing the murmurs of his fellow disciples, Li Mo's lips twitched slightly. There was no need for accolades for his good deeds. He preferred to remain anonymous. The location of Wangyue Cliff seemed to lie deep within the trial grounds. Scanning the map, Li Mo pinpointed the meeting place he had arranged with Ying Bing. The deeper one ventured into the trial grounds, the more formidable the beasts became. Wangyue Cliff was situated in a remote area, necessitating passage through territories inhabited by numerous late-stage and even peak grade 9 beasts. Without considerable skill, one would find it exceedingly difficult to tread such paths. An hour passed. Li Mo glanced at Ying Bing, who stood at the forefront of the crowd, silently encouraging himself. Do not underestimate us time travelers. Suddenly, he perceived a familiar gaze fixed intently upon him. It was Wang who, at that moment, Wang Hu retained his usual defiant demeanor, yet a trace of illness cast a shadow over his features, rendering him somewhat sinister. Locking eyes with Li Mo, he dazedly gestured across his throat, mimicking a throat-cutting motion. What was he up to now? While Li Mo felt speechless, an instinctual sense told him that something was amiss with Wang Hu. Thus, a thought flickered in his mind, and he activated the heavenly fate divine eye. Name, Wang Hu. Age, 16. Constitution, tiger arms, leopard waist. Realm, blood chi realm, 8 meridians. Heavenly fate, black. Evaluation, some innate talent, with diligent study and practice. He may achieve great things in the future. However, he possesses a narrow-minded disposition, seeks revenge for minor grievances, and is arrogant, making him prone to radical paths. Recent encounter. Deeply entrenched in the beast species, he has strayed far from the right path, his blood essence insufficient for sustenance, preparing to consume the blood of beasts. Gradually losing his sanity. Beast species? Li Mo raised an eyebrow, perplexed not by Wang Hu's fate, but by the revelation of his connection to the demon summoning sect. As outer disciples, they were prohibited from leaving the sect prior to their trials unless they renounced their affiliation. If the individual had remained within Qingyuan's sect, from whence did the beasts of the demon summoning sect originate? This upcoming sect trial promised to be anything but ordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mo mused that the involvement of the Chosen One could only signify that something was amiss. Typically, one would expect Bing Tuzi to turn the tide, perhaps even orchestrating a dramatic counterattack. Yet, now that he was aware of the situation, Master, Li Mo dashed to where the elders were seated. H.M. Shang Wu, who had been dozing lightly, rubbed his eyes upon hearing his disciple's voice. Is it mealtime? I shall treat you to a meal after the trials. But I have something of significance to report. Li Mo began to articulate his conclusions, cleverly concealing the implications of the divine eye of destiny under alternative pretexts. As he uttered the phrase demon summoning sect, Shui Jing and Qian Bufan immediately assumed a serious demeanor, and the weariness in Shang Wu's eyes dissipated. Are you certain it is a follower of the demon summoning sect? This matter is no trifling jest. Qian Bufan's voice was somber, his brow furrowed with concern. My father serves as the county lieutenant and once apprehended a member of the demon summoning sect. I merely sensed a similar aura. I cannot confirm it entirely. However, considering the gravity of the situation, I felt it necessary to report to you, esteemed elders. Even if it turns out to be a misjudgment, it is better to err on the side of caution than to remain silent. Li Mo's reasoning was sound. Xiao Mo was known for his meticulous approach to matters. Shui Jing pondered for a moment and remarked, there is a 90% likelihood that this lad named Wang, who has mastered the nefarious techniques of the Huanma sect, particularly the blood of beast cultivation. His claws have reached our Qingyuan sect. Elder Yinhua, the rare beast peak, suddenly rose, seemingly ready to apprehend Wang Hu for interrogation. Yinhua, look at you. So impatient, Shui Jing interjected, casting a gaze at Li Mo that held a hint of approval. We have gleaned the necessary information. You may return to participate in the trials as usual, treating everything as if nothing has occurred. Unterstot, Li Montag acquiesced readily, sensing that old Shui likely had other intentions. Within the Qingyuan sect, if the elders could not resolve a matter, it would be futile for him to ponder further. Half an hour later, Qian Bufan stood before everyone, hands clasped behind his back, elucidating the rules of the trial. Ordinary wild beasts will not be counted towards your score. Beasts of the 9th grade in their initial, mid, and late stages will yield 1, 3, and 15 points respectively. Notably, a peak 9th grade beast is worth 100 points. However, if it lacks combat prowess comparable to that of the internal breath realm, it is best not to engage recklessly. Should you successfully slay a beast, or find yourself in dire circumstances, you may release a signaling arrow, and an intersect steward will come to your aid. Upon concluding his instructions, Qian Bufan returned to his seat. As his words echoed in the air, the disciples collected the signaling arrows and selected suitable weapons. Subsequently, over 1,000 of them surged into the mountains and forests. Junior brother Yinhua, Shui Jing suddenly called out. Yinhua soon nodded in response. He blew a bone whistle, and from the peak of the rare beast mountain emerged countless birds, some darting into the forest, while others circled above. After a brief interval, a resounding arrow echoed through the vast sky. Shortly thereafter, an intersect steward returned, dragging the lifeless body of a black panther. This panther was as large as a calf, its eyes wide and fierce, a look of savagery still frozen upon its face. The fatal wound was at its throat. A single sword strike had sealed it, blood remaining unspilled due to the injury having been frozen over. Ying Bing, 1 point came the acknowledgement. Qian Bufan nodded in astonishment. While numerous disciples could slay a 9th-grade exotic beast, achieving such a clean and effortless kill was indeed a rarity. Inhua Xian's gaze flickered. Even if I suppressed my realm to the blood-chi stage, I could not accomplish such a feat. Shui Jing clicked his tongue in wonder. Little Bing, it seems you had no prior combat experience. Shang Wu's eyes sparkled. To slay an exotic beast for the first time is akin to slaughtering a mere chicken. Many disciples with exceptional talents, despite their formidable strength, faltered in the face of exotic beasts, unable to unleash more than 30% of their capabilities due to intimidation. Conversely, some thrived under pressure, growing stronger with each battle, much like herself. Shang Wu referred to this phenomenon as an innate combat prowess. Is my dear disciple yet to make a move? The esteemed master rested his chin on one hand, half closing his weary eyes, as if on the verge of drifting back to sleep. Once more, the sound of a resounding arrow pierced the air. Li Mo has slain a 9th-grade initial stage exotic beast. The exotic beast brought back by the intersect steward plunged many elders into deep contemplation. After prolonged silence, Shui Jing hesitantly remarked, "Is this creature a winged-toothed serpent?" To speak candidly, had it not been for old Shui's recent alchemical endeavors utilizing the scales of the winged-toothed serpent, one might have been utterly unable to recognize the grotesque remains before us. This serpent carcass bore a shattered skull, its fangs splintered, and every bone in its elongated body fractured, resulting in a form that resembled a crushed soda can, as if mercilessly trampled underfoot. Such brutality starkly contrasts with Ying Bing's demeanor. Qian Bufan, cradling his rotund belly, fell into deep contemplation. The apprentice of the merchant dancer, Li Mo, was it not the art of the sword he practiced? His mastery of the 6 harmonies fist had also reached great heights. Shang Wu raised her hands in a gesture of indifference, signaling her lack of connection to the matter. Inhua Xian picked up a fragment of a serpent's fang. The most resilient part of the winged-toothed serpent was indeed its fangs, yet they lay shattered alongside its body, obliterated by a single punch. This young man's current prowess is not inferior to that of Ying Bing. Moreover, he has evidently mastered some form of horizontal cultivation technique. Shui Jing felt a shiver run down his spine. The elders, having reached a consensus, could discern much from the traces of battle with their keen eyes. Judging from the outcome against the early-stage 9th-grade beast, Li Mo's performance was on par with that of Ying Bing. However, the elders found themselves at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend or criticize. The fighting style bore an uncanny resemblance to that of another individual. One Shang Wu is already a considerable headache for Qing Yuan's sect. Should a second arise, how could they possibly endure it? Alas, old Shui, how could you have been so foolish as to not take that young lad under your wing back then? My quota for direct disciples is full. Elder Qian has openings. Why did he not take him in? I had considered it. But did not Shang Wu's apprentice seize the opportunity first? You are being foolish. Is it still possible to guide him away from the path of misfortune? The elders sighed deeply. Shang Wuding rose, one hand on her hip and the other clenched into a fist, creaking ominously. If you wish to undermine me, so be it. Whoever can best me shall claim my treasured disciple. A profound silence enveloped the stage. Chapter 31. A single punch obliterates a late-stage 9th-tier beast. Do you dare to call yourself a swordsman? Meanwhile, in the forest, the 9th-tier beast at the initial stage could not even scratch my skin. Li Mo glanced at his fist. It is often said to strike a snake at its vital point. However, he merely sought to test the limits of his physical prowess. The outcome was remarkable. Without even utilizing his blood vitality, he shattered the winged python with a single blow. Strangely enough, Li Mo had never killed even a chicken before. Yet, Upon his first encounter with a beast, he felt no trace of anxiety or discomfort, delivering his strike with an unruffled demeanor, as if he had experienced such a scenario countless times before. Was this a benefit conferred by the Xianpin immortal body? Liemo couldn't help but feel a twinge of sarcasm. It seemed that aside from practicing swordsmanship, he excelled at everything else with remarkable speed. Shaking off the blood from his fist, he contemplated the map, catching a glimpse of his destination. He then drew his Qinggang sword and ventured deeper into the forest. Amidst the vast expanse of the dense woods, sporadic shouts echoed. Now and then, he could see newly initiated disciples battling beasts. Liemo did not linger. Along the way, he encountered several ninth-tier beasts at the initial stage, but, like the previous winged serpent, they all met their end with a single sword strike, without even employing any sword techniques. Before long, he arrived at the area marked as Creekstone Forest on the map. Oddly shaped stone pillars rose like desiccated trees devoid of branches, and a river, over 10 meters wide, flowed through the center. The river flows down from Wanyua Cliff. I merely need to ascend along its current, Liemo pondered. As footsteps approached from ahead, he lifted his gaze to see an inner gate steward dragging back a peculiar beast, its body adorned with scale-like armor and sporting black horns. An old acquaintance, the blackhorn goat. Despite its frequent appearances at the dining table of Qiushui Pavilion, it is in fact a late-stage ninth-tier exotic beast. Although herbivorous, it possesses an exceptionally combative temperament and remarkable strength. Now, however, it lay slain by a single sword strike. Was it Ying Bing who dealt the blow? Liemo immediately recognized the fatality, a swift and decisive strike to the throat, the wound frozen, not a single drop of blood was shed. Indeed, the blackhorn goat likely had no inkling of its impending demise. Undoubtedly, this was the handiwork of Ying Zhen. The steward nodded, standing still in place, observing Liemo without further movement. Initially perplexed, Liemo's furrowed brow soon relaxed as he sensed something. In the next moment, a massive silhouette abruptly emerged from the water. Leaping high into the air, it was a gigantic, uneven-backed tortoise, the thornback turtle, a late-stage ninth-tier exotic beast. Turtle blood is medicinal, its flesh exceedingly delectable, and even its shell is a valuable commodity. The bathing tubs at Qiushui Pavilion are crafted from its material. However, the thornback turtle, being a late-stage ninth-tier creature, is fiercely aggressive, and its presence in the waters typically deters other fish species. The inner gate steward observed with keen interest. These two true disciples, both admitted to Qingyuan's sect, had ascended the 100 levels of the ascending stone steps. Ying Zhen could effortlessly dispatch the blackhorn goat with a single strike. Unbeknownst to him, the prowess of this Li Zhenchuan against the spiked-back tortoise was about to be revealed. Naturally, both were beasts of the late 9th grade, and the spiked-back tortoise would certainly present a more formidable challenge. If it retracted its limbs into its shell, a martial artist of the blood realm might find themselves at a complete loss. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Liemo had already made his move. The azure steel sword suddenly erupted with dozens of sword lights, each imbued with latent vitality. Such skillful swordplay. A hint of admiration flickered in the eyes of the inner sect steward. Even among the illustrious lineage of Qingyuan's sect, this display of swordsmanship could be deemed astonishing. Had he not witnessed Ying Bing's swordplay, he might have been even more impressed. Sensing the impending danger, the spike-back tortoise let out a low growl and promptly withdrew its limbs. The myriad feather traces, transformed from the fire crane's 1,000 wings, detonated upon the tortoise's shell, instantly peppering it with numerous minute fissures. Not only was the shell damaged, but the azure steel sword also suffered several tiny nicks. Liemo pondered. This sword was a standard weapon issued by the sect and should theoretically suffice for slaying a 9th grade beast. Alas, he had encountered a particularly tough opponent. Had he exerted a bit more force, the shell might not have broken, but the sword would have shattered instead. With a roar, the spiked-back tortoise appeared to falter, flipping over and making a hasty retreat into the water. "Don't run," Liemo pursued without hesitation. Just moments ago, he had been fierce. Now, after damaging his weapon, the creature sought to escape? Li Zhenchuan, that wily beast. The steward's words barely left his lips when Li Mo had already plunged into the water after it. Watching a stream of bubbles rise, a sense of urgency welled up within the steward. Upon entering the water, the spiked-back turtle becomes not merely a troublesome adversary, but a creature so formidable that even peak-level beasts dare not engage it in its aquatic domain. Li Mo's swordsmanship is commendable. However, submerged in these depths, he would likely struggle to unleash even half of his potential. Just as he resolved to dive in and rescue the drowning individual, a thunderous splash erupted. The river's surface erupted violently, casting a massive figure into the air. Li Mo followed closely behind, plummeting like a meteor striking the earth. The turtle's eyes widened with terror, as if it could sense the looming specter of death. Yet, it could not retreat into the water this time. Instead, it resorted to its previous tactic, retracting its limbs and head into its shell. The inner gate steward stood agape, astonished at the sight of the turtle being hurled from the water. But the spectacle was far from over. In the next moment, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Li Mo, foregoing his sword, tensed every muscle in his body to its utmost limit. The perfected Six Harmonies fist surged forth with an unprecedented intensity, channeling the vigor of 10 meridians and infused with the lethal aura of martial might. He unleashed a punch. That fist struck the turtle's shell, which crumbled like fragile eggshell, caving in and shattering under the force. The impact resonated through the shell, fracturing the ground beneath into a web of spider-like cracks. I truly wish to be a swordsman. Young Li clenched his fist, consumed by profound indignation. At the sound of his furious cry, the steward's already rigid features convulsed uncontrollably. As he gazed upon the shattered shell, dark crimson blood began to seep forth. The spiked-back turtle had evidently been slain by a single blow, meeting a most unsettling demise. As we gaze upon Li Mo, his garments lie in tatters upon his arms, and his entire being is enveloped in steamy warmth. The muscles that are inadvertently revealed resemble molten gold and iron. You, a swordsman? You have vanquished the spiked-back tortoise, and had it still been alive, it would undoubtedly leap up in protest. After a brief moment, 2 corpses of exotic beasts were displayed beneath the platform at the entrance. One of them was immediately recognizable to all as a blackhorn sheep, undoubtedly slain by Ying Bing. However, the creature behind it, a mass of sorts, left the elders momentarily bewildered, unable to identify its species. Is this the spikeback tortoise? The elder replied. It was indeed so in life. The expressions of the elders were nothing short of remarkable. Ying Bing's prowess was astonishing. Thus far, he had dispatched all exotic beasts with a single, precise strike, as if he possessed an innate understanding of their vulnerabilities. Li Montauk. They were genuinely at a loss for words in their evaluation. Master Shang, are you certain you have instructed him in the art of the sword? Shuijing sought confirmation once more. What reason would I have to deceive you? Master Shang sniffled delicately. The intersex steward corroborated, stating, Li Jun indeed wields a sword, and his technique is exceptional. However, the quality of his weapon was woefully inadequate to breach the spiked-back tortoise's shell. When he struck down the tortoise with a punch, he was still exclaiming his aspirations of becoming a swordsman. Does that not imply that his fist is harder than the tortoise's shell? The assembly of elders fell into a contemplative silence once more. After a long silence, Elder Han, he finally spoke. Once the trial is complete, let Li Mo select a weapon from the Divine Blade Cave. Among the renowned artifacts, swords are the most abundant, and it would not be a loss for him to choose one. If he is unsatisfied, he may select 2 from my private collection. A chuckle escaped him. Not that I require your approval. Shang Wu raised her chin and declared, Now, who is in charge of the scoring? The steward standing by the scoreboard wiped the sweat from his brow, taking up his pen to jot down the scores. The crowd glanced over the scoreboard, where Li Mo and Ying Bing were clearly dominating, leaving all others far behind. The gap between the two was minimal, with Ying Bing leading by a mere 5 points. As for the third place Wang Hu, Chapter 32, Should True Warriors Be Humble? In another part of the Creekstone Forest, Lin Jiang was battered and bruised, struggling with his spear in a precarious stance. He was engaged in combat with 2 enormous ring-pattern wolves. From their aura, one was at the early stage of the 9th rank, while the other was at the mid-stage. The focused ring wolves, while not particularly strong among ninth-rank beasts, were exceedingly cunning, never appearing alone and often coordinating with one another. If this battle continued, it would spell disaster for me. Lin Jiang furrowed his brow. Even if the trial were to conclude, a swift resolution was imperative. He was gravely injured, and should more focused ring wolves appear, his fate would be dire. In the true legacy, Murong Xiao possessed a half-demon physique, and Ying Bing needed no introduction. Even the most talented would feel despair in her presence. As for Liu Mo, I have heard he is well liked. In any case, he remains relatively unknown. Lin Jiang had ascended to the sixth pulse of qi and blood, and had honed his spear technique to a level of minor proficiency, sufficient to contend with most mid-level ninth-grade beasts. He yearned for a moment of astonishment. Yet, as he paused, a sense of reluctance washed over him. He resolved to give it his all. Lin Jiang possessed a unique move intended for late-stage ninth-grade beasts. Gathering his qi and blood, he thrust the spear with remarkable speed, tearing through the air. The slightly formidable, scorched-ringed wolf was pierced by his strike. However, a howl erupted. The early-stage ninth-grade wolf showed no inclination to avenge its companion. Instead, it emitted a fierce cry. This was troubling. It was summoning the wolf pack. Lin Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, having just unleashed his ultimate technique, he found himself momentarily weakened, unable to intervene in time. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The call for the pack morphed into a lament. A figure emerged from the stone forest, dragging the scorched-ringed wolf behind. "Are you the true disciple? Lin Jiang, was it?" The voice, tinged with a semblance of amusement, carried an undercurrent of restraint. Wang Hu." Lin Jiang recognized the visitor. It was somewhat impolite to recall that during the entrance ceremony, Wang Hu had tumbled down the heavenly stone steps like a rolling gourd, inadvertently rolling from the inner gate to the outer gate. This incident was well known among the disciples, making it nearly impossible not to recognize him. Now, it appeared the true capabilities of this individual were seemingly on par with his own. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Lin Jiang exhaled. "Hee. What you kill belongs to you, and what I capture belongs to me. Is that agreeable?" Wang Hu swiftly snapped the scorched-ringed wolf's neck. Naturally, Lin Jiang exhaled a sigh of relief. It was already quite remarkable for him to claim a mid-stage ninth-tier beast as his trophy. Suddenly, the sound of vigorous drinking reached his ears after he had just fired a signal flare. He turned around, and his brows furrowed even deeper than before. There stood Wang Hu, having bitten into the neck of the charred-ringed wolf, greedily gulping down the foul-smelling blood with an expression of sheer delight. A wave of revulsion washed over Lin Jiang. Two charred-ringed wolves. One belonged to Lin Jiang, and the other to Wang Hu. The nearest steward arrived, performed a cursory inspection, and then carried away the two wolf carcasses. As the steward's figure receded into the distance, Lin Jiang cupped his hands in farewell, intending to take his leave. Wang Hu's unsettling presence, combined with the earlier scene, made him reluctant to linger any longer. Just as he took a couple of steps away, an unexpected rustling sound emerged from behind him. Lin Jiang halted in his tracks, and upon turning back, his pupils constricted in alarm. Wang Hu's arms were swelling at an eerie pace, sprouting a vibrant array of fur with unsettling rapidity. The gaze he cast was devoid of any human emotion, replaced instead by a primal bloodlust and ferocity. Had Wang Hu deliberately lured away the nearest steward? Before Lin Jiang could utter a word, a fierce gust of wind rushed toward him. Meanwhile, not far off, Li Mo, bare-chested, weaved through the stone forest, curious about the commotion ahead. Do not misunderstand. Young Li has no peculiar inclinations. He is merely pained by the thought of his mother's lovingly hand-stitched garments, which, considering the impending conflict, are likely to be lost. Thus, he has chosen to store them within the confines of the system's space. Upon hearing the sounds of fierce combat ahead, he quickened his pace. Upon arrival, he beheld two figures engaged in battle. Lin Jiang was clearly at a disadvantage, cornered in a dire state, blood streaming from numerous wounds. If this continued, he would either be vanquished by his opponent or succumb to excessive blood loss. What creature was Lin Jiang battling? No, this was not a beast. They most sensed something amiss. The destiny divine, I scanned the scene. Name, Lin Jiang. Age, 16. Bone structure: mantis leg, green serpent spine, magpie shoulder, realm, blood-chi realm. 6 meridians, destiny, blue-black. Evaluation: this individual possesses commendable talent, yet is overly eager for quick success. His rigidity may lead to downfall. If he awakens in time, he may yet ascend to greater heights. Recent encounter: after a fierce battle without recuperation, he encountered the king tiger, whose mind had been consumed by beastly instincts. Though not fatal, he sustained grave injuries and was left in a state of despair. Is that the king tiger? Liemo raised an eyebrow. The consumption of beastly essence has rendered one into such a wretched state? Furthermore, the king tiger was clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. Yet the destiny divine eye indicated that Lin Jiang would ultimately survive. Is it the elders? A realization dawned upon Liemo. It must be the elders, who have been quietly monitoring the movements of the king tiger. For reasons unknown, they have refrained from intervening directly. Nevertheless, they could not allow a true disciple to perish in vain, hence their eventual intervention to save Lin Jiang. The elders' assistance is indeed a form of salvation. I have made another blue investment. Wang Hu, we bear no grievances against each other. To harm one's own kind is a grave sin. If you cease your actions now, I can pretend this never happened. Lin Jiang's aura was dwindling. He realized his chances of victory were non-existent and could only hope to invoke hesitation in his opponent by speaking. Zhao Huanlong also holds no enmity towards you. In this cruel world, the weak must yield to the strong. If you are weaker than I, why should it be deemed a crime to make you my prey? Wang Hu licked the blood from his tiger claw, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Lin Jiang, with a grim determination, ground his teeth, aware that negotiation was futile. Today, it would be either his demise or Wang Hu's. A vicious wind swept through once more. He had no choice but to muster all his strength, preparing to unleash his lethal move once again. Yet, having lost too much blood and expended too much energy, his strike lacked the ferocity of before. Midway through his thrust, Wang Hu, with a wicked grin, managed to seize the shaft of Lin Jiang's spear with his palm. His claw-like hand descended with a thunderous force. Not even a human skull could withstand such a blow, let alone a piece of bluestone, which would surely be shattered to fragments. Lin Jiang sighed within, pondering whether his life was destined to end here. Bang! A resounding crash echoed. Huh! Lin Jiang was astonished to find that his head had not been crushed as he had anticipated. Instead, it was Wang Hu who staggered backward several steps, each footfall leaving a deep impression in the ground. A youth, lithe and powerful as a leopard, had somehow appeared before him. Li Zhenchuan. Lin Jiang was bewildered. Li Montauk, you still love to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Well, your timing is impeccable. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Wang Hu's earlier facade of calm had entirely dissipated. Upon seeing Liemo, he resembled a frenzied beast. Some individuals, simply by their presence, could shatter his defenses. Do not shout. Stand still, he commanded, awaiting the intersect steward to come and deliver the sect's judgment. Liemo slightly furrowed his brow. Having saved Lin Jiang, his investment had been fulfilled. He was indifferent to the elder's intentions and had no desire to engage in unnecessary actions. You seek death. Such an attitude, perceived by Wang Hu, felt like a blatant dismissal of his worth. Consequently, he completely lost control. Not only his arms, but his entire body began to swell grotesquely, sprouting thick fur. And a tiger's tail erupted, whipping through the air like a steel whip. He had transformed into nothing less than a standing, vibrant tiger. His crimson eyes seemed poised to devour Li Mo alive as he lunged forward with ferocity. Li brother, be careful, Lin Jiang shouted, a chill coursing through him. He sensed that Wang Hu's aura had grown even more terrifying than before. It was likely comparable to a pinnacle ninth-grade beast. He immediately took out a signal arrow to shoot. Observing Li Mo's unflinching stance, he anxiously urged, Li brother, hurry and flee. Otherwise, none of us will escape. A resounding thud echoed as the massive tiger claw collided with Li Mo's fist, the disparity striking. Yet the outcome nearly caused Lin Jiang's eyes to bulge in disbelief. The fur-covered tiger arm erupted in a mist of crimson as if devoid of bones, snapping under the impact. Li Mo remained impassive, seizing Wang Hu's head and, with a deft motion, slammed him into the ground. The earth shattered beneath them. The prelude was so prolonged that I anticipated a grand spectacle. Practicing dark arts is one approach, while neglecting them is another. What purpose does it serve to render oneself neither human nor ghost? Li Montag remarked lightly. Wang Hu's eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. It was unclear whether he was knocked out from the fall, or if Li Mo's words had struck him with such sorrow and rage that he fainted from the emotional turmoil. Soon, Wang Hu's beastly transformation dissipated, reverting him to human form. His aura diminished drastically, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Not far away, Lin Zhang's mouth gaped wide, capable of swallowing 2 eggs whole. Was it truly possible that Wang Hu, a creature at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, was defeated in a mere instant? Was it genuinely just one strike? To be candid, he sensed that Li Mo had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, he would have dispatched Wang Hu with ease, rather than merely knocking him unconscious. Why was it that despite having joined the Qingyuan sect together, Li Mo possessed such overwhelming strength that it instilled despair in others? Furthermore, Lin Jiang had trained extensively at a martial arts school before entering the Qingyuan sect, whereas Li Mo had not even opened his meridians at the time of his initiation. He was a completely ordinary individual, utterly powerless, and back then, he could easily have bested 100 Li Mos. How much time had truly passed since then? As Lin Jiang pondered the meaning of life, a wooden box was presented before him. Here, for external application, came a bright voice accompanied by sunlight. Baiwa Ninglu ointment, remarkably effective for treating external injuries. Lin Jiang snapped back to reality and looked up to see a radiant smile. Without hesitation, he silently applied the medicine to his wound. Meanwhile, a notification chimed. Investment successful. Half a bottle of Baiwa Ninglu ointment acquired. Feedback received. 1 volume of the martial arts technique Golden Bell Shield. Would you like to claim it? Disregarding the offer, Li Mo gestured to Lin Jiang with a wave of his hand. Very well. Wait here for the steward. I'm pressed for time and must take my leave. With that, he strode purposefully towards Wanghua Cliff. Take care, Li brother. Lin Jiang gazed at his retreating figure, a surge of awe and admiration swelling within him. The healing ointment had proven remarkably effective. After applying it, he had immediately staunched the bleeding. Not only had he preserved his life, but he could also continue participating in the trials. To save a life without expectation of reward. Could it be that true strength is accompanied by humility? Reflecting on this, Lin Jiang rose once more. Chapter 33. The future of Qingyuan sect may indeed witness the sun and moon sharing the same sky, as Li Mo's score surpasses Ying Bing. At the entrance to the trial grounds, a magpie perched upon Yin Huaxian's shoulder, rustling as it began to chirp. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Huaxian spoke. That Wang Hu has indeed practiced the blood refinement of beasts. He has fully unleashed the beastly essence, opening all 12 meridians in an instant, transforming into a creature akin to a tiger or leopard, comparable to a peak 9th grade extraordinary beast. Does that not spell grave danger for my disciple? Elder Rui Feng rose abruptly. Upon learning of Lin Zhang's encounter with Wang Hu, he had been inclined to intervene, but was dissuaded by several elders, fearful that his hasty action might frighten away the formidable presence behind Wang Hu. Elder Lu, do not be impatient. I have yet to finish, Yin Huaxian continued, his expression turning peculiar. Li Zhenchuan happened to pass by. Wang Hu has been subdued by him and is now being escorted back by the nearby intersect steward. Another instance of Li Mo. The elders exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of surprise and contemplation. Having vanquished a late-stage 9th grade beast and subdued the formidable king tiger, equivalent to a peak 9th grade creature, which also possessed the intellect of humanity, thus proving to be even more challenging than the average beast. Frankly, although Li Mo and Ying Bing stood together atop the celestial stone steps, the elders maintained that Ying Bing's innate talent far surpassed Li Mo's in every conceivable aspect. After all, as the direct disciple of the sect leader, Ying Bing's astounding progress had rendered them both astonished and numb. It was unexpected that Li Mo could indeed rival him. Before long, the intersect steward cast the unconscious king tiger onto the platform. Did Li Mo not return with him? Xue Jing was the first to inquire, his concern for Li Mo's potential injuries evident, fearing he might be enduring pain while continuing the trial. Prolonged injuries could lead to lasting repercussions. According to Lin Zhen's report, Li Mo has not sustained any injuries, replied Elder Xue. It seemed credible, for Li Mo had subdued the king tiger with merely a single strike. A single strike? Only then did Xue Jing direct his attention to the motionless king tiger, resembling a lifeless dog sprawled on the ground. He quickly observed that the creature's entire arm had been twisted and fractured. It certainly did not appear to have endured a battle of equals. Rather, it seemed more akin to being effortlessly crushed by a more powerful beast. Setting aside other considerations, this ferocious display of combat prowess alone was sufficient to place him on par with Ying Bing. Could it be that this young man harbored within him the bloodline of some formidable beast? Qian Bufan could not suppress his doubts, reflecting on the initial confusion they had experienced on the Celestial Stone steps. Surely, it cannot be that only you misjudged. It cannot be that we all erred. He must have achieved mastery in body refinement. He shook his head in disbelief. In merely half a month since his entry, he has reached such an advanced stage. It appears that his conjecture on that day was indeed correct. The old man, in his confusion, was left bewildered. Shang Wu's laughter turned her almond-shaped eyes into crescent moons. He recalled the wager between the two, and his face darkened instantly, resembling the bottom of a pot. One must concede that while Murong Xiao is indeed remarkable, the disparity between him and Li Mo is simply beyond comparison. A contest? With considerable effort. It remains uncertain whether he could withstand even a single blow from the current Li Mo. Moreover, it is evident that Li Mo will also continue to advance, and his rate of progress shall only accelerate. With these two individuals, the Qingyuan sect is destined for greatness. A fervent brilliance ignited in Yin Hua Xian's eyes, and the elders nodded in agreement. The first generation of founders of the Qingyuan sect hailed from Zhongzhou. At that time, despite the sect's territory being limited to the Ziyang prefecture, it was indeed a dominant force throughout the entire eastern wilderness region. Little did they anticipate that in their era, two prodigies would emerge, each comparable to the stature of their founders. Once matured, the Qingyuan sect may very well shine as brightly as the sun and moon in the sky. Xue Jing cheerfully remarked. Li Mo has come to the aid of his fellow disciples, subduing Wang Hu, and thus deserves credit for slaying a peak 9th-grade beast. I trust there are no objections? No one opposed. Even if a few extra points were awarded to Li Mo, it would be seen as justifiable. Consequently, the scoreboard now read, Ying Bing, 119 points. Li Mo, 116 points. Just recently, Ying Bing had also dispatched a peak 9th-grade beast. Thus, a slight margin of 3 points remained between the two. The future holds endless possibilities, and deliberation is prudent. For now, however, there are those who still have their eyes on us. Xue Jing spoke, redirecting the attention of the assembly. The individual behind, Wang, who ultimately refrained from intervening. The demon followers of the demon summoning sect proved to be exceptionally vigilant. Perhaps Wang, who was merely a casual pawn in their strategy? I maintain that we should dig 3 feet into the ground. I refuse to believe we cannot uncover the whereabouts of these demons. However, such an approach would only lead to unnecessary commotion and might alarm the snakes, yielding little in return. After much deliberation, the elders found themselves at an impasse. Eventually, they resolved to temporarily confine the individual at the Rui Peak for interrogation, awaiting the return of the sect master for final decisions. After all, the adversaries seemed indifferent even to Wang Hu's demise, suggesting that this trial would likely pass without further incident. The sect's trial concluded safely, and that was the priority. At that moment, another steward returned, dragging 2 exotic beasts behind him, a scorched-ringed wolf king and a lion bear, both of the late 9th tier. Before he even approached, the elders recognized this as yet another accomplishment of the esteemed Li Zhen. With this new achievement, Li Mo's score soared to 146, propelling him to the forefront and making him the first. My beloved disciple has claimed the top spot. Shang Wu snorted lightly, snatching the steward's pen and swiftly adjusting Li Mo's score to reflect his newfound position at the summit. She crossed her arms and lifted her chin defiantly. Who would dare claim that I cannot teach my disciples? Meanwhile, at the edge of the stream-stone forest, a voice cried out, "Senior brother, save me." An outer sect disciple lay helpless beneath the ferocious lion bear, unable to resist. He could only gaze imploringly at a figure standing atop a stone pillar. Though not a steward, the individual donned the attire of the true disciples, leaving the outer sect disciple in disbelief. He summoned his fellow disciples with a signal flare. Yet they remained indifferent, merely spectating without any intention to intervene. Their gazes were filled solely with derision and apathy. Among them was Yin Huacheng, who had volunteered to oversee the Wanyue Cliff region. At present, he was in a foul mood. The promises made by Fudu had gone unfulfilled. The disciples who had left the sect did not return home directly, but instead indulged themselves in revelry at a brothel within Ziyang Prefecture. Moments ago, he learned of Wang Hu's demise. This signified that he would be unable to acquire any cultivation materials in the near future. The catalyst for both occurrences was the same individual. Li Mo veins throbbed upon Yin Huacheng's forehead, and his eyes flickered between vertical slits and human pupils. At that moment, a raven alighted upon his shoulder, croaking in a low, raspy tone, as if to advise him against causing trouble. The aura emanating from Yin Huacheng grew increasingly menacing. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciple fell silent, and the lion bear, which had been feasting heartily, swiftly turned upon hearing the disturbance. However, upon locking eyes with Yin Huacheng, its initially ferocious gaze transformed into one of terror, and it lowered its body in submission. With a swift motion, Yin Huacheng extracted the lion bear's crimson heart and swallowed it whole. I had intended to nurture you a while longer, but having spoiled my materials, you shall pay the price. He donned a black robe and vanished from sight. Chapter 34. Qingyuan, the leap of faith at Wanyue Cliff. Li Mo did not expend much effort in seeking out exotic beasts to slay. No matter how generous the rewards from the sect, they could never rival the inheritance of the ice block. Listen, the nine-colored phoenix. Such a prestigious opportunity, had it not been for embracing the icy mass of jade. It seems I would have never encountered it in this lifetime. Truly enticing. Lost in contemplation, Li Mo had already ascended the Moonwatch Cliff. Gazing down, he beheld a sheer precipice, shrouded in swirling mists, rendering the abyss below completely invisible. Not even a single bird could be seen. Qingyuan. This is the origin of the entire Qingyuan sect. If one were to peer further into the distance, they would discover that the entirety of Qingyuan emerges rather abruptly. It lacks both a beginning and an end, appearing entirely unnatural in its formation. Where lies the site of inheritance? Li Mo scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of the so-called site of inheritance. Indeed, the Moonwatch Cliff is not a place seldom visited by people. It is said that the rare Beast Peak often hosts young couples seeking romance, and there are numerous legends and tales about this location within the sect. If it were so easily discovered, it would have long been made public. How then did that icy mass come to be found? Could it be that it resonated with her, just as he felt a connection with the hammer in the Divine Edge Cave? Is the opportunity here also calling out to her? One wonders, must one leap from the Moonwatch Cliff into the Qingyuan below? How deep could it possibly be? Li Mo approached the peak to survey the view. Suddenly, a wave of disorientation washed over him. In the depths of his mind, it seemed as if a magnificent sword intent descended from the heavens. The sword intent resembled divine retribution from the ninth sky, capable of cleaving through any obstacle in this world until the intended target was utterly annihilated. In that moment, Li Mo felt his body, honed through the trials of countless battles, rendered astonishingly fragile, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary mortal. Breathe, Qingyuan. Was it carved by a single stroke of a sword? The chilling thought surged within Li Mo's mind. Long ago, a sword was drawn, and its lingering essence still resonates to this day. A single stroke of brilliance cuts through the 19 states. In the presence of such sword intent, mere adjectives seem inadequate. What kind of formidable warrior must this be? In the future, perhaps Bing Tuozi will emerge as such a powerhouse, or even surpass it. Li Mo recalled the appraisal of Ying Bing in the divine Eye of Destiny, foreseeing her as a supreme force across the 9 heavens and 10 realms. In comparison to her, he mused, he probably did not lag too far behind in terms of vitality and blood essence. With this thought, young Li sighed. Why am I not suited to the path of the sword? I shall seek a better sword next time and give it another try. The chilly breeze from Wangyue Cliff swept by. Ying Bing gathered her slightly disheveled hair, casting a glance to the side. The Lingxiao sword Dao indeed possesses a grandeur that commands respect, resonating with the mountains and rivers. The esteemed master who currently presides over this path must still be guarding the sword tomb, right? The one who executed this strike, even in her prime, was worthy of admiration. Subsequently, that master entrusted the Lingxiao sword Dao to a deposed princess of the Dayu dynasty. Coincidentally, she had known the female sword immortal who inherited the Lingxiao sword Dao and later became the preeminent figure beneath the heavens during her humble beginnings. In her previous life, she had been deemed a dead end, failing to enter the Qingyuan sect at the opportune moment. They had shared a period of mutual support and camaraderie. That was when Ying Bing first ventured into the art of the sword. Initial Long should now have been exiled to the eastern wilderness. Yet, she surely no longer remembers who I am. A faint smile unconsciously emerged on Ying Bing's lips. At this moment, she ascended Wangyue Cliff. Upon reaching the precipice, Li Mo, drenched in the blood of beasts, caught Ying Bing slightly off guard. She had anticipated that Li Mo would still be navigating the rocky forest, considering the possibility of encountering peak-level beasts later on. Even with his 12th meridian in the Blood Qi realm and mastery of swordsmanship, he would undoubtedly struggle to overcome such challenges with ease. Aware that this segment of the journey posed significant difficulties for those in the Blood Qi realm, she had generously allotted him an additional hour. Yet, to her astonishment, he had arrived even earlier than she had. At long last, you have arrived, Li Mo exclaimed with a hearty smile, showing no signs of surprise. It appeared that the journey had been rather smooth for him, as not even a strand of hair was out of place. Although his clothes were torn, it was evident they had been damaged by his own hand. Well, you should tend to your injuries. I shall wait for you. Ying Bing gently inclined her head, a realization dawning upon her. It appeared that Li Mo had not engaged with any beasts along the way. Rather, he had chosen to evade combat, sprinting directly to Wangyue Cliff. Injuries? Li Montauk paused, then chuckled. I am unscathed. This is merely the blood of beasts. If you don't believe me, take a look. Having encountered 2 moderately strong beasts obstructing his path, he had prioritized speed over confrontation. He stepped closer, prompting Ying Bing to furrow her brows slightly as she extended her hand to press against his chest. Indeed, it was the blood of beasts. Could it be that he had encountered no trouble at all, facing only 2 initial stage 9th grade beasts upon reaching Wangyue Cliff? Such fortune seemed almost too good to be true. However, this also implied a relinquishment of the trial. Ying Bing, of course, did not care for the rewards of the sect trial. Yet Li Mo, oblivious to her true intentions for summoning him, chose to come at any cost. As she raised her gaze, she beheld his sunlit, charming visage. In his features, she discerned not a trace of resentment or impatience, only the delight of fulfilling a promise. It seemed as though he had an unwavering faith that his presence was indeed warranted. But why? Ying Bing found herself perplexed by this youth. Li Mo felt somewhat out of place, especially as the icy fingers of the ice block poked at his chest, sending a chill through him. Am I perhaps arriving at an opportune moment for the 2 esteemed disciples? Suddenly, an abrasive voice, raspy and harsh, drifted over with the cold wind. Li Mo and Ying Bing turned in unison to see the path they had taken, the sole route to Moon Viewing Cliff, now occupied by a figure clad in black garments, face obscured by a mask, who had appeared unbeknownst to them. I merely sought to settle a score with you. Li Zhenchuan, the figure intoned, yet I find an unexpected bonus here with you. Ying Zhenchuan. As he uttered her name, a tremor of barely contained excitement laced his voice. With a swift motion, a whistle pierced the air, a signal of impending conflict. The threat was palpable, as if the words villain were etched upon the figure's very presence. Naturally, Li Mo refrained from engaging in idle chatter and sought to rally support. However, The black-clad figure remained unfazed, tauntingly suggesting, Li Jinchuan, perhaps you ought to consider, had I not been thoroughly prepared, would I have made my appearance here? Ying Bing, oh Ying Bing, I truly cannot bear to let you be ensnared in this perilous fate alongside him, provided only you. A chime resonated, cutting through the tension. Li Montauk, with an impassive expression, shook the heart bell. Li Montauk. In an instant, the voice of the cloaked figure transformed. If one could see beneath the mask, they would witness a drastic change of expression, beads of sweat forming. He was acutely aware of whom this bell would summon. You are doomed. In the distance, a beastly roar echoed relentlessly within the depths of the clear abyss. Yet, the adversary had not yet struck. A flash of sword light had already arrived, its intent as frigid as ice, resolute and domineering, causing goosebumps to rise. Ying Bing unexpectedly hurled her long sword forward. She was confident that the cloaked figure could withstand the blow. However, she had to concede that Ying Bing's prowess exceeded her expectations, transcending the mere label of genius. Should he endure the strike, even as a being of the divine vision realm, he would sustain injuries. The air fell silent for a brief moment. Ultimately, the cloaked figure opted to halt his advance, sidestepping the attack. Yet at that moment, Ying Bing did not regard the cloaked individual but locked eyes with Li Mo Jump. Li Mo seemed to grasp her intentions. Suddenly, Ying Bing found herself even more perplexed by the boy. This was an unfathomable abyss. Why did he exhibit not a trace of fear? Was it trust in himself? Very well. Ying Bing had never been one to hesitate or dither. Since Li Mo had consented, though she could not comprehend his thoughts, she resolutely grasped his hand and stepped into the void. The frigid wind sharpened instantly. Everything around them rapidly blurred and all senses dull. On moonlit cliff, the cloaked figure charged forward, his robe having been torn asunder. He gazed blankly from above, fixated on the silhouettes of the young couple, their hands clasped tightly as they vanished into the mist. Only disbelief lingered in his eyes. Chapter 35. Embraced in the Abyss. They leaped into the fathomless chasm without the slightest hesitation. Yin Huaqing's mind was a void, his pupils reduced to pinpricks. He had witnessed many a person's grotesque visage in their final moments, yet he had never encountered anyone who recklessly hurtled towards their demise without a trace of doubt. He was unaware of the true depth of this clear abyss, which harbored an oppressive force. Should one descend, their vitality, inner energy, essence, and even the very fabric of the universe would be subdued. Even a sect master at the outer realm would likely refrain from descending unprepared. Two individuals at the blood realm faced certain death. Madman, you too are even more deranged than I am. Yin Huaqing struck the ground with his fist, a wave of intense regret surging within him. The reason he had dodged that sword strike was to avoid injury. An injury could expose him. Yet, this was far worse than his current predicament of failing to achieve his goal. This meant he not only failed to acquire superior training materials, but also committed the grave offense of attempting to harm a true disciple. The elders would arrive soon. Yin Huaqing forced himself to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. He swiftly removed his black attire and, along with the iron mask, cast them into the abyss. Then donned the garb of a true disciple. Having completed these actions, he prepared to send a message to the elders. However, before he could make any move, with a resounding crash, a fire-colored meteor plummeted to the ground, landing a mere 3 paces from the precipice. The impact stirred up a cloud of dust and debris, creating the illusion that the entire Wangyue cliff trembled thrice. As the smoke dissipated, a woman clad in a resplendent crimson gown danced in the air, her flowing hair swirling like the very winds themselves. "Where's my disciple?" Her voice, devoid of inebriation, sounded oddly unfamiliar. Gulps of heat parched Yin Huaqing's throat, rendering him unable to articulate the myriad of words he had prepared. "Disciple. The disciple has just arrived. Shangwu, speak your mind clearly." The other elders had also descended upon the mountain peak, insisting on discerning the nature of the calamity before proceeding further. Yin Huaqing cast a deep glance at his son. Bolstered by this silent assurance, Yin Huaqing finally spoke. "Wangyue Cliff is the area under my disciple's purview. Upon hearing the signal arrow, I rushed here immediately. Yet, by the time I arrived, the Wangyue cliff was utterly deserted. As his words hung in the air, the expressions of all present shifted to one of grave concern. There was but one path leading up to Wangyue cliff. They had seen neither Li Mo nor Ying Bing on their way here, nor were they at the summit, which could only imply. The collective gaze turned towards Qing Yuan, and a heavy silence fell as despair settled in their hearts. This long sword belonged to Ying Bing. She must have encountered an adversary beyond her capacity to confront, compelling her to unleash a desperate strike. Xue Jing, his countenance darkened, stepped forward, brandishing a long sword encased in frost, still emanating an aura of chill. Those two young ones were no ordinary practitioners, combined. They could at least withstand the challenge until our arrival. The assailants were from the spectral realm? As Qian Buffan's words fell, no one anticipated that the true intention of the demonic figure behind Wang Hu, belonging to the demon summoning sect, was to target the two true disciples. Suddenly, Yin Huaqing spat blood, his body flung backward. Just as he was about to crash into a tree, an invisible force diminished his momentum, causing him to spin several times before unsteadily regaining his footing. Yin Huaxian supported his son, frowning. Shang Wu, none of us desire such occurrences. Every year, casualties arise during the trials. With such a vast area to oversee, it is inevitable to be stretched thin. Must everyone seek trouble with the enforcers? A flicker of fiery light briefly flashed in Shang Wu's narrowed eyes. She refrained from further action, coldly stating, "Do not let me discover any connection between you and this matter." Yin Huaqing appeared as if facing a formidable adversary, his complexion turning ashen. "Shang Wu," Yin Huaxian exclaimed in fury, "I understand your feelings, but do not lash out recklessly." Shang Wu remained indifferent to his anger. "Enough. Now is not the time for internal strife." Qian Bufan inquired, "Yin Hua, have you received any news from the birds you control?" The proximity of Wangyue Cliff to Qingyuan prevents the birds from approaching. I will conduct a thorough search of the surroundings, and if I detect any suspicious individuals, I will inform you all at the earliest opportunity. Yin Huaxian nodded in response. Xue Jing exhaled heavily. Searching for the demons is secondary. The immediate priority is to ascertain the fates of Li Mo and Ying Bing. If they're still alive, we must determine how to rescue them. Silence enveloped the elders, as they fell into a deep contemplation upon hearing his words. What lies beneath the clear abyss remains an enigma to them all. The sect possesses scant records regarding this place. Many formidable figures of the Clear Abyss sect have speculated about the existence of extraordinary treasures below, which is likely the cause of the persistent oppressive aura enveloping the abyss. Numerous attempts to delve into its depths have been made, yet they either vanished without a trace or retreated midway. To leap into this chasm would likely result in an irrevocable fate, leaving no body nor evidence behind. Suddenly, a sound echoed, 2 soft chimes. A peculiar light flickered in Shang Wu's eyes as she quickly raised her wrist. It was a heart-link bell. Li Mo is still alive. Stop her at once. Shang Wu, my disciple, hold your horses. If he is alive, let us devise a plan to rescue him, she insisted, intent on leaping down to save him. The elders hurriedly intervened, creating a scene of utter chaos. Only Yin Huaqing and his son, Yin Huaxian, exchanged glances of astonishment. Just as Yin Huaqing was about to speak, he was silenced by his father's piercing gaze. Return to the Beast Peak. Indeed, my master must know that I'm still alive, Li Mo thought, gripping the heart-link bell tightly. After soaring through the mist for so long, one seems to lose all sense of time and space. What is certain is that they have fallen deep. The oppressive force grows heavier, rendering Li Mo nearly oblivious to everything around him, as if all had vanished along with the howling winds. Only the chill of the small hand in his grasp provided him with a semblance of reality. He hazily glanced at the owner of that delicate hand. Her narrowed eyes still exuded an unchanging, serene clarity. Whether it stemmed from confidence or an utter lack of fear towards death remained uncertain. At such a lofty height, were she not the destined daughter of heaven, survival would be unlikely. One could presume that nothing but remnants would remain at this altitude, even with protective measures below. One might easily suffer from a disorienting fall. The mysterious site of inheritance, without Ying Bing, was undoubtedly inaccessible. If it were so easily discovered, it would not have persisted until now. Therefore, Ying Bing must not come harm. With this thought, Li Mo, as if compelled by an unseen force, drew her closer. The softness of jade nestled against him, and the gentle yet powerful rhythm of her heartbeat resonated from her delicate form. Ying Bing, she remained still, gazing at the young man with a mix of confusion as she turned her back downward. Was he preparing to act as a cushion? Despite her calm demeanor, an absurd sense of irony welled within her. At such a height, what good would it do to have him as a cushion if she were to fall directly to the ground? She had never been so close to a male before. In her previous life, no man had dared to approach within 3 meters of her. Ying Bing gently bit her lip. Any movement could potentially alter their descent ultimately. She refrained from pushing the young man away. Chapter 36. Exorcising the Spirits. The 9-colored phoenix inheritance site, uncertain how much time had passed. The intense sensation of weightlessness gradually subsided, yet there remained no tangible feeling beneath their feet. They had not yet touched the ground. Li Mo finally regained his senses. He abruptly realized that behind him lay a resplendent array of 7-colored clouds, and it was this extraordinary phenomenon that had spared them from any injury. The radiant glow emanates from the crevices of the stone gate nearby. "Thank you. You may release me now." A voice, cool and detached, resonated in his ear. For a moment, Li Mo found himself momentarily disoriented. The flawless and exquisite visage was in close proximity, so near that he could feel the warmth of her breath. The embrace was so tight that, even through their garments, he could sense the frigid heartbeat within her chest. It is well known that when one is submerged in water or plummeting from a great height, there exists an instinctive urge to grasp onto anything within reach. Li Mo felt a twinge of awkwardness, as if he had been overly concerned, engaging in unnecessary actions. He cleared his throat softly, released her, and rose to his feet, pretending to survey his surroundings. "Where is this? I have never heard of such a place beneath Qingyuan. You brought me to Wanghua Cliff for this?" "Indeed," Ying Bing nodded, offering no further explanation. "How did you come to know of this place?" "Li Montauk in Kviat Kejuali." It is often the case that in moments of embarrassment, one tends to ramble. Ying Bing lowered her gaze and replied to Ly, "I have been here in a dream." If one were to regard the events of her past life as merely a dream, it would not be entirely inaccurate. After her reincarnation, many things had changed. Yet, thankfully, the call of this place had never faded for her, no matter how many lives others may possess. Leaping from Wanghua Cliff would not grant them access to this legacy hidden within Qingyuan. Even if they were to arrive, they would be unable to enter the depths of the inheritance smoothly, destined to be trapped amidst the radiance. "Let us proceed." Ying Bing instinctively placed her hand on her waist, only to find it empty. "Use mine," she stated as her words fell. In her grasp lay an unremarkable steel sword, marred by a few minute nicks resembling grains of rice. It seemed that his journey to Wanghua Cliff was not as effortless as he had claimed. Ying Bing suppressed her swirling thoughts, nodding slightly before advancing with the sword in hand. Li Mo followed closely at her side, vigilant of their surroundings. Given that this was a legacy, there might yet be some form of trial. As this notion settled in her mind, a piercing gust of wind swept through, sending shivers deep within their souls. "Come down. Accompany me. How is it that you still live?" Whispers of extraordinary fortune drifted through the air. "Be cautious. Do not stray too far from me." Ying Bing's clear voice rang out. "What are these?" Li Mo, illuminated by the light of the Shachao, surveyed the area, only to find dark clouds swirling ominously, intermittently revealing grotesque, tormented faces. In the past, Ying Bing would have dismissed any inquiry. Yet today, she chose to enlighten him. Once a martial artist attains the realm of observing spirits, they can witness mountains, rivers, the sun and moon, exotic flora, and various mythical beasts, as well as the wonders of the universe to refine their spirit. When one reaches the pinnacle of this realm, they may even transcend their physical form, commanding objects with their spirit. Thus, should a martial artist above the observing spirit's realm perish, bound by their obsessions, a fragment of their spirit remains, transforming into a shadowy entity. These entities cannot bask in sunlight, which explains the multitude present here. Li Mo comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing that many had undoubtedly harbored the desire to explore the depths of the abyss and had acted on it, including numerous formidable individuals. Clearly, they had all failed. A lingering obsession remained here, watching over the nine-colored phoenix inheritance, which it could no longer access. The malevolent spirits. The cold wind swept in, carrying these sinister entities from all directions. Beside him, Ying Bing suddenly sprang into action. Clang! This was the first time Li Mo witnessed Ying Bing's serious effort. The light of her sword surged explosively, blossoming into hundreds of sword flowers. Each of these sword energy blossoms struck a malevolent spirit with precision, forcefully repelling it. The perfected realm's seeking flower sword technique. However, this attack, potent enough to make one in the inner breath realm retreat, surprisingly inflicted no damage upon the malevolent spirits. It merely pushed them back into the mist, only for them to return shortly thereafter. Move swiftly. These spirits are impervious to blade and spear. Ying Bing had not finished her words when suddenly, a gentle and harmonious aura emanated from behind them. Li Mo's chest glowed with the shape of a feather from the pouch. The fire sparrow feather. Pure yang and most effective against the malevolent and corrupt. Li Mo effortlessly delivered a punch, and, astonishingly, a thin layer of fire sparrow's yang energy enveloped his fist. Ha ha ha. The malevolent spirit opposite him clearly lacked complete consciousness and failed to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sizzle. As if ice met boiling oil, the dark, thick form of the malevolent spirit began to dissolve almost instantaneously. Instinctively, it sought to retreat, yet Li Mo's punch pierced through it directly. Poof! The malevolent spirit dissipated. Within that pouch, there lingered a trace of the Phoenix clan's essence. Perhaps it was left behind by some avian creature bearing the true bloodline of the Phoenix? Ying Bing's taut form relaxed slightly. Thus, she need not divert her attention to care for him. However, why does Li Mo remain motionless in place? Little Li seems somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, an alert from the system resonated. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested, aiding Xia Rong in dispelling her obsession and thus attaining peace. Investment feedback. Martial arts comprehension for 1 year. Li Mo was taken aback. To think that vanquishing malevolent spirits could count as an investment return. No wonder it is said that helping souls find peace is a virtue. With renewed determination, Li Mo gazed at the swirling shadows amidst the mist, his eyes glimmering with eagerness. Even the slightest gain is worthwhile. Rewards ought to be claimed. Just as he was about to proceed, he noticed the ice-cold figure of Dai Mei casting a concerned glance his way. Ahem. Many of these spectral beings are the ancestors of the Qingyuan sect. Since it is but a small effort, it would be best to allow them to rest peacefully, Little Li stated earnestly. Ying Bing pursed her lips, her eyes shimmering with a tranquil light. Ultimately, she chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting developments. Whenever a spirit approached her, she would deftly redirect it towards Li Mo. What a thrill, Li Mo thought, reveling in the experience. The synergy of male and female collaboration makes the task delightful. In just the span of 2 incense sticks, the spirits were nearly all eradicated, leaving the air less oppressive. This yielded a series of investment feedback notifications. Roughly calculated, his martial arts comprehension had accumulated to 86 years. And with the original amount, it nearly reached 200 years. Additionally, there were various items, remnants of weapons, an assortment of medicinal pills, treasures of gold and silver, and even a few land deeds, the validity of which remains uncertain. Thank you, Li Mo sincerely expressed, bowing respectfully to Ying Bing. Ying Bing sheathed her sword, an inexplicable sensation rising within her. At times, she found it difficult to comprehend why Li Mo engaged in such seemingly futile pursuits that squandered time. Yet, the feeling that enveloped her after completing such tasks was oddly not unpleasant. Shaking her head, she took a few steps forward, finally standing before the moss-covered stone gate. With her delicate hand resting upon the stone, a peculiar vibration resonated through her. Dust cascaded down as the stone gate gradually creaked open, revealing a peach blossom-hued glow that flooded the surrounding space. The light intensified abruptly, prompting Li Mo to instinctively raise a hand to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers into the chamber beyond. Chapter 37. The unexpected in Ying Bing's life beyond the stone gate lay a cavern. Trees, rocks, and insects manifested in a crystalline state, resembling red gemstones, magnificent yet silent. It had been ages since anyone ventured here, yet everything within the cave seemed eternally suspended in a moment, encased within the crimson crystals. The glow grew increasingly vibrant, solidifying into a palpable substance. At the source of this radiance stood a vividly lifelike, extraordinary little tree. Not far away, a pool, akin to the size of a bathtub, brimmed with a rose-red liquid, exuding an intoxicating aroma that tantalized the senses. This was the entirety of the nine-colored phoenix inheritance. Everything remained unchanged from the time Ying Bing had come in her previous life. She let out a long sigh. The nine-colored phoenix held immense significance for her. It could be said that without the 9 souls of the nine-colored phoenix, her reliance on the blood phoenix scripture would be akin to a rootless weed, lacking even the merit of a profound skill. Her rebirth was also attributed to the fact that, in her final moments, she had employed a forbidden technique from the blood phoenix scripture, still in its speculative phase, nirvana. In contemporary times, she has grasped the essence of the Xiaofo much earlier. Moreover, there is no need for her to wander aimlessly. She comprehends all its mysteries. In this lifetime, she shall soar higher, faster, and further. Ying Bing regained her tranquil composure and softly remarked, "The water in that pool has been infused with a trace of the blood of a divine beast. You may immerse yourself. The benefits for your future are immeasurable. At the very least, your physical cultivation will ascend to new heights." A drop of the nine-colored phoenix's blood. In her previous life, it was indeed this very pool that facilitated her meridian opening. Furthermore, from that moment on, she became impervious to poisons, as if blessed in the realm of vitality. Now, however, such measures are unnecessary. Then I extend my gratitude. You should hasten to accept your inheritance as well. Li Mo smiled, feeling buoyant. Although Bing Tuozi did not explicitly state it, he understood well that the so-called divine beast blood was most likely that of the nine-colored phoenix. Even if this journey yields no returns on investment, it is still a considerable gain. The rewards bestowed by the system pale in comparison to the treasures within this pool. Despite Bing Tuozi's seemingly aloof exterior, she still harbors thoughts of us. He chose not to be overly sentimental and stepped directly into the pool. Instantly, a powerful surge of vitality permeated through every pore of his being, akin to small fish swimming through the major meridians surrounding him. The comfort was so profound it felt as though his soul were being cleansed. Thus, I have fulfilled this favor. Ying Bing had anticipated that, after repaying this favor, she would feel a weight lifted from her heart. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she now sensed a fleeting emptiness. However, the fact that Li Mo has reached this point signifies a profound transformation in his destiny. In the future, he may very well carve out a place for himself in the eastern wilderness. Suppressing her emotions, Ying Bing cast her gaze upon the small tree. Though it stood barely taller than a person, it exuded an aura of grandeur and magnificence. Its branches were bare, leaving one uncertain of whether it was alive or dead. Ying Bing bit her fingertip, allowing droplets of her blood to fall onto the soil, seeping into the roots of the small tree. An extraordinary spectacle unfolded. With the first drop, the withered trunk began to emanate vitality. With the second, new buds appeared upon the trunk. With the third, these buds transformed into branches, which rapidly grew. With the fourth drop, the branches flourished, and atop the crown, a tiny bud emerged. By the time the ninth drop fell, the flower bud had fully blossomed, releasing a melodious and clear cry akin to the shattering of jade. It was a celestial phoenix. Ying Bing's gaze fell upon the flower bud, where a palm-sized, exquisite phoenix stood. The phoenix was animated and vibrant, so lifelike that one might mistake it for a living creature, were they unaware of its secret. She reached out, hoping to coax it onto her palm. However, the phoenix suddenly fluttered its wings and took flight swiftly. Ying Bing gasped in shock, her heart racing as she turned to follow the phoenix's flight. This was Li Montauk. The phoenix alighted upon the shoulder of the young man, bouncing playfully, radiating a sense of intimacy. The nine-colored celestial phoenix she had nurtured with her own blood had chosen Liemo. Ying Bing found it hard to believe the scene before her, even questioning whether it was merely an illusion. Her lunar physique, the Tian Yuehuang body, has successfully awakened the Xiaofo, indicating a profound connection with the nine-colored Yuan phoenix. It is a certainty that she is the chosen inheritor, a truth she has known throughout her past and present lives. Yet, why did Liemo, the phoenix, transformed from the Xiaofo, inexplicably chose him over herself? Could it be that the essence of a true phoenix resides within that pouch? Huh? Where did this bird come from? Liemo was soaking in the hot spring when he opened his eyes to find a beautiful little bird hopping on his chest. He wanted to inquire with Ying Bing about the situation and any potential dangers, but he noticed her expression was extraordinarily complex. A sudden realization struck him. He had never seen her wear such an expression before. "Is this your inheritance?" Liemo asked. Ying Bing nodded softly, yes. In the cave, silence enveloped them, with only the sound of their breaths breaking the stillness, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. "This, Ice Girl, you wouldn't be contemplating murder for treasure, would you?" Liemo stood up from the water, cautiously suggesting, "We're like siblings, childhood friends." Ying Bing's emotions were initially beyond words. Yet the boy's anxious demeanor struck her as oddly amusing. She raised her delicate brows. Why not? Upon hearing this, Liemo relaxed his expression. "Don't deceive me. You are not that kind of person." Ying Bing met his gaze, choosing silence. Indeed, if the boy did not possess complete trust in her, he would not have jumped down after her. Liemo suddenly inquired, "This is significant to you, isn't it?" Indeed, Ying Bing nodded, unwittingly drifting into reminiscence. The 9 souls of the 9-colored phoenix had assisted her through numerous tribulations, rather than mere fortune. It had become a matter of life and destiny, an inseparable fragment of her existence. Among them, the soul of Dawn had accompanied her for the longest duration. Yet now, a part of her life had chosen another. The emotions of the Phoenix Empress were intricately complex. Then it must be a formidable entity, Liemo remarked as he scrutinized the lively little bird in his palm. It was quite a charming trinket. Ying Bing's delicate brows furrowed for a prolonged moment before finally relaxing. "But since it has chosen you, it rightfully belongs to you." Li Montauk blinked, questioning. "After exerting such effort, wouldn't you feel resentful?" "I would, but it has already made its choice." Ying Bing regained her composure, adding, moreover, "Without it, I remain myself." Such a declaration was rather audacious. Little he admitted he was somewhat dazzled. After all the effort to tease the Ice Princess, he found himself unexpectedly outshone. Wasn't she the fated daughter of destiny? He chuckled silently. Liemo obstructed the little phoenix from approaching him closely. The little phoenix appeared somewhat aggrieved, displaying a hint of human-like confusion. "Go on to where you ought to be. Following her, you will still see me often." Liemo gently tossed the little phoenix, which seemed to grasp his intention and fluttered its wings back to Ying Bing. She lifted her gaze. Her face, as cold as jade, finally lost that veneer of tranquility. She gazed at the young man, her eyes filled with astonishment and a hint of bewilderment. Ying Bing inquired as if meeting him for the first time. "It is a fortune that can alter your destiny, granting you the opportunity to stand atop the realms of heaven and earth. If you reconsider now, it is not too late." "Iamavava," Li Montauk replied, a genuine smile gracing his features. The more precious the opportunity, the greater the return on his investment. What could the system possibly offer him in exchange for such a priceless inheritance capable of transforming Ying Bing's fate? Yet, encountering something of significance for the first time is rather rare. Ying Bing's serene eyes stared at him in a daze. The boy's smile remained as radiant as ever, devoid of any reluctance or sorrow, perhaps even tinged with a hint of anticipation. Having lived 2 lives, she had witnessed too much. In the face of fortune, spouses scheming against one another, fathers and sons turning against each other, brothers betraying their blood ties, she had grown accustomed to it all. It was precisely because she had never fully trusted anyone again that she had managed to journey so far. Yet today, an exception seemed to have emerged. "Enough with the sentimentality. It is unlike you. Quickly accept the inheritance." The inscrutable meaning in Ying Bing's gaze shifted several times, ultimately softening into a gentle acceptance. All right. The little phoenix flew into her brow, transforming into a rose-red mark. A myriad of auspicious colors burst forth suddenly. Rays of dawn streamed from the cave entrance, blooming into an indescribable splendor. Outside, the sky began to darken, yet the clear abyss shone brightly as if it were a galaxy woven from the very essence of dawn. The melodious calls of the phoenix echoed endlessly, resounding throughout the heavens. The Qingyuan sect, the Ziyang mansion, and indeed the entirety of the eastern wilderness resonated with this momentous event. Atop the Moonwatch cliff, the elders stood in a daze, their astonishment palpable. A transformation had occurred within Qingyuan. Hasten to inform the sect master. Chapter 38. The Icy Mass Adorned by Stars. Liamo, I truly harbor no envy whatsoever. At this juncture, the Qingyuan sect undoubtedly emerged as the most resplendent presence within the Ziyang mansion, its radiance nearly eclipsing the luminance of the moon in the sky. Within the Ziyang mansion, in a room imbued with antiquity, an elderly gentleman clad in opulent attire rested his feet upon the laps of two young maidservants for warmth, when suddenly he noticed the color of the window drapery shift. Rising slowly, he inquired, "What causes the brilliance outside?" "Esteemed lord, it emanates from the direction of Qingyuan sect." Qingyuan. The elder pondered for a moment, his expression shifting through various emotions. Draft a letter. Invite Elder Inhua from the Rare Beast Peak to discuss matters at the mansion. Yes, the steward acquiesced, yet hesitated as if words lingered unspoken. Is there something amiss? The Princess Chuchong has gone missing. Upon uttering this, the steward broke into a cold sweat, unable to meet the gaze of his master, the lord of Ziyang Mansion. After a prolonged silence, a deep, resonant voice finally declared, "Dig 3 feet into the ground. We shall retrieve her." Understood. At the Bai Luo Lake, a vessel resembling a mountain loomed majestically upon the waters, scarcely smaller than the surrounding islands. The dark banner fluttered in the wind, inscribed with the words, "Red Whale" and "Red Whale Gang." Among the 3 sects of Ziyang Prefecture, it is ostensibly the weakest. However, its members hail from all walks of life, of veritable Malons, claiming a following of 100,000. Behind the scenes, countless underworld factions are intertwined with it in ways unseen. A brawny man with a bushy beard stood at the bow of the ship, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Had the Qingyuan sect unearthed a rare treasure, or was some heritage being awakened? The latter, I believe, spoke a pale, beardless young man behind him. For reasons unknown, the bearded leader of the Red Whale Gang, a formidable figure among the external realm's powerhouses, did not contest the young man's skepticism. The Qingyuan sect boasts a long and storied history. For it to still possess a living legacy is remarkable. Such a heritage must be extraordinary, and only the most gifted individuals could be worthy of inheriting it. Perhaps those akin to the figures on the potential dragon ranking? The bearded man spoke in a deep voice, his thoughts consumed with ambition. He had long aspired to elevate the Red Whale Gang during his tenure, aiming to usurp the Qingyuan sect's esteemed position. This is quite plausible. After all, Shengwan Winsong has grown old. With my presence, what does it matter if 1 or 2 prodigies emerge from this trifling Ziyang prefecture? Can they possibly surpass me? A young man in a crimson robe licked his lips. What you say is true. The concerns in the eyes of the Red Whale Gang's leader dissipated. In the Biming domain, atop an immensely towering peak, stood a grand edifice, 100 stories high, seemingly reaching towards the heavens. A colossal tower belonging to the Yantian sect. It is renowned throughout the world, being the source of the illustrious potential dragon rankings, as well as the heaven, earth, and human rankings. Atop the tower, on the stargazing platform, the elderly man, his hair as white as snow, maintained a posture of gazing skyward, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time. Suddenly, a flicker at the corner of his eye stirred him, and in a frail voice, he murmured it was to be a celestial alignment of the highest order, with the moon's radiance at its zenith. Yet why does chaos reign? From within his robes, he retrieved a jade disc, adorned with countless jade fragments the size of fingernails, which began to glide slowly. As he urged it, The movement of the jade pieces quickened. Abruptly, they came to a standstill, plunging the entire disk into darkness. Alongside this dimming, the old man's countenance also waned. Cough, cough, cough. Master, what troubles you? The wandering star, the wandering star. Are you referring to the disturbances chronicled by our forebear, the wandering star's tumult? The old man sighed deeply, the pallor of his aged visage deepening. The vibrant young woman bit her lip, her heart in turmoil. The Yin sect, with the ability to comprehend destiny and observe the rise and fall of ages, could even influence events, including the establishment of the Great Yu and the ascension of the martial emperor. The turmoil of the wandering star signified something profound. The Yin sect would soon be blind to the celestial mysteries. Master, the crown prince seeks an audience. Another disciple stepped forward to convey. Inform him that I am unable to assist in locating Princess Chulong, nor shall I succeed. The Qingyuan sect, faced with such significant events, naturally called for the early cessation of its trials. The entire Qingyuan mountain range, wherever illuminated by the rosy dawn, saw the beasts, regardless of their might, fleeing in terror, some trembling on the ground. Continuing the sect trials would serve no purpose. At Moonwatch Cliff, the gaunt elder approached the precipice. Shangwan Wensong remained clad in his drab linen robe, resembling not a sect leader, but rather a humble farmer from the neighborhood. The sect leader and the elders gradually emerged from their astonishment. How long having Bing and Li Mo been in the clear abyss? Shangwan Wensong inquired softly. Approximately 2 hours, Xue Jing replied, his brow devoid of worry. Sect leader, they must have entered a hidden realm within the clear abyss sect, and they likely have already obtained the inheritance. I too hold this belief, Han He remarked, his expression notable. It cannot be said that Han He lacked proficiency in cultivating his internal energy. The other elders also bore expressions that were far from tranquil. Since the establishment of the Clear Abyss sect, no one had ever had the fortune to behold its true essence. Radiant rays of light illuminated the heavens, suggesting an inheritance that even they could scarcely fathom. The only lingering doubt was regarding the identity of the fortunate recipient, Ying Bing, or perhaps, my precious disciple truly brings me pride, Shang Wu declared, hands on her hips, her almond-shaped eyes reflecting the resplendent hues of the dawn. Once my disciple acquires the inheritance, he is destined to become the sect leader. When he ascends to that position, I shall be the supreme elder. At that time, I shall spend the sect's wealth as I please. A mischievous grin spread across her face as she wiped the corner of her mouth, utterly delighted. The elders exchanged glances. Miss, it remains uncertain to whom the inheritance will be bestowed. Moreover, our esteemed leader is still alive, yet you're already scheming for future upheavals? If Shanghua were to ascend to the esteemed position of elder, a collective gasp echoed among the crowd. Qian Bufan spoke with unwavering conviction. Should the sect master wish to utilize the resources of our sect, it necessitates the approval of the elders from each peak. Elder Han, he interjected, I believe that the young lady Ying Bing has a greater likelihood of receiving the inheritance. The elder from Falling Clouds Peak nodded in agreement. That cry we just heard must belong to a female. Shanghua raised an eyebrow. You could discern gender by sound? Xue Jing chuckled. The inheritance could very well be shared between the two. As the dawn's light finally flooded the entire Qingyuan, the young men and women returned to the Moonwatch Cliff. Li Mo wore a radiant smile, clearly satisfied. Ying Bing's forehead shimmered subtly, enhancing her already breathtaking visage with an air of sanctity. However, Li Mo's smile was simply too brilliant. For a moment, the crowd found it difficult to discern who had truly received the fortuitous opportunity. Where was the inheritance? Shanghua swiftly approached Li Mo, scrutinizing him from head to toe, even sniffing with her delicate nose. Not with me, Li Mo shrugged. Then why are you smiling? What, not with Li Mo? The crowd redirected their gaze toward Ying Bing. It was indeed confirmed that the disciple had acquired a form of inheritance, one that was exceedingly ancient. Ying Bing nodded, fully aware of the origins of the nine-colored phoenix. Yet, to all present, it seemed as though this was her first encounter with such an inheritance, and she should not possess extensive knowledge about its provenance. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the elder's astonishment for the two words that mattered were ancient. To revere the past while disparaging the present is ill-advised. For instance, while martial arts may evolve through innovation, inheritances are undeniably more precious the older they are. If it were not for some remarkable origins, it would have long been lost to the annals of time, unable to reach the present day. It seems that our Qingyuan sect is poised to produce a prodigy capable of ascending the dragon ranking. The history of Qingyuan is profoundly extensive, yet countless seekers have found nothing in their explorations. Who would have anticipated that in our lifetimes we would witness this treasured legacy resurrected? With exceptional talent and great fortune at her side, the future accomplishments of Ying Bing are beyond imagination. Everyone could hardly contain their admiration and excitement, gazing at her as if she were a precious gem. Yet, Ying Bing herself merely pursed her lips, turning her gaze instead to a young man not far away, who was smiling with increasing delight. Congratulations, host. Your investment in Ying Bing has been successful, granting her a significant legacy in her life. Will you claim your reward? As the stars encircle the moon, little Li, a classmate, felt no envy whatsoever. Just moments ago, he had received feedback from the system regarding his investment. If it were not inconvenient at that moment, he could hardly resist claiming it immediately. Soon he would return to claim it again. Liamo rubbed his hands together, eager to return to the Qiushui pavilion. At that moment, Shengwan Wensong finally spoke slowly. Very well, Ying Bing. Your opportunity is yours to seize. There is no need for others to comment. From this day forth, the Wangyue Cliff is to be sealed. Chapter 39, A Grand Offering. 3 investment feedbacks. At the Qiushui pavilion, Master Li hummed a cheerful tune, commencing his busy day. The ingredients were freshly obtained from today's hunt of exotic beasts. In high spirits, he found a renewed interest in his culinary endeavors. His talent for cooking surely surpassed that of his swordsmanship by at least a fraction. Ginger-spiced chicken wings, clear-stewed spiny turtle, scallion-sautéed blackhorn sheep, braised along, and a side of tender greens. 4 dishes and a soup, a feast for the senses. The aroma wafted through the air. As the dishes graced the table, a figure clad in elegant attire appeared at the doorway, swiftly making her way to the table. And without hesitation, she plucked a piece of lamb and savored it. Master, did you not accompany the elders to the council? Liamo offered her a pair of chopsticks. The Qingyuan sect was indeed in a tumultuous period. The matter of Bing Tozi receiving the inheritance had stirred the entire sect into a frenzy. Previously, everyone regarded Ying Bing as the future leader. Now, she was almost venerated as the first ancestor of the Qingyuan sect. Were it not for the fact that Bing Tozi was only 16, the elders would have gladly enshrined her. At this critical juncture, the disturbance caused by the demon cult had erupted. The sect leader promptly summoned all the high-ranking members to convene at the main peak of Qingyuan for discussions. The old men rambled on with their tiresome chatter, which Liamo found tedious. Shang Wu clicked her tongue, her delicate brows furrowing in disdain for the old coots. Liamo thought to himself, well, it seems futile to expect any constructive input from my master. The sect leader did assign me a task, which I reluctantly agreed to undertake. Shang Wu rested her chin on her hand, her chopsticks flying as she ate. Li Imo blinked in surprise. I never would have imagined that you would heed the sect leader's orders. He instructed me to move to the Autumn Water Pavilion, so I could conveniently teach you, she replied with a light hum, resting her chin on one hand. If it weren't for Little Bing being here, I wouldn't have bothered coming at all. Li Imo smiled wryly, grasping the sect leader's intention. Rather than teaching him, it seems she was primarily there to look after Ying Bing. Although my master may be unreliable, her prowess in combat is undeniably formidable. When provoked, she could even pluck a few hairs from the sect leader's beard. With such a formidable force safeguarding us, the safety of the Autumn Water Pavilion has risen dramatically. After finishing a meal, Shang Wu inquired in a lowered voice, what kind of inheritance did you receive today, Little Bing? Ying Bing set down her utensils, displaying an unexpected warmth towards the boisterous elder from the Qianyu Peak. As she harnessed her vital energy, a layer of radiant light gradually enveloped her. Shang Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as she casually tossed a wine cup. To her surprise, The cup was gently suspended and began to rotate gracefully upon the luminous aura. The liquid within the cup was manipulated by Ying Bing, coalescing into a spherical form that circled around her. The ability to externalize one's vital energy at the blood qi stage. No, this is far superior to merely externalizing it. Shan Wu marveled. How extraordinary. It's merely a trivial application. Ying Bing replied with a slight nod as the radiant light surged forth. With a sudden crack, the wine cup shattered into countless pieces. The offensive potential of the radiant light can harm invisibly, while its defensive capability can deflect immense force with minimal effort. Shan Wu clapped enthusiastically, genuinely impressed. Li Mo gazed forlornly at the scattered porcelain pieces, lamenting the loss of his precious green jade wine cup. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Ice block. How much water can you control? Water? Ying Bing approached the water vat, summoning the radiant light. Instantly, torrents of water transformed into a swirling dragon, gracefully dancing around her. Li Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he placed his empty bowl into the flowing water, allowing it to spin along with the current. Ying Bing. Li Mo, the washing is quite thorough. Classmate Shaoli appears as if he has discovered a new continent, observing the wonder and admiration in the youth's eyes. Ying Bing's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and she suddenly found this feeling rather pleasant. A sense of small accomplishment even blossomed within her. Could we add 2 more bowls? Certainly. Wow, impressive. Shan Wu rested her chin on one hand, gazing at the young boy and girl not far away, a playful smile dancing in her hazy eyes. Ice block. This nickname is rather fitting. By the way, it seems I have forgotten something? Never mind. It probably isn't too significant. As the moon ascended the branches within the room, Ying Bing inscribed elegant characters on bamboo slips. After soaking in the essence of the Yuan Huang blood pool, her physical form underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming more suitable for body refinement. Her aptitude for swordsmanship was barely adequate. Yet, with sufficient effort and guidance, it was not impossible for her to master an extraordinary sword technique. Possessing a childlike heart, understanding the divine method is of utmost importance. She must cultivate a balanced and tranquil approach to avoid straying off the path. What she wrote was a clear evaluation of Li Mo's current state and a blueprint for his future development. Ying Bing had already made her decision. In the future, when she leaves the eastern wilderness, she intends to take Li Mo along. For some reason, he has undergone such a significant transformation in this life. Could it be that her rebirth triggered a butterfly effect? Regardless of the reason, it is inconsequential. The fact remains that in this life, within the cave, he has entrusted the inheritance to her. Perhaps he currently lacks notable achievements. However, with her assistance, what future could there be where he cannot defy fate and reshape his destiny? Ying Bing found a small measure of comfort in the realization that although Li Mo did not possess any extraordinary talents, he also lacked any fatal flaws that required rectification. In essence, he was a pristine canvas, brimming with potential for the future. With the right guidance, it was entirely plausible for him to ascend to the ranks of true prodigies. For the time being, he had already secured his place among his peers in the eastern wilderness domain. With a flick of her wrist, she put away the bamboo slip and returned to her bed, drawing the curtains closed. Soon, an icy chill began to pervade the air, and frost crystals emanated outward from her bed in a slow, deliberate manner. Although she had acquired the Xiapa ahead of time, without having formed an inner realm prior to reaching the inner breath stage, she ultimately could not harness the power of the teasing. Moreover, the infusion of the Xiapa had further augmented her physique, enhancing her connection to the teasing rather than diminishing it. This, in turn, signified that her advancement in cultivation would accelerate. Within the Xiapa lay a supreme technique focused on the utilization of internal breath, known as the Xia Huang Qi. She had been aware of this martial art for some time, but lacking the Xiapa previously rendered it ineffective. When the system's ranking assessment arrived, she expected to step into the realm of inner breath. Next door, a thought crossed her mind. What are the reward for achieving first place in the sex trial? Surely it had not been withheld by her master. Li Mo pondered for a moment before dismissing the thought. It was inconsequential. Compared to the rewards gleaned from the icy entity, it was merely a fleeting concern. It was well known that the rewards provided by the system often surpassed the initial investments made. Today, he had effectively endowed Ying Bing with the legacy of a 9-colored Yuan Phoenix, and the returns should, by all accounts, be even more remarkable. With a flicker of intent, he set his thoughts in motion. Name, Liam Mo. Age, 16. Constitution, Shimp in Immortal Body. Realm, Qi in Blood Realm. 10 Meridians Destiny. Evaluation, possessing an immortal body. Fate shrouded in chaos. Future unknown. Recent encounter, immersed in a 9-colored Phoenix Essence Spring. His physical talents have significantly increased, enhancing his body refinement capabilities, and he achieved first place in the sex trials. You have an investment feedback awaiting collection. Would you like to claim it? Claim. Liam O did not hesitate. Investment feedback 1, Golden Script Seal. Investment feedback 2, World Seed. Investment feedback 3, Formless Glazed Face. Li Montauk. Perhaps. It seems, unsurprisingly, he struck a major windfall, and to top it off, 3 items at once. Chapter 40, Golden Script Seal, capable of upgrading divine skills. World Seed. 3 investment feedbacks issued simultaneously. Li Montauk was unexpectedly exhilarated. The rewards he extracted from the ice chunk appeared not only high in quality, but also satisfactory in quantity. For a moment, Liam O found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Truly, the jade leg of the ice chunk was a treasure to embrace. Tomorrow, he must treat the ice chunk to a sumptuous feast as a reward. Let us examine them one by one. Liam O directed his attention to the first reward. Golden Script Seal, capable of elevating the grade of any martial art below the divine skill level. It can even enhance the rank of divine skills. Liam O gasped in awe, his lack of experience evident. To be honest, he had merely heard of divine skills. It is worth noting that the Qingyuan sect boasts a remarkably ancient history, with its first patriarch hailing from the central divine continent. The pinnacle of martial arts within the sect is merely the ultimate technique. To master a mid-tier martial art to its fullest extent is to be regarded as a formidable figure within the Ziyang prefecture. Mastery of a superior martial art, when achieved, allows one to establish their own sect. Indeed, our young scholar, as long as he maintains his cultivation level, could gain renown as a skilled practitioner within a single prefecture, solely based on his proficiency in the Fire Crane Thousand Feathers sword technique. As for divine arts, Liam O had only heard tales recounted by the scholars. A century ago, a powerful figure known as the Thousand Forms martial sovereign fled to the eastern wilderness with a divine technique in tow. This event attracted a multitude of foreign powerhouses, rendering local sects like the Qingyuan sect utterly unqualified to intervene. Even the esteemed Sun Tian Wei of the Great Yu personally took action. Ultimately, the whereabouts of that divine technique remain a mystery. In Li Mo's understanding, divine arts represent the zenith of existence. Anything beyond divine arts is far beyond his realm of comprehension. Regrettably, he currently possesses not even the divine arts. He must first secure them. Li Mo's heart surged with excitement, akin to a destitute individual stumbling upon a trove of gold bars. While the gold bars are splendid, they cannot be readily spent. The finest martial arts he currently possesses are merely ultimate techniques. To apply the gilded heavenly script seal to an ultimate technique would be a gross misallocation of resources. Within the heavenly script seal, there must exist the means to elevate ultimate techniques. In due course, he could potentially upgrade these ultimate techniques to divine arts. Moreover, the notion of mere divine arts, as the ice block suggests, might one day be revealed to him. Young scholar Li's mindset remained steadfast. Having perused countless novels in his past life, he may not have partaken in the experience, but he has certainly witnessed the spectacle. Calm. Remain calm. Liam O turned his gaze towards the next reward. World Seed. A nascent small world, currently in a state of primordial chaos, which will gradually grow and perfect itself as the host's strength increases, with the potential to evolve into a true grand world in the future. The mere phrase grand world speaks volumes of its intrinsic value. Liam O found himself genuinely astonished this time. Wait, we have only just begun our martial training. Is the future standard already gravitating towards the primordial deity, Panga's act of creation? The world seed will grow stronger as he becomes more powerful, and in turn, The enhancement of this small world will reciprocate to him. Ultimately, the world and he are one. In his realm, the concept of strength and weakness loses its significance. He embodies the heavenly principles. He is the sovereign. With a mere thought, he can upheave the heavens and alter the stars. The vast expanse of the 9 heavens and 10 earths also commence from the world's seed. Is it a natural expansion, or does it thrive in the shadow of a certain individual? Lemo's thoughts meandered, leading him to associations. Well, this is not something he can delve into at the moment. In his perception, his small world is still scarcely beyond the seedling stage. Claiming it, as soon as the thoughts settled in his mind, the surrounding environment began to shift like ripples on water. In a daze, he beheld countless colors surging, reconfiguring, and transforming in a kaleidoscopic display. In an instant, all the colors faded into oblivion, leaving behind an expanse of boundless void. When he regained his senses, he found himself standing in a realm of pure white space, surrounded by an infinite mist of whiteness. The space beneath his feet, though only the size of a basketball court, was smaller than the autumn water pavilion by several circles. Yet, this realm was entirely his own. Sword arise. Lemo's expression grew solemn as he casually executed a move. Instantly, an ethereal sword materialized from an unknown origin, radiating a fierce aura and glimmering with sharpness. Clad in white, as pure as snow, he resembled a true, unparalleled swordsman. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Sword, open the celestial gate." At once, an infinite surge of sword energy erupted, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Ah! If one were to overlook the fact that this heavens and earth spanned merely a radius of 10 or so zhang, this strike was indeed quite impressive. The thrill of being a swordsman was unparalleled. If only he could unleash such a move outside as well. Little Li sighed. His innate talent for swordsmanship remained unchanged, yet was merely his performative personality manifesting, with this world merely playing along in his act. It appeared somewhat too empty here. Perhaps it needed a touch of embellishment. Lemo found himself intrigued by the prospect of enhancing his personal space. 10 minutes later, Little Li, drawing upon the vivid imagery accumulated from countless novels, transformed the area. The vacant ground was now adorned with pavilions and towers, all exuding an understated elegance and sophistication. Within these structures, one could find an ancient well, a chessboard, an alchemical furnace, and a series of extraordinary artifacts. Lemo even contemplated cultivating some rare flowers and exotic plants. Regrettably, it seemed he was still unable to create life. Lemo realized that, despite being the sovereign of this realm, there were limitations to his powers. For instance, the creation of life remained beyond his grasp. One could indeed bring the essence of life from the outside world within. However, that life must not be a being more formidable than myself. Moreover, the creation's birth within cannot be taken outside, at least for the time being. Lemo tinkered for a while, gaining a deeper understanding of this miniature world. In the deep of night, as his consciousness withdrew from the seed of the world, Lemo cast a glance at the moon outside. He estimated that he had spent about an hour inside, which seemed to correlate with the passage of time in the external world. It appears that, for now, the flow of time in both realms is quite similar. There was also a feedback mechanism. He had been so engrossed in his recent activities that he nearly forgot the final piece of feedback. Formless luminous mask, capable of transforming in myriad ways while blocking all methods of detection. The introduction was succinct and to the point. Lemo promptly retrieved it. It was a mask of glimmering, glass-like metal. Upon donning it, he gazed into the mirror and discovered that his entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. If he were to change his attire, he might not even recognize the person reflected before him. For instance, it is said that every individual possesses a unique aura. However, with this mask, he could exude an air of profound mystery at will. Not only could his aura be altered, but the very appearance of the mask could also change. In an instant, the formless luminous mask morphed into a dragon-headed visage. A moment later, the dragon head transformed into an adorably comical pig head. Even the tone of his voice could shift. As Lemo spoke, his voice deepened and resonated with a rich timbre. Satisfied, he nodded thoughtfully before centering his mind and commencing his training. By the afternoon, As Liamo was preparing to dine, ready to unlock the 11th meridian, a guest arrived at Xiushui Pavilion. It was Elder Hanha, an old acquaintance. Upon entering, the elderly man furrowed his brow and inquired of Shangwu, "Why did you not go to the Divine Weapon Peak today?" Shangwu, comfortably reclining in a rocking chair under the sun, absent-mindedly scratched her ear. "They are the top 3 from the sex trials." Elder Hanha responded with irritation. "Why is it said that every inner disciple can venture into the Divine Blade cave to select their weapons? Because those who enter the inner sect typically achieve commendable results in the sect trials. Consequently, they are granted an opportunity to select a weapon in the Divine Blade cave. Naturally, as the top 3, the rewards extend beyond this. However, the sect is currently busy, and some rewards have yet to be distributed." "It seems that is indeed the case." Shangwu tilted her head, recalling the matter. Elder Hanha, uninterested in further discourse with her, noted that both Ying Bing and Liamo were present and declared, "Come, follow me to the Divine Weapon Peak." Suddenly, Ying Bing interjected, "Elder Hanha, I have a request." The elder paused, having intended to turn away. Normally, such notifications would not require the presence of a peak master like himself. His personal visit was solely due to Ying Bing being a treasured asset of the sect, warranting consideration of her opinion. Ying Bing continued, "I would like to delay our visit to the Divine Blade Cave by a few days." "Why?" She glanced at Liamo and softly replied, "I believe there is still room for improvement in my swordsmanship, which would enable me to obtain superior weapons. In that case, it is not entirely out of the question." With a raised eyebrow, the elder Hanha appeared quite astonished by her progress in swordsmanship, and then nodded, saying, "This can certainly be arranged, but it may only be postponed for 3 days. After 3 days, the Divine Weapon Peak will enter the season of the most tumultuous ground fire of the year, rendering the Divine Edge cave inaccessible." "I understand," Ying Bing replied. 3 days. She was confident that she could elevate Li Mo's swordsmanship to a new level. Anticipating the acquisition of a renowned weapons acknowledgement, she felt it would not be too difficult. Chapter 41. The arrival of teacher Ice Lump and Li Mo's peculiar talent. After Elder Hana departed, Ying Bing inquired, "Elder Shang Wu, do you have any plans for Li Mo in the next few days?" Elder Shang Wu slightly squinted her apricot eyes, contemplating, and then replied, "Aside from cooking, there is nothing of great importance. Then I would appreciate it if you could lend him to me for 3 days. I wish for him to learn swordsmanship with me." Ying Bing said softly. After all, she was not Li Mo's master, and any instruction she wished to impart required the approval of the main party. "Little Bing, I trust your swordsmanship. But 3 days? Is that really sufficient to learn anything?" Elder Shangwu nodded in agreement, yet her curiosity was piqued. "I possess this." Ying Bing produced an item from her sleeve, 3 strands of sky blue incense. "Spirit rhinoceros incense? The sect leader has even given you this? How generous." Elder Shang Wu's apricot eyes widened, clearly aware of the item's value. This was not a product of the Eastern Wilderness, but originated from Central Divine Continent. Crafted from a rare substance known as spirit rhinoceros wood, ground into powder and refined with other precious materials. Lighting this incense to comprehend martial arts could significantly enhance one's intellect. However, the growth of the Lingxi wood is exceedingly slow, taking 3 centuries to grow merely an inch, which renders its yield exceedingly scarce. The sect likely possesses only a meager supply, primarily preserved from the initial founding master, saved diligently over generations by the successive leaders. Bestowing 3 pieces upon Ying Bing clearly signifies the esteem held for her. Shang Wu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It appeared that apart from providing his disciple with 2 volumes of martial arts, he had merely indulged in feasting and drinking at her expense. "Wait, are you implying that the Lingxi incense should be utilized on Xiao Mo?" Shang Wu returned to his senses. "Indeed, this item serves me no purpose." Ying Bing nodded in agreement. "Very well, then I entrust this to you. TSK. This young lad is rather fortunate." Shang Wu smiled amiably, consenting to the arrangement. A good treasure, whether utilized by her or her disciple, holds equal value. Learning the sword from you, Liamo had just succeeded in opening another meridian. With 11 meridians unlocked, his miniature world expanded slightly further. At that moment, Ying Bing entered through the door. Yes, follow me downstairs. Ying Bing's demeanor was tranquil. After speaking, she turned and descended the staircase. What could have prompted this sudden change? Liamo scratched his head, seemingly coming to an understanding. The Ice Princess was not one to excel in conversation. Though she had not spoken of the matters beneath Qingyan, she surely kept them in her heart. That is fine. With the Ice Princess around, he could save considerable effort in comprehending martial arts. Aware that he was not particularly suited for swordsmanship, he did not intend to abandon it entirely. Moreover, he currently lacked other martial arts to practice. In the open space of Qiushui Pavilion, within the bronze furnace, wisps of blue smoke curled gracefully. The aroma of the incense, upon inhalation, invigorated the mind and stimulated vibrant thoughts. Liamo recognized the value of this remarkable skill. From the state of great achievement to that of perfection, it signifies the true transformation of martial arts into one's own essence, liberated from the confines of mere techniques. Indeed, there is no longer any need to rely on swordplay. Similarly, every sword technique serves to approach the profound truth of the sword path. Mastery of one leads to mastery of all. Ying Bing elegantly lifted her finger and delicately traced it along the adjacent bamboo, instantly revealing the impression of crane feathers. Though not in fiery crimson, but in a serene ice blue. Liamo's eyes widened in astonishment. The fire crane thousand feathers had seemingly been transmuted into ice crane thousand feathers by this icy maiden, indicating that she had thoroughly comprehended this superior swordsmanship. Remarkably, he had never seen her practice. The essence of your sword technique should allow for the effortless control of the timing, quantity, and placement of forceful releases, enabling even the transformation of 1,000 feathers into one, concentrating energy to achieve the impossible, like water penetrating stone. As soon as he finished speaking, a portion of the crane feathers suddenly erupted, their power magnified tenfold compared to a singular explosion. What you must do now is to forget the concept of techniques. Grasp the sword. Very well. Liamo drew forth the chipped blue steel sword. Just as he was about to make a move, a cool, delicate hand clasped around his, accompanied by the enchanting fragrance of a young maiden. Ying Bing firmly held his hand. Liamo felt a distinct sensation, different from the moment he had leapt into the clear abyss. Then he had been in free fall, his mind a blank without thoughts of anything else. Now, do not divert your attention. I shall guide you through it once. Her clear voice resonated in his ear. Indeed, she was teaching him hand in hand. Even though some of her disciples from previous lives were exceptionally talented, she would only offer a few words of guidance at most. Ying Bing had never instructed anyone with such earnestness before. Very well. Liamo gathered his focus and began to learn diligently. A quarter of an hour later, Ying Bing released his hand and silently stood beside him, seemingly having produced a ruler from nowhere. With a serene gaze, she spoke softly. Practice. Liamo was taken aback, pondering whether her intent was to strike his palm with the ruler should he err in his practice. 5 minutes later, he received his answer. It was not his palm that was to be struck. At my age, being spanked is quite humiliating. Liamo protested while covering his rear. The pain was negligible, but the embarrassment was unbearable. Shang Wu laughed uncontrollably, rolling on the lounge chair, tears streaming down his face. Ying Bing, unfazed, lowered her gaze and remarked, "Forget the techniques. You just executed a sword move. The power stems from the ground, flowing through the meridians. Without the sword techniques, one can still achieve the same results." She did not mention the matter of his rear at all. It was non-negotiable. All right. I shall not take this lightly. As if you do not regard me as a friend. The insights into martial arts were activated. 5 years of martial arts enlightenment successfully infused. Year 1. You accepted Ying Bing's guidance, gained inspiration, and began earnestly pursuing the essence of swordplay, forgetting the existence of specific techniques. Year 5. Through diligent practice, you have forgotten a significant portion of the sword techniques, no longer being constrained by form in the first 3 stances. How remarkable! With Ying Bing's guidance, after 5 years of martial arts enlightenment, this was the extent of my progress. If one were to blindly forge ahead, the cost would be unfathomable. I am ready. Li Mo grasped his sword and resumed his practice. Did he truly master it? Observing his movements, Ying Bing's eyes reflected a hint of surprise. However, after only a few strikes, Li Mo came to an abrupt halt. Could you guide me through it again? Very well. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Bing nodded in acquiescence. Thus, the impromptu class on the ice chunk sword technique commenced anew. Just wait for me. I've got it. Please guide me through it once more. This scene repeated itself endlessly. Ying Bing felt an inexplicable sensation, as if Li Mo embodied both brilliance and folly. He appeared clumsy during instruction, often requiring her to adjust his guidance, and frequently committing what she deemed elementary mistakes. Yet, when he closed his eyes to reflect, he seemed to experience a sudden enlightenment, causing all his errors to vanish into thin air. After a while, he would request her to teach him the subsequent techniques once again. Unbeknownst to her, this young scholar was economizing on his martial comprehension. 3 days later, having just broken through to the 12th meridian, on this particular evening, the ice chunk once again found herself dreaming. She envisioned presiding over the Gue Palace. Prior to her ascension to the Phoenix Heavens, during that time, the righteous and demonic factions of the Central Continent were embroiled in a fierce conflict. The court, sitting idly by, fanned the flames, eager for the sects to suffer mutual devastation. The Gue Palace, straddling the line between righteousness and wickedness, seldom intervened in worldly affairs. Yet it congregated nearly half of the formidable female cultivators from across the realms, thereby compelling both sides to exert their utmost efforts for supremacy. However, the Diyu dynasty evidently did not wish to see the Gue Palace align with either faction, thus jeopardizing the delicate balance. Consequently, the then regent prince prepared an abundance of lavish betrothal gifts to woo the Gue Palace. The prince expressed his desire to unite with the palace's master in a bond of everlasting companionship. This was not the first proposal made, yet it held the most grandeur. Nevertheless, the outcome remained unchanged. His opponent could not even withstand 3 strikes. I hold no interest in the feeble. There are always those who intrude upon her peace. To her endless vexation, she harbored no fascination for imperial ambitions or the brutality of warfare. Beyond the pursuit of stability at the pinnacle of martial arts, nothing else occupied her thoughts. Hence, she must have articulated her sentiments thus. Yet, as tales transformed over time, it morphed into, the master of the Gue Palace favors men stronger than herself. This rumor persisted even until her ascension as the Phoenix Empress, though none dared to challenge her thereafter. Recently, she often found herself dreaming, until she reached the realm of divine perception. She ultimately could not control her own spirit. Ying Bing rose, brushing the frost from her shoulders. The sound of swordplay echoed from outside, prompting her to open the window. In the sunlight, a youth danced with his sword, the shadows of the blade morphing into countless forms, then converging into a singular entity. His movements were fluid and graceful, akin to a celestial crane unfurling its wings. Ying Bing observed quietly, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips, a gesture she herself did not perceive. She ought to consider herself a commendable teacher, certainly aided by Li Mo's exceptional talent. It is peculiar. With guidance, one can progress by leaps and bounds, yet without, one remains unremarkable. Nevertheless, to summarize, with a few stumbles, he had surprisingly mastered this exceptional swordsmanship to a remarkable extent. Originally, Ying Bing thought achieving completeness would be quite commendable. It could be said that he had far surpassed his expectations. After a fortnight, when a system ranked the prodigies within the Eastern Wilderness domain, perhaps he would indeed catch a glimpse of his name on the leaderboard. Chapter 42. Selecting soldiers in the Divine Blade Cave, re-engaging the Qishao sword outside the carriage window, the picturesque scenery of the Qingyuan mountain range receded. I can consider myself a swordsman as well. From mastery to transcendence, it took 80 years. Xiao Li, initially elated by the thrill of the hunt, began to ponder whether the expenses had been excessively high. In total, he had devoted over a century to comprehending martial arts. Were it not for the hands-on guidance from Bing to Ozi, the cost would have been even greater. It resembled the feeling of spending 2 months' salary on a high-end computer, only to let it gather dust due to a lack of time to enjoy it. Well, perhaps it was not quite that dire. The swordsmanship at the transcendent level would undoubtedly possess far greater power than his fist could muster. For now, his martial insights appeared sufficient. With a remaining span of 110 years, he was unperturbed by the prospect of acquiring new martial arts. Liu contemplated briefly and decided not to dwell on it further. Entering the Divine Blade Cave, he could gaze upon the Qi Shao. Ying Bing gently sipped her tea. Very well. Liu, ever accommodating, was indeed prepared to test the Qi Shao sword. It was not out of resentment for having been struck by a sword. He was not one to hold grudges, waiting for retribution like a tale of 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. The Qi Shao, with its fiery essence, complemented the Fire Lotus technique, amplifying its potency, making it an exceedingly suitable choice for him. This increment may not be particularly noticeable at the stage of vitality and blood, yet once one reaches the realm of internal energy, it will undoubtedly become conspicuous to the naked eye. At this moment, the sounds of clanging metal could be heard from outside the window. Descending from the carriage, one could see a throng of people gathered before the Divine Edge Cave. As Ying Bing made her appearance, the murmurs within the crowd diminished significantly, replaced by a myriad of awestruck gazes directed her way. The formidable aura she exuded was palpable. She was not only the most esteemed disciple of the sect leader, but also the future of the sect itself. In the annals of Qingyuan's sect's history, her brilliance was unparalleled, even among her peers. Brotherly, Junior Brotherly. Among the crowd, two individuals greeted her simultaneously, only to exchange astonished glances thereafter. Murong Xiao and Xiao Qin acknowledged one another with a slight nod. Both had performed commendably in the sect's trials, and thus shared a fleeting acquaintance. Brotherly, you actually claimed the top spot. Truly impressive. Murong Xiao exclaimed in praise. I was quite taken aback when I learned of it. Xiao Qin, whose aura was markedly stronger than before, noted with surprise that Junior Brotherly now radiated an energy that surpassed his own. Having undergone a period of recultivation under the guidance of his master, Xiao Qin was astounded by Junior Brother Li's remarkable progress. What sort of weapon do you intend to acquire today, Junior Brotherly? Xiao Qin inquired. My swordsmanship has recently seen some advancements. Securing a renowned weapon should pose no challenge for you, Junior Brotherly. Xiao Qin mused, revealing a lack of understanding regarding Brother Li's capabilities. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their conversation primarily revolved around recent developments in their lives. Murong Xiao has successfully completed his physical training, meeting Elder Han He's expectations, and is now ready to begin mastering the forging techniques passed down from the Divine Weapon Peak. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin has not only returned to the inner sect, but has also caught the attention of an elder who may consider taking him as an official disciple. A promising future lies ahead for all. Witnessing the flourishing success of those he has invested in, classmate Li feels an overwhelming sense of accomplishment swell within him. Suddenly, the sound of gongs resonates at the entrance of the Divine Blade Cave. The intersect steward stationed at the entrance emerges, announcing, the time has come. Each year, the Divine Blade Cave experiences a brief period of calm before erupting once more with fervor. Disciples of lower realms typically seize this moment to enter the cave and select their weapons. Instinctively, the disciples part ways to clear a path. Ying Bing descends into the cave, but upon reaching the center of the first level, she comes to a halt, gently raising her pristine palm. As confusion washes over the crowd, a resounding chime of swords fills the air, and a dozen white blades soar gracefully before her, hovering in midair, available for selection. All are renowned weapons of exceptional quality. How magnificent, Liu observes, experiencing the sensation akin to a cat enthusiast entering a cat cafe. He feels little astonishment, yet the others around him are far from calm. Exclamations of awe erupt throughout the gathering. Renowned weapons. All renowned weapons. Goodness. To receive the acknowledgement of such weapons is one thing, but for them to emerge from the third level and be available for selection? Isn't it said that renowned weapons possess spirits and are typically aloof? Normally, they wouldn't even spare a glance at ordinary individuals. Why are they all congregating today? This is utterly terrifying. Wait, what is that? As the voices of discussion surged, two streaks, one blue and one white, shot forth, causing the other renowned swords to veer aside. One radiated an intense heat, while the other exuded an icy chill. For Liemo, these were familiar blades, the Qi Shao and the Tian Shuang. The onlookers felt as though their very breath was suspended. Such sights were beyond their wildest dreams. Even the disciples of the divine weapon peak could not help but wince in envy. Many had been in the sect for years and had only heard tales of these two legendary swords forged by the founding master, never having laid eyes upon them. How could they recognize them? Among the remaining artifacts at Divine Weapon Peak, only two were swords. Tian Shuang. Ying Bing reached out and grasped the long sword, resembling a white dragon. The familiar sensation washed over her. The Tian Shuang sword quivered gently, exuding a profound sense of joy. Subsequently, Ying Bing ceased to regard the other weapons and departed, cradling the sword. As she passed by Liemo, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement, offering a hint of encouragement. Liemo thought to himself, this is all happening too swiftly. When he turned to look again, the Qi Shao sword had vanished. It seemed he would have to tread the conventional path and face the Qi Shao's trial. Brother Li, I believe in you. You will surely obtain an artifact. Murong Shao patted his shoulder. Indeed, Shao Qi nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Liemo smiled and took a step forward. By the way, at the bottom of the Divine Blade Cave, a hammer beckons me. The sensation of that call still lingers today. Speaking of which, if he could only choose one weapon, should he opt for the hammer or the sword? This dilemma lingered for merely 3 1/3 seconds before he decisively chose the hammer. After all, it was the progenitor of all artifacts. Naturally, he desires to possess it, and under the circumstances of being able to do so, Elder Hanha may not necessarily consent. That hammer is indeed the lifeblood of the Divine Weapon Peak. Let's first take a look. As Liemo pondered, the three had already descended to the 3rd level of the Divine Edge Cave. The master stated that to assess the quality of a weapon, one must examine its materials, forging techniques, and the control of the fire. Murong Shao meticulously identified each weapon in accordance with the knowledge of the blacksmith Shelley. Shao Qin's gaze also swept over the exquisite artifacts. At that moment, the voice of the Thousand Forms martial sovereign echoed in his mind. That girl named Ying Bing truly possesses great fortune, just as I stated. Did the teacher mean her recognition by the mysterious weapon? Shao Qin casually inquired. To serve as her weapon is rather a blessing from that mysterious artifact. The Thousand Forms martial sovereign was amused by his disciple's perspective and remarked, what I referred to is her inheritance. Inheritance? Are you speaking of the radiant light from a few days ago? Shao Qin expressed his curiosity about this matter. A few days prior, a brilliant glow illuminated the skies, and there was much speculation among the disciples. One theory posited that the sect leader's true disciple, Ying Bing, had obtained some incredibly formidable inheritance. It now seems that this assertion holds merit. The teacher's words have never been proven wrong. Indeed, I once encountered it in an ancient tome of the avian race. The aged voice did not refute this. Is that inheritance not extraordinarily powerful? It is more than just powerful. The tone of the Thousand Forms martial sovereign carried a hint of nostalgia. The 9-colored primordial phoenix possesses 9 souls, each imbued with boundless mysteries. To acquire, even one allows one to traverse the heavens and the earth. If all were gathered, along with that little girl's 10 absolute bodies, there would be a chance to ascend to the legendary realm. The legendary realm? Shao Qin listened, perplexed, and shook his head. I still believe that Junior Brother Li is not lacking. His future achievements will surely not fall short of those of Junior Sister Ying Bing. You, my dear lad, why not engage in a wager with me? The Master of Thousand Forms chuckled softly. His disciple possessed many virtues, yet he was somewhat obstinate. While perseverance in martial arts is essential, excessive stubbornness can lead to a narrow perspective, rendering one oblivious to broader truths. Very well, Master, how shall we wager? The competition among sects. If your junior brother Li can withstand 10 moves from that little girl, I shall concede, and I will present you with a grand gift. Should I emerge victorious, we should discuss it then. The Master of Thousand Forms spoke with keen interest, utterly confident in his impending triumph. Naturally, Shao Qin agreed. Under his mentor's guidance, he began selecting his weaponry. Meanwhile, little Li remained blissfully unaware. Were he to learn of this, he would undoubtedly inquire, "Old Xiao, from where does your unwavering confidence in me stem?" He had already ascended to the 4th level. With earnest eyes, he gazed upon the Qi Xiao sword and performed a respectful salute. Buzz! The Qi Xiao sword trembled gently, reminiscent of its previous encounter, though the frequency of its vibrations was considerably less. It seemed to find Li Mo less appealing this time. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Li Mo murmured to himself, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within his eyes. Today, it must be decisively claimed. Chapter 43. The Bond Between Qi Xiao and Tianquan. Objective: the Panjia Meteor Hammer. The Qi Xiao sword is a dual standard weapon. It shows favor to the icy behemoth, yet presents a trial to our dear Li. 10 swords. If one can grasp them, they may claim the sword as their own. Li Mo's vision blurred momentarily. With a hum, a familiar swordsman materialized before him, and the atmosphere grew suddenly tense and foreboding. The swordsman slowly clasped his fists in a gesture of respect. "Please offer your guidance." Li Mo, gripping his azure steel sword, reciprocated the gesture. In the next heartbeat, the two figures collided. The resounding clash of their blades reverberated throughout the 4th layer. Within the 3rd layer, every renowned sword began to tremble slightly. Could it be the commotion caused by Brotherly? Murong Xiao involuntarily turned to gaze toward the dark entrance of the 4th layer. The recent sound of the sword's cry sent a shiver down his spine. What has transpired? Xiao Qin lifted his gaze, gripping a battered great sword in his hands. This weapon, discovered under the guidance of the 1,000 Forms martial sovereign, though unremarkable in appearance and reduced to half its original length, possessed a quality surpassing that of other famed weapons. It was one of the few that recognized him as its master. However, its spirit was somewhat feeble, requiring him to nurture it in the future. Xiao Qin felt a sense of satisfaction in this regard. Yet at this moment, the great sword trembled slightly in response to the sound of the sword's cry. "Your junior Brotherly is currently engaged in combat with a mystical weapon." The 1,000 Forms martial sovereign remarked casually, having not witnessed the event firsthand. Engaged in a duel with a weapon? Xiao Qin found himself perplexed by the meaning of this. The more formidable the martial artist, the more formidable their spirit becomes. The weapons they have wielded over the years inevitably become imbued with their will. Are you aware of which sword is considered the most formidable at the renowned Tianshan sword manor? The master of myriad forms, Qianqing Wuzuan, was quite pleased to share some intriguing tales with his disciple, broadening his horizons. "Please enlighten us, esteemed teacher." Xiao Qin listened with keen interest. "It is a wooden sword that once belonged to the sword ancestor." Qianqing Wuzuan spoke as if he had witnessed it firsthand. "It embodies an entire essence of the pure sword path. Centuries ago, this sword soared from the sword tomb, cleaving a river and vanquishing a malevolent dragon, and even to this day, the waters of that great river remain severed. A single sword could divide a river for hundreds of years?" Xiao Qin gasped in astonishment. For him, such a notion was nearly unfathomable. Qianqing Wuzuan was pleased with his disciple's astonishment and continued, "The sword ancestor's weapon is incomparable to mere mystical tools. Naturally, the Qi Xiao sword is also a remarkable artifact among them. Whether or not it can be mastered depends on your junior Brotherly and whether he has learned anything from that girl. The Qi Xiao indeed complements the Tianquan beautifully." Xiao Qi mused. He felt no envy. Rather, he cherished his own battered yet prestigious great sword even more. Clang on the 4th level. Li Mo had already received the 6th sword of Qi Xiao within the realm of consciousness. The sound of the sword resonated, sending a jolt through his soul, leaving him in a state of euphoric numbness. Is this the aura of a mystical weapon? Or perhaps the lingering spirit of the master who once wielded it? Li Mo couldn't help but recall the words spoken to him by the ice block beneath Qingyuan. Obsession can indeed transform into a spectral entity. It is, therefore, quite reasonable that one's spirit and essence could coalesce to forge a formidable swordsman. The sound of the sword resonating seems to serve the purpose of tempering the mind. Li Montauk pondered deeply. Initially subtle, the The sensation of mental refinement grew increasingly pronounced as time passed. "Come forth," he murmured, centering his focus and earnestly engaging in a duel of swords. The seventh sword, the eighth sword, the ninth sword, these three strikes had undeniably reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. After exchanging 9 blows, he felt a significant enhancement in his spirit and a slight awakening of his consciousness. Without the guidance of the ice block, relying solely on his own martial comprehension would have likely left him stagnating at this level. This is not surprising. Much like a complex mathematical problem, without an innate talent for mathematics, one might ponder for a lifetime without discovering the solution. Ordinary individuals can only exploit the formulas devised by geniuses to gain an advantage. The 10th sword, the aura of the opposing swordsman instantly transformed, becoming both restrained and powerful. Li Mo exhaled deeply, his concentration reaching an unprecedented level. The 10th sound of the sword resonated throughout the divine edge cave, echoing endlessly, reminiscent of a resigned sigh. Outside the cave, the Qishao sword acknowledged its master. Elder Hanhe stroked his beard, his expression somewhat peculiar. No one understood the significance of that sword's cry better than he, the elder of the divine weapon peak. While the Qishao sword had indeed recognized its master, it seemed to do so with a hint of reluctance, as if it harbored some dissatisfaction with the innate talent of the one it had chosen, akin to holding one's nose while begrudgingly accepting a master. This left Elder Hanhe feeling rather perplexed. "Ha ha ha, old ding, both exquisite weapons have fallen into my hands." Shang Wu, brimming with confidence, nearly posed with her hands on her hips. Elder Hanhe, with a stoic expression, remarked, "Tianquan belongs to Ying Bing. What relevance does Ying Bing have to you?" Shang Wu gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion and sympathy. The former's temples twitched slightly, an unmistakable sign of displeasure. "By the way, old man, let's not mention little Bing's affairs. It's also 2 weapons. We did wager on that, after all. To be fair, you need not settle the score for me. Whenever I require, I shall freely take a weapon from your divine edge cave." Shang Wu narrowed her eyes and smiled. Only one piece at a time. El deranes nortez coldly." Despite his stubborn demeanor, he dared not claim the outcome of the contest was yet uncertain. It was not a lack of confidence in Murong Xiao, but rather that gaining the acknowledgement of the mystical weapon indicated that Li Mo's swordsmanship was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, possessing such a weapon would render anyone in the same realm nearly unbeatable, allowing Shang Wu to retrieve a weapon from the divine edge cave, even if it were to be damaged, would still be better than remaining burdened by her substantial debts. "You have this one virtue, old man. You never default." Seeing his concession, Shang Wu offered a few flattering words. Ying Bing maintained a composed demeanor, not at all surprised by this exchange. It was her first serious attempt at teaching. If she could not even secure a mystical weapon, that would be a grave failure. As for Qishao, if I recall correctly, Ying Jinchuan wielded Tianquan, and these 2 swords seem to possess a combined technique. I have also encountered similar records. The older disciples of Divine Weapon Peak exchanged glances, recalling the documented accounts in unison. According to legend, the master forged these 2 swords and bestowed them upon his 2 disciples. These individuals were a couple deeply in love, and they subsequently developed a unique swordsmanship technique that allowed them to battle across realms, achieving great renown in the eastern wilderness at that time. However, after their passing, the swords Tian Shuang and Qishao have never again acknowledged a master simultaneously. Consequently, their swordsmanship has been relegated to obscurity, and no one has witnessed its splendor since. Today, it appears that these 2 mystical weapons have once again found their respective owners. The crowd's gaze turned towards Ying Bing, yet the porcelain-like maiden revealed no discernible emotions upon her visage. Meanwhile, she maintained an air of aloofness. Li Mo, clutching the blazing sword that resembled flowing fire, could hardly contain his joy. His innate talent for swordsmanship was rather limited, yet at this age, he had managed to master an advanced technique to such an extent that the Qishao sword reluctantly acknowledged him as its master. Nonetheless, whether the acknowledgement was reluctant or not mattered little. What was significant was the ability to wield it. Young Li could not care less about the sweetness of the fruit. It sufficed that it quenched his thirst. With the swordsmanship acquired and the treasured sword in hand, who else but a swordsman could he be? Liemo chuckled with delight. At this moment, he directed his gaze towards the entrance of the fourth level of the Divine Edge Cave, where firelight and cold radiance intertwined. The call from that direction grew increasingly compelling. With matters of appearance settled, it was time to consider what could truly enhance his strength. The Pandemonium Meteor Hammer. The light from the cave entrance reflected in Liemo's eyes. Though wielding a hammer did not align with his interests, it was a divine weapon, an extraordinary treasure that surpassed his comprehension. Moreover, it seemed to resonate faintly with his extreme weapon slayer body, complementing one another. It desires to accompany me, but first I must draw closer and seize it. Liemo approached the cave's entrance, instantly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. The bone-chilling cold of the icy spring, juxtaposed with the searing heat of the fiery spring, combined with the fierce aura of impending combat, rendered breathing a formidable challenge. Were it not for the initial success he had achieved in body refinement and the consumption of a six-woven tranquility pill, he would have lacked the very qualification to stand here. With a resounding thud, he took a step forward. In that moment, a thunderous resonance echoed from the void. Every organ, meridian, and pulse within him trembled violently. The tingling sensation in his bones made Liemo acutely aware that his physique had indeed grown stronger. I have merely taken a single step. Liemo's understanding of the formidable nature of the divine weapon deepened. Moreover, it was likely that the weapon possessed a spirit, having restrained a significant portion of its overwhelming power. He pressed on. Liemo activated his extreme weapon slaughter body and took another step. At the same time, a series of resounding hammer drops reverberated in his ears. Chapter 44. The Transformation of Extreme Weapon Slaughter Body, the Divine Weapon in Hand. A dark and ancient hammer hung silently at the intersection of ice and fire, approximately 300 steps from the cave's entrance. Exhaling deeply, Liemo released a cloud of white vapor, his brow glistening with sweat. After traversing 100 steps, he was already drenched, with even his bones tingling from the vibrations. Though weary, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. With each step he took, he could feel his vitality burgeoning and his physique being honed to greater strength. In just a brief span of 100 steps, he had opened a new meridian, marking his 13th. For an ordinary martial artist, 12 meridians represented the pinnacle, at which point they would begin to condense blood into energy and transform strength into breath. At this moment, Liemo had completely transcended the realm of vital energy. Moreover, his forward strides showed no sign of abating. With each step he took, the pressure intensified, making his progress increasingly arduous. His physical form had reached its limits, with faint, intricate blood streaks appearing on his skin. He had employed the technique of extreme martial body to mitigate the damage inflicted by the piercing aura of weaponry as much as possible. Yet, a divine weapon is indeed formidable. Fortunately, he still had remnants of martial comprehension. Otherwise, he would have been forced to halt his journey right here. Liemo desired to press on and took another step forward, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of oppression from the lethal aura that surged from all directions. Blood immediately seeped from the marks on his skin, and his body exhibited signs of imminent collapse, prompting him to retreat hastily. Very well, there shall be no more struggle. Young Li understood the gravity of the situation and sighed. He did not wish to concede. However, reality imposed its limitations. Mere effort would not yield a divine weapon. Perhaps a span of 20 years would be required. With a flicker of thought, Liemo opted to immerse himself in the understanding of the extreme martial body. 10 years of martial comprehension successfully infused. In the first year, upon observing the divine weapon Panjiam meteor hammer, you gained profound insights into the path of body refinement, prompting you to contemplate the essence of the extreme martial body. By the 8th year, you finally achieved a complete understanding of the extreme martial body. In the 10th year, you began to explore the profound mysteries of body refinement, embarking on a quest for transformation. After 10 years of reflection, the comprehension of the extreme martial body was thoroughly realized. No, to be precise, it was achieved in 8 years. Young Li buried his face in his hands. once again confronting the harshness of reality. The superior sword techniques were taught hand in hand by an expert, while the ultimate body refinement techniques were to be mastered through his own efforts. The former's martial insights far surpassed those of the latter. Very well. Li Mo activated the perfected extreme martial body. In an instant, the tumultuous aura of martial ferocity from all directions became significantly more subdued. With renewed determination, he advanced towards the primal cataclysm meteor hammer. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps. In the blink of an eye, he was approximately 50 paces away from the junction of ice and fire. Just as Li Mo stepped within this distance, a thunderous sound akin to a hammer striking resonated. The martial ferocity surged once more in an overwhelming wave. It felt as though he had entered a whirlpool, enduring countless forces buffeting him at every moment. No wonder the primal cataclysm meteor hammer is capable of forging profound weapons. A single strike from it would likely be more than enough to shatter even the finest artifacts. Li Mo felt as if he were a weapon himself, being baptized by this divine hammer. The progenitor of the divine weapon peak must have been an extraordinary figure, particularly in the realm of body refinement. It is little surprise that Elder Han he allowed this hammer to rest at the bottom of the divine edge cave. Perhaps he wished to wield it, but found himself lacking the strength. Even those at the viewing spirit realm may not have the qualification to stand before such a hammer. What kind of formidable being could wield it with such ease? Li Mo ceased his musings. He would first pay his respects. The martial insights flowed into the perfected extreme martial body. In the first year, as you observed the divine weapon, you gradually comprehended the true essence of transforming oneself into a weapon, allowing you to emanate the aura of martial ferocity. In the third year, your innate combat prowess resonates harmoniously with the essence of the divine weapon, creating a symbiotic relationship. By the 12th year, you have finally achieved a profound understanding of this martial art, rivaling that of its founder. The comprehension is complete, and the extreme martial body has reached a transformative state. In total, it took 20 years to progress from mastery to transcendence. Li Mo raised his brow slightly, feeling a measure of astonishment. What surprised him was how little time it took to reach this transformative state. After enduring long periods of being challenged by sword techniques, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed. Transforming oneself into a weapon, Li Mo murmured softly. In the next moment, his body began to emanate the sharpened essence he had previously used to refine his physique. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, merely superior to a common weapon. Compared to the Pangu cataclysmic star hammer, it was akin to the difference between a flickering firefly and the radiant moon. However, the extreme martial body is a rare and exceptional skill, one that he has comprehended to a transformative degree. This signifies that a mere touch can yield tremendous results. The sense of pressure diminished significantly, allowing Li Mo to align with his intentions, choosing how much he wished to endure. With the remaining 50 steps, Li Mo moved with remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, he stood at the intersection of ice and fire. It was only then that he had the leisure to scrutinize the divine weapon before him. The hammer appeared as if the head and handle were seamlessly integrated, seemingly forged by the heavens. The hammerhead tapered at both ends, resembling a vast seal, exquisitely crafted yet appearing effortless. The point was as sharp as a fierce wind against a strange rock, a true marvel of craftsmanship. One side of the hammer was designed for striking weapons, while the other was intended for striking foes. Li Mo reined in any dangerous thoughts. I do not know why you have summoned me, but since you have chosen me, I shall take you with me today. He extended his hand and gently grasped the handle of the hammer. With a thunderous roar, the chaos within his mind seemed to awaken, akin to the tumultuous descent of a comet. Li Mo's consciousness was a blank slate, his hands nearly slipping from the grip of the overwhelming force. I cannot let go. He clenched his teeth tightly. At this moment, all 13 of his primary meridians were fully activated, and every ounce of strength within his corporeal form was meticulously extracted. The Pangju meteor hammer responded remarkably well to young Li, as it indeed budged slightly under the influence of a mere Qi and blood realm practitioner. In an instant, The earth quaked violently. The entire Shinfeng cave trembled with ferocity. It was not only the cave that quaked, but also the divine weapon peak. The earth is shaking. Is the divine weapon peak about to collapse? Nonsense. It must be the earth veins set to erupt prematurely. Were it not always a few days of stillness prior? Today is merely the first day. Flee. Those still within the cave hastily dashed towards the exit, not daring to glance back. Fortunately, most had already selected their weapons. Teacher, what has transpired? Xiaoqin had exited earlier, yet he had not seen Li Mo emerge for quite some time. The voice of the Qinsheng martial sovereign became contemplative. This cave should not collapse. But that presence. Is it the aura of a divine weapon? Xiaoqin was perplexed by the implications of this, but the gravity in his teacher's tone naturally stirred his concern. Master, junior brother Li is still inside. Murong Xiao fidgeted restlessly. Yet at that moment, the entire Shinfeng cave was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure. Indeed, it was he. Elder Hanha's expression shifted. He had harbored suspicions long before. Last time, when the ancestral artifact exhibited unusual movements, he had an inkling it was related to Li Mo. However, he never anticipated the fluctuations of the Panjia meteor hammer would be so intense. An almost ludicrous thought emerged. Could it be that it is seeking a master? Oh, old man, you must honor your words. Shan Wu crossed his arms, his almond-shaped eyes narrowing, resembling a fox that had successfully pilfered a treat. If he could truly wield it, what harm would there be in letting him take it away? Hani felt a twitch in his eyelids as he swept his sleeves and stepped into the divine edge cave. Chapter 45. Elder Han emitted a sharp explosion of sound. Li Mo exerted every ounce of his strength. The good news was that he had indeed managed to shift the Panjia meteor hammer. The bad news was that he could only move at a fraction. This was only possible because the hammer had deigned to cooperate with him. That fraction was likely still the divine weapon lending him its power, moving of its own accord. The hammer, though not particularly large, was terrifyingly heavy. Now, I can effortlessly lift the spiny-backed turtle, yet my strength might not exceed 10,000 pounds. Li Mo relaxed his grip and let out a sigh of resignation. Fortunately, he had never intended to lift this artifact by his own means. Had he been capable of doing so, this divine weapon would not be languishing at the bottom of the divine edge cave, hidden from the light of day. No matter, I still have the world seed. I can now channel a portion of its power to augment myself. The duration is fleeting. I must act swiftly. Li Mo did not come alone. Behind him lay an entire world. Though this world had only just been born, still fragile and chaotic, it was after all a world. With a crackling sound, the moment the world seed was bestowed upon him, every bone in his body erupted with a noise akin to frying beans, and the vital energy within him surged and roared like a furious dragon soaring through the skies. It felt as though an endless, immense strength coursed through him. Li Mo was even under the illusion that if he could grasp a ring from the divine weapon mountain, he could lift the entire mountain itself. Rise! The resounding clang of the hammer echoed, 100-fold louder than before. The Starfall hammer, after countless years, was once again held in a mortal grasp. In an instant, Li Mo swiftly stored it within his small world. Then, as if his strength had been entirely sapped, he collapsed to the ground, not even wishing to move a finger, allowing sweat to pool around him. Fortunately, the divine weapon was not a living entity. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to contain it within his small world. I actually wielded a divine weapon. Now, young Li's chest heaved like a bellows, his eyes sparkling with golden stars. A myriad of chaotic thoughts spilled forth uncontrollably. Having tapped into a power not his own, the aftershock was overwhelming. And had he persisted even a moment longer, his physical form might have begun to unravel. Yet, in the end, he had succeeded. Li Mo's consciousness began to blur, and he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he heard a sharp, ancient explosion of sound. Somewhat familiar, was it Elder Hanha? Nightfall, at the divine weapon peak within the Elder's dwelling. One could see an array of iron materials and semi-finished weaponry scattered about. Rather than a residence, it resembled a veritable armory. Where's the hammer? Where's the revered artifact of my divine arm peak? Observing the unconscious figure of young Li snoring away, Elder Hanha paced back and forth, plagued by existential doubts. The usually composed elder now appeared utterly disoriented. "Enough with your incessant mutterings. You are driving me to madness," exclaimed Shang Wu, nonchalantly crossing her legs, a hint of leg visible beneath her attire. Propping her chin on one hand, she remarked, "Tiske, you slothful disciple, sleeping so soundly. We had agreed to roast a whole lamb today. What time is it? You still think about food?" Elder Hana's frustration reached a boiling point, his body trembling with rage. "That is a divine weapon. The name of my divine arm peak is derived from it. If it vanishes, I will have no face to meet the ancestors." Even in death, had Shang Wu not been present, he would have already shaken Li awake. After all, it was of no use to anyone, merely gathering dust. Squinting her eyes in annoyance, Shang Wu retorted, "Furthermore, if you must speak, do so properly. Why shout so loudly? Do you think me deaf?" Elder Han has sighed. "What heinous act did I commit in my past life to encounter such a pair of master and disciple in this lifetime?" At that moment, after sleeping for the better part of the day, Li finally yawned, as if awakening from a deep slumber. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was startled to find an enormous, aged face looming close, bloodshot, eyes staring back at him. Young Li nearly swung a fist in reflex. "Elder Hanha, why are you so close? You nearly frightened me to death." "Me frighten you? My soul almost left my body from your scare." Elder Hanha was so infuriated that he could hardly suppress a laugh and urgently inquired, "Pray tell, where is the hammer? The hammer of our revered ancestor." Shan Wu clenched her delicate fist and deliberately cleared her throat, implying that one should mind their volume when addressing those under her protection. Elder Hanha, vexed, thought to himself, "What manner of mockery is this? You have misplaced the lifeblood of my divine weapon peak, and I am still expected to serve with a smile?" Yet, he recognized that his impatience would yield no fruit. Thus, he endeavored to adopt a more temperate tone, asking Li Jinchuan, "When you ventured to the depths of the Divine Blade Cave, did you happen to encounter a hammer?" As he spoke, the elder gestured to indicate its size, about this big. "Indeed," Li Mo responded, nodding in agreement. "But where did it go?" Elder Han's speech quickened with anxiety. "It is gone," Li Mo replied, shrugging his shoulders. "Gone." Elder Hanha felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Li Mo nodded again and continued, "When I descended to the depths of the Divine Blade Cave, I did see the hammer you mentioned. Out of curiosity, I reached out to touch it, and then it simply vanished. It seems I accidentally stored it within my shumi object." Li Mo omitted some details, referring to his small world as a shumi object. Indeed, this world possesses storage items, collectively known as shumi objects. For instance, the wine gourd of the beautiful master is one such example. However, this item is not as ubiquitous as portrayed in certain novels. It pertains to the most esoteric of spatial arts. Only those who are supreme masters in this domain can carve out space from rare materials. Therefore, the supply of shumi items is exceedingly rare. Aside from Shang Wu, none of the elders from the various peaks possesses such high-grade treasures. Only the sect leader of the Qingyuan sect possesses one. "Your inheritance seems quite remarkable, my disciple," remarked Shang Wu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Shumi items?" Elder Han, he stood frozen in place, his confusion not diminished but rather deepened. For instance, how did Li Mo manage to approach the Panjia meteor hammer? How did he manage to take it away? No matter how powerful a shumi item may be, it cannot be taken by someone who is unable to wield it. The truth is becoming apparent. Shang Wu thoughtfully stroked her chin and reasoned, surely, that hammer must have recognized its master. Divine weapons, after all, might be as light as a feather to their owner, yet weigh a ton for everyone else. Wouldn't you agree? Li Mo responded with a perplexed expression. "That sounds quite plausible, but the Panjia meteor hammer does not seem to possess such traits." Suddenly, he noticed his beautiful master winking at him. Enlightened, he recalled, "Well, at that moment, I didn't feel it was particularly heavy. Can you retrieve it now?" She inquired. "You saw it yourself," Li Mo replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "When I stored it away, I felt a violent shock to my spirit, nearly losing consciousness. I'm afraid I lack the ability to take it out again in the short term. Shang Wu chuckled. Hence, my dear disciple, you must ensure to rest well. If your spirit is harmed, who knows, you might never retrieve it in this lifetime. The interplay between the master and disciple continued harmoniously. As for the notion of recognition by the master, Elder Han, his vague suspicions were confirmed, yet he could not suppress the feeling of his heart shattering slightly. Since the founding of the divine weapon peak by our revered ancestor, no one has been able to wield the divine weapon, which has now been claimed by an outsider from another peak, a mere blood realm practitioner. My emotions are a tumultuous blend of feelings, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, the ancestor left no pertinent records behind, and what Shang Wu mentioned does hold a semblance of plausibility. The hammer is no longer at the cave's bottom. This assertion, while somewhat defensible, raises questions about its veracity. It is all contingent upon mere words. After some contemplation, Elder Han he finally spoke. If that is the case, let him leave the divine weapon here at the divine weapon peak before he takes it. Chapter 16 Li Bo. In the enigma of Mo and Bing Ta as Elder Han, he concluded his statement. Shang Wu, without a moment's hesitation, retorted with evident displeasure. You want him to stay here? Old man, are you trying to snatch my disciple from me? Who would covet your disciple? I am safeguarding the ancestral divine weapon. Elder Han, he replied with unexpected firmness. Should this matter escalate to the sect master, he would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Moreover, Shang Wu's concerns were not without merit. For the Pan-Gem meteor hammer to recognize its master, if it were to be a disciple of the divine weapon peak, that individual would be the next appointed elder of the peak, beyond dispute. Elder Han, he surely does not intend to leave me here to forge weapons, does he? Li Mo subtly sensed an impending turn of events. That would not do at all. If I remain here day after day, how will I ever manage to, embrace the jade legs of Bing, Tuo? Allowing Li Jun to stay here means that all your future expenses will be covered by the divine weapon peak. In the next moment, Elder Han, his somber voice resonated, laden with temptation. It was clear he was prepared for considerable expenditure. Esteemed elder, what are you saying? My master possesses an unwavering spirit. Would she abandon her disciples for mere grains of rice? Right, master. Master? Li Mo spoke with righteous fervor, only to turn and find his master no longer exuding her previous imposing aura. Her beautiful eyes appeared somewhat vacant, seemingly contemplating a life of boundless fine wines and exquisite delicacies. He harbored grave suspicions that she could almost hear the clinking of coins. Youngly pondered, it seems I have still underestimated my master's poverty and her avarice. Li Mo lowered his voice. Master, when has Xiaoshui Pavilion ever lacked for your gourmet meals and fine wines? If I remain at the divine weapon peak, who will cook for you in the future? The divine weapon peak boasts a flourishing market for its weapons, indeed bringing in a steady income. However, it likely pales in comparison to his own ability to conjure wealth from thin air. Moreover, he would never fear being impoverished by anyone. Instead, he would grow increasingly affluent due to the returns on his investments. No, I'm not that sort of person. In an instant, his beautiful master's gaze cleared, and she nodded earnestly. The elder's worries were unfounded. Her disciple still possessed a modest fortune. Li Mo offered a respectful gesture towards Elder Han He. How much could you possibly have? Suddenly, two large pieces of gleaming metallic ore crashed to the ground. Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped slightly, as if these two pieces of metal absorbed the warmth. The smile on Elder Han He's face froze, plunging her into deep contemplation. Iron essence, 10,000 pounds of iron, refined to mere ounces. With just a trace, ordinary weaponry could slice through hair and cleave iron as if it were mud. These two substantial pieces of iron essence would take the divine weapon peak, even with the aid of the cold flame spring water. 3 arduous years of toil from all disciples wielding hammers to produce. A sudden, muffled thud echoed through the air as a fist-sized, crimson metal object fell to the ground. Hiss! Elder Han, he could no longer contain his astonishment. The Yin copper mine, situated solely near the volcano, yielded ores that had been tempered by the Earth's fiery essence for over 10 millennia, making their emergence possible only after volcanic eruptions. Such materials are found in the Zhishao sword. One might call this a modest fortune. Elder Han began to ponder the origins of the inheritance that Li Mo had received. Shang Wu was also contemplating this matter. The formidable figure who left this legacy likely had a background in commerce, or perhaps was a notorious bandit who plundered countless treasures. The disciple was not a blacksmith. These two rare artifacts seemed to be hidden gems. Elder, you are the renowned master craftsman of the Ziyang Manor. Only you could fully utilize their potential. Young Li, it seemed, had a talent for charming the elderly. Elder Han fell silent, letting out a long sigh after a moment. Shang Wu, your disciple possesses a greater knack for social grace than you do. I find no concern that he will wield these divine weapons to bring about endless calamity. Shang Wu questioned, what do you mean? Without casting her another glance, Elder Han turned back and spoke solemnly. Li Mo, if you can accomplish 3 tasks, I shall be inclined to assist you. Pray do tell. Li Mo readily agreed. First, should the divine weapon peak, one day, forge a profound artifact. You, as the principal craftsman, must assist in the use of the Pan-Jian meteor hammer. Second, until your strength is sufficient, matters concerning divine weapons must not be publicly proclaimed. Aside from myself and your master, no outsiders should be made aware. Third, ensure that our ancestral divine weapon does not become stained with unjust blood. At last, Elder Han emphasized his tone, as was only fitting. Student Li did not hesitate. The conditions presented were already unexpectedly lenient. Even without Elder Han's prompting, he would have acted accordingly. Very well, you may proceed, Elder Han wearily gestured. The old man was unusually accommodating today, which left Shang Wu slightly taken aback. Li Mo bowed to Elder Han and led his master out. One ought not to feign modesty after gaining an advantage. Observing the departure of the master and disciple, it was evident that the divine weapon had found its rightful owner, ultimately resting in the hands of Chuan Yu Peak. Strangely, it was not Shang Wu who secured it, but rather her apprentice. The intricacies of fate are indeed unfathomable. Elder Han murmured reflectively. On the descent, Shang Wu remarked, my dear apprentice, you exhibit quite a remarkable cleverness. With her eyes narrowed playfully, she placed one hand on her hip while draping her other arm over her student's shoulder, laughing in a rather unrefined manner. Well done indeed. To have managed to sway Elder Han so effectively speaks volumes of your prowess. One cannot quite call it swaying. Li Mo coughed lightly, feeling the weight of his master's arm. Oof, you managed to outwit your master? Let me see what you have. Shang Wu wore an expression of knowing amusement. Li Mo sighed. I truly cannot produce anything. It was quite the endeavor to get it in. I'm not yet fully recovered. Do you truly believe I could bear the strain of another world seed? I might as well perform a disassembly on the spot. Oof, what an ungrateful master you are. Shang Wu wrinkled her delicate nose, her charming face falling into a frown. Li Mo, she said. Master, did you truly intend to sell me just now? How could that be? Shang Wu averted her gaze elsewhere. It was merely a test from your master, to see if you're wholeheartedly devoted to Chuan Yu Peak. You seem to be feeling guilty, master. Impudent disciple, how dare you question your master? Do you wish to rebel against the heavens? The pace of her steps noticeably quickened, her crimson robes fluttering. Li Mo sighed lightly, master. What do you think of having roasted whole lamb tonight, accompanied by aged bamboo green wine? Young Li unleashed his charm. How many years has it been aged? 30 years. His charm proved remarkably effective. Moments later, the master and disciple returned under the starry sky, laden with their spoils. Upon opening the door, Li Mo spotted a young girl seated at the familiar stone table, leisurely sipping tea, a long sword reflecting the moonlight resting on her lap. I thought you had gone to practice in your room. I haven't had dinner yet, Bing Tuo responded. Young Li fell silent for a moment, then looked up at the sky. The moon was dim, heralding the approach of dawn. But it's almost time for breakfast. Is it? Ying Bing also glanced at the moon, her delicate brows knitting in confusion. What is your sense of time? Who judges time by meal times? Li Mo, feeling exasperated, went to prepare dinner. Ying Bing lowered her gaze for a moment, then turned to Shang Wu, softly asking, what transpired at Shunfeng Cave today? This was yet another occurrence that exceeded her expectations. Chapter 47. The True Power of the Divine Weapon. journey to the library pavilion, Ying Bing was aware that within the Divine Edge cave lay a divine weapon. In truth, her knowledge of this matter stemmed from Shangwu. During the downfall of the Qingyuan sect, it was Shangwu who paid an immense price to wield the Pangchu meteor hammer. Later, when Ying Bing ventured to the central divine continent, she encountered several divine weapons that rivaled the Pangchu meteor hammer. Yet, none of them ever bestowed upon her that overwhelming sense of might. Indeed, even from her elevated perspective, divine weapons were anything but commonplace. They stood 2 tiers above mysterious artifacts, epitomizing the pinnacle of craftsmanship, a ceiling reached by human ingenuity. Beyond that lay the Tao weapons, born from the very essence of heaven and earth, such as the seal of the nation and society held by the emperors of the Dayou dynasty. Reflecting on the past, she recalled that in her previous life, the Pangchu meteor hammer had no master. Shangwu had barely managed to summon it once, only for both to vanish into obscurity thereafter. When she first took charge of the Gui Palace, she had inquired about this matter, but only gathered vague, elusive information that was difficult to verify. Elder Shangwu. After a prolonged silence, Ying Bing raised her gaze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to her, Shangwu had fallen asleep in a rocking chair, softly snoring in a rhythmic manner. Soon after, the aroma of roasted lamb wafted through the air. Li Montauk emerged, carrying the prepared lamb, placing it on the rack before beginning to kindle a fire. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon the youth's face, which was mirrored in Bing's icy eyes. Could it be that he had any connection to this? At that moment, the colorful phoenix's radiant spirit seemed to harbor a particular fondness for him. A helping hand was extended. A brush was gently handed to her by the young boy. Ying Bing tilted her head in confusion, while Emo produced a clay pot, from which wafted an enticing aroma. Realization dawned upon Ying Bing. This was meant for her to apply the sauce onto the lamb. This is my specially concocted soul elixir. Even Xiang Xiang relished it without uttering a word. It is now entrusted to you, Li Mo stated, as he gradually began to rotate the grill. Thus, the Phoenix Empress narrowed her eyes, her gaze flickering with intrigue. Ultimately, she dipped the brush into the so-called soul elixir and embarked on her inaugural cooking endeavor. Shortly thereafter, Li Mo entrusted her with the task of turning the grill as well. Before long, the lamb sizzled and released its savory juices. Observing from a distance, he noted with a hint of amusement how Ying Bing diligently smeared the sauce onto the meat, her expression surprisingly earnest. In that moment, Li Mo couldn't help but smile. The once icy maiden seemed to exude a touch of warmth, akin to the essence of human life. Perhaps, one day, she might achieve an automated feeding mechanism? However, his thoughts swiftly shifted. What does that smell? As Li Mo prepared the side dishes, a burnt scent reached his nostrils. Turning around, he was dismayed to find the lamb in a lamentable state, one side charred while the other remained undercooked. The young girl continued to rotate the meat, seemingly oblivious to the calamity unfolding. Li Mo sighed, casting a bemused glance at Ying Bing. Sister, it's all burnt. Why do you keep grilling the charred side so vigorously? Sensing his gaze, Ying Bing calmly met his eyes. What's the matter? The inquiry was posed with such righteous confidence. Well, it must be acknowledged that Bing Tuzi had his shortcomings, one of which was his lifelong estrangement from the kitchen. Allow me. After finishing the roasted lamb, an ambiguous meal that could be either breakfast or dinner, the day had brightened. In the room, master, did this meal yield 500 taels of gold? It far surpassed the value of that jar of Qingzhou liquor. Bing Tuzi's response was even more delectable. Li Mo lay on the bed, taking a rare moment to assess his finances. 8 pieces of Xianjing. His gold had long exceeded 10,000 taels. As for silver, he was too indifferent to count, for he possessed a plethora of silver coins and notes, the counting of which was utterly tedious. Alongside were various precious items, an assortment of 6 pattern elixirs, ores, and an array of rare flowers and herbs. The Tsuhui Dan, capable of dispelling myriad poisons. The rain-summoning talisman? It could conjure 3 days of heavy rain, though it was likely unnecessary for the time being. The ancient pine pattern ring, exquisite and grand, served well as a decorative piece elevating 1's status. After spending nearly half an hour, Li Mo finally organized the clutter. He then entered the world seed once more. Here, compared to when he had departed, there were some changes. The area seemed to have expanded by several zhang. Before the empty chessboard, the Pangaea meteor hammer hung silently, suspended in the air. Not far from the hammer, the Qishao sword cowered in the corner, hesitant to draw near. As Li Mo approached, the hammer vibrated gently twice, sensing his arrival. The sharpness of its killing intent still lingered. It could no longer impose any pressure upon Li Mo. After all, he was the true sovereign of this realm, imbued with boundless strength. Li Montauk silently pondered, then approached and grasped the handle of the hammer, effortlessly lifting it with ease, as if it bore no weight at all. Were it not for the joyful emotions emanating from the Pangaea meteor hammer, one might suspect it had been replaced with a mere imitation. With a few powerful swings, the fierce aura of the weapon conjured a tempest within the microcosm, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. When he struck down, it was akin to a meteor plummeting to the earth, imbued with boundless might. In that moment, he felt as though he were a deity capable of causing the very fabric of the world to shatter. In Li Mo's current understanding, Elder Hanha represented a formidable presence. He sensed that the winds stirred by his hammer, even the slightest whisper of its power, were beyond what Elder Hanha could withstand. Truly, this was a divine weapon. This must be its authentic might. With a profound exhale, Li Mo noted the incessant hum of the Pangaea meteor hammer, which seemed increasingly exhilarated, as if it had long been denied the opportunity to unleash its full potential. It yearned to venture forth. In a fleeting moment, Li Mo thought he heard a childish voice. Was it the Pangaea meteor hammer? He glanced down, confirming the source of the sound. It wished to battle. He understood the weapon's intent. It desired to strike something, perhaps a person, perhaps a beast, so long as it was not used to forge another weapon. Li Montauk sighed, wishing he could comply, yet lamenting that his current strength did not permit it. The Pangaea meteor hammer seemed somewhat aggrieved, its nascent consciousness unable to grasp the complexities of the situation. It pondered why its master fluctuated between strength and weakness, why he could wield its true power to perfection, yet refrain from taking it out for a thrilling escapade. As the opportune moment approaches, I shall ensure that you shine brilliantly, Li Mo gently reassured. Having calmed the divine weapon, he began to ponder earnestly. With the divine hammer now in his possession, should I not seek the hammer techniques as well? Having experienced the formidable power of the divine weapon, a flicker of yearning ignited within Li Mo's heart. As a swordsman, acquiring some hammer techniques seems quite reasonable, does it not? Yet, among the investment returns he received, there were no martial arts related to hammer techniques. But of course, the top scorer in the sex trials seems to have the privilege of selecting martial arts from the 5th floor of the library. Perhaps I should explore that avenue. With this thought in mind, Li Mo restored the disheveled small world and beckoned to the distant Qishao sword. Come here. As soon as he spoke, the Pangaea meteor hammer trembled twice, akin to a father reprimanding a wayward child. Only then did the Qishao sword slowly descend into his grasp. After securing the sword, Li Mo exited the seed of the world. He exchanged greetings with the semi-conscious Shang Wu before heading out towards the library. Chapter 48. This child is too sincere. The ancient bronze heavenly book seal. Qingyuan sect, library. This octagonal structure rose in layered splendor to an impressive height of 100 zhang. Numerous disciples traversed its halls. As Li Mo appeared at the entrance, he was met with countless gazes. Is that not the renowned Li? Senior brother Li truly possesses remarkable beauty, especially when he smiles. He exudes a gentle warmth, unlike other esteemed disciples who often appear aloof. The sword at his waist must be the Qishao sword. Such youth, yet already in possession of a profound weapon. His swordsmanship must surely be exceptional. Yesterday, the Shenfeng cave experienced an unexpected eruption from the earth's veins. Alas, the depths below the 3rd level of the Divine Sword Grotto have now been sealed off by Elder Hanha. I fear it will be difficult for disciples to obtain mystic weapons in the future. Many of the elders do not even possess mystic instruments, which is of little concern to the disciples anyway. The hushed whispers were faint, yet Liemo heard them distinctly. Elder Hanha acted rather swiftly. Though the old man values his reputation, he is indeed reliable in his actions. Lost in thought, Liemo arrived at the counter on the first floor. Upon recognizing him, the inner sect deacon greeted him with a smile. So, esteemed true disciple Li, you intend to ascend to the 5th floor to claim your reward for the sect trial? Indeed, Liemo replied with a nod, presenting his identity token. Well, esteemed true disciple Li, the 5th floor primarily contains intermediate martial arts techniques. The inner sect deacon remarked, offering a gentle reminder. Suitable intermediate martial arts techniques are relatively rare even for inner sect disciples. But a true disciple should not lack such things, should he? Liemo simply smiled without uttering a word. The inner sect deacon suddenly recalled that although this true disciple Li was indeed a true disciple, his master was none other than Elder Shangwu. Everything suddenly made sense. You are entitled to select 2 intermediate martial arts techniques, please. Thank you. Before long, the registration was completed. Subsequently, Liemo turned and ascended the stairs. On the 2nd floor of the scripture depository, there were still quite a few Qingyuan sect disciples. The lower 3 floors housed unorthodox martial arts techniques, as well as various biographies and miscellaneous books. Liemo did not linger, but continued to climb the stairs. On the 4th floor, the number of people had noticeably decreased. This floor contained elementary martial arts techniques, as well as knowledge pertaining to subjects such as alchemy, forging, and raising exotic beasts. In this library, most of the readers were disciples from the inner sect. Liemo noticed, to his surprise, the presence of books on culinary arts. However, after skimming through a couple of pages, he couldn't help but grimace slightly at the thought of returning the book to its place. It was no wonder the cuisine at the Qingyuan sect cafeteria left much to be desired. Liemo mused that it paled in comparison to the recipe book he had invested in, which was far superior. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he found the number of people dwindling even further. Only those disciples who had completed sect missions and accumulated a certain amount of contributions could afford to ascend here. He arrived at the section dedicated to weapon techniques. The hammer forging technique was primarily utilized for smithing. The Tiger Roar hammer seemed better suited for a long-handle maul, which was not quite to his liking. It appeared that not only did Little Li prefer not to use a hammer for combat, but the library also seemed lacking in diverse hammer techniques. After all, one often hears tales of sword gods, knife sects, and spear immortals. But when was the last time one encountered a renowned hammer wielder? The hammer techniques were already quite obscure. The Pangia Meteor hammer, a short-handled hammer, was even more of a rarity within this rarity. Li brother. Suddenly, a familiar youthful voice called out from a distance. Turning around, he saw Murong Xiao waving at him. Are you also here to select martial arts? Liemo asked in surprise. The Divine Weapon Peak had considerable resources. It was unexpected that a true disciple would personally come to the library in search of martial techniques. You've misunderstood, Li brother. I haven't informed my master. Murong Xiao replied with a wry smile. After offering a brief explanation, Liemo activated his heavenly destiny divine eye and understood the situation better. Name, Murong Xiao. Age, 16. Root bone, body of the Ming Jiao. Realm, 7 veins of vital energy and blood. Destiny, blue with a hint of gray. Evaluation, his father is a man of virtue, and his mother is a shape-shifting dragon, possessing a benevolent nature, yet heavily influenced by his bloodline. Should he amalgamate the strengths of both, his future is boundless, but should the weaknesses converge, calamity may befall the land. Recent encounter, influenced by his lineage, he has been plagued by distracting thoughts and relentless nightmares, often dreaming of his hands drenched in blood. Thus, he seeks a method to calm his mind and spirit. His master remains unaware that my half-demon bloodline originates from the Ming Jiao. Murong Xiao sighed with a furrowed brow. So, you came to the library on your own? Liemo inquired with an odd expression. Murong Xiao nodded, indeed. If you're to inquire, I would rather not deceive him. Yet I dare not speak the truth, so I chose to remain silent. Li Montauk remarked. Old man Han, he is quite accommodating. With a little persuasion, wouldn't it be easy to obtain a foundational technique? He might even bestow upon you a superior method. This child is genuinely earnest. A suitable technique should be attainable. However, do not expect a mid-tier method to suppress your bloodline. Liu Mo shook his head. What then? Murong Zhao's face displayed distress, genuinely unsure of what to do, when suddenly a booklet was thrust into his hands. At that moment, Golden Bell Shield, a superior physical cultivation technique. Murong Zhao opened his mouth in confusion, not understanding why Li Gu had given him a physical cultivation method. To calm and concentrate the mind, surely it need not be a method of the heart. Liu Mo cast a helpless glance at the unfortunate child. This superior martial art originates from the Buddhist sect and embodies profound Buddhist principles, serving as a method for the cultivation of both body and mind. Once you master the Golden Bell Shield, what fear do you have of being besieged by distracting thoughts? The mention of the Golden Bell Shield ignited a flicker of hope in Murong Zhao's dim eyes. However, he quickly fell back into a state of unease, tugging at the hem of his garment, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Do not bear any burdens, Li Mo reassured, patting the Qishao sword at his waist. I have procured a mystical weapon from the Divine Weapon Peak, far more precious than a mere superior martial art. Consider it a gesture of reciprocity. In truth, it is not solely the Qishao sword. What we give may yield modest returns for the recipient, yet they shall always gain significantly more. The Divine Weapon Peak is a realm unto itself. Such an exchange cannot merely be deemed as reciprocity. Brotherly, I am forever in your debt, Murong Zhao said, his lips pressed tightly together, overwhelmed with gratitude. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he would not frown at any request from Liu Mo. Save for the matter of childbirth. When you descend the mountain to undertake the sect's missions, you must certainly inform me. The sect's missions, including those for the true disciples. All members of the Qingyuan sect, without exception, are required to complete periodic sect missions, whether grand or modest. This is mandatory. After all, if the Qingyuan sect were to remain idle, merely existing in this place, no one would regard it as the foremost sect of Ziyang Prefecture. I indeed have such intentions recently. It will be a burden for you then. Liu Mo agreed readily. The Murong family wields considerable influence in Ziyang Prefecture. Being one of the local powers, whatever tasks he undertakes will surely be facilitated by them. Then I shall return to contemplate the Golden Bell Shield. Murong Zhao finally revealed a smile. Go ahead. After his departure, the system timely provided a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in Murong Zhao's advanced martial arts, aiding him in overcoming the constraints of his bloodline. Investment reward. 1 Ancient Copper Seal of the Heavenly Book. Ancient Copper Seal of the Heavenly Book. When stamped upon any martial art, it allows for its derivation and refinement, thereby elevating its grade, potentially transforming it into a supreme technique. What a marvelous item. Advanced martial arts can indeed become supreme techniques, and furthermore, he has the option to select the type of supreme technique. The feedback from Murong Zhao this time exceeded expectations. Chapter 49, 12 Hammers of the Wind-Settling Wave. The terrifying advancement of Ying Bing. Previously, the investment in Murong's 6-pattern tranquility pill held a value comparable to advanced martial arts. However, this time the reward was the ancient copper seal of the Heavenly Book, a one-time solution, far superior to merely addressing an urgent need. Wouldn't you agree? Liu Mo thoughtfully rubbed the small copper seal in his palm. He resumed his search on the 5th level. The advanced martial arts here were already scarce, and hammer techniques were even rarer. Yet, after half an hour, he indeed made a discovery: 12 Hammers of the Wind-Settling Wave. Liu Mo brushed off the thick dust from the tome to discern its title. Advanced martial arts, specifically a short-handle hammer technique. It consists of 12 forms, and when mastered, a single strike could cause the earth to tremble. If perfected, could it rival the might of Master S Punch, given sufficient personal cultivation? Liu Mo gazed at the incomplete Divine Weapon Peak, pondering silently. He continued to flip through the pages, only to discover this martial art was only 2/3 complete. Upon turning to the 8th technique, the martial arts abruptly came to a halt. Young Li fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he ultimately decided to take the booklet downstairs. He found himself with little choice. He could only take it back for further consideration. Upon reaching the first floor, he encountered the same intersect steward. Junior Lee, have you made your selection? Yes, I would appreciate it if you could assist me in recording it, Lee Mo replied, handing over the booklet. What? The intersect steward took the booklet, poised to jot down the details. When he paused upon seeing the name of the martial art, Junior Lee, this is a hammer technique. He scrutinized the long sword at young Lee's waist. This particular disciple, renowned for acquiring the esteemed Qi Shao sword, was well known throughout the sect. Thus, many, including himself, held the belief that even if he fell short of the prowess of Junior Ying Bing, he undeniably embodied the archetype of a swordsmanship prodigy within their collective understanding. After all, Ying Bing was formidable. With a mere gesture, she commanded a legendary sword, attracting eager followers, an achievement that surpassed their comprehension. Conversely, Junior Lee, who had passed the Qi Shao swords trials through his swordsmanship, epitomized their envisioned genius. A swordsmanship prodigy opting for a hammer technique? Surely, I must not have erred. The stones of other mountains can serve to polish jade, he mused. I already possess sword techniques. Exploring additional martial arts may yield unexpected insights. Lee Mo shook his head. The stones of other mountains can serve to polish jade? That seems a considerable stretch. Although this martial art is incomplete, it will still consume one opportunity. Junior Lee, you must contemplate this carefully, the intersect steward cautioned. Indeed, I have already perused it, Lee Mo affirmed. Within a month, I kindly request Junior Brother Lee to return the martial arts teachings, ensuring they remain confidential. Observing that he had not altered his stance, the intersect steward refrained from further discourse. Meanwhile, at the peak of Qingyuan, within the sword training hall, Ying Bing stepped over the threshold, her attire as pale and serene as the long sword cradled in her arms. As she entered the hall, several gazes akin to those fixed upon treasured artifacts were cast her way. The Tian Shuang sword, after a separation of over 4 centuries, had found its rightful owner once more, a harmonious match indeed. Qian Bufan expressed his astonishment, while Xue Jing, appearing travel-worn, seemed to have just returned from the outside world, yet wore an unwavering smile. The last time a profound weapon recognized its master was 50 years ago. To witness 2 such extraordinary swords claim their owners simultaneously, Tian Shuang and Qi Shao, is truly a rare occurrence. Indeed, it is exceptionally rare, he continued. Ane, do not wear such a gloomy expression. The profound weapons housed within the Divine Blade Cave are meant for use. Moreover, a good sword deserves a worthy hero, and it seems they have indeed found their enlightened masters. Elder Han, he had remained silent since entering the sword training hall. Others speculated that his complex expression stemmed from reluctance to part with the profound weapons. You have all sung praises. I am not one for eloquence, nor do I wish to utter any more flattering words, he remarked, casting a disgruntled glance at Xue Jing. The title of divine weapon from our peak has been taken away. Well, let us old fellows open our eyes and witness the astonishing talent that has drawn the profound weapons like moths to a flame. At this, Shengwan Winsong spoke gently. Very well. Ying Bing nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a beam of sword light illuminated the entire hall. Whence the wind began to blow, it scattered the pear blossoms surrounding the swordsmanship arena. The onlookers instinctively squinted, for petals danced in the air, seemingly animated by the very strokes of the swords. At times they spread gracefully, at others they coalesced, their dispersion a breathtaking sight, yet concealing lethal intent, while their convergence emanated a chilling aura, unparalleled in its dominance. Suddenly, each petal burst into icy shards, revealing a hint of sword intent. Indeed, one might suspect that even the progenitor of the flower-seeking sword technique could scarcely compare. The old man could hardly recognize this swordsmanship. It was not merely the technique that was formidable, but she herself. The crowd exchanged glances, awakening from their reverie. At last, they understood why the frosty sword had been so eager to acknowledge its master. This was not something one could glean from superior martial arts, let alone the blood-chi realm. Even among those in the spirit observation realm, few could perceive its subtleties. It indicated that she, in the blood-chi realm, had already amassed a martial prowess surpassing that of the spirit observation realm. Could this be the true essence of genius? The elders found themselves at a loss for words. Ying Bing stood quietly, sword in hand. Little Binger, the sword technique of Li Mo was indeed guided by your insights, wasn't it? Shui Jing inquired, slowly regaining his composure. Yes, Ying Bing nodded. So it is, he mused. Even possessing some proficiency in swordplay, it is exceedingly challenging to withstand the trials of the mystical weapon at this juncture. However, this also signifies that Li Mo possesses commendable potential in the art of the sword. The elders bore expressions of understanding, yet Han he wore a complex look, sighing softly. In the realm of swordsmanship, even if I pride myself on my extensive knowledge and thorough examination of historical texts, I fear I would struggle to find anyone whose innate talent in the sword could rival yours. Shangguan Wensong, the ever-strict master of Qingyuan, could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia at this moment. Ying Bing responded without a moment's hesitation. Oh, there is always a higher peak. Ying Bing murmured. The sword was her most adept weapon, yet it was not her greatest strength. Moreover, the true prodigy of swordsmanship. A name flashed through her mind once more, one that was truly deserving. Little Binger, how many meridians have you opened now? Has the icy aura within your bloodline changed recently? Shui Jing suddenly inquired. 12 meridians. The icy aura has not altered. 12 meridians. Shui Jing's teacup slipped from his grasp, soaking his trousers. In the vast sword training hall, one could hear a pin drop in the ensuing silence. Moments later, Ying Bing added, soon to be 13. The elders, who had been rendered speechless, were nearly shattered by this revelation. Not only were they astonished by Ying Bing's astonishing progress, but they also understood that it was commonly known that martial artists could, at most, open 12 primary meridians in their qi and blood realm. What had she just said? 13 meridians? Did this not imply that Ying Bing's upper limit in the qi and blood realm was even more terrifying? Little Binger, how many meridians do you believe you can ultimately open? 24 meridians, Ying Bing replied calmly. Despite having prepared themselves mentally, the hall was filled with gasps of disbelief. Everything they had known about innate talent paled in comparison to this revelation. Meanwhile, not far from Qiushui Pavilion, before a waterfall, Li Mo ceased his cultivation. Within the realm of perception, the meridians, fortified through extreme martial enhancement, resembled coiling serpents, each harboring seeds of vitality akin to lotus seeds, pulsating with formidable power. This time of cultivation remarkably allowed him to simultaneously connect two meridians. Li Mo exhaled a breath of turbid air, sensing that his body, previously exhausted from the arduous effort of lifting the Panga meteor hammer, had fully recuperated. Indeed, it bore the essence of rebirth. Coupled with the extraordinary effects of that divine weapon in tempering the body, he was able to leap forward, transcending 2 stages at once. Yet, he remained vigilant. His realm of vitality had barely traversed half its course. Young Li, elated for a moment, tempered his exuberance with caution. He then retrieved the tome titled 12 Hammers of the Wind Regulation. Chapter 50, 7 Settlements of the Universe, held the essence of mastery. The request from the ice boulder prompted him to first test it with the Heavenly Book Seal. Li Mo produced the Heavenly Book Seal and pressed it down, but there was no response. The minuscule script showed no sign of flowing into the text. Clearly, the Heavenly Book Seal could not complete the fragmented martial arts manuscript. Perhaps I should first attempt to learn the preceding 8 techniques? Li Mo mused, gritting his teeth. Given a choice, he would prefer not to study incomplete works. If absolutely necessary, he could wait until he descended the mountain for sect missions to visit the merchant shop. Acquiring suitable martial arts for a price would be ideal. If not immediately available, he wouldn't hesitate to spend generously for assistance in finding them. For young Li, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly considered burdensome. Half an hour later, he had thoroughly internalized the essence of 12 hammers of the wind regulation. Though reluctant to admit it, he found that he grasped the hammer techniques with remarkable swiftness, far surpassing his progress with swordsmanship. Fragment. It should be capable of instilling profound insights into martial arts. Li Mo attempted it tentatively. Successful infusion of insights after 1 year. In the first year, owing to your extraordinary talent in hammer techniques, even though the martial arts you acquired were incomplete, you persevered in your practice. Within a month, you grasped the basics. After 3 months, you became proficient. And in 6 months, you achieved a minor success. By the end of the year, inspiration struck, and you remarkably broke through to a major accomplishment. Li Montauk. No way, my friend. Achieving a major accomplishment in a year. Practicing only incomplete martial arts. Could this truly be me? It felt foreign, exceedingly foreign. The silver lining was that he finally discovered talents beyond his handsome exterior. The downside, however, was that this talent, indeed, interest and talent are two entirely different matters. Whether it be swords, spears, or halberds, why must it be a hammer? Li Mo's feelings were complicated. Could it be that he, relying on this fragmented text, would comprehend the hammer techniques to their utmost? Successful infusion of martial arts insights after 5 years. In the first year, you perfected the 12 hammer strikes of steady wind, yet, lacking subsequent chapters, you found yourself in a bottleneck, unable to progress beyond the state of perfection. In the second year, you began to ponder deeply, contemplating the true essence of this hammer technique, striving to uncover its missing elements. In the third year, a previously blocked path revealed some semblance of direction. You navigated cautiously, creating the 9th and 10th strikes. In the fourth year, the hammer technique had become merely a missing piece of a puzzle in your heart. Effortlessly, you created the 11th and 12th forms, successfully completing the 12 hammers of calming the wind. Compared to the original, it subtly surpassed its predecessor. By the 5th year, your 12 hammers of calming the wind had reached a transformative realm. Li Mo rested his forehead in contemplation, questioning the very essence of existence. This was due to the myriad of insights regarding the hammer techniques surging through his mind. Furthermore, his innate talent in this domain seemed to exceed his own expectations. 5 years, an incomplete martial art. He had managed to not only complete it, but also elevate it to a transformative level. In stark contrast to the tortoise-like progress of learning sword techniques, it felt akin to riding a rocket. Was it that the hammer techniques were inherently superior? Or had his talent been augmented by becoming the master of the catastrophic meteor hammer? The divine weapon appeared to encompass more than mere power. Sensing the catastrophic meteor hammer within the seeds of the world, Li Mo chose not to delve deeper for the time being. He could not even summon the divine weapon for use. Overthinking held no significance. Completing the 12 hammers of calming the wind took precedence. Li Mo approached a relatively flat piece of blue stone, unfurled a sheet of paper upon it, and began to write with swift strokes. Before long, the complete superior martial art came to life on the page. He produced the ancient bronze tome seal and pressed it upon the text, causing the minuscule characters to swiftly converge and align. Ultimately, even the name of the martial art transformed. 7 Determinations of the Universe. A brand new masterpiece of martial knowledge was born. The 7 Determinations of Heaven and Earth can be regarded as a magnificent upgrade of 13 strikes of the wind. The former, while maintaining the essence of the latter, interprets the concept of slowness to its utmost perfection. It emphasizes the philosophy of overcoming speed with deliberation, rendering heavy burdens as light. When practiced to an exquisite level, what appears to be a seemingly effortless strike can unleash an astonishingly terrifying power. It can cleave mountains, split seas, and sever rivers with ease. There is no need for further elaboration. The understanding of martial arts is ignited. Meanwhile, atop the peak of Qingyuan, after a series of rigorous evaluations, the elders convened. With the Qi and Blood realm, one can harness the radiance of the clouds to flawlessly execute the supreme sword techniques of the transformative realm. Having undergone daily refinement through the essence of the moon, her physical strength is formidable, resembling true ethereal beauty. Furthermore, her spiritual essence, for reasons unknown, also diverges from the ordinary. The combat prowess of Xiao Binger undoubtedly surpasses that of the inner essence and Jade liquid realm. Were it not for her pure bloodline, I would suspect her to be a transformed descendant of a remarkably powerful, auspicious beast. Indeed, with her innate 24 meridians, her Qi and Blood realm has barely reached its halfway point. The elders, having lived more than half their lives, found themselves at a loss for words today. their minds tumultuous with unceasing waves of astonishment. However, unbeknownst to them, this is not the entirety of Ying Bing. She possesses a trace of Yin power that she can summon, along with the profoundly mysterious radiance of the clouds, an unparalleled talent for battle that transcends time, and the insights and experiences once held by the Phoenix Empress. The elders remained oblivious, and Ying Bing had no intention of revealing this. Her display today was not for the sake of garnering admiration. She has never cared for the opinions of others. I wish to descend the mountain and make a trip to Xiang Prefecture City. Ying Bing gently spoke while embracing her sword, her cool voice descending upon the gathering, rendering the elders momentarily silent. "Could you enlighten me on your purpose for descending the mountain?" inquired Shang Wanwensong. "I have a mission for the sect," she replied. "There are tasks that can be accomplished within the sect as well, and you certainly do not lack for contribution points as rewards. Surely, there must be additional matters requiring your attention." The elders continued, following the thread of conversation. Though Ying Bing had not practiced martial arts for long, her strength was formidable, comparable to that of the inner breath realm. A trip to Xiang City would indeed pose minimal risk. Yet, it is often said that one should not fear the improbable. Ying Bing remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this. Jing pondered for a moment before smiling. "If it is a matter of significance, we might as well discuss it together. After all, we have spent a lifetime in this realm and possess some degree of influence in Xiang. If it is a trivial matter, it would be wiser to entrust it to a trustworthy individual close to you, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications." "I have no one," Ying Bing began, her ruby lips parting as she prepared to express that she had neither a trustworthy companion nor anyone by her side. However, an image of a sunny young man inexplicably flashed through her mind. Surely, he could be considered a reliable person? After a moment of contemplation, Ying Bing nodded. "Very well. I understand." Meanwhile, on the other side of Chu, Little Li, returning from the waterfall to Chioshui Pavilion, sneezed. How peculiar. With his physique, he could crush a boulder as easily as one would a soft persimmon. How could he possibly catch a chill? He must train harder. Regrettably, within the seed of the world, facing the calamity of the falling star hammer, he could not refine his body and was unable to extract it. Thus, the cultivation of his physique would have to be temporarily set aside. In the realm of 7 fixed heavens, it is astonishing that a mere 2 decades suffice for one to attain such mastery. Alas, this hammer technique was not originally devised for those of the vitality realm. At present, I can only utilize the first fixation with any semblance of perfection. Li Mo shook his head, musing over the potential impact of his strike. After all, surely dispatching an opponent of internal energy would pose no challenge? The awkward truth is that apart from a divine weapon that he could not wield, he truly lacked a suitable hammer for his endeavors. As he stepped into the Autumn Water Pavilion, the sound of the sect leader's carriage arriving at the entrance echoed behind him. Ice Chunk, disembarking, fixed his gaze upon Li Mo. "What brings you here?" "I seek your assistance." Chapter 51. Ice Chunk's call for help, descending the mountain, pursuing a task assistance. Li Mo found himself perplexed. Given Ice Chunk's disposition, it was unusual for him to solicit help from another. Ying Bing settled at the stone table, pouring tea with a habitual grace, her delicate features tinged with curiosity. Clearing her throat, she instructed, "Come closer and listen." Li Mo thought to himself, "Why does this feel so peculiar? This request has the air of a reprimand from a superior." Who could fathom how Ice Chunk cultivated such an authoritative presence? It must be the inherent aura of a destined maiden. Why the formality? You do not have many concerns, do you? Li Mo took a seat opposite her, casually lifting the teacup for a sip, oblivious to the fact that he was using the very cup she had just employed. "Will your sex task lead you to Xiang City?" Ying Bing's eyes flickered with interest, though she seemed to feign ignorance. "I have yet to accept the task. However, I do intend to seek out tasks within the city of Xiang." Li Mo, with his hands cradling the back of his head, chuckled. "Having come to Xiang, I have yet to truly explore. I suppose I shall indulge in a bit of personal interest. This journey will not be overly hectic. So if you have any trivial matters, feel free to speak candidly. Completing tasks is secondary. The contributions to the sect hold little significance for me. A simple task to fulfill my obligations will suffice. I wish for you to help me locate someone. She should now be a beggar, perhaps. As she sank into her memories, a hint of warmth seemed to dissolve the frost upon Ying Bing's visage. At that time, she was unable to join the Qingyuan sect and had to take refuge in an abandoned dwelling within the city of Ziyang. It was there that she encountered Jiang Chulong, who, like her, had nowhere to turn. In this life, it was through Li Mo's assistance that she opened her meridians and revealed her innate talents. In her past life, had it not been for the mutual support between her and Jiang Chulong, she too would have remained unable to awaken her potential. Now, Jiang Chulong had entered the Qingyuan sect, but without her, she faced the world alone, uncertain of how to confront the adversities that lay ahead. I wish to ask you to find her and arrange for her sustenance and shelter. Upon hearing her words, Li Imo momentarily paused. Could it be that Bing, the ice princess, was genuinely concerned for someone's well-being? Was this truly the Bing he knew? Could it be a relative of hers? Her original county had fallen victim to a calamity, and it was presumed that all her kin had perished. Perhaps she had received word of a sole surviving relative, lost within the city of Ziyang. That would indeed make sense. Naturally, Young Li contemplated this possibility. He spoke earnestly. Rest assured, although the city of Ziyang is not small, finding someone should not prove too difficult. If you can recall that person's distinctive features, it would be beneficial to sketch them. As he spoke, he retrieved his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He was more than willing to assist Bing Tuozi. Any task related to him always yielded positive feedback from the system. Moreover, helping to find a relative was a cause he would gladly support, even without compensation. With composure, Ying Bing accepted the brush. After a short while, student Li examined the masterpiece on the table, his expression grave. Ying Bing, he began, is there truly someone who looks like this? Gazing at the abstract representation, Li Mo questioned, if you wanted to locate someone, could we not opt for a more realistic portrayal? This abstract style, if I hadn't glimpsed a few Picassos in my previous life, I might not even recognize this as a person. The features are quite pronounced, Ying Bing replied. A woman with large eyes and small lips. Her gaze drifted elsewhere. Li Mo pressed on. Does she possess any more straightforward characteristics? Ying Bing seemed to ponder, taking a moment before responding. Indeed, she has a horrific scar on her chest, speaks with a slight stutter, and, if her face were cleaned, she would be quite beautiful. How beautiful? Die Montag in Kviot. In comparison to me, each has their merits. That is indeed the case. Time is of the essence. Ultimately, Student Li managed to distill some concrete information. There's no time like the present. He did not hesitate and prepared to depart that very day. Before leaving, he left several days' worth of wine for his esteemed master, instructing Ying Bing to supply it regularly. Having accomplished these tasks, he made his way to the Divine Weapon Peak. In the afternoon, an impressive carriage made its way down the mountain. Inside, incense wafted through the air, and tea swirled gracefully in its bowl without spilling a drop. Li, how did you end up with the task of hunting down a notorious bandit? Murong Xiao inquired, studying the open portrait laid out on the table. This image, drafted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, was rather indistinct, as photographs did not exist in that era. Without a reference, one could only rely on verbal descriptions, which often led to discrepancies, with different individuals describing the same person in varying ways. I was on a search for someone anyway, so it's a convenient endeavor. Li Montag replied casually. The notorious bandit, Chui Peng, is at the inner breath consolidation stage and was severely injured 10 days ago by an outer sect steward. He is skilled in unorthodox practices, particularly in the use of the blade, and carries numerous blood debts. For other disciples of the Qi and Blood realm, even an injured Chui Peng would be a formidable opponent. However, for Li Mo, he was merely a suitable target for practical combat, nothing more. He had yet to engage in a true battle. Since you have taken on this task, I shall search high and low in Ziyang City to ensure I uncover this individual, Murong Xiao remarked with a smile, rubbing the back of his head. Li Montag chuckled softly. Why does it seem that after learning the Golden Bell Shield, you have become somewhat more naive? By the way, aside from Chui Peng, who else must you seek? In a modest carriage, Murong Xiao diligently took notes of every word spoken by Li Mo, displaying an earnest dedication. He intended to return home and enlist his grandfather's assistance. The Murong family was quite well informed regarding news, a fact that Li Mo trusted implicitly. Unbeknownst to them, the carriage entered the city, gliding directly into the inner city, where the architecture exuded a far greater opulence than that of the outer city. As they approached the Murong residence, Li Mo raised his gaze to behold the gilded plaque. The Murong estate was indeed quite imposing within the confines of the inner city. Young Master, Master Li, the butler greeted them with a beaming smile, clearly already aware of their arrival. Please, Master Li, make yourself at home. Returning to his abode, Murong Xiao felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. As they traversed through the gallery garden, Li Mo observed with considerable interest. It appeared to be substantially larger than his family home and possessed a distinctly affluent aura, replete with meticulous details. Upon entering the main hall, they encountered two elderly gentlemen seated before an elaborate spread of delicacies, sipping tea. One, adorned in a crimson robe, gestured warmly towards Murong Xiao, while the other, an elder clad in purple with hair streaked in shades of black and white, fixed his gaze upon Li Mo. His attention then shifted to the long sword at Li Mo's waist. Ah, this must be Li Zhen's disciple, the crimson-robed elder remarked with a smile. Indeed, a striking young man, a hero in his youth. I was just enjoying tea with the lord of the estate when I learned of your arrival, and he has indulged in a generous portion of my prized cloud mist tea. Chapter 52. Murong Xiao. This doesn't seem right. Glancing at the elder in the purple robe, Li Mo slightly cupped his hands and said, I pay my respects to the head of the Murong clan. Murong Hai stroked his beard and smiled. Please take a seat. I presume this is the legendary Ying Bing Qi Xiao. It seems that the Qingyuan sect is destined to produce two more sword immortals in the future. The elder in the purple robe chuckled, displaying no airs of authority. The Diyu dynasty indeed holds the title of the world sovereign. However, in reality, apart from the Central Divine Continent, the governance of the remaining realms across the 9 heavens and 10 lands lies within the hands of various sections. This resembles the feudal divisions of a past life, where Diyu corresponds to the Zhou dynasty, and the sects represent the numerous lords who have divided the land among themselves. Li Mo, having perused historical texts, knew that the previous dynasty was not structured in such a manner. The land truly belonged to the king under heaven. It was only after the martial emperor of the Yu dynasty rose in rebellion, promising to share the governance of the realm with the sects upon achieving success, that he garnered widespread support and successfully transformed the world. Nevertheless, in name, the opposition still regards itself as the head of a single authority, standing on equal footing with the lord of the Qingyuan sect. Li Mo maintained his decorum throughout. After exchanging pleasantries, the afternoon arrived, and a banquet was prepared at the estate. The feast was lavish, featuring delicacies from the sky, the earth, and the waters, each guest attended by a beautiful handmaiden. Xiaoya, have you been diligent in the Qingyuan sect in my absence? Murong Hai took his grandson's hand, feeling it quietly, and suddenly exclaimed, This does not seem to be the body refinement technique from the divine weapon peak lineage. You have keen eyes, Murong Xiao replied sheepishly. It was given to me by Brother Li, though I have yet to grasp it. The gazes of the grandfather and grandson met. The former hesitated, while the latter sought answers with a hint of shyness. Li Mo smiled gently, displaying indifference. It would not hurt to show it to your grandfather. After all, it is not a borrowed tome from a library, so there is no fear of it being circulated. Only then did Murong Xiao feel assured enough to present the ancient text. The golden bell shield. Murong Hai squinted his aged eyes, and the radiance within them grew ever brighter with each glance. Being a martial artist at the observing spirit stage, he immediately discerned that this was a Buddhist technique for body refinement. It not only cultivates the physique, but also eliminates distracting thoughts and purifies the soul. For Xiao to practice, it would be perfectly suitable. In truth, he had been searching for similar martial arts for some time, yet to no avail. This golden bell shield, it seemed, was indeed a rare treasure among superior martial arts. Young Li, this method is precious, yet should not be disseminated lightly. My friendship with Brother Murong is profound, and this golden bell shield is ideally suited for him. It would serve as a worthy successor to this art, lest it fade into obscurity. Regardless of whether from a major sect or a minor faction, practitioners hold their own martial arts in high esteem, strictly forbidding their transmission. To steal such skills, if discovered by the rightful owner, could justifiably lead to one's demise, or, at the very least, the forfeiture of one's abilities. The old man was evidently concerned about the origins of this martial art. Upon hearing such words, Morong Hai's brow finally relaxed. Indeed, he had not heard of any major sect in the martial world that was renowned for this superior technique. However, one thing was certain. This Li Jinchuan must possess profound insight into Shower, including his bloodline. Li Jinchuan seems to be blessed with fortuitous connections. Could it be that he encountered a certain esteemed master for transmission? The long-silent lord of the manor suddenly inquired. That would be the case, came the reply. Li Montauk nodded gently. The great favor of passing on skills is duly noted by the Morong family. Morong Hai, feeling reassured, smiled warmly. Since you have arrived in Xiang City, dear friendly, please stay for a few days and allow us to extend our hospitality. He then turned to his grandson. Shower, you must regard Li as your elder brother from now on. Do you understand? The distinction of age between the two was unclear, yet it was of little consequence. This esteemed individual, Li, not only possessed remarkable talent, but also exhibited a commendable demeanor, indicating a future of great promise. Such a person, barring unforeseen events, was destined to ascend to the upper echelons of Qingyuan sect, possibly even the position of sect master. Even without the matter of skill transmission, fostering a good relationship was essential. Morong Shao nodded vigorously as if pecking at rice. Do you need to remind me? He said. You and Shower descended the mountain to carry out a mission for the sect, correct? Indeed, grandfather. I am tasked with locating 10 stalks of bloodgrass, while Brother Li is in pursuit of the criminal Cui Peng. Ying Bing. Morong Hai stroked his beard deep in thought. The elder in the purple robe seemed to recall this individual. He was once a disciple of the Jinyang sword sect, but later betrayed the sect to become a notorious bandit. After fleeing to Xiang, he killed several officials, which is why this matter was reported to Qingyuan sect. As the lord of the city, my concern lies solely with the common folk. Matters concerning martial artists are handled by Qingyuan sect. I shall send someone to inquire further. If Li requires any assistance, do not hesitate to speak, Morong Hai added casually. For him, tracking down a bandit of the internal breath realm was merely a trivial task. Li Mo was not one to be overly sentimental. There is indeed a matter I wish to discuss, though it pertains to my personal affairs. However, I see no harm in sharing. In my family, we have a tradition that mandates performing a good deed at least once a year. Consequently, I would like to borrow some assistance from you to establish a charitable hall in the city where we could distribute porridge and rice. Young Li's initiative was undoubtedly aimed at aiding Bing Tuozi in his search for someone. Given that the individual in question was a small beggar, the most effective method to attract them would naturally be through the distribution of food. According to Bing Tuozi, the person they sought was currently enduring hardship. Upon hearing of the charity, it was likely that the individual would come forth. At that point, he could employ his divinely bestowed abilities and wait patiently for the person to fall into his trap. Moreover, this could also prove to be a splendid opportunity for investment. While it might not yield significant returns, it remains true that even the legs of a mosquito are flesh. Li's good intentions were indeed commendable. Bring forth the wine. I must share a drink with young Li, Morong Hai exclaimed, slapping the table as if he had found a kindred spirit. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly harmonious and lively. Young Li, I raise my cup to you. Cheers. Cousin Li, another round. To your health. Brother Li, your generosity is remarkable. Oh, it is nothing. As the elder and the youth continued to drink and engage in delightful conversation, Morong Shao interjected, this is not quite right. I must take my leave now. The lord of the manor stood and, after offering a brief farewell, made his way towards the exit. Just as he stepped out the door, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Mo, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. The legacy that had ignited the glow of the sunset was not present within that individual. Chapter 53. Li, the great benefactor Mo? On the following day, as Li Mo rose with the dawn, he observed a flurry of activity at the Murong residence, with maids and servants bustling about. Approaching the entrance, he noticed the venerable Lord Murong personally directing the efforts of the household. "Li Xiaoyu, you are awake," Murong Hai remarked, his countenance a stark contrast to the previous day's drunken stupor. "I have procured grain from the Hungtong Trading Company. Today we shall establish this charitable hall. Your diligence is greatly appreciated." Liu Mo retrieved a prepared banknote from his sleeve. "In adherence to my family's teachings of benevolence, I cannot impose upon others' generosity. I hope you will not decline, esteemed elder. I am sincerely grateful for the assistance of the Murong family's reputation and resources. As for returns on investment, I shall handle that myself. Money is the least of my concerns. You possess a kind heart, young friend." "I am humbled," Murong Hai replied, signaling to a passing steward. "Fetch Shower to lend a hand. Also, send someone to publicize this within the city. Let Shower take charge of that." "Understood." That day, in the streets and alleys of Ziyang City, a lone figure beat a drum, capturing the attention of many. Li Zhen of Qingyuan sect has descended from the mountain to offer alms. All the needy may queue for porridge and rice. The location is at the Murong residence. Murong Xiao proclaimed with a booming voice, his face flushed with enthusiasm. In truth, Liu Mo had no desire for fame. It was primarily Murong Xiao who eagerly wished for the world to know of his brother Li's benevolent nature. The first part of the announcement was of his own embellishment. Nearby, the patrons of a small tavern began to murmur in discussion. "The true disciple of the Qingyuan sect? That name resonates with me. Is he not the one who obtained the mysterious weapon? Could it be that he has undertaken a mission from his sect to descend the mountain and provide aid to the disaster-stricken?" At the corner near the entrance of a small tavern, a gaunt and disheveled beggar slowly raised his head, watching the retreating figure of Murong Xiao. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath his straw-like hair, a pair of eyes gleamed with ferocity. Qingguan sect. Li Zhenchuan, setting up a porridge stall for charitable distribution, specifically for the destitute and beggars to claim. Could it be that my whereabouts have been exposed? A cold glimmer flickered in Chui Peng's eyes, waves of murderous intent surging within. It is only natural for the Qingyuan sect to issue a task to capture him. However, it is peculiar that he had only disguised himself as a beggar after arriving in Ziyang City. There should be no reason for anyone to be aware of his presence. Yet, the moment his opponent appeared, they began distributing porridge, clearly targeting him. Liu Mo, a newly promoted true disciple of the Qingyuan sect, having recently entered the sect, a mere practitioner of the Qi and blood realm, daring to accept a mission to capture me. What audacity! It seems he is relying on the assistance of the Murong family, viewing me as an easy prey. Could it be that the Qingyuan sect intends to use me as a sharpening stone for their true disciples? They need not fear that the blade might break. The fierceness in Chui Peng's eyes intensified. The short dagger concealed within his robe felt heated in his grasp. He practiced the blood blade technique. With each soul claimed by his blade, his technique grew increasingly formidable. Initially, he practiced in secrecy, but upon being discovered by his fellow disciples, he silenced them with death. Little did he know that the matter would come to light, branding him a pariah. Now, he finds himself at a dead end. The only way forward is to join the Drizzle Tower. If I can present the head of someone from the Qingyuan sect as a token of allegiance, perhaps I can evade the harrowing trial. Indeed, Chui Peng has resolved to align himself with the Drizzle Tower and embrace the life of an assassin. It is fortuitous, as the martial arts he has cultivated are inherently designed for the art of killing. The head of a true disciple from the Qingyuan sect, coupled with a mysterious long sword, would suffice for him to enjoy elevated privileges once he is accepted. Of course, this endeavor must be approached with caution. Presently, he remains oblivious to the opponent's true nature. He likely only knows that I have disguised myself as a beggar, without any awareness of my actual whereabouts. I dwell in the shadows, while he is exposed to the light. Foolish one, in his eagerness to lure me out, he has unwittingly placed himself in the crosshairs. Let us see in the end who truly falls into the snare. Chui Peng rose and approached a small beggar ahead. He patted the young beggar's back, prompting the boy to turn around. What is it? The small beggar, slightly wary, regarded him with caution. You are headed to the Murong Manor to collect porridge and rice, are you not? Yes, you may go on your own. I have no time to assist you. The small beggar replied, shaking his head vigorously. I do not want porridge or rice. Chui Pong suppressed the murderous intent simmering within him, striving to adopt a more amiable demeanor, and produced a copper coin. The small beggar's eyes sparkled with desire upon seeing it. When you collect the porridge, simply brush your hand against the hem of the true disciple's garment from the Qingyuan sect, and this coin shall be yours. If you return to the East City Mud Corner and describe his appearance to me, I shall reward you with another coin. On the copper coin, he smeared his specially crafted spice, detectable only by specially trained mice. Delightfully, the little beggar took the coin and joyfully made his way to the entrance of the Murong residence. Before the bamboo-sheltered charity hall, a long queue formed, mostly consisting of ragged individuals with pallid faces, refugees and impoverished citizens alike. What a generous porridge, exclaimed one. Not only was there porridge to be had, but also a small bag of rice. And wait, there is even half a salted fish. How surprising. I had thought that Li Jinchuan was merely seeking fame, but it appears he is quite sincere, even if he desires to earn a good reputation. We nonetheless benefit genuinely from it. Do not speak foolishly. He is personally distributing the provisions and has instructed all beggars to line up for his charity. The murmurs were incessant. Inside the porridge hall, Li Mo busily moved about like a spinning top, personally distributing porridge and rice while simultaneously observing with his divine insight. He found it curious. He had only mentioned his intention to do good without revealing his identity, yet everyone seemed to know who he was. It was evident that after today, he would likely become a well-known benefactor throughout Xiang City. Who could it be that informed them that the charity hall was his? As he handed out the food, he turned to Murong. Brother Murong, do you have any insights? I do not know. Murong Zhao's voice was hoarse, struggling to finish his sentence. Li Mo shook his head and continued ladling the porridge. Simultaneously, the divine eye of destiny awakened. Name, Lu Ning. Age, 21. Bone quality, realm, mortal, destiny gray evaluation. Ambitious yet inept. Recent encounter. Once a person of affluent background, he secretly ventured into business, only to suffer a total loss, rendering him too ashamed to return home, and thus he became a beggar in the city. He extended a small bag of rice to the beggar who deliberately obscured his face. Li Montag sighed softly. It is better to return home early and bow to your family than to bow for mere handfuls of rice. The beggar trembled as he accepted the bag, murmuring his gratitude to Li Mo. Have you ever seen a beggar with a wound across his chest, bright eyes, and a stutter? Replying to the benevolent Li, I have not. Very well, you may go. Young Li felt a twinge of worry. Throughout the morning, he had encountered numerous beggars. Some feigned poverty to receive charitable rice, while others, having failed their examinations in the capital, illustrated the myriad facets of life. Yet, the person he sought remained elusive. Could it be that the small beggar had not mingled with the others? Or perhaps there was an error in the information provided by Ice Block. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a soft voice broke through. Thank you, benevolently. Looking down, he saw a frail little beggar, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, timidly standing there. Can you manage the rice? Yes, yes. As he handed the bag to the child, Li Mo noticed a tiny paw print on the boy's clothing. Gazing back at the small beggar, he observed the child biting his lip, eyes closed, as if bracing for a beating. It's all right. I will wash it later. Li Mo chuckled softly in disbelief. You are truly a good person. Have you ever encountered a stuttering beggar with bright eyes and a wound on his chest? Li Montag inquirit casually. Do you know the stuttering sister? The little beggar's eyes widened in surprise. The stuttering sister? Li Mo raised an eyebrow, about to probe further. However, the little beggar suddenly covered his mouth, as if he had committed a grave mistake, and hurriedly blended into the crowd, his expression flustered. Yet, the information remained vividly clear to Li Mo's divine perception. Name, Ming, Kin, age, 7, constitution, none, realm, mortal, fate, black, evaluation, as fragile as wild grass. His life is thinner than paper. Though he encounters noble individuals, he lacks noble fate. Recent encounter. The stuttering sister has fallen ill he ventured out to beg alone, encountered the notorious bandit Chui Peng, and unknowingly left a mark for the true disciple of Qingyuan's sect, Li Mo, who is now at risk of being silenced. Chapter 54. Instant Kill. Have I underestimated myself? In the muddy alley, Chui Peng leaned against a crooked tree, seemingly awaiting something. By killing Li Mo and staining my blade with the blood of a genius, my prowess shall ascend to new heights. Yet, he pondered whether there were any formidable adversaries near him, aside from the Morong family. As he mused, a yellow-furred rat climbed up his pant leg to his shoulder. After a few squeaks, a sinister smile crept across his lips. The little beggar had successfully left a trace on him. Thus, he could employ the unusual rat as a spy, meticulously gathering all pertinent information about the target, including the martial arts expertise of the opponent, whether there are mentors accompanying them, and their daily habits. When you have a complete understanding of a person, it becomes effortlessly simple to extinguish their life. Chui Peng lightly brushed the bloodied blade concealed beneath his robe, his heart ablaze with fervor. Not far away, footsteps echoed. Chui Peng raised his gaze to see the little beggar he had sent earlier. Now that his purpose had been fulfilled, the beggar's existence was rendered unnecessary. Come here to collect your payment, Chui Peng beckoned, shaking a handful of copper coins from his bosom. With his other hand, he gripped the bloody blade. Yet, before he could act, the yellow-haired rat whispered urgently in his ear. His heart raced as he spun around, only to find a youth clad in a cloud-patterned brocade robe standing there, a warm smile gracing his features. Chui Peng, you bear no resemblance to your portrait. Die Montag gemacht, unhörig. He had not anticipated this encounter. What was initially a quest to aid Bing Tuozi in locating someone had yielded an unexpected reward. Before the Morong family could relay any news, Chui Peng had fortuitously presented himself. How'd you come to know? Chui Peng's voice emerged like a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. His entire being was taut with tension. Understanding his adversary made him feel like a hunter, brimming with the confidence of possessing the upper hand. However, at this moment, with the opponent approaching unexpectedly, the roles of hunter and prey blurred into ambiguity. There are many things in this world of which you remain unaware, Li Mo replied, shaking his head. Within the divine gaze of fate, the opponent's information materialized. Name, Chui Peng. Age, 28. Bone structure, white ape arm. Realm, inner breath condensation fate. Gray tinge within blue evaluation. A cold-blooded and ruthless swordsman. Endowed with extraordinary luck, a born killer. Recent encounter. The bloodblade technique has reached a bottleneck. Injuries remain unhealed, left with no options. Prepare to take desperate measures by attempting to ambush Li Mo, a true disciple of the Qingyuan sect, and using this achievement to join the Drizzle Pavilion. Chui Peng's gaze was fixed intently on Li Mo, a blood-tinged, pale red short blade firmly gripped in his hand. In the alley, the atmosphere was thick with tension, the air heavy with the scent of impending violence. The small beggar, paralyzed by fear, was rendered speechless, his young mind blank, causing the rice bag he held to drop with a thud to the ground. Go on, Li Mo said, approaching him and gently patting his head. Thank you. The small beggar, trembling with anxiety, stumbled away, collapsing to the ground several times due to weak legs. As he reached the alley's mouth, he glanced back one last time. Though he did not fully comprehend the unfolding events, he instinctively recognized that Li Mo, the kind-hearted benefactor of the Qingyuan sect, was a good person, while the beggar who had paid him to carry out a task was the villain. Ying Bing, that is the reckless man who recently caused a death. With a start, he inadvertently snapped a twig beneath his foot, shattering the tense atmosphere in the alley. How daring to come alone to seek me. Today shall mark your demise. The shadowy depths of Chui Peng's eyes transformed into a harbinger of danger. The blood knife materialized in his hand, slicing through the air with a haunting arc aimed at Li Mo's chest. The blade hissed ominously, seemingly imbued with a murderous aura, and bore a hint of bloodlust. Li Mo wore a peculiar expression. It was evident that Chui Peng had not held back. For him, engaging in a life-and-death struggle and swiftly resolving the conflict was the optimal choice. Yet, how unfortunate it was. You kill merely to practice such a technique. Li Mo shook his head. He had initially intended to test his hammer technique, but it now seemed unnecessary. The Qishao sword fell into his grasp. In a flash, the Qishao severed the inner essence enveloping the opponent's blade, clashing repeatedly with the blood-soaked sword. In the face of Cui Peng's incredulous gaze, the nearly legendary blood sword began to shatter, forming small chinks. Cui Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. However, before he could lament, the point of contact between their weapons erupted with explosive force. With a crack, the blood sword shattered. The backlash unleashed an even more ferocious killing intent, obliterating his entire arm. You too possess the blood sword technique? Cui Peng's heart surged with tumultuous waves. What is this? Blood sprayed forth, cascading down the Qishao sword. Cui Peng advanced with remarkable composure. Even at the peak of his power during the essence condensation stage, he would undoubtedly not be Li Mo's match. Li Montag was equali astonishit. Am I truly this formidable now? What he had just executed could only be deemed irregular strike, yet it had resulted in an unexpected, overwhelming victory. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Although he was in the blood chi stage, he had already transcended the limits of the 12 meridians. With the extreme weaponry body, his strikes inherently carried a lethal sharpness, effortlessly shattering the chi of the essence condensation stage. Moreover, he wielded a profound weapon. These extraordinary conditions, unattainable by ordinary individuals, enabled him to achieve this extraordinary victory. Originally, I had hoped that Cui Peng would provide me with an opportunity to hone my combat skills. Li Mo shook his head and cast a glance at the lifeless body before him, rummaging through it briefly. Ahem. This was merely a habit formed from countless gaming sessions in his past life, a reflexive search of the defeated foes. Silver notes, blood blade technique, bone-strengthening pills. Most of the items on the deceased were of little interest to him. The blood blade technique, which Cui Peng cherished like his own life, was merely an intermediate martial art. As for silver notes and medicinal pills, he lacked for neither. It was then that Li Mo's hand brushed against a hard and sharp object. Upon revealing it, he found it to be an iron swallow. The material was unremarkable, composed of the most ordinary iron. However, the inscriptions upon it bore an eerie sharpness. It read, "In the past, swallows graced the halls of Wang and Xia. Now they fly into the homes of common folk. The swallow of the Drizzle Pavilion." Recognizing this item, Li Mo recalled hearing his beautiful master mention it during a casual conversation. The Drizzle Pavilion was the most infamous organization in the realm of Jiutianshidi. Their initiation ceremony was notoriously inhumane. To join the Drizzle Pavilion, one does not simply volunteer. Rather, they're sought after. An iron swallow signifies that one has been approached. Regardless of one's willingness, participation in the trial of the abyss is obligatory. This trial entails designating a specific area where the selected individuals must engage in combat until only a few survivors remain, who may then gain entry into the pavilion. The trial of the abyss of the Drizzle Pavilion is set to commence in Ziyang Prefecture. Li Mo felt little inclination towards such organizations. He preferred to wait for the authorities to arrive and transport Cui Peng's remains to the sect, allowing the elders to deliberate on matter. At this very moment, the voice of a young beggar resonated, accompanied by the duo of Murong Hai and his grandson, Murong Xiao. Upon sensing the silence, Murong Xiao grew somewhat anxious. "Fear not. My friendly is safe." Murong Hai, a formidable presence in the realm of divine perception, could distinctly sense that within the muddy alley, only the aura of Li Mo remained, and it was notably steady. It seemed that the infamous Cui Peng had fled. Yet, before this thought fully formed, he beheld the youth standing before a lifeless body, toying with an iron swallow in his hand. Chapter 55, Jiang Chulong, Princess Yu Zhao, the Golden Mandate of Heaven. Murong Hai's pupils constricted, engulfed in bewilderment. He had never envisioned that a true disciple of Qingyuan's sect could be outmatched by an injured bandit. Had Xiao not fallen victim to treachery and suffered the pitfalls of his inexperience in the martial world, he too would have emerged victorious. The martial arts system of a major sect inherently surpassed those of wandering heroes and lesser factions. Li Mo, wielding a profound weapon, undoubtedly possessed an advantage over Xiao. Yet, This seemed excessively effortless. The scene bore almost no traces of battle, with even the notorious bloodblade of Shui Peng reduced to mere fragments. Esteemed Elder Murong, your arrival is most fortuitous. Li Mo casually tossed aside the iron swallow and remarked, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for the transfer of Shui Peng's remains to the authorities. Once they ascertain his identity, they shall duly report to the Ministry of External Affairs, thus sparing me from further trouble. Carrying a corpse about is quite unsettling to contemplate. Brother Li, you truly are formidable. Murong Xiao silently compared and expressed profound admiration. The inner breath is categorized into 3 realms: condensed qi, jade liquid, and profound dan, each representing a distinct expanse of existence. He had sparred with his senior brothers from the condensation realm, and despite his formidable physique, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Even though Shui Peng was injured, he lacked the confidence to subdue his opponent. What was this? A hidden weapon? Murong Xiao picked up the iron swallow, but before he could examine it closely, Murong Hai smacked it from his grasp. Foolish child, do not grab at everything you see. This hidden weapon did not appear to be poisoned. This is not a hidden weapon, but rather a whole swallow. Murong Hai shook his head. He furrowed his brow and recounted the origins of this object, which were similar to what Shang Wu had mentioned. I have no desire to partake in any treacherous trials. Hearing this, Murong Xiao shrank back, no longer willing to glance at the iron swallow. What a troublesome time this was. Murong Hai sighed and then turned his gaze to Li Mo, his expression softening. Those who receive the whole swallow from the Drizzle Tower are indeed formidable adversaries. Young friend Li's effortless dispatching of it truly merits the title of a prodigy. At this point, he couldn't help but reflect, I wonder what kind of astonishing talent the renowned Ying Bing possesses, one who stands alongside young friend Li in fame. My accomplishments today owe much to her influence. Upon hearing this, Li Mo found himself somewhat yearning for the ice chunk. 2 days had passed without any feedback from the ice chunk, leaving him with a sense of incompleteness. Shortly thereafter, officials arrived to begin clearing the scene. Their gazes toward him were mixed with reverence and astonishment. What were they doing at 16? He had already slain a frenzied practitioner of the inner breath realm with a mere flick of his hand. Congratulations, host, on successfully investing in Ming Canon, saving his life. Investment feedback. 1 year of martial arts insight. With this thought, he cast his gaze toward the young beggar named Meng Can, who stood awkwardly not far away. His eyes fixed on the sack of rice that had fallen to the ground, yet he dared not approach to retrieve it. Li Montauk smeedit gently, bent down to pick up the sack and brushed off the dust. Take it, Li, the kind-hearted. I did not know he was a fugitive. Meng Can trembled, hesitating to reach out. Nevertheless, the boy placed the sack into his embrace. I was already looking for Shui Peng. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have found him so quickly. You haven't done anything wrong. And please, refrain from calling me Li, the kind-hearted. It sounds rather peculiar. Meng Can stared blankly for a moment. Seeing the boy's sunny smile felt like a warm spring breeze, causing his eyes to sting, and he hurriedly wiped them with his small hands, further smudging his already dirty face. Brotherly, you are just like the stuttering sister. You are a good person. Who is this stuttering sister you mentioned? Can you take me to meet her? Li Mo asked gently. Meng Can's small face immediately twisted in distress. After struggling for a moment, he whispered. The stuttering sister said not to speak of her to outsiders, nor to bring anyone to her casually. Li Montauk ponda tuktfodi. This cautious demeanor suggested that she was evading something. Even if this stuttering sister was not the person Bing Tuo was searching for, she was likely not simple either. Perhaps she could be a suitable investment opportunity. However, she is currently ill, gravely so. Brotherly, can you save her? Meng Can clutched at what seemed to be a lifeline, akin to a drowning soul. The investment prodigy, Li Mo, chuckled. What a coincidence. My medical skills are exceptional. I assure you, my remedies will cure all ailments. His elixirs were no less than 6-patterned in quality. For external injuries, there was the 100-flower dew ointment. For internal afflictions, the 5 elements purple spirit pill. And for detoxification, the purging gloom pill. Even the most delicate of ailments could find solace in the tiger bone enhancing yang wine. Truly, no malady could withstand his expertise. In Mud Corner Alley, The courtyard bore the marks of neglect, with crumbling walls hinting at a return to nature's embrace. Why hasn't he brother can return yet? Could something have befallen him? Murmured one of the ragged children. I heard from Grandpa Huatian that today, kind souls are distributing congee and rice in the streets. I'm so hungry. Oh dear, a cluster of dirt-smudged, tattered little urchins peered out, their faces reflecting the desolation of their surroundings. They were not ordinary children. Some hobbled with disabilities. Others were missing limbs, and a few could not utter a word due to the absence of tongues. Hasn't T. Xiao can come back yet? A slightly older beggar, fully intact in limbs, entered, dropping off the scraps and wild vegetables he had scavenged. The little ones shook their heads, their eyes filled with confusion. How is Sister Stammering faring? He inquired. She is still burning with fever. I just changed her wet cloth. She was in pain for a while, but now she has slipped into slumber. Should we not seek a physician to attend to Sister Stammering? She seemed to be enduring great hardship. The doctor charges at least a few taels of silver, and we are without money. Listening to their animated chatter, an older little beggar cautiously withdrew a small piece of yellowed salt from his bosom. You all go prepare the meal, he said, before stepping into the room. The little ones, like treasured gems, suddenly brimmed with vitality, as if it were the new year. Some went to gather firewood, while others fetched a half-broken clay pot, all working together to kindle a fire. The room, if it could be called that, had no door. One could gaze up and see the overcast sky. Amidst the weeds lay a girl beggar of about 15 or 16, her tattered clothing barely revealing its original pale blue hue, her face smeared with dirt, and her eyes covered with a cloth strip. Upon hearing footsteps, her ears twitched. Stuttering, Sister, it's me. Are you feeling any better? And no, it's fine, don't worry about me. I'll rest for a bit, and I'll be all right, she replied in a hoarse voice, her words fragmented, as if uttering such a simple sentence drained all her strength. Then I won't disturb you. I'll call for you when it's time to eat. The little beggar sighed and turned to leave. However, before he could exit, a voice called out from behind, You mustn't steal. Understood. Jiang Chulong finally relaxed her breath. Curling up her body, she felt feverish all over, yet an eerie chill seemed to envelop her from all sides. Upon her chest, where once lay the wellspring of her confidence, she could faintly hear the resonant harmony of 1,000 swords. Now, however, it had transformed into an invisible abyss, gradually consuming her with an endless void. Am I to perish? Jiang Chulong pondered numbly. A sense of sorrow enveloped her. Yet hunger and weakness robbed her of the strength to feel love or hatred. When one departs this world, can they reunite with those they can no longer see? Mother. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the doorway. Brother Can, you're back. Vayo, ites dami. Who is this big brother? Why have you brought a stranger home? He is the benevolent soul who distributes food to us. He can save the stuttering sister. As Meng can hurriedly explain, Liamo's gaze transcended the small figures, landing upon the sight of a blind beggar lying in the dilapidated dwelling. In that fleeting moment, the divine eye of destiny beheld her. His breath caught in his throat. Name, Jiang Chulong. Age, 15. Constitution, celestial sovereign sword bone, partially lost. Wild grass, sword bone in development. Realm un. Fate, gold. Evaluation. The youngest daughter of the Emperor of Diyu, born with a sword fetus at 14. Her sword bone was seized by her elder brother, the current crown prince. Nevertheless, the sword bone exists because of her. She does not exist because of the sword bone. Should she cleanse her tarnished heart and restore herself, she may draw closer to the essence of the sword path. Recent experiences. Exiled and betrothed by Emperor Jingtai of Diyu, she escaped with the aid of her mother's old acquaintance, but is now being hunted. Her sword bone was taken, and her vitality wanes, damaging her foundation and potentially leading to irreversible consequences for her future. Chapter 56. Investing in Jiang Chulong. The enigmatic princess with a golden destiny. Currently, apart from the ice block, he encountered the highest destiny. He glanced at the data displayed by the eye of destiny and then at the frail little beggar lying there, barely clinging to life. The contrast between the two was overwhelmingly stark, confirming that his eyes were not deceiving him. Li Mo stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The youngest daughter of Emperor Yu Zhao, a natural sword embryo. Little Li murmured these two descriptors in his heart, still somewhat dazed. Although Jiang Chulong possessed a golden destiny, it paled in comparison to the ice block, yet the shock it brought him was not insignificant. He was unaware of how many formidable warriors existed in the realms above and below, but when it came to status and identity, who could rival the supreme sovereign? It was no wonder that Jiang Chulong, having fallen to such depths, could still maintain her golden destiny. If it were anyone else, merely avoiding a cursed fate would be considered fortunate. She must be the one the ice block is searching for. Liemo was almost certain of this. He also realized that the ice block search was not for lost relatives or friends, but rather having encountered Jiang Chulong at some point, recognizing her extraordinary nature. He had come to seek her out. "Brotherly, what is the matter?" Meng inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. The other little beggars looked on with curiosity, hope, or fear. "Ice block, if you're here, I might just kiss you." Liemo withdrew his piercing gaze. It made much more sense to think that remarkable individuals would surround a daughter of destiny. "Brotherly, is the stuttering sister very ill?" Meng can believe that Liemo was startled by the illness of the stuttering sister, her small face filled with concern. "Let me take a look first." Liemo suppressed the tumultuous emotions within, stepping into the dilapidated house. Placing his hand gently on Jiang Chulong's fragile wrist, he closed his eyes to sense her condition. The flow of qi and blood was feeble. The vitality of her organs was in disarray. She suffered from severe wind cold. The wound was infected, and she was enduring severe malnutrition due to prolonged hunger. In that moment, Jiang Chulong resembled a tattered doll, vulnerable to disassembly at the slightest disturbance. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely succumbed long ago. Yet, Jiang Chulong's situation was peculiar. Each time the flicker of her life force waned like a candle in the wind, an inexplicable strength seemed to pull her back from the brink. "What illness does the stuttering sister have?" came a cautious inquiry in his ear. Liemo softened his voice, responding gently, "Her condition is quite complex. However, it is treatable." The golden destiny did not reveal the ominous black signs of impending death. Even if he refrained from intervening, Jiang Chulong would not perish. She would merely have to endure a prolonged struggle. After a moment of contemplation, Liemo removed the fiery sparrow feather pouch from around his neck, prying open her fingers to place it within. She was currently unable to withstand medicinal supplements. This pouch would nourish her body, allowing her to recover enough for further treatment later. Remarkably, as the fiery sparrow feather pouch was introduced, Jiang Chulong's breathing slightly strengthened, and the cold sweat that had drenched her body began to subside. Simultaneously, a feedback prompt from the system echoed in Liemo's ears. "Congratulations, host. You have invested in Jiang Chulong a fire sparrow feather. Investment feedback, earth vein spirit milk. Would you like to claim it?" "No." Liemo silently contemplated, then glanced aside. "The stuttering sister is saved. Brotherly, your medical skills are extraordinary." "Ah bah. The little ones displayed expressions of delight, as if they had regained their backbone. After exchanging glances, the eldest little beggar dashed outside. Upon his return, he bore a piece of yellow salt, his head nearly bowed to his chest. "Brotherly, we have no money. So, are you planning to treat me to a meal?" Liemo couldn't help but smile, observing the elegantly attired, handsome youth who seemed to have descended from the clouds, then glancing at the dilapidated pot outside, simmering a thin broth of wild vegetables. The little beggars appeared increasingly flustered. Meng had only ever seen the most formidable figures being the knife-wielding constables patrolling the streets, yet just moments ago, he witnessed the imposing constable dare not even meet Brotherly's gaze, utterly humbled. The food they typically consumed was rejected even by wild dogs. How could they possibly serve Brotherly with such fare? "This wild vegetable is a fine delicacy, entirely natural and untainted. I rarely even get to eat it," said Liemo as he approached the pot. He added a suitable amount of rice, and somehow a piece of meat appeared in his hand, which he deftly transformed into diced meat with a simple gesture. "It's been 2 days since I last cooked. I must admit, I am not accustomed to it." The little beggars were momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for this older brother's sudden shift to such a down-to-earth demeanor. He truly appeared at ease while preparing the meal. "Brotherly, Do you often cook at Qingyuan sect? Indeed, the food in the cafeteria is rather unpalatable. What are you making, brotherly? It smells delightful. Wild vegetable and lean meat porridge. I'm not joking. My culinary skills far exceed my medical expertise. Die Montag Chakotsoftli. Just a moment ago, he had secretly added a 5 elements purple spirit pill to the pot. This precious item replenishes physical deficiencies and is gentle enough for ordinary individuals unaccustomed to refinement. A single ordinary pill could fetch 5,000 taels of silver in a commercial establishment, and this one was of the 6 pattern. Of course, for young Li, this was no remarkable item. Before long, wisps of smoke curled up from the dilapidated courtyard. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. I'm so full. Wow, I miss my mother. Liamo stood a short distance away, a smile gracing his lips as he silently observed them enjoying their porridge. Name, age, 8, constitution, none. Cultivation level, none. Destiny, gray. Evaluation, as resilient as wild grass, as light as a feather. Recent encounter, with Jiang Chuchong's aid, escaped the clutches of Yazi, no longer resorting to thievery for survival. This investment yielded no substantial returns. After all, these small beggars shared a similar fate as Daju. Yet, Liamo felt quite content. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind him. Turning around, he saw a beggar child, their eyes covered with a cloth, leaning against the doorframe. Though her eyes remained concealed, it was unmistakable that her gaze was filled with wariness. You. It was indeed I who prepared the meal and provided the pouch, Liamo interjected. Before Jiang Chulong could finish her sentence, her legs weakened, and she nearly swayed into unconsciousness. You should eat first, she suggested, as her hunger took precedence over all else. Liamo chuckled softly, understanding her apprehension. After all, fleeing from danger while being pursued by the Celestial Watch would leave anyone skittish. Thank you, Jiang Chulong stammered, biting her lip, and ultimately nodded in acceptance. Moments latte. She returned, cradling a bowl of congee, the last remnant from the clay pot. Why you eat first, she insisted, her faltering voice imbued with a heart-wrenching charm. Liamo found himself momentarily perplexed. You can barely stand from hunger, yet you worry about whether I have eaten? What is this princess thinking? Chapter 57. Cross-server dialogue. The terrifying effect of the earth-veined spirit milk 15 minutes later. Not far away, Jiang Chulong clutched a broken bowl, licking its bottom like a kitten. Her grimy face finally relaxed a bit. The delicious wild vegetable and meat congee warmed her numbed body, easing the pain in her chest. Stealing a glance, she observed the young man beside her, who rested his chin on his hand, gazing anxiously toward Qingyuan Mountain, evidently worried that a certain icy chunk might poison him while cooking. Sensing her gaze, the youth turned his head, startled as if struck by electricity. She lowered her eyes and silently buried her face in the bowl. I have finished eating. If it is insufficient, I can prepare more. Observing Jiang Chuchong, whose eyes were downcast in timidity and insecurity, Liamo felt an odd sensation in his heart. She was indeed downcast now, yet just a year ago, she had been the little princess of a Yu dynasty. Even if an ordinary princess were to visit the Ziyang residence, the household would be adorned with lanterns, and the heads of the 3 sects would personally come to pay their respects. A princess, born of noble lineage, was exalted beyond measure. No, it's not necessary. Rice. Jiang Chuchong hastily shook her head like a rattledrum. Isn't the rice meant to be saved for later? Yes. Yet, seeing Jiang Chuchong treat a bag of rice as if it were a treasure, Liamo found the absurdity within his heart strangely harmonious. The Murong residence has a charitable hall. You can go there to receive porridge and rice during this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chuchong lifted her head, and even through the cloth barrier, he could see her eyes sparkle with hope. Then, I can save it for winter. Are you truly planning to save it for the new year? Die Montag Chakot via y. After a moment's contemplation, he produced 2 small denomination silver notes. If you run low on grain, you can simply go to the market to buy some. What is this? Jiang Chuchong's filthy face was filled with confusion. She did not recognize the silver notes. Little Li fell into silence. After finishing his meal, Meng Can, with a blissful expression, clutched his little belly and said, "Stuttering sister, that is money. You can use it to buy grain, roasted chicken, or candied hawthorn. It's incredibly useful." He took the silver note and examined it closely, his eyes widening in astonishment. 100 taels. 100 taels. How much is that? One tael of silver could buy 140 pounds of rice. Jiang Chulong gasped. She counted with her grimy little hands, her fingers trembling as she became utterly dazed. The princess was in shock. So much. Jiang Chulong bit her lip, unable to gaze at the glaring silver note. You wish to say that we are strangers and cannot accept such a fortune. Am I correct? Li Mo interjected once more. Meng Can cast a curious glance at him, astonished that Brotherly could decipher what the stuttering sister wished to express. Indeed, Jiang Chulong timidly nodded, her face taut with apprehension. The other party had established a charitable hall to aid the impoverished. Yet, even with a benevolent heart, there was no justification for bestowing such a vast sum upon her. Her mother had once said that while there may exist unfathomable malevolence in the world, there could never be unwarranted goodness. One does not receive blessings from the heavens without ulterior motives. Just as her caution began to rise, Li Mo spoke again. Firstly, 100 taels is of little consequence to me. It bears no distinction between a sack of rice or a single grain. Wow! The little ones gazed at him with admiration, especially Meng Can, whose eyes sparkled with intense longing. Jiang Chulong was momentarily taken aback, seemingly subdued by Li Mo's audaciousness. Li Mo continued. Secondly, I have undertaken a commitment to care for you at someone else's behest. Undertaken a commitment? Jiang Chulong murmured softly, her small hand suddenly grasping the hem of her garment with an unexpected strength. Is she still alive? The only person in the world who still cared for her was Aunt May. Aunt May had once been her mother's sword attendant, and had taken it upon herself to care for her since her mother's passing. To save her, she had led away a multitude of celestial guards, and now her fate remained unknown. Li Montauk. Could it be that he was sent by Aunt May to look after me? Yes, she had escaped danger for the time being. Li Montauk nodded resolutely. The icy figure was indeed terrifying at night, reminiscent of ancient ice, yet it posed no real threat. That's good. That's good. Beneath the blindfold, 2 streams of tears fell. The path of her tears sparkled like a piece of exquisite jade, free of dust and radiantly pure. She hurriedly wiped her face, smudging it once more. Thank you, but this money is still too much. How about this? Li Mo pondered before suggesting, you might as well accompany me to Qingyuan's sect. There, you will naturally have the chance to see her, and you won't need to worry about life's hardships. After all, the icy figure was responsible for managing Jiang Chulong's daily needs. So why not take her directly to Qiushui Pavilion? Just say whether the matter is resolved. Moreover, it would allow Jiang Chulong to join his daily investment list, which was quite delightful. Stuttering sister, are you leaving? The little ones exchanged glances, their lips pursed, and 2 little girls were on the verge of tears, ready to burst into sobs. The slightly older De Zhu quickly exclaimed, Sister's friends have come to find her. We should be happy. This remark, however, proved ineffective, as he himself felt utterly lost. I don't want to leave. Jiang Chulong slowly shook her head. I can arrange for someone to look after them. Li Mo gently suggested. No, I don't want to put her in danger. Hearing her tentative words, Li Mo pondered deeply. Jiang Chulong was currently being hunted by the Celestial Patrol, a force far beyond the level of Cui Peng. The Celestial Patrol, the mightiest military power of DU, was a crucial support for the dynasty's dominance over heaven and earth. Did she wish to avoid implicating her friends? Very well. As night fell, I shall take my leave. She bore the golden destiny, laden with immense karma. Li Mo nodded, deciding to deliberate further. Given Jiang Chulong's current predicament, it was undoubtedly unsuitable to keep her close for an extended period, nor would she be inclined to do so. How should one invest in her? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mo waved goodbye to the little beggars and exited the dilapidated dwelling. The silhouette of the youth faded into the night. Goodbye, Brotherly. The little ones scampered out to bid him farewell. In the secluded garden of the Murong residence, He found it strange that she possessed not a trace of martial prowess. Had she never trained in the arts of combat, or had her potential been stripped away, rendering her a mere mortal? If he could guide her back into the realm of martial arts, the rewards would undoubtedly be beyond imagination. Liemo contemplated in the courtyard. If one wishes to train Jiang Chirong in martial arts without keeping her by their side, how can this be accomplished? As I pondered this, a maid approached. Young Master Li, the hot water is ready for your bath. Very well. Is it necessary for you to attend to me? No, thank you. The maid departed, her face marked by disappointment. Liemo reclined in the spacious bath, receiving his reward. Earth Vein Spirit Milk. A single drop requires thousands of years of accumulated earth vein vitality to condense, serving as a supreme elixir for refining one's essence and blood. Yet, its most potent effect lies in prolonging life. While I have no need for longevity, I shall utilize it for refining my vitality. With a full bottle of Earth Vein Spirit Milk, Liemo opened it and poured 2 drops into the bath. Were Elder Shuejing present, he would likely emit a sharp gasp. This substance is a rare treasure for concocting longevity elixirs. And you, young man, are using it for a bath? Anything associated with extending life is immensely precious, for there is never a shortage of those on the brink of death. Drip, drip, 2 drops of spirit milk dissolved into the water, causing it to shimmer with a radiant glow. Liemo decided to directly employ the heart of fire lotus technique within the bath. In an instant, the harmony of heaven and man was achieved. This time, due to the infusion of earth vein spirit milk, the resonance between heaven and earth was magnified several-fold. The entire Murong residence could perceive this disturbance clearly. Chapter 58. Breaking Through the 17 Meridians, a gift from the Murong family Murong residence. The Quiet Chamber. This space is typically used for the cultivation of the Murong family heads throughout the generations. Murong Xiao, having received permission, entered the quiet chamber. Grandfather, why have you summoned me? Upon his entrance, he beheld his grandfather, Murong Hai, seated upon a mat, a wooden box resting beside him. It was evident that he was there to assess his progress, to ascertain whether he had grown complacent since joining the Qingyuan sect. Murong Hai lifted his gaze and spoke. The Murong family was still under his dominion, yet he was acutely aware that age would eventually claim him. His son, Murong Zhao's father, had long since vanished without a trace. Other branches of the family had already set their sights on the position of the family head. Fortunately, Murong Xiao had consistently demonstrated extraordinary talent, which kept those ambitious individuals at bay, daring only to harbor their thoughts in silence. Rest assured, grandfather, I have always heeded your words, Murong Xiao replied earnestly. How many meridians have you opened in the Qi and Blood realm? Muzong Hai Inquit. With sincerity, Murong Xiao responded. 7 meridians, just a fraction away from the 8th. Ah, excellent. You are far stronger than I was at your age. However, I wonder about your combat prowess. Murong Hai nodded, rising to his feet. At that moment, he suppressed his aura to the level of 7 meridians in the Qi and Blood realm. Kulme, let's engage in a spar. Grandfather? Do not worry. I shall not employ techniques beyond the Qi and Blood realm. Within the quiet chamber, the sounds of their fists and feet connecting echoed, accompanied by the forceful energy surging through the air. After the passage of incense time, Murong Xiao, drenched in sweat and thoroughly exhausted, slumped to the ground. Enough, enough. Grandfather, you are too formidable. You have already surpassed the typical cultivator of the Qi and Blood realm by a considerable margin, Murong Hai said, gazing at his grandson with pride. If you can advance to the 8th meridian and cultivate the Golden Bell Shield to a proficient level, then without divine weapons, ordinary cultivators of the Qi and Blood realm would find it nearly impossible to breach your defenses. Am I truly that impressive? Receiving praise from his grandfather, Murong Xiao managed a weary smile. Naturally, competing at the 9 Peaks martial arts meeting, achieving a place among the top 5 is not an insurmountable task. It's hard to say, grandfather. In my generation, there are many formidable talents. Murong Xiao shook his head. Li Xiong, Ying Bing, Elena Jiang, and Xiao Qin are among the prodigies he knows of. There are also remarkable individuals among the true disciples of other peaks that should not be underestimated. You tend to undervalue yourself, Murong Hai remarked, shaking his head. Indeed, your generation has produced numerous exceptional talents, but that does not mean you are lacking in any way. Last month, I encountered the most renowned genius of the Fanulan generation, who pales in comparison to you by a margin. My grandson's disposition is somewhat too timid. With such extraordinary talent, you undoubtedly stand out in Ziyang Prefecture and possess the potential to elevate the Murong family to new heights. Yet for some reason, you consistently hold yourself in low regard. This is for you, Murong Hai said as he handed a box from the table to his grandson. Upon opening it, Murong Xiao discovered 2 azure pills, each adorned with 4 intricate patterns. These 2 4-pattern breaking vein pills will suffice for you to open another vein in the coming days. Grandfather, will the elders from the other branches have any objections? Murong Xiao inquired softly. It was undoubtedly a significant expenditure from the family's resources, and, since childhood, he had received preferential treatment, which had long drawn whispers of discontent from the other branches. You are a genius of the Murong family, destined to be the pillar of our household. If the funds are not allocated to you, should they be squandered elsewhere? Consume them at once. Murong Hai let out a grunt, his tone resolute. Only after witnessing his grandson consume a medicinal pill did he settle back down. Soon after, a faint sound emanated from Murong Xiao. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and with a tranquil mind, it wasn't long before he transcended. Splendid, truly worthy of being the pride of the Murong family. He had anticipated that his grandson would require 2 pills, yet one sufficed. Then he observed as Murong Xiao carefully placed the remaining pill back into its box. Grandfather, I wish to gift this one to Brotherly. He has previously given me medicinal pills. What kind of pill? Murong Hai inquired with a smile, not opposing the idea, but rather curious. This question, however, rendered the old man silent. A vial of 6-patterned, clear heart pills. Wait a moment. Murong Hai's lips twitched as he regarded his grandson's expression, which bore no deceit. Very well. Xiao's nature has always been one of honesty. 6-patterned pills, a whole vial. Upon noticing the twitch at his grandfather's eye, Murong Xiao stepped into a small room within the quiet chamber, where the sounds of rummaging echoed, leaving him puzzled. What is grandfather up to? Before long, Murong Xiao returned. Clutching a box, I have selected a few cherished items. Let us go. The pair exited the quiet room, making their way toward Li Mo's residence. Throughout the journey, Murong Hai's emotions were conflicted. He had intended to extend a gesture of goodwill, only to realize he might be returning a favor instead, one that might be impossible to repay. A superior martial art technique and a vial of 6-patterned pills nearly equated to a transformation in Xiao's destiny. As he pondered, a mysterious wave captivated his attention. This is... Murong Hai's expression suddenly shifted. The closer he approached the secluded garden, the more intense the inexplicable sensation became. Grandfather? Murong Xiao, perplexed, hurried after him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. To their surprise, the garden was now filled with numerous animals, all harmoniously and quietly residing within. Spring had evidently passed, yet the peach blossoms in the courtyard had unexpectedly sprouted new buds. Murong Hai's beard fluttered in the wind, his eyes filled with astonishment. In his youth, he had traveled the world and had the fortune to witness a formidable expert break through their realm. The scene before him bore an uncanny resemblance to that moment. Could it be that Li Xiaoyu was a concealed master of profound caliber? This question arose in his mind. However, a resounding roar akin to a tiger's growl and a dragon's roar echoed, reverberating like a thunderous bell, shaking one's very soul. The intense surge of vitality emanating from within the room unmistakably indicated a breakthrough in the realm of vitality. Li Mo had indeed reached the realm of vitality. Yet the signs of this breakthrough were peculiarly extraordinary. Is Brotherly breaking through? Murong Xiao scratched his head in disbelief. Witnessing the commotion of this breakthrough, he began to doubt his own capabilities. Just then, another thunderous crack resounded. This time, it felt as if something had shattered. In mere moments, 2 realms had been transcended. Murong, a venerable figure of the divine vision realm, found himself momentarily breathless. Just moments ago, he had considered his grandson a genius. Yet now he felt as if he were merely a frog in a well. Grandfather, What troubles you? Murong Xiao remarked. Li Xiong is simply like this. You must not be so surprised. Mudong Hai Zipli. At last, I understand why you believe yourself not to be a genius. Spending time with someone like Liam Mo, it is indeed challenging to maintain any semblance of confidence. Just as the grandfather and grandson exchanged silent glances, the door swung open. Liam Mo emerged in a fresh set of attire, apologetically stating, "I'm sorry, it seems I have damaged the bath barrel." It was not that the exquisite golden silk wooden tub was at fault. Rather, he had not anticipated the potent effects of the buried spirit milk, which had caused such a commotion upon breaking through the 17th meridian. Indeed, Young Li has now reached the 17th meridian. Chapter 59. The Genius Li Mo and his investment in Jiang Chulong. You need not bring anything when you visit, Morong Hai insisted. Young friendly, please do not say such things. This is merely a humble token of my regard, he stated as he presented his gift with great sincerity. He felt fortunate that his grandson possessed a kind disposition and got along well with this young friend. Young friend Li is certainly superior to the heirs of the major sects in the East Wasteland. There is one more matter I must trouble you with. Li Montag suddenly interjected. Feel free to speak. I only fear you may not express your request. Momins latte. Murong Hai led Li Mo to the training grounds within the estate. Numerous young members of the family were practicing their skills, and upon seeing the head of the family approach, they all ceased their activities to pay their respects. At the center of the training ground stood a coral stone towering 3 men high. This was the whale breath coral stone, a rare treasure in the East Wasteland. The sole merit of this object lies in its remarkable sturdiness, and intriguingly, it changes color in response to the force applied to it. After undergoing a special process, it can be utilized to assess the intensity of an attack. Morong Hai gestured toward the coral stone as he elaborated. This was indeed a rarity. Liam Mo reached out, feeling the rough texture of the reef stone. I have yet to use it, he remarked. Morong Xiao, eager to try, expressed his previous inability to induce a color change in the whale breath coral stone due to his insufficient strength. Let us see how it goes, he declared, summoning his strength and tensing his body before delivering a punch akin to a battering ram. With a resounding thud, the dark coral stone was instantly enveloped in white, covering more than 80% of its surface. Xiao Er's strike is nearly on par with that of a 10 Meridian Qi and Blood Realm practitioner. Murong I nodded in satisfaction. Is white indicative of the Qi and Blood Realm? Liam Mo pondered, slightly inclining his head. Presently, he found himself lacking a comprehensive understanding of his own strength, thus seizing this opportunity to test it. Elder Murong, I won't damage this coral stone, will I? You need not worry, my young friend, Murong Hai chuckled. Even should I unleash my full strength upon it, it would remain unscathed. That's reassuring, Liam Mo replied, nodding. Without employing any martial techniques, he delivered a simple punch, and in the air, one could faintly hear the sound of an explosive impact. The reef stone remained utterly unmoved, yet the white color rapidly filled its surface, and to his astonishment, a layer of green appeared at the bottom. This phenomenon was likely due to his immersion in the Phoenix blood pool, coupled with the additional primary meridians within his body, thereby enhancing his qi and blood power. Liam Mo contemplated this revelation thoughtfully. Li Jinchuan is at the Qi blood realm, yet he did not utilize any internal energy just now. This punch possesses the striking intensity comparable to that of a novice entering the internal energy condensation realm. How can he be so formidable? The disciples of the Murong family, who were observing intently, were taken aback. Murong Xiao, from their clan, is endowed with a half-demon bloodline and yet lacks such might. Indeed, Li Xiaoyu possesses extraordinary strength. Murong Hai appeared composed. Compared to the astonishing talent of Li Xiaoyu, a bit of extra strength seemed trivial. But that was not the end of it. Let us see how he fares with the extreme weapon-killing body. A powerful and sharp aura of killing intent radiated from Liam Mo. Those around him felt as though he had transformed into a treasured weapon, their hair standing on end, as if a sharp sword hovered above their heads. Boom! Another strike erupted, sparks flying, a wave of energy rolling forth, the sound of metal resonating endlessly. Dust from the rooftop was shaken loose and began to fall. As the dust settled, it was evident that half of the whale breath coral had transformed into a shade of blue. The Chi blood realm unleashed an attack equivalent to that of the internal energy jade liquid realm. The vast training grounds fell into a sudden silence. Xiaoya, Murong Hai took a long moment to regain his composure. Murong Xiao closed his gaping mouth. Did you not mention that Li Xiaoyu excels primarily in swordsmanship? It should be so, yes? As night descended, in the secluded courtyard, Li Mo shook off the dust from his garments before stepping through the door. He chose not to continue testing himself. To fully comprehend one's own capabilities was, indeed, sufficient. The essence of martial arts lies in amplifying one's inherent strength. There was no need for further trials. He already understood. If only there were a suitable hammer at hand. Now, I should be able to contend with the inner breath profound elixir realm, though I must express a hint of skepticism. While it is true that a full-force strike from him would undeniably possess the might of that realm, he has yet to attain such a level and may possess other hidden techniques. Furthermore, the whale breath coral stone, being an inanimate object, cannot be expected to stand idly by while one engages it in battle. Of course, if he were to reach the pinnacle of the blood chi realm, that would present an entirely different scenario, for at that juncture, he might wield a trump card. Once his strength is sufficient, he could unleash the Pancher Calamity Hearthammer, which, even if used with great effort, would be beyond the endurance of someone at the inner breath realm. So, does this imply that I am currently quite formidable? Li Mo smirked, resting his hands behind his head as he reclined onto the bed. Gazing at the ceiling, he found himself lost in thought. To engage in combat beyond one's level is a privilege reserved for the favorite of destiny. Our young Li is no longer an ordinary individual. Surely, he is not inferior to those disciples of the great sections. Suddenly, he recalled that old Master Murong had bestowed a gift upon him. Thus, he opened the wooden box at his bedside. The contents did not touch upon any areas of ignorance for our young scholar. Within lay a shattered pulse elixir adorned with 4 markings, a piece of ancient wood that was dark yet fragrant, which, although referred to as would due to its grain, bore a luster more akin to jade. Alongside these lay a booklet. Li Mo had little interest in the elixir, merely glancing at it before picking up the wood. Its name eluded him, yet it appeared to be a rare treasure beneficial for nurturing the spirit. Such items are indeed quite rare. As Li Mo toyed with the wood, he felt a profound sense of tranquility and ease. It seems old Master Murong has likely brought forth something from his most treasured collection. However, this object is temporarily of no use to him. Wait a moment. Isn't there an elderly gentleman beside, senior brother, Xiao Qin? Once again, the narrative experience of classmate Li came into play. Typically, such elderly figures exist in a spiritual form. In this realm, they are referred to as consciousness souls. It is well known that this elderly gentleman has been in slumber for an extended period and must be in dire need of this item. It could serve as an investment for senior brother Xiao, the elderly companion. Li Mo toyed with the wooden piece, his mind clear. Suddenly, a long-standing question that had troubled him seemed to flash with a glimmer of inspiration at this moment. Yes, the elderly gentleman. A brilliant idea blossomed in Li Mo's clever mind. He possesses a miniature world, and he can bring entities weaker than himself into the seed of that world. For instance, Jiang Chulong. If you were to find an object and leave the essence of the world seed upon it, it would enable individuals on the other side, regardless of their location, to enter the world seed. As the sovereign of the world seed, this is undoubtedly feasible. Then, could he not also act as Jiang Chulong's personal elderly gentleman? Indeed, I am quite the genius. Without further ado, Li Mo carefully selected from a variety of items and ultimately chose a ring. The ancient intent ring, with its archaic design, is exquisite yet distinctly not a product of this era. It possesses an air of impressiveness that would surely fetch a handsome price if sold as an antique. Moreover, it is sturdy, likely crafted from a metal rarely seen in contemporary times. With a little leverage, Li Mo, holding the ancient intent ring, established a connection with the world seed. Chapter 60. Brotherly wishes to have a child with me? 3 days later, at the entrance of the Murong residence, the carriage that had brought them here stood quietly. The porridge shop remained open, and numerous members of the Murong family had come out to bid farewell. Xiaoya, Practice diligently with young friendly. Do you understand? If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the family. Murong Hai stood at the door with his hands clasped behind his back, each wrinkle on his face crinkling with warmth. Now, he appeared far less imposing than when they first met, resembling an ordinary elder instead. Understood, grandfather. Murong Shao nodded earnestly. Glancing around, he scratched his head and asked, "Where is Brotherly?" "I have arrived." A voice carried on the breeze. Yet, before the sound reached him, the figure had already appeared. Murong Shao turned around to find Li Mo had somehow taken position at the front of the carriage, his robe gently swaying in the wind. Wind shadow step? He was taken aback. How could Brotherly have mastered this esteemed family technique? I had only imparted it to young friend Li 3 days ago. Murong Hai could only sigh in astonishment. He clearly discerned that just moments ago, Li Mo had demonstrated a level of proficiency that indicated he had already achieved a significant understanding of the technique. It seemed that he was well suited to this method, having experienced a moment of enlightenment, combined with his remarkable innate talent. Brotherly, have you been devoted to studying the wind shadow step these past few days? No wonder we haven't teasing you. Not entirely. Li Mo shook his head gently. I had mastered it on the first day. My innate talent for this particular technique is rather ordinary, and I have nearly exhausted my understanding of martial arts as it pertains to aiding the common man. Oh, and also, there's the aspect of practice. Murong Shao nodded, though he only partially comprehended. Li Mo toyed with the ring in the palm of his hand, smiling silently. For the past 3 days, he had devoted most of his time to the intricate task of infusing the ancient ring with the essence of the world seed. This was no trivial endeavor, requiring an immense expenditure of energy. He had consumed numerous 6-pattern spirit restoration pills in the process. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. The ancient ring, under Li Mo's guidance, now bore a successful backdoor for the world seed. The carriage driver arrived. "Grandfather, we are ready to depart," the old master Murong added. "Let's keep in touch." Li Mo waved goodbye toward the outside of the carriage as it began to move slowly. Along the way, the refugees and beggars coming to collect food looked up at the carriage, their previously numb expressions suddenly igniting with life. They all remembered what the kind-heartedly had promised. Even in his absence, the benevolent hall would continue to operate. "Take care, kind-heartedly. Once I prosper, I shall surely build a shrine in your honor. Wishing you great success in your martial pursuits." Listening to the gratitude echoing from both sides of the road, Li Mo felt an unusual emotion surging within him, as he was for the first time regarded as a beacon of hope by so many. He exhaled deeply and lowered the carriage curtain. "Please, first take me to Mud Corner Alley." "Of course," the driver promptly replied. Li Mo's words were now commands he could not afford to disregard. Even the young clan leader had to heed his requests. Upon arriving at Mud Corner Alley, the homes were still cluttered with broken remnants, yet they no longer exuded the same aura of despair. For the past 3 days, Li Mo had visited daily, each time preparing meals for them. "Why hasn't he Brotherly come today? Will Brotherly bring candied hawthorn today? I long to savor the delightful donkey rolls." All they think about is feasting. The little beggars are bustling about in the courtyard. Suddenly, the little mute starts babbling excitedly. His ears are the keenest, and the little beggars hastily rush to the entrance. Indeed, the sound of the horse-drawn carriage approaches. Brotherly announces, "Today, I will prepare lotus leaf chicken and roasted meat for you. It's quite simple, and soon you'll be able to make it yourselves." Li Mo enters and, as usual, engages in conversation with them. He has become well acquainted with this group of little rascals. Good morning," gingerly greets Jiang Chulong, her face deliberately adorned like a calico cat, making it difficult to discern her complexion. However, her voice possesses more strength, indicating a significant improvement in her health. And she even has the energy to help. I'm here to assist you with the chopping." "Very well," Li Mo replies, shaking the droplets of water from his hands. Yet, after a while, Jiang Chulong remains motionless. Her timid voice resurfaces, "I don't have a knife." "Here." Li Mo deftly retrieves the Qishao sword from his waist and hands it to her. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Qishao sword seems restless these days. as if it were a cat encountering catnip upon seeing Jiang Chulong. Once in her hands, it behaves obediently, allowing her to cut as she pleases. Thus, this precious mystical weapon temporarily serves as a kitchen knife. You actually use this to chop vegetables? Murong Xiao stammers at the sight. It's not very convenient. This sword is not suitable. Jiang Chulong stammered in response. Murong Xiao exclaimed. Liemo remained silent. The princess's values seemed peculiar. She regarded a bag of rice as a treasure, yet was rendered speechless by 100 taels of silver. Strangely, when confronted with mysterious artifacts or the feathers of the fire sparrow, she treated them as if they were commonplace. Curious, her classmate Liemo once inquired about this, leading to the following exchange. If one does not eat, one will perish. What about the silver note? The silver note can buy food. Do you not think this sword could be exchanged for a considerable sum of silver? Could it? But I have seen many, far superior ones before. She consistently regarded elixirs, mystical artifacts, and precious items as ordinary. Perhaps, to her, what were treasures to the average person had been ubiquitous in her former life. Thus, she was entirely ignorant of common sense. For instance, when she found a rattle drum yesterday, which Li Mo repaired, she treated it as if it were an extraordinary gem. It was indeed a sign of her sheltered upbringing. Before long, the meal was ready. However, this time, Li Mo did not join them for dinner. Instead, he called Jiang Chulong aside and took out a piece of paper from his bosom. This is the land deed pertaining to this abandoned house. From now on, you shall no longer be considered beggars, but the rightful owners of this place. Owner, Jiang Chulong, bewildered, accepted the deed, carefully folding it and placing it into the pouch containing the fire sparrow feathers. And this as well. Li Mo retrieved the ancient ring from within his robes and, without uttering a word, slipped it onto her delicate finger. Jiang Chulong gasped, recalling her mother's words. Rings are often tokens of affection. When a man gifts a woman such a token, it signifies his admiration. If she accepts it, it implies a mutual decision regarding their lifelong commitment and the possibility of children. This was Jiang Chulong's understanding. Lida gave us unten iabli hanzoma, gentle, and possessed a knack for sharing delightful tales, not to mention his culinary skills. Yet, she felt unprepared. Surely, if she were to refuse, it would wound him deeply. Suddenly, the Jiang Chulong before him seemed to freeze, her face flushed, visible even through the smudges upon it. Li Montauk, perplexed, waved his hand before her eyes. Lida go, this item was entrusted to me for you. Little Li casually shifted the responsibility onto the ice block, believing she would surely desire what was given by it. So it was thus. Jiang Chulong felt her body relax, yet a sense of melancholy washed over her. Adorned with the ring, her previously calmed heart now felt as if something essential was missing, leaving her in a state of wistfulness. Then I shall take my leave. Where are you going? Back to Qingyuan's sect, but fret not. I shall return in due time. As she watched the young man approach the doorway, smiling as he bid farewell, Jiang Chulong bit her lip, observing his every step as he walked away. Summoning an unexpected courage, she called out, Lida go, wait. You have yet to behold my visage. Chapter 61. I am the primordial celestial master. The midday sun hung high in the heavens. The carriage, bathed in sunlight, journeyed towards Qingyuan Mountain, where the architectural marvels atop the main peak began to emerge, vividly depicted against the verdant backdrop, crafted by an unknown master's hand. Yet, as Li Mo gazed upon the mountain scenery, his mind involuntarily conjured the image from earlier. Half an hour prior, a small beggar boy had removed the blindfold, revealing eyes of a crystalline gray-white, imbued with an innocent purity reminiscent of an infant's gaze. However, they also bore a hint of timidity and humility, as if he dared not meet anyone's eyes. Could it be that such a color truly exists in human eyes? While Li Mo reminisced about a certain ninja anime, a pale visage suddenly entered his line of sight. Her hair was disheveled, akin to wild grass, and her tattered garments starkly contrasted with her delicate features. Li Mo recalled this image, not merely for the girl's enchanting beauty of 14, but for how she stood there, her small hands in a tangle, as if a fragile white flower had sprouted amidst the desolation of ruins, swaying gently in the wind. The hue of destiny remained unchanged. She ought not to be discovered by the celestial patrol. How long would it take her to realize the uniqueness of the ancient intent ring? Li Macaus tuuts surja. And suddenly he slapped his thigh. "What is it, brotherly?" murmured Morong Shao, who had been dozing, his drowsy expression causing his features to scrunch together. "Oh no, I forgot to inform her that she must drop blood on the ring to claim it." Student Shaoli was filled with regret. In an attempt to enhance the authenticity of his creation, he employed a well-trodden narrative device from a novel of his past life while crafting a ring. This ring was intended to capture the essence of its wearer through their blood. However, upon encountering the girl's face, he completely forgot about this intention. That night, wisps of smoke began to rise from the dilapidated alley. The physically impaired beggars busied themselves, tidying up the run-down courtyard, which had once served as their temporary refuge. Yet, the circumstances had changed. Brotherly declared that from now on, this would be their home. A home, of course, deserves to be kept tidy, doesn't it? Sister Stutter sat in a daze all day. Could it be that she was thinking of Brotherly? Upon hearing this, I found myself missing him too. After all, his cooking was unparalleled. I, too, wished to join the Qingyuan sect, so I could see him every day. Sister Stutter, even if you polish the ring until it gleams, Brotherly cannot see it. This ring does not seem to have been a gift from Brotherly after all. Jiang Chulong sat with her knees drawn to her chest, carefully cleaning the exquisite ring on her finger, fearful of smudging it. Upon hearing this, she paused momentarily. Indeed, while the ring had been sent by Brotherly, it had been prepared by Aunt May. Why had Aunt May gifted her such a ring? It bore no resemblance to the known treasures of Shumi and possessed no remarkable qualities. Aunt May would never engage in actions devoid of significance. This ring must undoubtedly hold great importance. Jiang Chulong bit her increasingly pale lips. Her heart filled with trepidation as she pondered. Could it be that I am the one at fault? In the past, her eyes beheld a world brimming with splendor. The universe within her gaze encompassed more than what others perceived, as if she could discern an additional hue in existence. However, after the essence of her sword was extracted, that vibrant color vanished. Am I destined to disappoint Aunt May? It is all my fault. I am sorry. Jiang Chulong clenched the ring tightly, her knuckles turning white, the sharp pain providing a semblance of comfort to her heart. Drip! Vivid crimson blood trickled through her fingers, casting a beguiling sheen upon the ancient ring. Buzz! At that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and the world before her began to whirl like a vortex. What is happening? This thought flickered through her hazy consciousness. The echoes of little voices resounded in her ears. Stuttering sister, what is wrong with you? She has fainted. Suddenly, all sounds faded into silence, a profound stillness enveloping the air. She hazily opened her eyes, shielding herself from the sudden brilliance, and gradually discerned her surroundings. An infinite expanse of white mist surrounded her, as if she had transcended to a realm beyond the mortal coil. The area was not extensive, merely spanning 500 meters, yet pavilions and towers were artfully arranged, exuding an exquisite charm, unlike anything she had encountered even in the heart of Zhongzhou. It resembled a fantastical paradise from a dream. Where am I? Jiang Chulong rubbed her eyes, her face a portrait of astonishment. Suddenly, a deep, resonant laughter reverberated through the heavens and the earth. My dear friend, you have traveled from afar. Please step inside. Me. Jiang Chuchong cautiously crossed the threshold. Before her lay a courtyard, where beneath an ancient tree, a figure sat serenely upon a slab of blue stone. Clad in garments whiter than snow, his face concealed behind a bronze mask, he seemed to be surrounded by countless manifestations of celestial phenomena, as if he had existed since the dawn of creation, observing the human condition. He was the very essence of existence in this realm, capable of stirring the winds and altering the skies with a mere gesture. Senior, where is this place? Jiang Chuchong inquired with trepidation. This, the man replied, his demeanor unruffled. It is merely a cave I have established beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Out of sheer leisure, Jiang Chuchong's thoughts momentarily faltered. beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths? Had she traversed an unfathomable distance to arrive at such a realm? Ah, it is but a trivial skill. There is no need for alarm. If I can bring you here, I can certainly send you back. The man's ethereal voice resonated once more. With a wave of his hand, a stool materialized from thin air, and tea utensils appeared upon the stone table. Please, have a seat. Dumbfounded, Jiang Chuchong approached and sat down, taking a considerable time to gather her thoughts. Who are you? You brought me here. But for what purpose? As she drew closer, the air of mystery surrounding this elder deepened, leaving her astounded. Even her aloof father, burdened with the fortunes of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, did not evoke the same sense of enigma as this extraordinary man. Such powerful beings, who existed beyond the 9 heavens and 10 earths, were indeed rare and well known to her. The name of the esteemed being, the mysterious man opposite, fell into deep contemplation. It seemed that after such a prolonged absence from being addressed by anyone, the passage of time had caused him to forget even his own name. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I am known as the primordial celestial venerable. With the utterance of his title, thunder suddenly descended from the heavens. The skies roared, and the winds howled, transforming the world into a blinding white in an instant. Jiang Chulong was rendered speechless, her heart racing as she gazed upward. In the stark contrast of the black and white world, the outline of the man became increasingly distinct. How profound and transcendent he appeared. Chapter 62. My dear girl, do you wish to grow stronger? The primordial, celestial, venerable. Jiang Chulong had never heard of him. Yet, in her understanding, the mightiest of beings across the vast heavens would prefix their titles with the character Tian, heaven. For instance, the great Yu Taizu, Emperor Wu, was known as Hong Tian. A celestial venerable? Did that not imply a being revered above all in the celestial realm? Merely by virtue of this title, the man's unfathomable strength was evident. After all, only those with extraordinary power would dare to claim such a title, for most would find themselves in peril sooner or later. Moreover, the very mention of his name seemed to evoke a dramatic alteration in the natural order. Could it be that he surpassed even the heavens themselves? If true, that would indeed be terrifying. Let us have tea. A transcendent voice resonated, and the extraordinary phenomena abruptly vanished, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Jiang Chulong, her mind a blank slate, nodded in a daze. Upon sipping the tea, a pure vitality began to spread within her, filling her very being. She had encountered this object before. It was a grand tribute sent to the Central Plains, a gift bestowed by her father, the emperor, upon many of her siblings. Yet she alone was excluded. Seeing her pitiful state, the crown prince kindly shared a portion with her. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang Chuchong noticed a spring nearby, and it was this enigmatic man who was using the spring water to brew tea. The reason you have arrived here is that many years ago, the true self had lost an ancient ring. Only those endowed with great fortune and extraordinary talent can sense its presence. The yuanshi Tianzun across from her lifted the teacup, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately not drinking. He merely toyed with it in his palm. It dawned on her, because of the ring, Jiang Chuchong realized. Great fortune? Extraordinary talent? Esteemed Tianzun, I may not be the person you seek. Jiang Chuchong lowered her head, nearly burying it in her chest. Her birth had caused her mother's demise, and thus she had been disfavored by Emperor Jingtai since childhood, to the point of being detested. Unbeknownst to her, she had thought every child of the emperor lacked new garments and resided in the cold palace. Even on her father's birthday, a day of universal celebration, when she secretly mingled to catch a glimpse of him, she could turn the banquet into a scene of execution. The palace maid who inadvertently revealed information to her was executed by slicing, her gaze fixed on Jiang, blood pouring from her eyes. As for talent, she had never trained in martial arts, nor did anyone dare to teach her. Yet she understood that without that piece of bone in her chest, she was far from being a genius. Possessing the true dragon physique and acquiring the bone, the prince should indeed be the epitome of genius. Little girl, do you perhaps doubt my discernment? No. How could I dare? Jiang Chulong, the youngest daughter of Emperor Jingtai. Calmly, a voice resonated. soothing the mind. Jiang Chulong was taken aback. She had not introduced herself. How did the venerable heavenly lord know? Born with a sword embryo, endowed with the emperor's sword bone, yet it was seized by Qin. Now, she was being hunted by the celestial patrol. Jiang Chulong. Her lips parted slightly. Why did the venerable heavenly lord know everything? In truth, she herself was unaware of the name of the extra bone in her chest. To have obtained the ancient intent ring and stand before the venerable one, how could that not signify great fortune? Yet that bone. I've already lost it. Jiang Chulong bit her lips until they turned pale. The emperor's sword bone. This esteemed elder, also known as the primordial heavenly lord, must have summoned her for this reason. This is indeed fortuitous. The primordial heavenly lord spoke lightly. Huh? Jiang Chulong's eyes widened, filled with confusion. The sword bone can elevate a person, yet can also bind them. You have lost the sword bone, yet you are able to forge your own path. How could that not be considered good fortune? In the wilderness realm, there was a young child whose supreme bone was excavated. Yet he later grew a second and a third. One day, when you stand at greater heights and look back, those will merely be fleeting memories. The tone, imbued with a serene detachment, compels an inexplicable sense of belief. It is as if the so-called sword bone is merely an ordinary object. Standing a bit taller, Jiang Chulong felt bewildered. The wasteland? The supreme bone? She struggled to comprehend, yet appeared to possess great significance. However, she had previously held a position of some esteem herself. If the sword bone were truly inconsequential, why would the crown prince covet it? Your youth and ignorance render this understandable. The primordial celestial master chuckled softly, seemingly exasperated by the girl's naivety. The history of the 9 heavens and 10 earths is profound. The Diyu dynasty is but a fleeting ripple in the vast river of time. In ancient times, the celestial court presided over the 33 heavens, governing the stars of the cosmos and the creation of all things. The sovereign of that era was known as the heavenly emperor Hao Yin, who endured trials of over 100,000 times, each trial spanning 12,960 years, ultimately mastering the Grand Tao. It is not merely spoken. There are even animations. The clouds above the heavens began to gather and disperse, manifesting myriad scenes as the primordial celestial master narrated. Streams of golden light and auspicious colors illuminated the surroundings. Through the grand southern heavenly gate, 33 palatial halls were arrayed, and the 72 constellations shone brilliantly, with various true dragons and phoenixes soaring gracefully. A glazed plate held the purple twilight Dan furnace, and the vast expanse of the jade trees in the moon palace was breathtaking. One could almost feel as though they were present within the celestial realm. Jiang Chulong, reflecting upon the heavenly landscape, found herself entranced. This was merely a manifestation amidst the mist. How astonishing would the true celestial court be? From this glimpse of light, she could already perceive the splendor of ancient times. The esteemed celestial master truly did not exaggerate. In comparison, the Diyu dynasty indeed pales into insignificance. Moreover, after undergoing countless tribulations, each lasting for over 100,000 years, Jiang Chulong refrained from counting on her fingers this time. They would certainly be insufficient. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, clearing the fog. The voice of the primordial supreme being echoed with a sense of melancholy. All things have their end. If one fails to attain immortality, they shall ultimately fade into the annals of time. I am but a remnant of soul now. A remnant of soul. Jiang Chulong's heart clenched. If merely a fragment could exude such enigmatic power, what must the Supreme Being have been at the height of his glory? The unpredictability of life. I never anticipated that a ring cast aside in the endless ages past would take root and flourish in this present. Indeed, I desire to take you as my disciple, to impart all that I possess. My request is simple. When your strength is sufficient, aid me in my revival. Young lady, do you wish to grow stronger? The words of the primordial supreme being resonated with an undeniable authority and boundless confidence. Do you wish to grow stronger? Do you wish to grow stronger? Jiang Chulong pressed her hand to her chest, feeling as though if she removed it, her heart would leap from her chest at the weight of those words. To assist the Supreme Being? That must be an insurmountable challenge. In that moment, images flashed before her eyes. Her mother's gravestone, her father's indifferent visage, the bloody dagger of her elder brother, and Aunt May's resolute departure to divert the celestial guards. She pondered, and she found herself at a loss for how to refuse. I am willing. Speak up. I cannot hear you. I am willing. Good. Such spirited resolve. Chapter 63. The unparalleled swordsmanship talent of Princess Jiang. The pitiful ice block. Teacher, if I practice with you, one day, can it bring the dead back to life? Jiang Chulong's eyes shimmered with flickering hope. Her father had always harbored disdain for her because of her mother. But what if? What if she could resurrect her mother? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi Tianwen, also known as Little Li, fell into a deep contemplation. Is it truly possible? At least, to this day, he had never heard of any method that could revive the deceased. Since acquiring his small world, he had increasingly understood that life is a genuine creation of the heavens and the earth. Even as the master of the world, he could not conjure life from nothing. Did not the emperors of the Great Yu throughout the ages yearn for eternal life? If such a method existed, why not resurrect the founding Emperor Wu? Yet, he possessed a system. The system transcended conventional logic. Perhaps it was due to this thought, or perhaps he could not bear to shatter her hopes. But Li Mo ultimately nodded. There is a way. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chulong stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, her eyes ablaze with hope. She yearned to grow stronger. I am truly formidable. Observing the girl before him, she clenched her small fist, rallying herself for encouragement. Little Li let out a long sigh of relief. It was no easy feat to astonish a princess to such a degree. Fortunately, as a seasoned bookworm, he possessed a wealth of knowledge. When it came to boasting, no one could rival those who pen novels. Princess Jiang had surely been thoroughly captivated by his words. Teacher. Greetings, esteemed teacher. Thank you. The young girl suddenly rose to her feet and bowed deeply, her frail shoulders trembling with excitement. Like a delicate flower amidst the ruins, she seemed to strive towards the light, yearning to flourish in the warmth of the sun. A pang of guilt flickered within the heart of young Li. Deceiving such a girl weighed heavily on his conscience. However, Princess Jiang indeed required a boost of confidence. After all, these were merely benevolent lies. Well, as for the more clandestine matters, I shall refrain from divulging them to you. Sometimes, knowing too much can be burdensome. From this day forward, you need only to diligently practice alongside me. With time, even a formidable great Yu dynasty shall be brought to its knees before you. Jiang Chulong nodded earnestly. Should this peculiar exchange be overheard by outsiders, they would undoubtedly deem both individuals to be quite mad. Yet, upon learning of her teacher's esteemed background, Princess Jiang had become utterly convinced. So, teacher, what shall you teach me first? Since you have no prior experience in martial arts, we shall commence with the fundamentals of qi and blood. Li Mo's voice resonated in a deep, soothing tone. A towering edifice rises from the ground. You must take it step by step, although your sore bones are lost. This very absence has awakened the potential of your innate sword physique, thereby solidifying your foundation. Hearing the praise, Jiang Chulong shyly lowered her head. To her astonishment, upon hearing the teacher's words, the removal of the sword bones turned out to be a fortuitous event. Teacher, does this mean I can cultivate my own path? She inquired. Li Mo paused momentarily, having contemplated for quite some time on what martial arts to prepare for Jiang Chulong. You once mentioned the importance of forging one's own path. Jiang Chulong stammered. The young scholar grasped her intent. Despite her lack of formal martial training, her time spent at the Tianshan Sword Manor had allowed her to observe numerous swords, albeit damaged ones. An elderly guardian of the sword tomb often accompanied her on leisurely strolls through the graveyard of blades. Thus, as if by instinct, she had gleaned a rudimentary understanding of a martial art. Yet, her father forbade her from practicing, leaving her hesitant to engage in training. Recite the core principles for me. Rather elementary. I seek your guidance, esteemed teacher, she replied, articulating her insights with a faltering voice that echoed within the seed of the world. With each word, Li Mo's silence deepened. Was this swordsmanship formidable? Not particularly. It was merely an intermediate level of martial arts, easily attainable for him. However, the crux of the matter was that Princess Jiang had never practiced martial arts before. She had grasped it intuitively. How could one possibly thrive in such conditions? Mastering an intermediate sword technique typically required decades of dedication. Teacher. Noticing the heavenly teacher's silence, Jiang Chulong feared her thoughts were too rudimentary, perhaps leaving her mentor dissatisfied. She spoke in a feeble tone, I can still perfect it. In the future, I can make this martial art even more formidable. Little did she know, each word she uttered pierced like a sword into Li Mo's heart. Without comparison, there is no harm. Her words inflicted genuine wounds, delivering critical hits. Fortunately, little Li was not an ordinary man. He had been living day in and day out alongside the formidable red destiny ice boulder. Ahem, it was still quite decent. Teacher, how come you are just like me? Jiang Chulong grew anxious. I was just deducing this martial art. Li Mo coughed lightly, reflecting momentarily before his voice regained its calm demeanor. Quite well. If you continue training in this manner, you should be able to meet my expectations. Oh, how wonderful. I can practice martial arts now. Jiang Chulong exclaimed joyfully, bouncing slightly, no longer stuttering. However, she soon glanced at her esteemed teacher, stuck out her tongue, and cautiously took a seat. Currently, your body is still quite weak. Therefore, what you need to do now is to recover swiftly, strengthen your meridians, and lay a solid foundation for the future. Moreover, you have lost your sword bone, and with your physical depletion, you also need to restore your vitality. With a flick of his sleeve, 2 jade vials appeared on the table, each containing gentle elixirs capable of replenishing the body. Among them was the innate vitality restoration pill he had previously consumed, and the other was the most benign healing pill. Though it could not restore the body to its former state instantaneously, it offered a gradual approach without any hidden dangers. Thank you. Thank you. Esteemed master. Jiang Chulong cherished the elixir as she tucked it away, then gently patted it, finally exhaling in relief, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. Given her little hamster-like demeanor, it was likely that after consuming the elixir, she would hesitate to discard even the vial. Simultaneously, a notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in Jiang Chulong, aiding in her physical restoration. You have an investment return available. Would you like to claim it now? Li Mo chose to defer, claiming his reward for the moment, and instead turned his gaze back to Jiang Chulong. Excited by the opportunity to practice for the first time, her ashen-hued eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity. Li Mo pondered. A teacher imparts knowledge and dispels doubts. This posed quite a challenge for him. Surely, he could not fabricate responses? If you have questions, you may inquire. However, to prevent your ambitions from soaring too high, I shall provide answers next time. Very well. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed that dusk had enveloped the outside world. Within the autumn water pavilion, he found himself at a loss. How would he manage? Remembering those questions proved somewhat challenging. Li Mo blinked at the ceiling, contemplating whether to seek answers from others. First and foremost, he ruled out consulting his master. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he descended the stairs and entered the kitchen. Before he could approach, an acrid smell assaulted his senses. Instinctively, Li Mo glanced up, only to fall silent, his expression shifting to one of confusion. The state of the kitchen was nothing short of catastrophic, as an icy figure stood before the stove, attempting to prepare a meal. Inside the pot lay an unidentifiable mass, dark and emitting ominous smoke. The only thing missing is the inscription Dark Cuisine. Li Mo harbored grave doubts about whether consuming it would result in him rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. You're back? Bing Tuzi wiped his face. Thus, the flawless visage was marred by a small smudge resembling that of a calico cat. I suppose I have returned quite late. Li Mo felt a pang of sorrow. Had Bing Tuzi managed to survive in his absence all this time? Chapter 64. A Discourse on the Sword Path. Ying Bing pondered. Had I previously underestimated him? This marked the first instance of Bing Tuzi earnestly preparing a meal. Adhering to the principle of minimizing waste, several dishes ultimately found their way onto the table. On the dining surface lay a few portions that exuded an aura reminiscent of demonic influence. So, what exactly have you prepared? It is well known that Li Mo possesses exceptional culinary skills. However, the dishes concocted by Bing Tuzi were undeniably beyond his usual repertoire. Tomato and scrambled eggs? Ying Bing wiped her face with a handkerchief and stated coolly. And this? After a moment of silence, Li Mo inquired. Stir-fried chili with meat, she replied, receiving a look of astonishment from Li Mo. She could actually recognize it? And this? 9 turn intestines, she interjected eagerly. Li Montak Guspit. Was that intentional or merely accidental? He could only avert his gaze, unable to bear the sight, and murmured, well, it seems you can cook for yourself now. Impressive. Have you been eating like this these past few days? I only cooked once today, Ying Bing replied softly. Li Montak. Why is it that she chose to cook on the very day I returned, neither before nor after? This confirms it. She did it intentionally. Indeed, for Bing Tuozi to take the initiative to cook is akin to the sun rising in the west. One must not merely judge by appearances. Perhaps the presentation is lacking, yet the taste may surprise us. Ying Bing, with her serious demeanor, slightly parted her ruby lips. At this moment, let us refrain from elevating the situation. Li Mo began to comprehend the reason behind Bing Tuozi's elaborate spread. Her exterior radiates an ethereal beauty, yet beneath that lies a hidden pride. Though she has never uttered a word, her demeanor speaks volumes. Bing Tuozi is not one to accept a subordinate role. She strives for perfection in all endeavors, including cooking. Yet, as fate would have it, when the divine opens a door, it often seals a window with cement. The exquisite beauty of her culinary skills is nothing short of breathtaking. If we delay further, the food will grow cold. Ying Bing's gentle voice extinguished the excuse Li Mo had just concocted. The impact of her words rivaled that of Delang. Take your medicine. Very well. Today, I shall risk my life to accompany you, my dear. Li Mo nodded resolutely, his heart filled with a sense of heroic determination as he reached for his chopsticks. His hand trembled slightly as he attempted to pick up a piece of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but perhaps Ying Bing found his movements too slow. She swiftly placed a piece of Jiuzhuan dachong onto his plate before he could reach for it. As he took a bite, his mouth erupted with an explosion of flavors, exquisite as the life he may have led in a past existence. The taste was a complex interplay of sourness, bitterness, and an unsettling twist, sending shivers down his spine. This flavor could awaken one from a nightmare in the dead of night. Why are you crying? Grandmother, do you recall the essence of her cooking? No, I have seen her. Observing a tear slide down Li Mo's cheek, Ying Bing furrowed her brow. She would personally take to the kitchen for 2 reasons. Firstly, she found it hard to believe that she could fail at something. Secondly, enlisting Li Mo's help would create a debt of gratitude, necessitating some form of reciprocity. Thus, over the past few days, she diligently immersed herself in culinary research. Take stir-fried chili with meat, for instance. The recipe indicated that it should be sufficiently spicy, ideally releasing its aroma upon the first bite. Consequently, she ventured to Danding Peak and requested a few bottles of Black Demon wood oil from Elder Shui, a material typically used when the alchemical temperature falls short and intense heat is required to incinerate impurities. Elder Shui assured her it was safe for consumption, which allowed her to proceed without concern. Yet, she found herself perplexed by the recipe's instruction to add a spoonful, as it did not specify the size of the spoon. Thus, she added for 10 seconds. Was it unpalatable? Ying Bing sampled a piece of the stir-fried chili with meat. Half an hour later, a new spread of dishes graced the table. Watching the naturally rosy lips of Bing, now even more vividly crimson, Li Mo sighed. In truth, I haven't been of much help. There was no need for you to go through such trouble in the kitchen. Let's eat. Li Mo rinsed his mouth and devoured a couple of mouthfuls of the stir-fried greens he had prepared, feeling rejuvenated. Ying Bing's gaze flickered, and she inquired once more. How? Is she now? I left some healing remedies for Chulong, and I have also purchased the residence where she stays, so she need not worry about her daily life. I have instructed the Murong family to deliver supplies to her regularly. A hint of intrigue flickered across Ying Bingyu's countenance. She understood Chu Long's character well. The girl was quite reclusive, often struggling to articulate her thoughts. That Chu Long was willing to disclose her name to Li Mo suggested they had developed a good rapport. Observing Li Mo devour his meal, Ying Bing's gaze softened. If it were him, it would hardly be a surprising matter. Thank you. It was a mere trifle, Li Mo said, clearing his throat with gravity. Given our familiarity, there's no need to treat such small matters with excessive formality. After learning about Bing Tuozi's culinary journey, Li Mo concluded that while earnestness is commendable, it is sometimes unnecessary. Considering Bing Tuozi's nature, he added, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, you could assist me in a different way. How so? For instance, by engaging in a discussion about swordsmanship, Li Mo found himself without other confidants and, after much contemplation, realized that only Bing Tuozi would suffice. He had no idea how to enlighten Chu Long, who likely harbored a multitude of thoughts within her mind. Engage in a discussion about swordsmanship? Ying Bing raised her eyes, her delicate brows arching slightly. Teaching and discussing are two distinct matters. In all the realms, the number of individuals qualified to engage her in such discourse could be counted on one hand. She once wielded mastery over a swordsmanship path, which signifies that her comprehension of the sword has penetrated its very essence, placing her at the pinnacle of existence. At least, based on Li Mo's previous aptitude for swordsmanship, he is not qualified to engage in discussions with her. A profound exploration would be detrimental rather than beneficial for him. First, let me hear your questions. Li Mo smiled broadly, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket. Fearing he might forget, he had meticulously noted down his inquiries. Ying Bing cast a glance at the list. Her tranquil eyes suddenly fixated, narrowing slightly in contemplation. These questions, they subtly pointed towards the very foundation of swordsmanship. She could certainly provide answers. Yet, it was astonishing that Li Mo was capable of articulating such inquiries. The act of questioning requires a certain level of intellect. The curiosities of a genius and those of a mediocre mind diverge vastly. For instance, a person struck by an apple might lament their misfortune, while a genius would ponder why the apple falls rather than ascends to the heavens. Ying Bing scrutinized Li Mo, her icy gaze reflecting the youth before her, as if attempting to discern a deeper truth in his expression. His previous talents, which could only be deemed peculiar, hardly qualified him as a genius. To label him as strange was merely due to his intermittent bouts of dullness juxtaposed with moments of enlightenment. It could be said he possesses an unusual propensity for sudden clarity, not that his aptitude for swordsmanship itself is extraordinary. Had she perhaps underestimated him in the past? The precise reason eluded Ying Bing. Is this all? Li Mo instinctively touched his cheek and nodded, affirming for now, this is all. Chapter 65. The value of his talent continues to rise. The punishment of the vanquished emerges, although Ying Bing found herself perplexed. She gradually began to address the questions presented on the paper with increasing depth. Swordsmanship, in essence, is a singular concept characterized primarily by precision, agility, and the ability to internalize techniques. Mastering an exceptional sword style to its zenith places one within this realm, marking a commendable achievement. However, for those who truly possess sword energy, sword momentum, sword intent, and the path of the sword, swordsmanship ultimately serves merely as a collection of insights gleaned along their journey towards the sword's essence. Li Mo, grasping only partially, could only relate this to the mathematical and physical understanding from his previous life. If the path of the sword were to be likened to mathematics, then sword techniques would be akin to formulas. For the majority, the method to solve problems lies in applying these formulas. Yet where do these formulas originate? They're the products of those rare geniuses who reach the very core of knowledge. Li Mo nodded and took out paper and pen. Are you there? Yes. I'm just making some notes. With a smile, Li Mo swiftly began to write. He felt that the concepts were still somewhat elementary, and he feared he might forget them as they grew more complex. Ying Bing sensed a hint of confusion. It was her first experience discussing profound matters with someone who was simultaneously writing. After all, these were not mere rote memorization. Those who truly comprehend only need a glimpse to grasp the entirety. After a brief pause, she continued, sword energy, sword momentum, and sword intent are indeed three distinct paths. Yet they ultimately converge. To begin with sword energy, during the era of the Great Yu preceding the Great Shang, there existed a great scholar who, after studying for a full 60 years without engaging in martial practice or swordplay, devoted himself solely to poetry and literature. Upon entering the Golden Yuan Hall after those 60 years, he wielded his words like swords, striking at the very fate of the Great Shang. This is the transformation of fervent scholarly ambition into the essence of swordsmanship. The force of the sword emphasizes the importance of following the natural flow. The rise and fall of the sun and moon signify the might of the universe, while the blooming and withering of flowers reflect the rhythms of nature. And the inclinations of the human heart embody the will of the people. Ying Bing gently poured herself a cup of tea to soothe her throat. In this moment, she reminded Li Mo of a beautiful young teacher from his previous life, typically reserved and taciturn. Yet when she began to teach, she exuded an aura of confidence, possessing a sacred grasp of truth. Naturally, Li Mo was not merely attentive in note-taking. His pen was in constant motion. After half an hour, several sheets of paper, still damp with ink, lay spread across the table, and young Li Mo, satisfied, licked the tip of his pen. Once he had memorized this material, he would be remarkably formidable. The mere Princess Jiang would surely be decisively conquered. Just as Li Mo basked in his triumph, Ying Bing's voice inquired, "Do you comprehend what I just explained?" As a genius capable of posing such questions, she must have grasped the concepts quite thoroughly. "I understand." Li Mo nodded with self-assurance. "Then please share your insights." Ying Bing's eyes, akin to snow and frost, bore into his, awaiting a response with palpable anticipation. Abba. Li Mo's expression froze, his smile gradually fading as he sank into contemplation. Had he perhaps become a touch overconfident? How could he have overlooked the fact that Ice Nugget was also assessing him? Right, it was a discussion. After speaking at length, she could hardly expect him to remain silent. Yet, to be honest, he felt utterly perplexed. The practice of wielding a hammer and that of wielding a sword are vastly different in essence. After all, have you ever heard of a blacksmith who, after decades of forging, ascends to the court and strikes down a tyrant with a single blow? Observing the glimmer of doubt in Bing's eyes, it became evident that he was perplexed. Classmate Li's mind raced with thoughts. Indeed, Ying Bing did not fully comprehend the matter. Was it truly so difficult to articulate his insights? Or perhaps at this moment, after a period of contemplation, Li Mo finally spoke. His expression tinged with regret as he said, "I apologize for my earlier musings. In my humble opinion, Ying Bing, you need not complicate matters so. The essence of swordsmanship can be distilled into three realms. The first is the mastery of technique, a sword in hand, but none in heart, a mere mortal. In a fit of rage, can spill blood within mere steps. The second is the absence of a sword in hand, yet possessing one in heart. This is the practice of unifying oneself with the sword, where all things become an extension of the blade. The third is the complete absence of both sword and heart. In that state, your very existence embodies the path of the sword." His calm demeanor and eloquent discourse suggested that the young man was wholly unconcerned with the judgments of others, merely expressing his understanding of the sword's philosophy. Meanwhile, the graceful figure across from him, sipping tea, bore an expression reminiscent of snow melting in the spring, revealing a hint of emotion. After a lengthy pause, she finally parted her lips, saying, "Well spoken. You have imparted wisdom. No, you are correct. The path to greatness lies in simplicity, in transforming complexity into clarity." "Not at all," Li Mo replied with a light smile, internally wiping the sweat from his brow. Fortunately, during previous classes, he had discreetly indulged in novels, despite being caught by the teacher who warned him that such habits would lead to a lack of success. Yet, here it was, proven to be quite useful. However, upon seeing Bing Tuzi's emotional response, there was a faint hint of further inquiry. Student Xiao Li hastily seized the opportunity to ask, if one solely practices swordsmanship, Can one truly comprehend the essence of the sword? Upon hearing this, Ying Bing fell into contemplation, and after careful consideration, she nodded. Yes. Yet it can also be deemed as no. How can that be? Li Mo mused to himself, realizing that Bing Tuzi was not one to pose riddles. The theory of skill approaching the Tao is indeed feasible. However, the world is replete with various sword techniques. The average individual, even after a lifetime of effort, learns but a mere drop from the vast ocean. Many pass away before they achieve mastery, hence no one can succeed unless. Never mind, it is futile to dwell on such matters. What Ying Bing intended to convey was that only the legendary immortals could exist in harmony with the heavens, possessing sufficient time to attain skill approaching the Tao. Yet, the existence of such immortals is even more elusive and enigmatic than the notion of skill itself. Thus, Li Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the unusual emotions within him. The night grew late. Thank you for enlightening me today. I shall take my leave now, he said, rising gracefully and departing without a trace. He did not linger to wash the dishes after their meal. As Li Mo's silhouette faded, a single leaf fell into the teacup before the girl, sending ripples through the tea that reflected her delicate features. The more time they spent together, the more Li Mo seemed to diverge from his previous life, from being unremarkable at the outset to now becoming increasingly significant. Today, Li Mo had drawn much closer to her world, nearly stepping fully into it. Of course, her greatest strength did not lie in the sword. Yet, relying on this innate talent for swordsmanship, he has managed to stand beside himself. In comparison to Jiang Chulong, Ying Bing's thoughts just began to form when she silently shook her head. Jiang Chulong was a natural-born sword body, having once possessed a sword bone. They were not on the same starting line, and thus could not be compared. Note, with a month approaching, the system will announce the comparison results in 7 days. At that time, the system will rank all the talented martial artists in the Eastern Wilderness domain. The punishment for the defeated has been determined. Punishment condition: to share a bed with the person who has bested you for at least 1 month. Ying Bing paid no mind to this so-called punishment. She had already attained the 20th pulse of her blood energy realm. In 7 days, she would completely achieve a great cycle of blood energy, allowing her to enter the inner breath realm. Within a month, she would connect all 24 pulses, a feat unparalleled throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the inner breath realm, endowed with the 9-colored Yuan Phoenix's essence, she could wield the power of the Yin and possess the perspective of the 9 heavens, as well as a profound accumulation of martial arts. Among her peers, she could not conceive of anyone capable of surpassing her. Chapter 66, A Single Blade of Grass. Cutting through the sun, moon, and stars. Li Mo, what has she comprehended now? Just as Bing was at a loss for how to concede in the room, Li Mo polished the notes he had just transcribed, adding his own insights at the end. After completing this task, he gazed at the paper, the phrase skill approaches the Tao resonating in his mind. For others, this might be an invisible road leading to nowhere. The night breeze was gentle, causing the candlelight to flicker softly in Li Mo's eyes. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Princess Xiao Jiang and Bing Tuozi, he profoundly understood that those destined for greatness possess unparalleled talents and tread paths far from the ordinary. The mundane route is excessively protracted, yet for someone like him, an ordinary person, it remains the sole avenue available. The distinction lies in the fact that his comprehension of martial arts enables him to propel forward on this commonplace journey as if riding a rocket. The greater his insights into martial arts, the more he could invest in the path of the sword. Li Mo's thoughts surged within him. Mastery of the hammer technique was undoubtedly essential. This required no elaboration. In addition to the hammer technique, he needed to focus on body techniques, mental techniques, and cross-training. Only after achieving the pinnacle of these realms could he contemplate the sword path. After all, the 2 fated women by his side are prodigies in the realm of swordsmanship, unparalleled in their artistry. To neglect this opportunity would be a grave waste. Moreover, remaining a novice in swordsmanship would hinder his rapport with them. Reflecting on his martial arts insights, Li Mo pondered, how much do I possess at present? Upon inspection, he discovered his balance of martial arts insights, 71 years. While this was substantial for hammer techniques, it paled in comparison to the sword techniques. It was a tale of both joy and sorrow. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Mo resolved it was time to unveil the results. Investing in Princess Xiao Jiang had yielded rewards following his discourse with Ying Bing. He was not a genius in swordsmanship. Rather, he was a mere transporter of truths, seeking to profit from the differences therein. Congratulations, host, for engaging in discourse with Ying Bing, providing a summary of her sword theory. Investment feedback, 60 years of martial arts insights. Congratulations, host, for assisting Jiang Chulong in restoring her body and repairing her foundation. Investment feedback, essence of earth veins, 10,000 years, 1 bottle. The essence of earth veins from 10,000 years. Consuming a single drop can extend the lifespan of an ordinary individual by 2 decades, rendering them impervious to myriad toxins and free from ailments, while significantly enhancing their strength. It serves as a vital ingredient for concocting longevity elixirs and is a revered tonic for refining one's vitality. The ice block is merely an ice block. Insights into martial arts can lead to a breakthrough that spans a century. In a vast expanse of the world, many ordinary people barely reach the age of 60. Princess Jiang, however, did not disappoint him. The 10,000 years essence of earth veins is something Liu Mo had never encountered before. Perhaps it had surfaced in the eastern wilderness, yet it must be a rare treasure with scant information circulating. After all, those who acquire longevity elixirs typically reserve them for personal use. Which of these two is more precious? Liu Mo believes that, according to the system's definition, they hold comparable value. Ying Bing possesses a higher level of destiny, yet the previous discussion offered her minimal assistance, merely slightly better than nothing. The elixirs he invested in can aid Jiang Chulong in recovering from her injuries and restoring her foundation. The 10,000 years essence of earth veins. I have been troubled by the slowing pace of my meridian refinement. The ordinary essence of earth veins no longer yields significant effects for me. Liu Mo had not anticipated this. After the 24 meridians, the refinement process becomes exceedingly arduous. Even with a constant state of harmony between heaven and man, the speed resembles that of a turtle's crawl. Should the mysterious celestial body manifest in another's being, it would be akin to a bottomless pit. Breaking through the realm of vitality and blood could take countless years. Liu Mo opened the jade vial, and the pure essence of the earth's veins wafted toward him. To avoid damaging the room, he ventured outside in darkness, making his way to the waterfall not far from the autumn water pavilion. First, a basin-sized pool was excavated, filled with water, and a single drop of the ancient earth veins' spiritual milk was poured into it. Then the bottle was lifted, and, after a mere taste, it was evident that the product was exquisite. At 99% purity, it was a rare treasure, suitable for both external application and internal consumption, and the invigorating sensation surged forth. I hope my inner cultivation realm will do justice to this arduous endeavor. Liu Mo stepped into the pool. The next day, within the realm of the world's seeds, the so-called swordsmanship encompasses 3 fundamental realms. The first realm pertains to sword techniques and sword forms. The esteemed Yuan Shi Tianzun was delivering a discourse. Jiang Chuchong, clad in tattered garments that had been cleansed, sat obediently at the table. Her small hands were neatly folded, and her grayish-white eyes sparkled with brilliance. Our revered Tianzun master was vividly expressive, not merely speaking, but also employing an illustrative presentation. The second realm is characterized by the absence of sword in hand, yet possessing a sword in the heart. With sword energy in the chest and sword intent in the mind, one could harness the momentum of the universe at that moment. Even a blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. His voice resonated with an awe-inspiring power, exuding boundless dominion amidst the simplicity. A blade of grass could vanquish the sun, moon, and stars. Jiang Chuchong's mouth parted slightly in astonishment. Historical records indicate that among the 3 suns in the sky, 2 were transformed from the ancestors of the Yu dynasty's emperors, including the great Yu's founding Emperor Wu. They were formidable beings who dominated the era and achieved invincibility. Could they truly be vanquished by a mere blade of grass? This was, indeed, far beyond her imagination. The teacher seemed to sense the astonishment in her eyes and let out a gentle laugh. With a casual flick of his fingers, a blade of grass appeared, caught delicately between them. A soft wave unleashed an endless torrent of sword energy that rent the heavens asunder. The formidable sword intent shattered the cosmos, obliterating all in its path. This sword intent, sword energy, and sword momentum were all indelibly etched in Jiang Chuchong's pale gray eyes. Even Li Mo remained oblivious, as something within her was growing wildly, like untamed weeds. As for this third realm, after a short incense stick burned away, the mini-class on the sacred sword path concluded. I trust that with your perceptiveness, you grasp the essence of it all. Yes, yes. The teacher is so amazing. Jiang Chuchong clapped her small, dirty hands, her cherubic face radiating admiration. What she had previously struggled to name now revealed itself as sword energy, sword momentum, sword intent. Yet, the notion of grass and with cleaving the stars, even she could not have imagined such a feat. But if the teacher asserts it is possible, then it must be so. Presently, she was simply too frail, her understanding of the sword path still too shallow. In the city of Ziyang, a single blade of grass could sever the sun, moon, and stars. In the alley of Nijiao, the calm yet commanding words echoed in her ears. Jiang Chuchong awakened from her reverie, the overwhelming sword intent still lingering in her gaze. She smeared mud across her face once more, wrapping her eyes with torn cloth. Picking up a withered branch from the ground, she resolutely began to practice in the courtyard. She was determined to grow stronger, for the sake of her mother. In order to avoid disappointing her teacher, she exerted herself, her slender arms grasping a gnarled twig, her expression earnest, leading bystanders to mistakenly perceive her as a little beggar idly playing about. Yet, in the dilapidated courtyard, the weeds and fallen leaves began to stir, seemingly of their own accord, despite the absence of wind. At Qingyuan sect, Li Mo contemplated the martial arts rewards recently credited to her system, lost in thought. What insights had she gleaned this time? Would it diminish the stature of the primordial supreme if I were to inquire? Perhaps next time, I shall claim it was an assessment. Li Mo couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. Being an intermediary was no easy task. Just then, Princess Jiang posed another question, filling 3 sheets of paper with notes. While Li Mo searched for the figure of Ice Chunk in the courtyard, a woman leaned over the wall of Qiushui Pavilion, cautiously peering inside. Master, could it be anyone other than Shangwu? My dear apprentice, you have returned. Fortunately, you encounter me first. What are you still doing here? Are you reckless? Shangwu whispered urgently, her apricot eyes brimming with vigilance. Die Montag was bewildert. There's no time for explanations. Little Binger has recently developed a passion for cooking. Come with me, quickly. Shangwu insisted, her seriousness palpable. Li Mo mused, when do you think I returned? I was just saying that I hadn't seen you for a couple of days. Thus, as the saying goes, every creature meets its match. Even the fearless master would exhibit moments of caution. Chapter 67, The Dance of Commerce. Wayward disciple, sighed the troubled Shaoqin. Master, you actually arrived a bit late. I've been back for several days now. You ate. The sudden realization rendered Shangwu speechless as she gazed at her precious disciple, who nodded with a melancholic expression, then clasped his hands behind his back and sighed toward the heavens. The autumn water pavilion fell into a serene silence, both of them exchanging glances devoid of words. Today, the breeze carried an unexpected tumult. Noticing the beautiful master covering her mouth, with her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with intensity, Little Li felt an unsettling sensation. It seemed her gaze bore an impolite quality. He recalled his childhood, when he and his friends would boastfully compare themselves, and one had remarked that his brother dared to eat anything, even feces, receiving a similar look in return. Master, if Ying Bing's cooking isn't distasteful, then it's still somewhat, he began. I understand. You need not elaborate further. Your return and your well-being is indeed a double delight. As for us, we share a drink together. We're in this together, Shangwu replied. She uncorked a small gourd and took a celebratory sip. Then, she casually handed the gourd to Li Mo, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Well done. Thus, how do we end up sharing a drink? With the crisis averted, Shangwu joyfully reclined back into her rocking chair, her almond eyes narrowing in contentment. The sun shone brightly today, and, as she lay back, the sunlight painted a vivid tableau. There's a verse that goes, from the front, it resembles a ridge, from the side, a peak. As Liamo prepared to leave, she turned her head, her eyes still heavy with sleep, and asked, by the way, dear disciple, what shall we have for dinner tonight? The implication is that since you are heading out, I shall proceed to order. Liamo could not help but grin. Leftovers, as you are aware. With the imminent Nine Peaks Martial Conference, I am rather occupied with my training. That day I actually did not finish my meal. There were still some 9-turn intestines and spicy, stir-fried pork left. Observing that Master displayed no signs of drowsiness, Liamo stifled a chuckle and slipped away. As his footsteps faded, Shangwu cast a glance at the water tank, noting the emptiness where the vegetable basket once resided, and softly muttered, "Humph, ungrateful disciple." Meanwhile, in the outer affairs hall, verification complete. Intersect disciple Xiaoqin has successfully eliminated a formidable criminal at the peak of the Vitality Realm, rewarded with 1,000 contribution points. The steward of the outer affairs hall, after meticulously confirming the credentials, smiled and nodded at the young man across from him. To have slain a criminal at the pinnacle of the Vitality Realm so soon after entering the Intersect indicates that this disciple possesses great potential. Many disciples coming to report their tasks also cast intrigued glances in his direction. The rewards for apprehending criminals are substantial, yet the failure rate is high, accompanied by significant risks. Thus, few disciples undertake such missions, and many do so primarily for self-improvement. 1,000 contribution points. May I inquire, esteemed steward, how many contribution points are required for rare treasures beneficial to the soul of intent? However, Xiaoqin's expression bore little joy. Rare treasures for the soul of intent. The Intersect steward paused momentarily, then shook his head, stating, I can tell you without needing to check, none of them are priced below 30,000 contribution points. Such items are only utilized in the realm of divine observation. Your engagement with them at this juncture is premature. One must not aspire to lofty heights too soon. I advise you to first exchange for some healing items to prevent any lingering injuries. The Intersect steward held a favorable impression of him, and thus spoke a few more words. Thank you. Xiaoqin expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. Yet he could not help but let out a sigh. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. During his descent from the mountain for tasks, he had inquired about similar items, but either they were unavailable or the prices exceeded his wildest expectations. While exchanging contribution points at the mountain gate was indeed more economical, it still surpassed his financial means. Do not fret, young one. I am merely somewhat weakened, not yet to the point of dissipating. The voice of Qianxing Wuzuan resonated, though it bore a noticeable frailty compared to before. It is my fault for being careless. Xiaoqin's face was etched with guilt. While pursuing that nefarious criminal, he had failed to ascertain sufficient information about his adversary, unaware of the presence of accomplices, which led him into a perilous predicament. As a result, his master had expended considerable ethereal energy to rescue him. Everyone has their youthful indiscretions. Your initial encounter with life and death has been commendably handled. You have achieved a complete circulation of your vital essence. Yet regrettably, I am unable to concoct the tiger tendon condensing pill for you. Despite his frailty, Qianxing Wuzuan's tone carried a note of pride. With the martial arts conference of the Nine Peaks approaching, Xiaoqin had intended to break through to the inner breath realm beforehand to secure a commendable position, yet unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Xiao Shixiao, you are here as well. Just as he stepped out, someone called out to him, prompting Xiaoqin to instinctively turn around. It was indeed Liamo who had arrived. Smiling gently at him, Brother Xiao, have you come to submit a task as well? Yes, I too have taken on a mission to apprehend a criminal. Li Montauk nodded, noticing that Xiaoqin had recently endured a battle, with some injuries yet to heal. It has only been 3 days since we last met, and your progress is remarkable. Xiaoqin could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Observing Li Mo's demeanor, it was clear he had completed his task with ease. One must understand that such missions are demanding, The targets are typically at the peak of their vitality, and those below this threshold are handled by the local authorities. Never reported to Qing Yuan's sect. Reflecting on their first encounter, when Li Mo had just begun to cultivate, it was astonishing that he could now effortlessly defeat those at full vitality. I was fortunate. The criminal was injured and could only exert 6 or 7 parts of his full strength. I see, Xiao Qin replied, feeling somewhat relieved upon hearing Li Mo's explanation. By the way, Brother Xiao, I sought you out yesterday. What matter concerns you, Brother Li? Speak freely. I shall assist as best I can. I came across an item by chance, and am unsure of its specific properties. You are renowned for your vast knowledge, hence I wish to ask for your identification. As he spoke, Li Mo reached into his sleeve and produced a piece of wood that seemed neither entirely wooden nor stone, and handed it to Xiao Qin. I fear this may be beyond my expertise, Xiao Qin said with a wry smile. Usually, when confronted with unfamiliar objects, he would consult their master. However, after exchanging a few words with him, their master had fallen into a deep slumber. This is the soul-nourishing Yin wood. An ancient voice suddenly resonated within his heart, tinged with excitement. Isn't our master supposed to be in repose? How suddenly it seems to have intensified. However, immediately thereafter, one could hear the esteemed Master Qianxing's voice quickening. This is a rare and precious item for nurturing the soul's essence, requiring a rare spirit wood that has been struck by lightning, subsequently sinking into the water veins for many years. It transforms into woodstone and then into stone jade. Many formidable beings, finding themselves at an impasse in their breakthroughs, would use such wood to craft their coffins, preserving their physical forms and nurturing their soul's essence until the next era when they can emerge from their sealed state. This piece of dark, soul-nurturing wood has already reached the stage of woodstone. Xiao Qin understood. The meaning behind his master's words was clear. This object was immensely valuable and would be of great use to him. He desired it, yet it belonged to his junior, Li. Xiao Qin took a deep breath and solemnly said, Junior brother, this is dark soul-nurturing wood, an invaluable item for nurturing the soul's essence. You must keep it safe. It will prove invaluable when you reach the realm of divine observation. Why not just say this item is worthless, and I would have tossed it to you without a second thought? However, that would not be the same. Li Mo could only inquire further. If it is indeed an item for the realm of divine observation and for nurturing the soul's essence, why did I see Brother Xiao displaying a hint of desire? To be honest, I truly need something like this, Xiao Qin said awkwardly, scratching his head. His master was likely scolding him internally for being a rebellious disciple. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mo, you suggested, how about I lend it to you for the time being? Chapter 68. Junior brother Li indeed possesses lofty integrity. Responding, a foundation for a profound weapon. Seeing Li Mo's nonchalant expression, Xiao Qin initially assumed he was unaware of the true value of this item. Junior brother Li, this item is invaluable, beneficial not only for the realm of divine perception, but also for higher realms. Truly a rare treasure. The Thousand Forms martial sovereign remarked. If this were given to him, his spiritual essence would surely recover to 30% of its peak. Yet, my apprentice is excessively righteous. Alas, this is a good thing. If Xiao Qin truly had issues with his character, he would not regard him as a successor. Li Mo smiled wryly. In this day and age, one must labor intensely to bestow favors upon others. Gifting is indeed an art, is it not? Thus, in the short term, this item holds no value for me. That is indeed the case. Xiao Qin responded, momentarily taken aback, nodding. Li Mo continued, do you desire it? Naturally. Xiao Qin replied, bewildered yet affirmative. Then, for me at present, its sole worth lies in aiding a friend? That assertion is not without merit, Xiao Qin pondered, finding Li Mo's reasoning compelling and unable to refute it. Li Mo, persisting in his gentle persuasion, said, so, are we not very good friends? Of course. Xiao Qin replied earnestly. Then, there is no issue. Take it, Li Mo said with a beaming smile, placing the soul-rejuvenating wood into Xiao Qin's hands. Xiao Qin opened his mouth. Is it truly this way? I feel something is amiss, yet I cannot articulate what it is. The Thousand Forms martial sovereign observed the scene with great perplexity. having lived 2 lifetimes. He could discern that his apprentice was indeed led astray by this young man named Li. However, it was the first time in his extensive existence that he witnessed someone being led astray for the sake of bestowing a favor. Speaking of deception and trickery, one must admit that the individual in question possesses admirable qualities, rendering the situation rather absurd. Nevertheless, senior brother Xiao shall undoubtedly achieve great accomplishments in the future, at which point such matters will hardly be regarded as precious. I shall take my leave to submit my task now. With that, Li Mo ceased further conversation, anxious that Xiao Qin might return the item to him, and turned away. It is no wonder that the sect holds Li Shidi in high esteem, likening him to the ancient sages. In comparison, I hardly consider myself a person of integrity. Watching the graceful figure depart, Xiao Qin felt a tumult of emotions within. He already felt indebted to Brother Li, and now that debt had only deepened. However, since Li Shidi had spoken thus, he found it impossible to decline any further. Moreover, the master truly required this item. You still remember this, old man? A snort escaped the mind of the 1,000 Forms martial sovereign. Master, the disciple harbors no ulterior motives. Xiao Qin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Enough. I understand your character. Were it not for that, I would not dare to entrust you with matters of life and death. The 1,000 Forms martial sovereign was not genuinely angered. Instead, he continued, that young man Li is indeed a person worthy of deep friendship, and furthermore, he is quite extraordinary in his own right. Strive to see if you can keep pace with him. Just as Xiao Qin was about to nod in agreement, he found himself momentarily stunned. Keep pace with Brother Li? He had recently rebuilt his foundations, having reached the 12th channel of the blood realm. Surely, Li Shidi could not have possibly refined his internal essence yet? Sensing the foolish disciple's thoughts, the 1,000 Forms martial sovereign remarked, more astonishing than you could imagine. Though he has yet to consolidate his internal energy, he has traversed a far greater distance on the path of vital essence and blood than you can fathom. The exact number of meridians I cannot ascertain, but I am certain it far exceeds 12. The revered master of 1,000 Forms was indeed a formidable giant in his time. Now, he exists only as a fragment of his former self, yet his perceptive abilities remain unmatched by ordinary individuals. More than 12 meridians? Xiao Qin was struck by disbelief, encountering a realm of knowledge he had yet to explore. In the realm of martial arts, you are still but a frog in a well. The natural order grants each person precisely 12 primary meridians. However, some are born with a transcendent connection to the cosmos, their foundations far surpassing the norm. In my youth, I possessed 15 primary meridians, far exceeding others of the same realm, spoke the master of 1,000 Forms with an air of pride. As his words faded, the voice of the steward from the outer hall resounded. Verification complete. True disciple Li Mo has successfully eliminated one criminal at the internal energy consolidation stage, earning 5,000 contribution points. The mention of the internal energy consolidation stage jolted Xiao Qin, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had been reveling in the prospect of breaking through to the internal energy stage, and now he learned that junior brother Li had already slain a formidable foe at the consolidation stage. How terrifying! It seems he may well be comparable to the prowess I once possessed. By this account, Ying Bing's achievements seem even more extraordinary. No wonder she remains at the vital essence stage to this day, remarked the master of 1,000 Forms with a solemn tone. How then am I to catch up to junior brother Li? Xiao Qin felt a sudden wave of helplessness wash over him. Despite having a mentor's guidance, he finds himself lagging so far behind. Will he only continue to fall further behind? While innate talent is undoubtedly significant, who can say that one cannot rise to prominence in a world where the fate of the universe remains undetermined? The esteemed master Qianxing intended to instill pressure upon his disciple, not to extinguish his ambition. Thus, he spoke with an air of prophetic wisdom. What I take pride in is not the 15 primary meridians, but rather the Qianxing technique. When you reach the realm of divine observation, you shall naturally comprehend its profound intricacies. Xiao Qin clenched his fists tightly, his fighting spirit reignited. If he could not even catch up to the silhouette of his junior brother Li in the future, how could he repay him? Within the outer affairs hall, the notion of slashing through internal energy raised doubts. Is this truly the essence of transmission? He scoffed, cautioning others not to mistake Li for merely a genial gentleman due to his amiable nature. Why is senior brother Li so formidable? Have you forgotten that his master is Elder Shangwu? Now it makes sense. After exchanging pleasantries with several familiar disciples, Xiao Li felt a surge of joy, not solely from the recent deposit of 5,000 contribution points, but also due to a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully invested in Xiao Qin with a block of soul-nourishing wood. Investment feedback. 1 piece of Xian weapon embryo. The Xian weapon embryo can be utilized to create a superior Xian weapon based on the templates provided by the host. Although Xiao Li was reluctant to admit it, he had to concede that he was in need of a reliable hammer. With his current level of mastery, he could barely lift divine weapons, let alone wield them effectively. Even with a sufficiently strong physique and the augmentation of world power, such weapons could only serve as a trump card. With this Xian weapon embryo, he would be able to create a replica based on the template of the Panju meteor hammer. Li, do you have any items you wish to exchange? The inner gate steward observed him standing there and mistakenly thought he was contemplating a change of items. I require some exotic beast meat, Liamo replied, snapping back to reality with a nod. Oh, the inner gate steward expressed mild surprise, but quickly added, while the effects of exotic beast meat may not rival those of elixirs, it possesses a solid foundation, devoid of any medicinal toxins. It appears that you, disciple Li, are considering the long term. Do you require meat for refining your vital energy, enhancing your physique, or perhaps for breaking through barriers? I desire something delectable. That shall suffice. I appreciate your assistance. I would advise you, junior brother, to choose wisely among these selections, as they are best enjoyed fresh and should not be stored for too long. Oh, you possess such insights, steward? It seems we share a similar mindset. Not all. I shall return to prepare a meal when time permits. Let us enjoy hot pot together. Liamo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards the steward. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, young Li exited the outer affairs hall, bearing 2 baskets of exotic beast meat with an air of nonchalance. Brother, how do you discern which exotic beasts are palatable? A thoughtful outer